When Meng Leyu discovered that the character from her mobile nurturing game had come to life, she was filled with both delight and trepidation. The paper figure she had drawn, Zai Zai, was remarkably perfect in appearance, yet designated as a villain. Having never been favored during her lonely upbringing, she saw her own reflection in this virtual character and poured forth her tenderness, unaware of the increasingly pathological obsession that grew within him. On the other side of the phone screen, the mistreated Jiyang, born with a deformed dragon horn and subjected to relentless bullying, regarded this sudden deity as his sole beacon of hope. A vile desire to monopolize this warmth took root in him, and he was willing to sacrifice everything for her, even if it meant becoming a monster. On December 6th, 2025, a sunlit day, that familiar figure finally appeared against the light, whispering in her ear, "It is a pleasure to meet you, my master." Chapter 1. The nurturing game. Meng Leyu, could you possibly rouse your sluggish mind? Are you so affluent that you can squander money? Do you still wish to take supplementary lessons like your sister? With your lackluster intellect, how can you even compare to her? What difference does it make if that money is wasted? The woman's sharp nails jabbed mercilessly at the girl's forehead. With tears brimming in her eyes, Meng Leyu did not dare to evade, knowing that doing so would invite consequences far worse than mere scolding. Her mother, a respectable teacher, never resorted to physical punishment, but would pinch her in places she could never openly disclose. Indeed, her mother's nails were dangerously sharp, and Meng Leyu felt as though the acne on her forehead had been punctured by them. Yet she stood her ground, gripping her faded black sweatpants, resembling a weeble that could not fall over. Every time the woman's finger nudged her, she instinctively returned to her position. Finally, her mother grew tired, and Meng Leyu, feeling the sting of her now-ruptured pimple, cautiously inquired, "Mom, could you buy me a set of skincare products? I wish to treat my acne." Her thick bangs did little to conceal her anxious expression. Though her mother had dismissed her desire for supplementary lessons, Meng Leyu still held hope regarding the skincare products, as they were far less costly. The woman she called mother, despite her delicate makeup, was now visibly impatient. With a frown etched on her meticulously groomed brow, she replied sharply, "I just told you that you're dim-witted, and you truly don't even contemplate your words. Skin is innate. Acne will resolve as you outgrow your adolescence. Why waste your money? Go back to your room. You're a source of irritation." Meng Leyu opened her mouth, yet ultimately dared not voice her thoughts, bowing her head as she retreated to her room, which resembled more of a storage space than a bedroom. Before shutting the door, she could still hear her mother speaking to her sister. "This weekend, we'll take you to the Magic City for some fun. When we return, you must diligently attend your lessons, understand? Ms. Lin's classes are not easily booked." Once in her room, Meng Leyu attempted to read, but found herself unable to concentrate, her mind filled with thoughts of her mother's indulgence toward her sister and the things she longed for but had never possessed. In frustration, she tossed the book aside and mindlessly began scrolling through her phone. The screen bore a long crack, a remnant from her sister's previous use. Yet Meng Leyu had pleaded for this very phone for quite some time before her father had casually granted it to her. Just as her eyes grew warm and her vision blurred, an advertisement for a game suddenly popped up on her screen. Mesmerized by the exquisite visuals and the slogan, "Intelligence, beauty, wealth, everything you desire is in my grasp," Meng Leyu inadvertently tapped to open the game. Contrary to the alluring advertisement, the game's opening page revealed a dark and foggy scene, showcasing a dilapidated landscape. Feeling deceived by the advertisement, Meng Leyu intended to close the game, but unexpectedly, it automatically redirected her to a draw page. With a jolt from her phone, the screen erupted with digital fireworks, announcing, "Congratulations, player! You have drawn SSR Jiyang." Stunned, Meng Leyu could hardly believe her luck. She had drawn an SSR on her very first try. As the electronic fireworks faded, she finally discerned a cracked egg on the screen. Curiously, she reached out, and to her surprise, the eggshell shattered, revealing a chubby, Q-version dragon hatchling with one black and one white horn, the white one appearing incomplete, lying on the ground. The accompanying subtitle began to introduce Jiyang, a juvenile dragon with a broken horn due to an eggshell fracture. Abandoned by the dragon realm after hatching due to its defect, Jiyang survived in the realm of cultivation, relying on its innate resilience. At the bottom, barely visible, was a line of text. When the corruption value reaches 100, it will be utterly annihilated. The final interpretation, rights belong to the official. The scene then shifted. The original Q-version dragon was gone, replaced by a bloodied, pale boy with cracked horns, desperately fleeing through a dense forest, pursued by several brutish men wielding various weapons. Meng Leyu prepared to commend the game for its attention to detail. She noticed the brutish men yelling, "Catch that little brat." Who would have thought it was a dragon whelp? Even if it's defective and cannot serve as a contract spirit beast, we can still skin it for materials to concoct pills and magical artifacts. That dragon whelp is on its last legs. Brothers, give it your all. Just then, a new quest alert appeared on the screen. Meng Leyu clicked on it. A message popped up. Jiyang is being pursued by cultivators. Will you rescue him? Only the option to rescue was available, and before she could voice her annoyance at the game's audacity, the text changed. Jiyang, knowing he has reached the end of his road, has decided to self-destruct. Now, besides the rescue option, a do not rescue button appeared. For reasons unknown, Meng Leyu felt an unusual urgency in that text. Just as she was about to close the game, the boy on the screen suddenly looked up at her. What a gaze it was, deep black, yet filled with a stubborn defiance, exuding a tenacity akin to trees in a swamp, striving to grow upwards even while mired in mire. In that fleeting moment, Meng Leyu's fingertip pressed the rescue button. Instantaneously, an unknown wind swept through the screen, causing everyone within to faint. The quest alert reappeared, and upon clicking it, it displayed. Jiyang has been rescued, but he is gravely injured. Will you take him to a secluded place for healing? Having come this far, Meng Leyu no longer hesitated and selected yes. Following the game's guidance, she led the boy to a hidden cave and lit a fire with the system's provided materials. After completing 2 tasks in succession, her game level increased, and the system rewarded her with a potion and a piece of ordinary clothing. Without even needing to look, Meng Leyu knew these items were intended for Jiyang. Sure enough, a new task appeared. Jiyang is gravely injured and currently has only 1 bottle of ordinary healing potion. Will you upgrade it to a more potent one? Meng Leyu initially selected yes, but upon seeing the glittering words, "Please recharge," she immediately opted for the almost imperceptible return button. However, to her astonishment, the game system insisted on waiting for Jiyang to awaken before he could take the medicine. Unbeknownst to many, the universe is a vast expanse, and due to the fact that the Xiaohuan is the lowest grade among the Huang tier elixirs, it lacks the melt-in-your-mouth quality that higher-grade potions possess. Some superior elixirs even provide substantial benefits merely by their fragrance. Meng Leyu decided to place the awarded garments and elixirs beside Jiyang. Only then could she scrutinize the young boy displayed on the screen. Her initial reaction was one of concern over his emaciated appearance. The boy on the screen, aside from the nearly shattered black and white dragon horns atop his head, bore no resemblance to the former dragon treasure. A wave of sympathy washed over Meng Leyu. Although it was merely a game, the character's backstory was exceedingly tragic. Oh, how could she forget? He was indeed not human. Just as Meng Leyu admired the otherworldly beauty of the young boy, she was unaware that another figure had emerged from the dense forest, this time a woman. Chapter 2. The caution of the young one. The woman searched the area where Jiyang had vanished, muttering to herself, "Strange, the book clearly stated this was the spot. How could he possibly be missing? Could it be the butterfly effect?" Frowning, she confirmed that the individual she sought was indeed absent and reluctantly departed. Shortly after her exit, Jiyang, concealed within a cave, finally regained consciousness. For a fleeting moment, he felt disoriented, but upon realizing he was alive and that a fire flickered within the cave, he immediately became alert. He listened intently to the sound around him, noting that apart from the crackling of the fire, there was an eerie silence. Yet he remained cautious, carefully rising to survey his surroundings, ensuring that he was truly alone. Instinctively, his sensitive nostrils detected no signs of recent visitors. The more he pondered, the more he was convinced that it was no ordinary person who had rescued him. As for how he was certain of his rescue, he had spotted clothing and a vial labeled with the characters for Xiaohuan on the ground. The passage of time within the game was evidently swifter than that in reality. After confirming that the young one would not awaken anytime soon, Meng Leyu took several minutes to solve the mathematical problem, only to discover that nearly 3 hours had elapsed within the game upon her return. She calculated that the ratio of time between reality and the game was approximately 1 to 3, yet while observing the game, time appeared to flow normally. To verify her hypothesis, she deliberately closed the game and returned a minute later, confirming that 3 minutes had indeed passed in the game. When she reopened the game, the boy on the screen had just awakened. She watched as the young one cautiously surveyed his surroundings, remaining still upon noticing the garments and elixirs on the ground. "Eat it," Meng Leyu thought, gently tapping the elixir bottle. To her surprise, the bottle toppled over, spilling its contents. As the vial tipped, Jiyang's pupils constricted, revealing dark, golden slit-like eyes. You could see that moment. He was struck with alarm. The cave was devoid of any wind, so why had the vials suddenly fallen? Could it be that the person had not left after all? If they remained, what level of mastery did they possess to emit no discernible aura? Moreover, with the elixirs rolling out, the faint scent unmistakably identified it as Xiaohuan. Jiyang dared not act impulsively, his mind racing with questions about the identity of this individual and their motives for saving him. Why had they overturned the elixir bottle? Meng Leyu gazed in astonishment at the spilled elixirs, astonished by the game's remarkable freedom. She felt inspired to attempt feeding the elixir directly to the dragon cub. However, a message promptly appeared on the screen. Current level too low. Please accumulate experience to unlock more gameplay. Well then, it seemed direct feeding was unfeasible, and she could only hope the cub would consume the medicine on its own. To her disappointment, the dragon cub remained uninterested in the elixir, instead attempting to rise, seemingly intent on leaving the cave. Upon realizing that the bottle had merely toppled and nothing more, Jiyang let out a slight sigh of relief. Perhaps the bottle had simply been unsteady, and he had overreacted. However, remaining in the cave was not a sustainable option. He was uncertain when that person would return or what their intentions were. For now, he simply wished to escape and find a safe place to recuperate, retracting his visibly injured dragon horns. After several attempts, he finally stood, his steps unsteady as he moved toward the exit, casting one last glance at the elixirs and garments on the ground. As he successfully emerged from the cave, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, grateful that the individual had not placed any restrictions preventing his departure. Yet, he dared not linger, continuing deeper into the dense forest until he discovered another small cave near a pond, where he cautiously concealed the entrance with vines. The screen dimmed momentarily before illuminating with the standard blue hue of night found in domestic films. Meng Leyu watched the dim scene on the screen, clearly observing the cub's every movement, a smile gracing her lips. From the cub's actions, she finally understood that he was a highly vigilant dragon baby. However, reflecting on his backstory, she realized that without such caution, he could not have survived alone for so long, eliciting a fleeting pang of sympathy. Yet, it was merely a fleeting feeling, as he was, after all, a game character, and any tragedy he faced was the result of poor design choices. The subsequent task confirmed Meng Leyu's suspicions. Jiyang is highly cautious. He has not consumed the elixir, but has instead chosen to find a cave to heal. During this time, Jiyang will be quite weak. Please drive away the nearby wild beasts. Note: unused items will automatically return to the backpack. Meng Leyu promptly opened her backpack, where she found the elixirs and garments that the dragon cub had not utilized. What a delightful surprise. It seemed to be a game system that valued thrift. Just as she closed the task prompt, the roar of a fierce beast echoed within the game. And soon after, several beasts with glowing green eyes, resembling wolves but sporting, vicious fangs and crimson tails, appeared on the screen. Immediately, a prompt appeared: Chiwei Yanlang, Earth level, Tier 3, capable of breathing fire, carnivorous. Its tail contains poison that can be used in medicine. Its flesh can expedite wound healing, and its teeth can be refined into magical artifacts. As the Chiwei Yanlang drew closer to the cave where the cub resided, its drool visible, Meng Leyu found herself at a loss for how to drive it away, as the game had not provided any hints. Could the designers not put in a little more effort? While mentally lamenting, she attempted to poke the Chiwei Yanlang on the screen with her finger. Fortunately, just as her finger made contact, a dialog box appeared. Defeating a level 1 Chiwei Yanlang will yield 1 piece of Chiwei Yanlang meat and 1 experience point. Different levels of Chiwei Yanlang yielded different rewards, with the highest being the Wolf King, level 3, which would provide the teeth of the Qi Wei Yanlang and 10 experience points upon defeat. For the sake of experience and unlocking further gameplay, Meng Leyu unhesitatingly selected kill. Upon hearing the roar of the Qi Wei Yanlang, Jiyang's face turned pale. He was acutely aware of his physical condition. At this moment, severely injured, he was akin to a spent bow, with no chance of victory. Yet, despite this, he unsheathed the only dagger he possessed, prepared to fight valiantly. However, after waiting and waiting, no Qi Wei Yanlang entered the cave. Listening closely, he could hear what seemed to be the chaotic cries of Qi Wei Yanlang outside. What was happening? He furrowed his brow, hesitating before cautiously rising and gently lifting the vines that concealed the entrance to peek outside. Bathed in the pristine moonlight, the once menacing pack of Qi Wei Yanlang was now frantically breathing fire, unable to locate any target. Several lifeless bodies of Qi Wei Yanlang lay on the ground, and the remaining beasts were being stripped of their life force by an invisible power, some not even having the chance to emit a sound. Jiyang's pupils constricted once more into thin slits. That person, in his mind, he suddenly recalled the small pill of healing medicine that had fallen to the ground. He never anticipated that person would pursue him so swiftly. What should he do now? Chapter 3. Zhuma observing the multitude of wolf corpses scattered about. The young man's thoughts churned like a tempest. His grip on the dagger tightened and loosened, and after a moment of contemplation, he pressed his lips together, as if resolved to embark on a determined course of action. He pushed aside the vines and stepped out. With the final defeat of the Wolf King, Meng Leyu collected the level 3 Qi Wei Yin Wolf Fong, and the system began to announce. Game level has increased to level 3. The trading function is now unlocked. You may sell items from your backpack. Just as Meng Leyu was contemplating the potential gold she could earn from the spoils within her backpack, she spotted the dragon cub, who was supposed to be recuperating in the cave, dragging its weakened body towards her. The young man bowed deeply in the direction of the fallen Wolf King, his youthful voice slightly hoarse as he expressed, "Thank you, esteemed one, for your assistance." Silence enveloped the air. It was not that Meng Leyu wished to ignore him. Rather, the game lacked interactive dialogues. Frustrated, she poked at the screen. Suddenly, the boy looked up, his eyes filled with astonishment. It dawned on Meng Leyu that she could actually interact with the cub. As her fingertips made contact, delicate impressions appeared where she touched the screen. While Meng Leyu excitedly explored the sensations, the boy's face grew increasingly flushed, and even his dragon horns seemed to reveal themselves. Finally, as her fingers brushed against his chest once more, Jiyang could no longer restrain himself and quietly inquired, "Might I ask what guidance my benefactor has to offer?" This time, not only did he blush, but the pair of dragon horns atop his head also shimmered with a gentle pink hue. Curiosity piqued. Meng Leyu tentatively touched the base of the dragon horns, prompting the boy to shudder slightly, yet he bit his lip and bore it, relieved that she did not continue her exploration. Perhaps due to her current low level, the dialogue function had yet to be unlocked, so Meng Leyu chose to ignore him. Instead, she opened her backpack and retrieved a piece of Qi Wei Yin wolf meat, placing it before him. She recalled that the game system had mentioned the meat's ability to accelerate wound healing, which was precisely what the injured cub needed. Thus, Jiyang witnessed a piece of prepared Qi Wei Yin wolf meat materialize before him. He drew a deep breath, caught off guard despite his mental preparation. Until this moment, he had sensed no trace of her presence, yet the recent touch was unmistakably vivid, indicating that she was indeed standing right before him. He was indifferent to whether she possessed some hidden treasure or possessed profound cultivation. He simply yearned to understand her motives. As Jiyang's thoughts swirled, he noticed the meat being offered to him once more. After a brief silence, he ventured a cautious question, "Is this for me?" The response was the continued presentation of the meat. Jiyang pressed his lips together, a tumult of unnameable emotions surging within him. He could not articulate what it was, but he knew that from the moment people discovered his eggshell had shattered, this world had become a cruel place. Yet at that moment, he could only suppress his turmoil and feign a demeanor of grateful fear, extending his hand to accept the meat. Seeing the cub accept the offering, Meng Leyu could not help but smile with satisfaction, and after a moment's thought, she opened her backpack again to retrieve the small healing pill, Presenting it to the young as Jiyang beheld the seemingly materialized pill, he raised his gaze towards the empty air, finally pursing his lips and accepting it with thanks. Meng Leyu felt an even greater sense of satisfaction. Despite the cub's affection rating remaining at -10, she paid it no mind and reached out once more to touch his dragon horns. The young man trembled slightly, but did not withdraw, merely biting his lip in restraint. Upon returning to the cave, Jiyang, accustomed to self-sufficiency, skillfully roasted the meat. During this time, he glanced at the healing pill, but chose not to consume it, instead returning it to his embrace. Meng Leyu, however, was oblivious. After Jiyang took the meat, she closed the game and commenced a new round of studying. From her conversation with her mother earlier that day, she realized that remedial classes were no longer an option. She could only strive harder. She was acutely aware that if she merely enrolled in a private undergraduate institution, her parents would surely not permit her to continue due to the tuition fees. It was not that they could not afford it, but rather, they deemed it not worth it. Since childhood, she had never been as beautiful or as intelligent as her younger sister, and particularly after discovering her lack of musical talent, her family, who prided themselves on being a musical lineage, had expressed utter disappointment in her. Their only expectation of her was to behave. The phrases she heard most often were "be obedient" and "there's no need." Her parents were miserly with every penny spent on her, as if fearing that this investment would go to waste. If she were their only child, perhaps she could have grown accustomed to it. However, she had a sister, the perfect child in her parents' eyes, and after enduring their repeated favoritism and comparisons, she learned to feel both jealousy and inferiority. She felt foolish, yet after countless disappointments, she became astutely aware that she could rely solely on herself. Education had become the only path offered to her within this household. Thus she feared no hardship, even if it meant enduring on her knees to traverse this road to its end. This endeavor carried on until the early hours of the morning, and by the time she prepared for bed, Meng Leyu had completely forgotten about the game. It was not until the following morning, while purchasing breakfast and using her phone for payment, that she recalled the game app upon seeing the app. Her first instinct was to uninstall it before she became too engrossed. Yet, as her finger hovered over it, the image of the boy's eyes in the dense forest flashed through her mind. She hesitated. Ding. What she did not expect was that her phone, which often lagged, responded with remarkable sensitivity and speed at that moment. She merely grazed the device, and the game instantly opened, revealing the young man washing himself by the stream. Cough. Seduction. Flustered, Meng Leyu quickly turned off her phone screen, then abruptly realized why she felt shy and guilty. It was merely a game. Yet, despite this reasoning, she lacked the courage to reopen it, blaming the game's graphics for their unsettling realism. Yes, that was it. These inner conflicts dissipated entirely after the release of the monthly examination results. Her scores had plummeted to the bottom tier. She could not comprehend why her tireless efforts seemed futile. Was her acceptance into Jiyang merely a stroke of luck as her family had claimed? Her despondency lingered until she boarded the bus home after evening study. Xiaya, are you alone again today? Is Jia not with you? Just as the bus doors closed, a warm voice called out from behind. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Meng Leyu's gloomy mood from the day abruptly halted, her heart racing despite her attempts to maintain a calm facade as she lowered her head and replied, "Yes, she wasn't feeling well today. My dad came to pick her up." She dared to raise her gaze slightly, and even without trying, her keen sense of smell had already detected the scent of green tangerines. Before her stood Leyu, the school heartthrob from Jiyang, her neighbor, and the childhood companion shared with her sister Meng Leyu, as well as her naive first love. Unilaterally, of course. How did you fare on this month's exam? His voice remained gentle, yet had Meng Leyu been bold enough to meet his gaze, she might have discerned the nonchalant mockery hidden within those seemingly tender eyes. Chapter 4. The significance of the dragon horn. Upon hearing Leyu mention the monthly examination, Meng Leyu's previously elated heart abruptly cooled, and she awkwardly replied, "That is not too good." In a moment of distraction, she seemed to hear a disdainful scoff, but she quickly dismissed it, convincing herself it must have been someone else's voice. Recalling Leyu's consistently excellent grades and her mother's refusal to pay for tutoring, she finally bit her lip and softly asked, "May I borrow your notes from before?" Yes, although Lu Yu was the same age as her. Meng Leyu had entered school a year late due to her parents' negligence, placing her in the same grade as her younger sister, Meng Jiechi. Unlike her, however, Meng Jiechi had been able to attend early due to family connections and financial resources, as her class was known for its exceptional teachers. Meng Leyu asked cautiously, and the boy's silence made her uneasy, prompting her to take a step back and awkwardly say, "I'm sorry, if it's inconvenient, that's fine." Suddenly, the boy spoke. "Oh!" Meng Leyu exclaimed in surprise, looking up at the gentle boy in frameless glasses. Strands of hair obscured his gaze, preventing her from discerning his expression. "I said it's fine. You can also ask me directly if you don't understand," he said with a warm smile, appearing so delightful. Pung! Meng Liyu's heart raced like bursting grapes, filling her consciousness with a sweet and sour fragrance. It wasn't until she returned home to find her parents and sister happily eating barbecue together in the living room that the sweetness faded. Upon seeing her, Meng Mu frowned and scolded, "Why are you back so late?" Meng Leyu bit her lip and replied, "I just got out of evening study. There were many people waiting for the bus." Without a second thought, the woman replied, "Isn't it because your brain is slow?" While saying this, she didn't even glance at Meng Leyu, instead handing a peeled black tiger shrimp to her younger daughter, seemingly scolding yet genuinely caring, saying, "Don't eat too much at night. It might be hard to digest." Meng Leyu glanced at the array of seafood barbecue on the table and silently retreated to her room. She was allergic to high-protein foods. Throwing herself onto her small single bed, she took out her phone, listening to the laughter that still resonated through the door, and gently opened the game. Unlike the accidental glimpse of a young boy's bathing image earlier, at that moment, Jiyang was on a hunt. Seeing the hunger progress bar displayed for the cub, Meng Leyu immediately opened her backpack and retrieved the previously stored Chi Yan meat, offering it to the cub. Startled by the sudden appearance of the beast meat, Jiyang quickly realized that it was that person again. In an instant, his emotions became extremely complex. The last time that person had given him Chi Yan meat, they had disappeared without a trace. And it took him a while to realize that person had left. Yet even after they were gone, he often found himself worrying about their sudden return. But nothing happened. 3 days had passed since that person vanished. Now, they suddenly reappeared, gifting him with another piece of Chi Yan meat. What was this? A feeding? Jiyang's thoughts swirled, yet his hands respectfully received the meat, saying, "Thank you, benefactor." Looking at the obedient dragon cub, Meng Liyu's heart softened instantly. She reached out to touch the cub's dragon horn, and then opened the task panel to check in. As the warmth and softness of the horn enveloped her hand, Jiyang involuntarily trembled, instinctively wanting to shy away, yet his head unconsciously tilted upwards, as if he were intentionally rubbing his horn against her hand. Jiyang was momentarily taken aback by his own actions, unsure how to react, racing thoughts swirling in his mind as he pondered how to explain himself. But the sensation of the horn vanished. After a while, the air remained silent. Had she left? Jiyang's gaze lowered slightly. He couldn't help but wonder who that person really was. Why did they save him? What was the reason behind the repeated offerings? And why did they touch his dragon horn? Did they not know that the horn is typically only touched by a mate during mating? Mating? Jiyang bit his lip, raising a hand to touch the remnant of his white horn atop his head, a self-deprecating smile tugging at his lips. With that person's elusive nature, how could they possibly be interested in a dragon like him, who was born imperfect? After completing the check-in, Meng Leyu promptly received the benefits for new players. The market map had been unlocked. She was encouraged to explore it, with the map now illuminated. She noticed that the previously gray and white map now displayed a bright section, marked with small exclamation points, clearly indicating new tasks. Goodness, did this mean she could finally leave the novice village? Visiting the market might require spending money, so Meng Leyu opened her backpack, choosing to sell some of the Chi Yan meat and its tail, while keeping the Wolf King's soul tooth for potential future use. Since the items for sale were of low level, Meng Leyu only managed to sell them for 16 game coins. Yet, she was still thrilled to open the shop, where the top item was a pill that promised to elevate one directly to the heavens. Meng Leyu counted the zeros beneath it 3 times to confirm that it was indeed in the billions. Wow, she couldn't help but mutter. feeling as if she had discovered a job that was even more lucrative than robbery, gaming. The game's monetization ratio was 1:10, meaning that the aforementioned pill, if acquired solely through payments, would still require at least hundreds of billions, even after accounting for discounts and bonuses. Of course, no one in reality would spend hundreds of billions on a game. So Meng Leyu was quick to dismiss the so-called miraculous pill as a mere marketing gimmick by the game developers. With over 100 billion, one could easily buy the game company itself, once acquired. Making employees adjust the game characters to include a heavenly ascent feature would be a trivial matter. With this realization, the pill's value became clear. However, despite her complaints, Meng Leyu remained undeterred as she scrolled through the shop interface. After skimming through various overpriced artifacts, celestial items, skills, and elixirs, Meng Leyu finally found an item within her budget of 16 game coins, a bottle of Shaohuan for 15 game coins. Huh, she scoffed, feeling frustrated that after all this effort, she still couldn't buy anything worthwhile. Meng Leyu angrily closed the shop, accidentally swiping the screen and switching to the clothing section. Heavenly robe. The lengthy introduction that followed was incomprehensible to Meng Leyu, yet the nearly full numerical values were striking. Most importantly, this set of white heavenly robes looked exquisite. It would undoubtedly look even better on the cub. Counting the zeros beneath, she felt deflated. It was a staggering 30,000. After a brief moment of disappointment, her motivation surged again. All right, I'll grind for monsters. Complete tasks. Buy clothes for the cub. Filled with fervor, Meng Leyu wouldn't admit that her subconscious was still drawn to that bathing image, stirring her desire to change outfits. Chapter 5. The ultimate choice. Just as Jiyang had finished grilling the meat, believing that the person had departed, he suddenly felt a warm and gentle touch on his dragon horn. His hand trembled, nearly dropping the meat into the fire. Lowering his head in a feigned nonchalance, he said, "You've arrived? I just finished grilling the meat. Would you like some?" Saying this, he respectfully extended the meat forward. Though it was merely a game, Meng Leyu felt a warmth in her heart, and even the previously jarring laughter from outside seemed to fade away. Seeing that the meat in his hand had not been taken by that person, Jiyang speculated that they might not want it after all. Nevertheless, he reverently cut a tender piece and placed it in front of himself before beginning to consume the remaining portions. After finishing his meal, he proceeded to the stream to wash his hands and rinse his mouth before speaking. "My injuries have largely healed, and I am preparing to depart from here. I wonder if you would accompany me?" Meng Leyu assumed they were still engaged in the narrative, gently tapping the dragon horn of the little one. Initially shocked and guarded, Jiyang had grown accustomed to the touch after multiple encounters, managing to feign calmness on the surface. "Is there anywhere you wish to go?" Jiyang inquired, uncertain if the other would respond. Meng Leyu continued to believe they were in a scripted scenario and casually tapped the screen, fortuitously landing on the marketplace quest that had just emerged on the map. In a moment of enchantment for Jiyang, who had not anticipated a reply, words materialized in the air: Yinshui Market. The youth, slightly taken aback, promptly asked, "Do you mean to go to Yinshui Market?" Meng Leyu directly touched the little one's dragon horn. Feeling the familiar sensation on the horn, the youth pressed his lips together and replied, "Very well. I have some items to sell. Let's go together." "We?" It was the first time he had said "we," and he subconsciously searched the air before him, but found nothing. Meng Leyu observed the little one's affection level rise from 10 to 5 and could not resist touching the dragon horn again. Upon noticing the little one's slightly flushed cheeks, she gently poked them with her fingertip, marveling at how obedient they appeared. The youth suddenly sensed a touch on his face, his body stiffening, and just as he was about to speak, the sensation vanished. "What are you doing?" Meng Leyu frowned at her sister, Meng Jiechi, who had abruptly entered her room, instinctively flipping her phone face down. In that instant, she did not notice the little one's affection level plummet back to 8. "I am participating in a competition soon, and Mom bought me new skincare products that I won't use, so I'm giving them to you." Without waiting for Meng Leyu to react, she tossed a collection of bottles onto her bed. Just as Meng Leyu was about to refuse, her sister, dressed in a pink silk loungewear set, cast a sidelong glance at the upside-down phone and remarked, "You are using my old phone." Surely you won't refuse my kind offer of skincare products? Meng Leyu wished to protest again, but her door was pushed open once more by their gentle middle school music teacher, Meng Mu, who wore an expression of discontent as she addressed her eldest daughter. Did you not ask me for money to buy things yesterday? Jiyang is being generous, so you should save some money and not always think about spending it recklessly. She placed a bag on Meng Leyu's desk and continued. Jiyang's tutor recommended this set of materials, so I bought one for you as well. Make sure to complete it properly and do not waste money. Without waiting for Meng Leyu's response, she took her younger daughter and left, chiding, You have a competition coming up. Do not stay up late, or your skin will suffer. Make sure to use the mask I bought you today. Meng Leyu closed the door herself as the lock was broken, and she had to prop the only stool in the room against it. She knew without looking that the pile of bottles on her bed was mostly empty, for her sister had employed the same trick countless times since childhood. After sweeping the items into the trash, she opened the bag and saw the pristine tutoring materials within, her emotions becoming tangled. The balance at home always tipped slightly in her favor, just as it seemed it would completely topple, preventing her from letting go entirely. Taking a deep breath, Meng Leyu picked up a pen from the desk and began to work. But her motivation was not the notion of waste. It was for herself. She continued until deep into the night. And only after washing up and climbing into bed did she realize that her phone had merely turned off the screen and had not exited the game. Thus, upon reopening it, she found herself immediately back at the game interface. At that moment, Meng Leyu noticed the little one's affection level had dropped to 8. Darn, how can this game decrease affection on its own? Moreover, she discovered that the little one had reached a small town, and his dragon horn was nowhere to be seen. Curiously, she reached out to touch the top of his head, pondering how he controlled his transformation. Jiyang felt the familiar sensation above him and recognized that the individual had returned. Why returned? Because a day prior, before setting off, he had retracted his dragon horn, and the person had shown no reaction, even when he had attempted to initiate conversation multiple times along the way. Yet now, the familiar touch was present, repeatedly exploring the area where his dragon horn had been, indicating that the individual had not witnessed him retracting it. Where had that person gone then? Jiyang was intrigued, but took the initiative to explain. Yinshui Market is located in Yinshui Town, which belongs to the Zhangyan sect. Although it is not a major sect, it has always been at odds with the demon race. Meng Leyu immediately understood. Thus, the little one retracting his dragon horn signified a desire to conceal his identity. Jiyang paused momentarily before quietly inquiring, Will others notice you? He added, If so, please touch my right hand, if not, touch my left. Of course, if you prefer not to respond, that is also acceptable. He waited anxiously, initially believing the other would dismiss him, but was pleasantly surprised when his left hand was gently touched. His fingers instinctively wanted to clench, but he restrained them. The individual was willing to engage with him. Jiyang blinked and, while continuing to walk forward, casually remarked, I will be selling some herbs at the apothecary in town. Is there anything you wish to purchase? They had now entered the vicinity of Yinshui Market, thus completing the first part of the quest marked on the map. As Jiyang casually posed his question, Meng Leyu was engaged in a transaction with the game system. Arrived at Yinshui Market. Reward, 3 game coins. New quest unlocked. Choose one of 2-1. Find the lost fragment of the celestial level cultivation method in the market. Reward unknown. 2. Acquire a mid-grade alchemical furnace with exotic fire in the market. Reward unknown. Chapter 6. Affection level rises. Meng Leyu stared at the 2 daunting choices and felt overwhelmed. How was she to choose? One was a celestial level cultivation method, albeit a fragment, while the other was an alchemical furnace with exotic fire, yet only of mid-grade status. The critical reward remained a mystery. Meng Leyu was conflicted. After some contemplation, she decided to wait before making her choice, then noticed the inquiry hovering above the little one's head, nearly dissipating, and promptly touched his right hand. Jiyang looked up and asked, Do you mean you wish to buy something? His right hand was touched again. Then let us first acquire the items you desire. This time, his left hand was touched. By the time the little one, cloaked and masked, entered the apothecary, Meng Leyu was still mulling over the critical choice. Jiyang produced a small, nail-sized, pearlescent shard from his sleeve and placed it on the counter, addressing the shopkeeper. I found this. I would like to know if you are willing to buy it. Found? Meng Leyu might have believed Jiyang's words if not for the textual description beside her. The description boldly stated, item, dragon egg fragment. Material level, unknown. Uses, versatile. Rarity level, young dragons often consume their shells upon hatching for nutrition. Meng Leyu could confidently assert that this dragon egg fragment was far from something Jiyang had merely found. It was undoubtedly his own, although the reason for the young one not consuming its eggshell at the outset remains a mystery. The question now arises as to why it seeks to sell the eggshell. The shopkeeper's initially indifferent gaze halted upon noticing the eggshell's lustrous sheen, prompting him to narrow his eyes slightly. He cast a brief glance at the indistinct figure before him, then redirected his attention to the shard resting on the table. Cautiously, he reached out to pick up the fragment, scrutinizing it closely, though he was still uncertain if it was indeed the object of his speculation. It exuded a fragrant aroma. The youth spoke suddenly. The shopkeeper paused momentarily, lifting his gaze to meet the other's eyes, then inhaled deeply, recognizing the peculiar scent reminiscent of blood and blossoms that was said to be legendary. The shopkeeper repeatedly examined the shard in his hand, feeling its warmth akin to the sun, and was increasingly convinced of its authenticity. At last, he looked up to inquire, "Where did you acquire this?" "I found it," the youth asserted firmly. "Where did you find it?" The shopkeeper pressed further. The youth remained silent, merely smiling enigmatically, and the shopkeeper realized his question had overstepped boundaries. After all, the unique encounters within the realm of cultivation were seldom shared freely. Though Yinshui town was merely a humble mortal settlement, it lay in proximity to the Zhangyun sect, frequently visited by cultivators. He assumed that the individual before him was also a practitioner of the art. If this item were indeed genuine, it would present him with an opportunity to transcend his mortal existence and enter the realm of cultivation. The shopkeeper, growing more excited with each passing thought, promptly asked, "What price do you have in mind?" 10 superior spirit stones, the youth replied. The shopkeeper furrowed his brow and remarked, setting aside whether this item is truly authentic. Even if it is, Yinshui town is ultimately a lowly mortal town under the Zhangyun sect. I doubt the entire town could muster 10 superior spirit stones. Upon hearing this, the youth reached to reclaim the fragment, but the shopkeeper clutched it tightly, unwilling to let go. The youth's gaze turned icy as he coldly asked, "What is your intention?" "Shopkeeper?" The shopkeeper froze under the weight of the youth's stare, internally convinced that the other was indeed a practitioner, and quickly adopted a conciliatory tone, saying, "Please, do not be angry. I did not say I would not buy it, but I truly cannot offer that many spirit stones. How about 100 medium spirit stones instead, along with 3 bottles of low-grade Shiantir elixirs?" As he spoke, the shopkeeper felt a pang of pain. Parting with 100 medium spirit stones would deplete his savings. Were it not for having a cultivator in his family connected to the Zhangyun sect, he would not dare to gamble. 5 bottles, the youth replied coldly. The shopkeeper glanced at the dragon egg shard once more, gritted his teeth, and finally nodded in agreement. While receiving the elixirs, the shopkeeper casually inquired, "With such a fine item in your possession, why not refine elixirs yourself?" "I lack the talent for alchemy," Jiyang coldly replied. In truth, he was unsure of his potential, for there is a saying in the cultivation world, "The poor refine their bodies, while the wealthy refine elixirs." Sword cultivators exhaust all resources. Having lived a lonely life, struggling to survive, he had relied on hunting or accepting low-tier herb-gathering tasks to sustain himself. Alchemy demanded substantial financial resources, and he had no opportunities for trial and error. Even this time, had he not been pursued and lost everything he owned, he would not have resorted to exchanging a fragment of eggshell to obtain essentials. Unlike other young dragons, he had not consumed all his eggshell upon hatching. Instead, he had subconsciously hidden the shells within the innate space of his dragon lineage, only consuming them in times of dire need. This instinct had allowed him, as a young dragon without any cultivation, to survive in the cultivation world. Jiyang was acutely aware that had it not been for that individual rescuing him, he would have perished. Even if he had survived by chance, life would have been worse than death. Meng Leyu did not expect that in such a brief moment, Jiyang would contemplate so many matters. However, she did notice one significant detail. He claimed not to excel in alchemy. Thus, the task of choosing between two options became straightforward. And Meng Leyu decisively selected the task of seeking the remnants of a tier cultivation technique in the marketplace. To her surprise, even after accepting the task, she could still not discern the potential rewards. Meng Leyu was left speechless. The situation felt unnecessarily cryptic. After exiting the marketplace, Jiyang meandered through a narrow alley, ensuring no one was following him before removing his mask and cloak, reverting to his previous appearance. Jiyang is indeed meticulous, Meng Leyu thought, as she affectionately reached out to ruffle his hair. Jiyang remained unfazed, but upon realizing that someone was still by his side, an inexplicable sense of joy welled within him. As he emerged from the alley, he asked as they walked towards the marketplace, "Where would you like to go?" No sooner had he spoken than a few words appeared, "Just browsing." Upon noticing a passerby, Jiyang felt a surge of anxiety, only to find that their expressions remained unchanged, as if they could not see the words. After pondering for a moment, he could not resist asking, "Can they not see your words?" His left hand was immediately nudged. The youth pressed his lips together, saying nothing. Yet Meng Leyu could see the affection level above Jiyang's head rising steadily. It finally climbed from -8 to -3, although it remained negative. At least it was on the rise, and she hoped it would not inexplicably decrease again. Chapter 7. The young tyrant Meng Leyu was uncertain of where to go, as the game task provided no hints beyond the task name. Darn. Though Meng Leyu claimed to be casually browsing, Jiyang was anything but casual. He meticulously inquired at every shop or stall whether she fancied anything. However, all he received in response was a dismissive wave of her left hand, until they passed a fabric store, where a set of women's ruchuans suddenly stirred without any wind. The shop assistants were immediately astonished, exclaiming, "Oh, how peculiar! Where did that wind come from?" Indeed, it only rustled that particular dress. Jiyang's attention was instantly piqued, and he turned on his heel to enter the store. The shopkeeper, noticing Jiyang's plain attire, merely sent a clerk to assist him. "What may I help you find, esteemed guest? Fabrics, ready-made garments, or footwear? Be they mundane or enchanted, we have it all." Due to Yinshui town's small size, the offerings were not particularly high-end. Having even a basic array of enchantments was commendable. In the eyes of the assistant, someone like Jiyang, who appeared unremarkable aside from his handsome looks, warranted no further introduction. Selling a cotton garment would be a significant achievement. "Please bring me the dress that was just stirred by the wind," Jiyang requested. Although the clerk was surprised that Jiyang was interested in women's clothing, he complied and fetched the long skirt in a blush hue, introducing it. "Your taste is exquisite. You won't find another like it in all of Yinshui town." Despite the clerk's enthusiastic sales pitch, it did not conceal the fact that this was merely a mundane dress, not an enchanted one. When Meng Leyu saw Jiyang taking an interest in the skirt, she thought she had triggered some hidden plot, as the dress had moved in the wind precisely because she found it appealing and was unable to resist touching it. Regardless of the clerk's flattery, Jiyang responded with 3 simple words, "Wrap it up." "Huh?" The clerk was momentarily taken aback. Then his face broke into a beaming smile, repeating, "Of course. Certainly." Meng Leyu was left in a state of confusion. She remembered that when she touched the dress earlier, it had only registered as a mundane item. Could it possibly be some hidden variant? Unconvinced, she touched it again while the clerk was packaging it. Mundane. Indeed. Huh. Why is there wind again? The clerk hurriedly stuffed the dress into a box, internally muttering about the peculiar nature of the garment, but was relieved to have made a sale. Upon witnessing the dress stir once more without any wind, Jiyang's lips subtly curved upwards. He could tell that the person must have a penchant for skirts. However, since they favored skirts, it was reasonable to assume that the individual was a woman. Due to Jiyang's lack of haggling, the mere price of 10 low-grade spirit stones for an ordinary skirt was rather astonishing. One must note that in the realm of cultivation, though 1,000 taels of gold equate to 1 low-grade spirit stone, it would be nonsensical for anyone to exchange gold for spirit stones unless under exceptional circumstances. Meng Leyu felt that the skirt might be overpriced, yet since Zai paid without hesitation, she assumed that this was the rightful price. After exiting the fabric store, Jiyang began to casually meander towards the jewelry and cosmetic shops. Initially, Meng Leyu was intrigued and touched everything. But upon realizing that Zai wrapped up every item she touched without a word, she hesitated to move. Gradually, she came to the realization that Zai might be buying these items for her. No, she had not forgotten that every spirit stone Zai spent was earned from selling eggshells. After wandering through several stores, Jiyang noticed that the items no longer moved of their own accord. His gaze fell slightly as he softly inquired, "Do you not like these?" His left hand was nudged gently. Meng Leyu poked Zai's left hand several times, affirming, Yes. Mother does not like this. Zai should not waste money for mother." Unbeknownst to her, Meng Leyu had unwittingly adopted a maternal mindset, for she had witnessed Zai's birth and felt justified in considering herself a sort of mother. After all, in a nurturing game, one could hardly expect to raise a husband. Upon learning that Meng Leyu was not fond of the items, Jiyang exited the store, and she finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, was there a bug in the game? Why did Zai wear a faint smile, yet his emotional value suddenly plummet? As she observed Zai's mood declining, Meng Leyu quickly reached out to pat his head, hoping to salvage the situation. Indeed, the previously declining emotional value halted abruptly and even rose slightly. How delightful! Zai bit his lip and spoke, "You have saved me. I wish to purchase something you like in return." Instantly, Meng Leyu felt her heart soften, reaching out to stroke the youth's head. "Oh dear, you are my little one. Mother does not require anything in return." With each gentle caress, the youth's earlier composure began to fade, his face tinged with a blush. And just as he was about to lose control and speak, the comforting touch vanished. He sighed with relief, yet felt a pang of loss. In his mind, he realized that he had indeed acted hastily. Such a capable individual must have encountered countless treasures, and these items were mere trifles unworthy of her. If it was merely a token of gratitude, he ought to seek something of greater value. Having witnessed Zai's spending habits, Meng Leyu dared not let him wander aimlessly any longer. Reflecting on the game task, she considered that since it pertained to cultivation techniques, perhaps it could be found in a bookstore. Thus, Meng Leyu located the bookstore's position on the market map and pointed it out, and indeed, the air displayed the words Fengyu Bookstore. "Shall we head to Fengyu Bookstore?" Zai's right hand was gently nudged. Consequently, Jiyang ceased his aimless wandering, inquiring with passers-by for the location of Fengyu Bookstore, and they made their way directly to the destination. Fortunately, the bookstore was not far. They arrived in less than 200 meters. Although it was called a bookstore, it was merely a small establishment where one could barely turn around. Upon entering, Jiyang quietly asked, "Are there any particular books you desire?" After a lengthy silence without a response, he began to browse the shelves, hoping that perhaps the individual would find something appealing that would prompt movement. Meng Leyu was at a loss for words as well. The current game task offered no hints, relying solely on her deductions, akin to a puzzle game. While Zai perused the books, Meng Leyu scanned row after row of bookshelves, wishing the game system would provide some guidance. Yet, after thoroughly examining 3 entire shelves, she found nothing. Just as she contemplated that she might be in the wrong place and prepared to leave with Zai, someone entered from outside. Chapter 8. Task rewards. As soon as the person entered, he spoke, "Do you accept books?" Although the bookstore owner was quite disdainful of the individual's tattered appearance, he patiently inquired, "What kind of book?" For those who were truly desperate often had unique items in their possession. Even if the items were not unique, perhaps they could be acquired at an exceptionally low price. The beggar rummaged through his clothing and produced a worn cloth bundle, which, after much unwrapping, revealed a book with relatively elegant packaging. Upon seeing the appealing exterior, the owner became intrigued, though he was puzzled as to why there was no title on the cover. However, upon opening the book and examining its contents, his expression shifted dramatically. He coldly tossed the book back into the beggar's arms, scolding, "What filthy thing are you trying to sell in my Fengyu bookstore? Get out. Please, kind sir, I only ask for 10 taels of silver." In response, the bookstore owner coldly scoffed, "Not 10, not even a single copper coin." Then, seeing the beggar's pitiable state, he continued with a stern face, "This is a bookstore, a place of elegance. That lewd illustration of yours belongs in a brothel, where it might garner some interest." A lewd illustration? Meng Leyu was instantly intrigued, reaching out to investigate. Thus, in full view of others, the lewd illustration that had been in the beggar's grasp was flung into the air, flipping its pages as it did so. As the book opened, Meng Leyu observed the screen filled with pixelation and couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn, even ancient times had pixelation." However, what Meng Leyu failed to realize was that while she saw a mosaic, Jiyang beheld a vivid, high-definition image. The youth's face grew increasingly flushed, and disregarding the stunned bookstore owner and beggar, he rushed forward to slam the book shut, stating, "Wrap it up." Although he did not comprehend why the individual suddenly displayed such a book, he respected her interests. "Huh, this too?" Meng Leyu was taken aback. The youth's swift actions snapped the bookstore owner back to reality. The earlier incident of the book moving on its own indicated that it must be something extraordinary, prompting him to call out, "Wait, I will take this book." At this moment, the beggar hesitated, torn between whether to sell the book. "One low-grade spirit stone," the youth stated outright. The beggar's eyes widened in astonishment. Spirit stones? That was something he had only heard of but never seen. And this person was offering a low-grade one. The bookstore owner was equally taken aback by Jiyang's generous offer. Yet after some thought, he gritted his teeth and declared, "I will give you 2. 3. Jiyang replied without hesitation. For the bookstore owner said, his heart aching. This small bookstore operated solely on passion, and even selling it would not be worth 4 low-grade spirit stones. After all, in the realm of cultivation, jade slips were the norm, and only mortals still used books that took up space. 5. Or I will leave," Jiyang said as he began to walk away. He was not a naive fool. His willingness to pay such a price for a lewd illustration was merely due to the beggar's interest in it. Seeing Jiyang about to depart, the beggar quickly shouted, "I'll sell. I'll sell." His anxious expression suggested he feared Jiyang would change his mind. The notions of achieving immortality were all mere illusions, while the middle-grade spirit stones were tangible. Once exchanged for silver in the mortal realm, he would be wealthy beyond measure. The proprietor of the bookstore, though deeply tempted, refrained from raising the price any further. Firstly, he genuinely lacked the requisite amount of spiritual stones, and secondly, he harbored concerns about the possibility of it being a trap. After all, it was merely a spring palace illustration. While it appeared to possess peculiar qualities, it was nonetheless a medium-grade spiritual stone. The beggar hastily departed the bookstore after exchanging the stones for the goods. Jiyang also did not linger, adhering to the principle of out of sight, out of mind. He swiftly stowed the spring palace illustration within his spatial pouch before taking his leave. Given the man's keen interest, he contemplated finding a secluded spot to present the book to her later. Yes, a place devoid of prying eyes. Thus, Jiyang procured a room at an inn and, once inside, prepared to retrieve the spring palace illustration from his spatial pouch. However, to his utter disbelief, he found nothing within. He had distinctly stored the item in his pouch. How could it have vanished? Upon introspection, he discovered that the oiled paper wrapping the illustration remained intact. Yet the spring palace illustration itself was conspicuously absent. Where a forged space. Jiyang might suspect that the book had recognized its master and was a ruse designed for repeated sales. However, the dragon-S space was different. Once something entered, it severed all ties with the outside world. Even if it turned to dust, that dust would remain faithfully within the space, never dissipating. Just as Jiyang was meticulously searching, he suddenly felt a warmth in his sea of consciousness, and the missing book reappeared. This time, however, it bore a name, Jiyang. The 2 simple, ancient characters seemed to encapsulate boundless profundities. It was a celestial grade technique. Ding! The quest to find a celestial grade technique has been completed, revealing a hidden reward. 1 lucky opportunity. Use the incantation for good fortune. What utter nonsense! Does this game really have to be so stingy? Could it be any more perfunctory? What does 1 lucky opportunity even mean? As if that would be of any use in reality. Or is it meant for some in-game lottery? Would it require spending money? Damn. It turns out it's all a scam. Meng Leyu, who fancied herself as having unraveled the game's tricks, paid little heed to such matters and instead focused on studying the new technique her companion had acquired. Yet, when she read the description of the technique, she fell silent. Much like her companion. Indeed, it was a celestial grade technique, but who could explain why it was a technique of harmonious love? Was her companion destined to display what lay beneath the neck? This game couldn't possibly be rated 18 and over, could it? Would it allow her to touch her companion? With a blush, Meng Leyu revisited the game's introduction, and it seemed to confirm it was indeed a nurturing game. However, upon reflection, she mused that no 18-plus game would feature such extensive pixelation. Damn, how foolishly excited she had been. Shortly after Jiyang bound the technique, the woman who had previously appeared in the dense forest unexpectedly entered the bookstore and promptly inquired, "Owner, do you have the Spring Palace illustration?" The owner, already tormented by the loss of the extraordinary book, blurted out in response to her question, "Are you also searching for the Spring Palace illustration?" The woman immediately grew anxious and asked, "Has it been purchased?" The bookstore owner cleared his throat and replied, "Not quite. Someone came to sell it, but I didn't accept it. However, another individual took it." Damn, why was she always one step behind? The woman muttered a curse under her breath before quickly asking, "Who was that person? What do they look like?" Chapter 9. Good fortune arrives. Neither Meng Leyu nor Jiyang was aware of the events unfolding in the bookstore. At this moment, both were silently contemplating the technique named Yin-Yang. Jiyang's emotions fluctuated, and just when Meng Leyu thought her companion might be losing his composure, he stabilized, settling into a remarkably calm state. It was a sentiment of being able to die, yet still finding life tolerable. Meng Leyu cautiously patted her companion's head, but he appeared oblivious to her awareness of the technique and their bond. He looked up in her direction and said, "The previous book has vanished and transformed into a celestial grade technique. I am currently unsure how to sever the bond, but if you require it, I can transcribe it for you." Being youthful, he inevitably flushed when he mentioned the act of transcription. Seeing this, Meng Leyu couldn't help but smile as she reached out to poke his cheek. Oh, how adorable he was. However, the notion of transcribing a risque book was best left unconsidered. Just as Jiyang assumed Meng Leyu intended for him to transcribe it, he felt a gentle touch on his left hand. Instantly, he exhaled in relief. It wasn't that he was unwilling to share the celestial grade technique, but who among the virtuous would commence their practice by shedding their garments? Fortunately, it seemed this technique was but a fragment containing only the male section, thus sparing him from immediate complications. However, since it was a technique of harmonious love, how would he navigate the future? Most importantly, the celestial grade technique possessed a formidable anti-theft feature, automatically binding itself to an individual. Only another technique of higher rank could forcibly sever the bond. In essence, Jiyang had irrevocably boarded the ship of harmonious love, with no means of escape. Nevertheless, Jiyang regarded this technique as something that had been guided to him by that individual, despite its rather peculiar nature. Contemplating this, he lightly pressed his lips together, and even the concealed dragon horns began to blush. Now that the technique was located, Meng Leyu glanced at the time and noted it was quite late, so she fondly patted her companion's head before exiting the game. This time, as Meng Leyu left, Jiyang seemed to sense a subtle shift, and his affection level remained precisely at 0. The world was indeed unkind, yet that person appeared devoid of malice. Meng Leyu did not anticipate encountering Leyu the following morning. Having finally squeezed onto the bus, she suddenly felt a wave of shyness. Although she had been the first to notice him, he was the one to greet her warmly. "Good morning. Good morning." Meng Leyu instinctively raised her hand to adjust her bangs, hoping to conceal the new blemish that had erupted on her forehead that morning. "Here is the notebook you requested." A dark blue notebook was extended toward her. Meng Leyu's face lit up with surprise, her smile impossible to hide. "Thank you." Unbeknownst to her, as she moved, the swollen blemish on her face was still visible beneath her bangs, and a flicker of distaste crossed the boy's eyes, quickly masked. "No need to thank me," the boy casually remarked. "Are you on your own again today?" "Yes, Jiechi woke up late. My dad will drive her later, Meng Leyu replied calmly. In truth, Jiechi often lingered in bed, and to avoid tardiness, her family typically drove her. Even if they were pressed for time, they would arrange a taxi for her. Meng Leyu had been late once. She vividly recalled that during her elementary school years, she had cried for her parents to take her when she feared being late, only to be met with their impatient reprimands and the sight of them rushing off to work. She had run all the way in tears, yet still faced punishment for tardiness, standing beneath the national flag until class dismissed. Since then, she had never been late again. If only they could be a little worse. Yet, in her memories, she also recalled her parents taking turns to watch over her bedside when she was ill in childhood. Actually, the notes are quite complex. If you need assistance, I can offer you tutoring. The boy's gentle voice brought Meng Leyu back to reality. Initially surprised and excited, she soon thought of a more pragmatic concern and gently shook her head. However, he seemed to see through her embarrassment and added, no charge. Huh? Meng Leyu looked at him in astonishment. The boy continued, now that I'm in my 3rd year of high school, I might as well review the previous material while tutoring you. Though Meng Leyu felt a surge of emotions, she hesitated and said, but wouldn't this take up your time? We can meet for just 40 minutes each day at your home. This way, it won't interfere with your bus commute, and it's closer to my house, Leyu replied. At that moment, Meng Leyu was completely captivated, for she realized he was right. However, the thought of his home made her hesitate slightly. If you find it inconvenient, we can forget it, Leyu interjected at the right moment. No, it's convenient, Meng Leyu quickly responded, setting aside her secret crush on Leyu. The opportunity to receive tutoring from an academic achiever was something many would yearn for, and she could never bring herself to refuse. All right, it's settled then. We shall begin tonight. Until she entered the classroom and took her seat, Meng Leyu remained in a daze. Suddenly, the student behind her nudged the desk toward her and exclaimed, "Hey, move aside, fatty." Meng Leyu carefully shifted forward and replied softly, "I can't move. It's already very cramped." To her surprise, the other student laughed derisively and said, "Who told you to be so fat, taking up 2 people's space?" His voice was loud, eliciting laughter from the boys around. Meng Leyu fell silent, merely attempting to squeeze her chair a little closer, her body pressed against the edge of the desk. 2 classes passed quickly, and students were always hungry. Following the crowd, Meng Leyu headed to the snack shop. Among the boys heading there was her tormentor, who greeted her with a grin. Fatty, still eating despite being so big. Meng Leyu frowned at his words, momentarily pausing her steps before continuing forward, knowing she needed to eat to focus on her studies. She had already planned to lose weight after the college entrance examination. For now, her studies were paramount. Upon reaching the shop, she found that the pancakes and buns were sold out and eventually settled for the cheapest snack, a pack of crispy noodles. To boost sales, the shop even had a cash prize activity with these noodles, though Meng Leyu had never won anything. After paying, she walked out while tearing open the packaging, hoping to finish her snack before returning to class, as snacks were not allowed in the classroom. Just then, the shopkeeper's phone rang. Chapter 10. For whom? Meng Leyu's hand, which was opening the package, suddenly froze as she noticed, apart from the crispy noodles, a transparent plastic bag she had never seen before, containing something that emitted a familiar red hue. Her heart raced, and her hands trembled, causing her breath to quicken. When she pulled out the contents of the bag, she confirmed it. 100. It was indeed 100. She had won 100 yuan from a 1 yuan pack of noodles. Goodness, what incredible luck. Wait, luck? Suddenly, Meng Leyu recalled the reward mentioned in the game yesterday, a lucky opportunity, using the phrase good fortune comes. She shook her head, laughing at herself for overthinking. It must be mere coincidence. After all, how could a game's reward apply to real life? Nevertheless, the joy that 100 yuan brought her lasted throughout the day. It wasn't until she encountered Leyu at the school gate after evening study that she belatedly remembered their tutoring arrangement. How about we start tomorrow instead? Meng Leyu said shyly, her cheeks flushed. It wasn't that she didn't want to begin today. She simply wished to tidy up her room first, even though there wasn't much to clean. Why? The boy asked nonchalantly. I want to tidy up a bit. Meng Leyu sighed inwardly, finding it difficult to lie in front of her crush. Is your room messy? He frowned. No, not at all. Meng Leyu quickly shook her head. Besides the fact that her room was not dirty, she certainly didn't want to present an unkempt image in front of him. Then it's fine. We've known each other for a while, and I've been to your house before, remember? His voice remained gentle, making it hard for Meng Leyu to refuse. Though Leyu referred to the past when Lu Mu and Meng Mu had not quarreled, that was many years ago. When Meng Leyu finally brought Leyu in her home, she was still somewhat dazed. Coincidentally, her parents and Meng Jiaqin were not home today. Leyu, observing the darkened room, asked, "Is no one home?" There seemed to be a hint of disappointment in his voice, but love can blind one's perception. And Meng Leyu failed to notice anything amiss. "They must have gone to my grandmother's," she replied, accustomed to this routine, knowing they were likely attending the monthly music exchange event. The Meng family, often referred to as a family of musicians, owed this reputation to Meng Nai, as Meng Fu and Meng Mu were music teachers in this small city, thus placing great importance on musical talent. This was evident from Meng Leyu's name, but unfortunately, she had no musical talent and lacked beauty. Consequently, the Meng family, initially disappointed, had shifted their focus to Meng Jiaqin, who excelled in every way. When the boy opened the door to Meng Leyu's room and saw the cramped space, he frowned and said, "It's not appropriate for me to enter your room alone since your parents aren't home. Let us stay in the living room instead." Meng Leyu had no objections to this, even thinking how considerate her crush was. Yet, the sweetness of the moment turned into discomfort once the tutoring began. "You don't know this?" The boy's voice seemed a bit impatient. Meng Leyu unconsciously fiddled with her pen, whispering, "I'm sorry." He paused for a moment, then resumed his gentle tone. "You're not familiar with the formulas yet. Memorize them first, and then I'll explain." Meng Leyu bit her lip and replied, "Okay." What she couldn't admit was that she had memorized all the formulas, but for some reason, when it came time to apply them, she didn't know how to utilize them. After what felt like an eternity of half an hour, Leyu glanced at his phone and said, "I have something to attend to. I'll head back now." "Okay." Meng Leyu nodded quickly, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. It was entirely her fault for being so slow. She couldn't comprehend any of the problems Leyu had explained. Just then, as the door swung open, Meng Mu and the others returned with Meng Jiaqin. "Hello, Uncle and Annie," the boy greeted Meng Fu and Meng Mu promptly. He then turned to the slender, fair-skinned, sweet-looking Meng Jiaqin and said, "Jiaqin, long time no see." Meng Jiaqin didn't respond, but instead glanced at Meng Leyu, and upon noticing her nervous expression, she suddenly smiled sweetly and asked, "Leyu Gij, what are you doing here?" "Yes, Leyu, what brings you here?" Meng Mu and the others were equally surprised, knowing that after the quarrel between the two families, they had not interacted for years, despite living in the same neighborhood. Meng Leyu asked me to help her with tutoring. Leyu replied gently, appearing like a well-mannered neighbor. Besides, Leyu was handsome and had a gentle demeanor. For a moment, Meng Mu and the others felt no anger, as if the long-standing rift between the two families had dissipated. "I didn't expect you to come and tutor Leyu. This girl is quite slow, making it difficult for you." Meng Mu expressed her gratitude and invited Leyu to sit down, originally intending to leave. Leyu indeed took a seat in the living room, watching her parents chat happily with Leyu and Meng Jiaqin smiling beside them. Meng Leyu suddenly felt as if she were standing on pins and needles. Meng Mu suddenly exclaimed, "What are you standing there for? Can't you even pour a glass of water for Xiaoyu?" She then turned to Leyu with a reproachful look. "That girl is so clueless. If you don't say anything, she won't even know to move." Just as Meng Leyu was pouring water in the kitchen, she was startled by Meng Jiaqin's voice from behind. "You like him, don't you?" Meng Leyu nearly dropped the glass in her hand. Meng Jiaqin, however, said nothing more, merely casting a sweeping glance at Meng Leyu before scoffing and leaving. Yet that look filled Meng Leyu with an immediate sense of unease, for it was a gaze she knew all too well, one of disdain and assured conquest. Subsequently, Meng Jiaqin seemed to validate Meng Leyu's baseless suspicions, as she smiled even more sweetly. Until Leyu departed, Meng Leyu remained anxious, especially upon witnessing Meng Jiaqin exchange WeChat information with Leyu, bidding him farewell with a smile that completely engulfed her in discomfort. After the guests departed, Meng Mu, her face displaying impatience, addressed Meng Leyu. "What on earth is this? Why did Leyu suddenly come to tutor you? Without waiting for Meng Leyu's response, she continued, if he is helping you, then you ought to study diligently and not waste his goodwill. I understand, Meng Leyu replied, but as she caught sight of the sweet-looking Meng Leyu nearby, she suddenly found herself questioning if Leyu was genuinely there to tutor her. That night, the despondent Meng Leyu lacked even the desire to play games. Oblivious to a significant event that transpired within the game, Jiyang had successfully harnessed energy. At the very moment Jiyang drew energy into his body, the spiritual energy within him entered a mysterious state, circulating and entangling in an unseen space. The next day, upon awakening, Meng Leyu sat on her bed for an extended moment, as if she had dreamt an indescribable dream. She could neither see nor touch it, nor could she articulate what had occurred, but she was certain the dream was tinted in shades of yellow. Darn it! Meng Leyu vigorously ruffled her hair and shook her head, perplexed as to why she had dreamt such things. Was it because she liked Leyu too much? Yet, was the person in her dream truly Leyu? Meng Leyu found herself uncertain. Engrossed in thought, Meng Leyu failed to notice how unusually refreshed she felt upon waking, a sensation she had never experienced after years of late-night studying. Preoccupied with her dream, she didn't even realize she hadn't encountered Leyu on the bus that morning. It was only when she settled into her classroom seat that she recognized her spot seemed less cramped today. Meng Leyu dismissed the notion that her seatmate had moved back the desk out of conscience. It was likely due to her having skipped breakfast, leaving her stomach unfilled. As another day of hunger-stricken learning unfolded, Meng Leyu was taken aback to find Leyu still waiting for her at the bus stop after evening study, this time accompanied by the sweet Meng Leyu. Upon seeing Meng Leyu approach, Meng Leyu chuckled softly, saying, Leyu said he'd help me study too. You don't mind, do you? Meng Leyu glanced sharply at Leyu, who wore a gentle expression, albeit with a hint of something different, as he replied, You and Jiyang are in the same grade, so it works out perfectly. Meng Leyu then turned to Meng Leyu, who still appeared cheerful and sweet. Finally, Meng Leyu bit her lip and forced a smile, saying, that sounds good. The other two did not respond, and Meng Leyu even chuckled lightly, seeming in high spirits. Once home, when Meng Mu learned that Leyu would also be tutoring Meng Leyu, she first expressed delight, then turned to Meng Leyu with a concerned expression, You poor thing, coming home so late to study. Isn't that too tiring? Can your body handle it? It's fine. Besides, Leyu is here too. He has to teach both me and my sister, so he is the one working harder, Meng Leyu replied. Meng Mu nodded in agreement, then invited Leyu to sit down, saying, Thank you for your hard work, Xiaoyu. Please sit. I'll go prepare some fruit for you. As she walked toward the kitchen, she called out, Meng Leyu, why are you just standing there? Don't you know to come help? Meng Leyu instinctively glanced at Meng Leyu, who remained seated, her smile seemingly laced with mockery. Before Meng Leyu could observe Leyu's expression, Meng Mu's voice rang out again. Meng Leyu, are you waiting for me to come lift you? This time, her tone was noticeably raised, and Meng Leyu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her in front of her crush, prompting her to dash into the kitchen. As she peeled a pear, Meng Leyu couldn't help but speculate about their conversation, only to inadvertently cut her hand. What is wrong with you? Can't you manage even this little task? Meng Mu frowned deeply, snatching the knife from Meng Leyu's hand. Wash the blood off your hand quickly. How can you eat the pear if it gets blood on it? She wrinkled her nose in distaste, saying, Forget it. You can eat this pear yourself. With that, she exited with the prepared fruit, gazing at the pear in her hand. Meng Leyu suddenly felt disinclined to attend the tutoring session, or rather, she didn't want to seek Leyu's help any longer. Did she dislike Leyu? Certainly not. Rather, she loathed the thought of witnessing the person she had admired for so long become nothing more than a trophy for Meng Leyu. Yes, a trophy. Initially, the Meng family had not been so biased, for after all, she was also her parents' child. Yet, it was difficult to achieve balance, especially when faced with Meng Leyu, who seemed intent on competing with her at every turn, leaving Meng Leyu with little defense. As Meng Leyu had anticipated, the subsequent tutoring sessions devolved into a showcase for Meng Leyu. However, she had little time for melancholy, as she found Leyu's explanations today particularly lucid. leading her to fervently take notes, fearful of missing any critical points. Even Meng Mu, passing by and seeing her eldest daughter diligently writing, couldn't help but glance over with approval. Yet, Meng Leyu seemed dissatisfied. Although class time had not yet concluded, she abruptly stood and declared, "I'm tired." Without another word, she marched back to her room. A moment of silence ensued between Meng Leyu and Leyu, before Meng Leyu finally spoke. "I'll walk you out." "No need, thank you. It's getting late, and it wouldn't be safe for you to be out alone," Leyu replied, his voice still gentle. Meng Leyu felt a flicker of warmth in her heart. Even as she returned to her room, a pleasant smile graced her features. Unbeknownst to her, that Meng Leyu was observing closely. Before bedtime, Meng Leyu suddenly recalled she hadn't signed into the game today, so she hurriedly logged in before midnight. To her surprise, as soon as she entered the game, fireworks erupted on the screen. Scanning the scrolling announcements, she learned that during her absence, Zai had managed to harness energy. The game system generously rewarded this achievement with a recipe capable of healing dragonhorn injuries. Meng Leyu silently raised her middle finger in exasperation, wishing for something more practical, like game currency. Nevertheless, she acknowledged that the items in the game must hold some value, prompting her to carefully inspect the recipe. Upon investigation, it became evident that the medicinal herbs required boar names of remarkable significance. Among them, a herb called long suiko was particularly noteworthy, as it could only be found within the esteemed sect of Beiji Tianzong, the foremost clan of Beilingshao. A footnote accompanied the mention of Beiji Tianzong, stating that it was the sect of Tiandao's child, Luo Tianqi. Tiandao's child? Meng Leyu suddenly recalled that in the initial introduction of the little one, it was mentioned that due to a cracked shell at birth, it was deemed flawed and thus not chosen by Tiandao's child. Now, with the required herbs and Tiandao's child residing in the same sect, could this be considered a fateful entanglement? Chapter 12. Joining a sect goodness. Is this game truly this exhilarating? Is it propelling us directly into a battleground? However, Meng Leyu speculated that perhaps the game developers were simply reluctant to craft an elaborate backstory. Regardless, upon the mention of Beilingshao, Meng Leyu took the initiative to examine the map, discovering that their current location, Yinshui Town, was indeed situated in Beilingshao. The map interface depicted 5 other continents alongside Beilingshao, all shrouded in gray, clearly indicating that they had yet to be unlocked. While Meng Leyu was engrossed in her research, the little one suddenly turned to the screen and spoke. "You have arrived?" "Ah." Has the little one unlocked a new interaction? Meng Leyu was intrigued, recalling that during her previous gaming sessions, Jiyang had not exhibited any reaction. How delightful! Meng Leyu affectionately patted the little one's head, noticing that today, the little one's horns were also visible, prompting her to touch them without hesitation. Jiyang, feeling the familiar sensation on its head, slightly lowered it, seemingly evading yet unconsciously presenting its dragon horn toward Meng Leyu's hand. As Jiyang successfully drew in energy, a new quest materialized: join a sect. Several options were presented: Beiji Tianzong, Fanning Temple, Xinla Pavilion, Hahuan Sect, Xiaoyao Sect, Danding Gate, and Wanshou Sect. The quest offered a reward of 10 game coins and a set of high-grade yellow tier robes. Meng Leyu perused the introductions of each sect, promptly dismissing Hahuan Sect, not for any particular reason, but simply because she did not wish for the game to devolve into pixels. Xiaoyao Sect, like Beiji Tianzong, encompassed various practices. However, it primarily focused on talismanic arts, whereas Beiji Tianzong specialized in swordsmanship. The remaining sects were easier to comprehend. Fanning Temple comprised monks and nuns. Xinla Pavilion focused on music cultivation. Danding Gate was dedicated to alchemy, and Wanshou Sect centered on beast taming. Meng Leyu found herself inclined to choose Wanshou Sect, not for any other reason than the delightful prospect of interacting with numerous furry creatures. However, she recalled the alchemical formula for treating the little one's dragon horn, which contained long suiko found solely in Beiji Tianzong, thus causing her inner conflict. Logically, alchemy appeared promising, especially since they possessed a formula. But Meng Leyu remembered that the little one had previously mentioned a lack of proficiency in alchemy, so Danding Gate was an unequivocal pass. As for Xianla Pavilion, she dismissed it without hesitation due to her personal preferences. Joining the ranks of monks was utterly out of the question. She certainly did not wish for her interactions with the little one to be reduced to a mere smooth head. After a moment's contemplation, Meng Leyu double-tapped the quest. And indeed, the words "join a sect," along with the options, appeared before Jiyang. This was a method of communication she had inadvertently discovered through her explorations over the past few days. It was rather unfortunate that the game developers had not provided more guidance. Everything seemed to require painstaking discovery, transforming a delightful cultivation game into a puzzle-solving endeavor. Upon reading the quest text, a wave of resistance surged within Jiyang. The shattered dragon horn was not a mere accident. It had been broken by human cultivators who had activated the dragon altar. Coupled with the malevolence he had encountered among humans in the cultivation world over the years, he felt an inherent aversion towards them. Thus, the prospect of joining a human sect was met with reluctance. Why had the little one's mood suddenly plummeted? Meng Leyu instinctively reached out to stroke the little one's head, but her previous method of comfort seemed less effective this time, barely managing to quell the distress. Perhaps it was due to insufficient affection. While contemplating this, she continued to caress. Finally, the young man on the screen took a deep breath and inquired, "Why do you wish for me to join a sect? We already possess celestial-level cultivation techniques. We could cultivate independently." Cultivating independently? Absolutely not. If that were the case, how would she complete her task? In a moment of desperation, Meng Leyu thrust the yet-to-warm alchemical formula before the little one. Upon seeing the formula that could heal his dragon horn, Jiyang trembled, his hands instinctively clenching, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. After a prolonged silence, he spoke in a husky voice, "Very well, then let be Beiji Tianzong. Long Suiko is the sect's treasured herb, and only by joining Beiji Tianzong can one hope to acquire it." As he spoke these words, his favorability rating increased by 3 points. What he did not mention was that joining Beiji Tianzong was not simply a matter of desire. Aside from the innate talent requirements, the entrance trials had thwarted many prodigies. Regarding his dragon horn, Jiyang had initially believed it to be inconsequential, yet upon realizing the possibility of restoration, he could not help but feel a swell of emotion. He was perplexed by this person, wondering why they had repeatedly offered him assistance. Was there some hidden agenda? What did they seek from him? Yet, aside from being a dragon, he possessed nothing. He had not even considered the notion that she might wish to strip him of his essence for alchemical purposes. For if such were her intent, she would not have rescued him initially. With her prowess, she could have easily claimed his remains for her craft. In his understanding, humans often held the belief that those outside their kin were inherently different, and, among other races, only contract beasts could receive human kindness. Wait, contract beasts? Suddenly, Jiyang felt a realization dawning upon him. Unlike other beasts, dragons could only form contracts willingly, which was why humans had long sought the legendary dragon altar, as it was the only way to acquire unhatched dragon eggs. The eggs, in their innocence, were the easiest to bond with. Thus, the kindness shown by this person was perhaps an attempt to gain his favor, to contract him as her beast. With this thought, Jiyang's favorability rating, which had risen to 3 points, plummeted back down to 1. Oh, why does this game so mercilessly consume one's favorability? To do so in front of the person is utterly excessive. Meng Leyu observed the fluctuating favorability rating on the screen, gritting her teeth in frustration, yet feeling utterly powerless, unaware of the reasons behind these occurrences. However, since the little one had already indicated Beiji Tianzong, Meng Leyu seized her inner turmoil and promptly selected it. The little one was correct. She had indeed been unaware that Long Suiko was the sect's treasured herb. She had assumed it was merely a local specialty. As Meng Leyu confirmed her choice of Beiji Tianzong, the words in front of Jiyang vanished, but not before he caught a glimpse of the words Wansho sect. He wondered if the person might belong to Wansho sect. It was said that, aside from Xianla Pavilion, Wansho sect was the most favored by female cultivators in Bailingshao. Xianla Pavilion attracted attention for its musical cultivation, always exuding an ethereal air, while Wansho sect was beloved for its diverse array of animals. which endeared it to many animal-loving female cultivators. With this thought, Jiyang recalled the adept head-patting motion of that person. Could it be that they genuinely regarded him as a mere creature to be petted? A shadow flickered across the youth's eyes. Chapter 13: The Truth. Upon instinctively deducing the truth, Jiyang found himself in a whirlwind of emotions. Yet he retained enough rationality to recognize that these were merely his speculations and could not directly accuse the individual in question. Perhaps the reality was not as he imagined. After all, his dragon horn remained incomplete, and even though he now possessed a medicinal formula, he remained uncertain of its efficacy. It was indeed a fact that his life had been saved by her, and even the celestial-level cultivation technique he practiced was discovered with her guidance. Before Jiyang's hypothesis could solidify, it was swiftly dismantled by a certain dragon's self-affirmation, inadvertently increasing the individual's favorability by 4 points. Now, the favorability had risen to 5, a true loss akin to giving away land and paying reparations. Meng Leyu was entirely unaware that in just a few fleeting seconds, she had danced perilously close to the edge of a death sentence. Having selected a mission from Beiji Tianzong, the game system promptly displayed a notification. The journey to Beiji Tianzong is long. Please choose your mode of transport. A. Teleportation. B. Travel by oneself. Initially, Meng Leyu chose A, only to have the game instantaneously redirect her to a payment page. Alas, truly, there is no such thing as a free lunch. With a resigned sigh, she shifted her finger to B. Upon selecting it, another message appeared. Traveling by oneself is indeed a commendable choice. As the saying goes, a poor family takes the long road. Please prepare extra provisions in case of unforeseen circumstances. Subsequently, the game shop popped up. Meng Leyu understood. The purpose of this mission was to compel her to spend. C. Can she please have C? Though she felt indignant, she opened the shop. Contemplating the meager 30 game coins she had accumulated through signing in and completing tasks. Silently, she set a price range, capping it at 25 coins, reserving 5 for emergencies. After setting her limit, Meng Leyu's eyes were immediately drawn to the small recovery elixir that had appeared previously. The last price was 15 coins, yet this time it was only 8. She found herself questioning her memory until she noticed the small print, daily special price. What did this mean? Did such special pricing exist before? Meng Leyu felt as though she had missed an opportunity worth millions and silently lamented the game's design. Upon further inspection, she discovered that apart from the 8-coin recovery elixir, there was also a 3-coin yellow-grade clarity talisman, effective for only a quarter of an hour, and additionally, a 1-coin lottery ticket. The lottery ticket's description stated that each purchase guaranteed at least 1 recovery elixir, with the highest reward being a mid-tier Earth-grade magical artifact. Other prizes included items of mysterious and yellow grades, with the final interpretation rights reserved to the game officials. What about probabilities? Where was the discussion of probability? This was the crux of the matter. Meng Leyu had lost interest in criticizing the game designer. She calculated carefully. A vial of recovery elixirs contained 20 pieces, and the original price was 15 coins, meaning even if she received nothing but elixirs from 20 draws, she would only incur a 5-coin loss. Regrettably, the items drawn could not be exchanged in the shop. Otherwise, even if every draw yielded nothing but elixirs, she could sell them for a profit. Yet, with just one fortunate draw, she could potentially break even. The more she contemplated, the more excited she became. Without hesitation, Meng Leyu decided to take a chance. The first lottery draw was free, and 10 draws were offered at a discount of 10%. Such a delightful surprise. Meng Leyu unhesitatingly selected the single draw, and as she pressed the button, she fervently wished for a miraculous outcome. Congratulations! You have drawn a low-grade, yellow-level invisibility talisman, effective only for beginners in Qi cultivation. Although it was the lowest grade, she had one. Meng Leyu noted that the invisibility talismans were sold in the shop for 20 coins for 10. A small profit. Buoyed by her success, Meng Leyu confidently opted for 10 consecutive draws. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage, X9. Congratulations! You have received a low-grade, yellow-level disguise pill, effective only for beginners in Qi cultivation. After the system displayed 9 consecutive thank you for your patronage messages. Something different finally appeared, and Meng Leyu breathed a sigh of relief. While it was still a low-grade yellow-level item, the disguise pill was valued at 3 coins each, so she still made a profit. Satisfied and emboldened, she proceeded to choose another 10 draws without a second thought. She then received 10 recovery elixirs. Thank you for your patronage, X10. However, Meng Leyu remained undeterred and hesitantly chose another 10 draws. Excellent. Another 10 recovery elixirs were added to her inventory. In total, after 3 batches of 10 draws and 1 free draw, Meng Leyu had obtained 1 invisibility talisman, 1 disguise pill, and 29 recovery elixirs, spending a total of 27 game coins. Indeed, she had rather stingily spent a considerable amount. Gazing at the solitary 3 game coins remaining, Meng Leyu decided to exchange them for the special offer of the day, the yellow-grade clarity talisman. Thus, her hard-earned 30 game coins had been completely depleted. After reluctantly closing the shop, Meng Leyu noticed Jiyang heading towards the dining station. She gently patted the head of her dragon companion, and Jiyang spoke up. The journey to Beiji Tianzong is long, and the recruitment of new disciples will conclude on the 5th of next month, with less than 10 days remaining. We must make our way there before then. Noticing Meng Leyu's hand fall still, he paused briefly before continuing. Yinshui Town is remote and lacks spiritual energy, with no teleportation arrays available. The fastest option is the spirit boat, which departs once every half-month. We should first buy some provisions at the dining station while also inquiring about the boat schedule. Observing her companion's adept planning, Meng Leyu felt a twinge of sympathy. They often say that the children of the impoverished mature early. Was her little dragon not the same? After all, he had survived alone all this time. Jiyang was blissfully unaware of Meng Leyu's thoughts. Upon arriving at the dining station, he first inquired about the spirit boat schedule, and by chance, one was departing today. Jiyang promptly purchased provisions, and, in addition to meat, he even bought a variety of sweets. Meng Leyu, under the impression that her little companion had a penchant for sweets, was unaware that all of it was prepared for her sake. Given that the spirit boat only operated bi-weekly, the fare was not inexpensive. Jiyang paid a total of 3 mid-tier spirit stones for a private room. However, what Meng Leyu did not know was that choosing a shared dormitory would cost only 10 low-tier spirit stones. Yet for her comfort, Jiyang opted for a private room, specifically a high-tier one, ensuring she could eat and rest well without being crowded. Completely oblivious to Jiyang's thoughtful intentions, Meng Leyu glanced at the time and logged off. As she walked towards the private room, Jiyang felt a strange sensation. Is that the boy from the paintings? A group of shifty-eyed individuals nearby were whispering among themselves. Chapter 14: The Thoughts of a Young Girl. When Meng Leyu awoke once more, she felt dazed. She had dreamt a vivid dream again, but remained uncertain of the identity of the person within. Meng Leyu buried her head in the blankets and silently screamed. Could someone please explain why this was happening? And was it not rather lacking in detail? Coughing, she pondered the dream only until it was time to change into her school uniform. Meng Leyu curiously touched the waistband of her pants. She felt as though she had lost weight. The school uniform pants had an elastic band, and while they still firmly gripped her waist, she sensed that they were not as tight as before. Could it be that she was beginning to slim down? Though uncertain whether she had indeed lost weight, this did not dampen her good spirits. Unfortunately, her buoyant mood was short-lived, for while waiting for the bus, she spotted Leyu riding an electric bike with Meng Leyu behind him. Meng Leyu was unsure if they had seen her, for upon catching sight of them, she instinctively turned away and even wished to blend into the crowd. The mentality of this ostrich, rather than being a deceptive facade towards others, is more a self-deception. Because of this matter, Meng Leyu found herself frequently distracted during class today. While organizing her desk after the lesson, she stumbled upon the notes previously lent to her by Leyu. This inevitably led her thoughts back to the image of Meng Leyu seated behind Leyu, and the notebook in her hands suddenly felt like a burning ember. A pang of sadness welled up within her, yet she lacked the courage to inquire, even about her own stance. Unlike before, she refrained from transcribing the notes. Instead, she directly captured the contents with her phone intending to return the notebook after school. Although she had witnessed Meng Leyu in Lu Yu's vicinity that morning, she never anticipated that this incident would resurface at the end of the day. Once again, she became the timid ostrich, gripping the notebook tightly. Upon returning home, Meng Leyu found her parents absent, and Lu Yu had not come for tutoring. However, she was taken aback to see Meng Leyu emerging from her room. "What are you doing in my room?" Meng Leyu asked, furrowing her brow. For a fleeting moment, Meng Leyu's expression reflected panic, but it quickly transformed into disdain as she retorted, "Is there something in your room I can't enter?" Without waiting for Meng Leyu's response, she continued, "Who told you to be so silent at home like a corpse? I thought you were inside, only to find out you weren't." Meng Leyu's words rendered Meng Leyu momentarily speechless. After taking a deep breath, she finally asked, "What do you want from me?" Meng Leyu suddenly smiled, her face alight with joy, and said, "You saw everything today, right?" Meng Leyu instinctively tightened her grip on the seam of her uniform pants. Though the other party did not specify what she had seen, Meng Leyu immediately understood it referred to Lu Yu and herself. "What exactly do you want to convey?" Meng Leyu chuckled and remarked, "You say you're so ugly, yet you continue to harbor foolish hopes? Meanwhile, I merely beckon with my fingers, and he comes running like a dog." In that moment, Meng Leyu was uncertain whether it was more painful to be insulted for her appearance or to hear her longtime crush compared to a dog by someone else. "Huh," Meng Leyu scoffed, casting a dismissive glance at Meng Leyu before retreating to her own room. After Meng Leyu had left for quite some time, Meng Leyu returned to her room with heavy footsteps. She retrieved her phone and clicked on Lu Yu's profile, wishing to send a message to inquire if he had truly gotten together with Meng Leyu, yet she lacked the courage to type a single word. The words in the chat window were deleted and rewritten repeatedly, ultimately never sent. The girl sighed softly and laid her phone aside, rummaging through her wardrobe to find a small notebook to doodle in. Before long, a simple drawing emerged, a small vehicle carrying people, a crowded bus stop, indistinct faces. Finally, Meng Leyu pinned a line in the corner, "Ly, perhaps I really shouldn't harbor feelings for you." How many youthful sentiments were contained within that petite notebook? Perhaps Meng Leyu possessed a talent, albeit modest, for drawing, one that went unnoticed by most. Yet, those familiar with her could deduce the identity of the boy frequently appearing in her sketches through the initials inscribed beside them. Meng Leyu had never considered that this notebook, intended to conceal her secrets forever within her wardrobe, would one day flutter about in the classroom. When Meng Leyu returned from the small store, she was met with an unusual cacophony of chatter and laughter in the classroom. "No way. She really likes Lu Yu? I can't believe it. With her size, I would be disgusted to be liked by her. Being liked by someone like that is no different from having a criminal record. Did you see the acne on her face? The other day, she even asked me what skincare products I used. Stop it. I think I'm going to be sick. I can't believe Meng Leyu is her sister. Are they really from the same parents? Meng Leyu is so beautiful. Could she have been adopted? Being sisters with someone like her is so embarrassing." If Meng Leyu had been unsure when hearing the earlier remarks, upon hearing Meng Leyu's name, she was certain that the target of this public ridicule was indeed herself. In that instant, she wished only to flee from this place immediately. "Hey, the fat girl is back." Just then, a classmate spotted her, and Meng Leyu realized she had no escape. As she entered the classroom with a pale face, her typically reticent classmates swarmed around her, one of them thrusting a familiar notebook into her hands while chuckling. "Meng Leyu, Meng Leyu said you left your notebook at home, and she asked us to give it to you." The cherished item Meng Leyu had once safeguarded now felt like a ferocious beast, rendering her unable to touch it. The others continued without needing her to speak. "I didn't expect you could draw. The person in the drawing is definitely Lu Yu, right?" "No." Meng Leyu quickly shook her head. Yet, her denial only drew contempt from her peers, who scoffed. "You still want to admit you like Lu Yu? He is way more repulsive than you." "Exactly. You're as fat as a pig. Who would want to be liked by a pig?" Meng Leyu could not recall how she endured that day. She even contemplated asking for leave to go home, but ultimately had to hide in the restroom after class. Even then, the discussions continued unabated. The incident spread rapidly throughout the school due to Lu Yu's status as the heartthrob, attracting many who wished to see this pig who dared to covet the school prince. Her secret admiration turned into a stake of shame, pinning her to a pillar of mockery. As Chapter 15, voice function unfolded, the pent-up fear within Meng Leyu erupted upon seeing Meng Leyu laughing with their parents at home. She threw her backpack down, reached for her sister, and shouted, "Meng Leyu, you did this on purpose, didn't you? Why did you treat me like this?" To her dismay, her hand never touched Meng Leyu, as their father intercepted her and scolded, "What is wrong with you?" After a day of restraint, tears streamed down Meng Leyu's face, which only elicited an even more aggrieved expression from Meng Leyu, who said, "Sister, I never imagined you would like Lu Yu. It's all my fault. Had I not worried about your notebook affecting your studies, this wouldn't have happened." "You're lying. I hid my notebook on purpose. You did it intentionally. You thief." Meng Leyu vehemently countered until their mother's sharp slap silenced her. "Enough." Taking a deep breath, their mother glared at her with disdain. "Aren't you embarrassed enough? Lu Yu has already told us he won't tutor you anymore." Meng Leyu was taken aback that Lu Yu would voluntarily mention this matter. Reflexively, she glanced at Meng Leyu, whose sweet demeanor now bore a glimmer of malicious mockery in her eyes. "Go back to your room. If I catch you in such a situation again, you can forget about studying." Their father's cold voice left no room for rebuttal, as he had effectively seized her lifeline. She could not afford to abandon her studies. It was only when she returned to her room that Meng Leyu sat on the floor and wept quietly, stifling her sobs to avoid being too loud. Unbeknownst to her, her malfunctioning phone had seemingly activated a game, which displayed a system notification. "Congratulations. Game level has risen to level 5, unlocking voice function. Each call lasts 3 minutes. Note, this function is still in beta testing, cooldown duration unknown." Following this, a voice button appeared on the screen, and it began to input text autonomously. Jiyang felt as though death was imminent. He never anticipated that someone would dare to rob him aboard the spirit vessel. The assailants clearly had a singular objective. They were targeting him. They stealthily infiltrated his private chamber and, upon being discovered, demanded that he surrender the Chun Gong Tuesday. It was unnecessary to mention that the Chun Gong Tu had already fused with him, becoming an integral part of his Qianjia cultivation method. Moreover, he was not one to succumb to robbery without resistance, and thus he fought back. Although the intruders were merely at the second and third stages of Qi cultivation, their numerical advantage, 3 against 1, was overwhelming, especially since he had recently begun his own cultivation journey, barely qualifying as a first-stage practitioner. Consequently, even in victory, he sustained grievous injuries, now relying solely on the formidable constitution of the Longzhu to cling to life. The assailants, too, had not anticipated that their endeavor would cost them their lives. They had merely accepted a petty task to pilfer the Chun Gong Tu, having previously gathered intelligence that he was merely a novice, recently starting his cultivation. Even if they were discovered, they believed it would be an effortless acquisition. Yet, they were utterly unprepared for the fierce resistance he mounted, and in their failure, they paid the ultimate price, lying on the wooden floor of his chamber as he felt the warmth of his blood ebbing away and his body growing increasingly cold. His thoughts drifted to the desire for that person to caress his horns once more. Just then, a spark ignited within him. She was coming. Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, he released the dragon horns from atop his head. However, instead of the familiar touch, he was met with a sound of muffled sobbing. The weeping, though suppressed, unmistakably belonged to a girl. Who was crying? The voice did not emanate from his surroundings, and he instinctively surmised it was hers. What had caused her distress? Was it his impending demise that provoked her tears, or had she suffered some other grievance? "Do not weep." He wished to raise his hand, yet his injuries rendered him incapable of even that simple motion. In a haze, he realized the crying had ceased, and he exhaled a slight sigh of relief. Yet, he was consumed by a profound sense of regret. The sunlight had pierced through the darkness. He had encountered her. So why must he face death now? In the throes of his struggle, a small bottle of Shaohuan-Dan that he had earlier clutched fell to the ground. As he expended his final ounce of strength to consume the elixir, He felt his injuries being mended at an astonishing pace, and a flicker of astonishment surged within him. Was this truly merely a Xiaohuan? He recalled that it was only a Huang tear potion, and even if refined to perfection, it could only heal ordinary wounds. Little did he know that the system's products were invariably of the highest quality. As his injuries gradually healed, he finally succumbed to unconsciousness. She had saved him once more. How wonderful! But who had caused her to weep? It was indeed a matter of life and death. Not long after Jiyang fell into oblivion, Meng Leyu, exhausted from her weeping, finally noticed the fallen phone displaying the game interface. Oh no, what happened to my darling? Upon seeing the unconscious Jiyang, Meng Leyu was immediately alarmed. She clicked on a status bar and noted the notification. Jiyang was injured due to a theft attempt and had consumed a Xiaohuan. His injuries were currently healing. Upon seeing that his condition was improving, she breathed a sigh of relief, oblivious to the fact that she was feeling genuine concern and heartache for a mere game character. Recalling her previous lottery winnings, she retrieved several more Xiaohuan and placed them beside Jiyang, ensuring he had ample potions for any unforeseen circumstances. As Jiyang recuperated, Meng Leyu refrained from disturbing him and focused on completing her daily tasks. She opened the shop to check the latest deals and found that the special offers had indeed refreshed. However, she only had 3 game coins from her daily sign-in, and the least expensive item was priced at 5 coins, a low-tier Shin-tier potion. Meng Leyu felt a pang of regret. What had she missed out on in recent days? The silent planner. After quietly exiting the shop, she noticed a new microphone icon on the game interface. She attempted to click it, only to see a cooldown message. Had she used it before? Did this mean she could finally converse with Jiyang via voice in the future? Oh, how she anticipated it. Before logging off, Meng Leyu took one last look at Jiyang, finding him still in a state of unconsciousness, unable to resist. She gently caressed the dragon horn protruding from him before finally exiting the game. In his unconscious state, Jiyang seemed to sense the touch upon his horn and the departure of that person, stirring restlessly, yet succumbing to his injuries once more. However, during this period of unconsciousness, the cultivation method within him began to operate autonomously, drawing spiritual energy into an unknown realm, entangled in a pursuit that was yet to reveal its purpose. Chapter 16. The interloper. When Meng Leyu awoke once more, she felt a sense of numbness. Indeed, she had experienced that dream again. If it had only occurred once or twice, it could be dismissed as coincidence, but now it had happened for 3 consecutive days. Surely that was not normal. Was she cursed? A wave of anxiety washed over her, but she quickly dismissed it. Over the past few days, she had not ventured anywhere unusual, merely traversing the familiar route between school and home. She scratched her head, puzzled, and resolved to tidy herself up for school. Wait, had she genuinely lost weight? If the looseness of her school uniform could be attributed to the elastic band, then the 2-year-old undergarments bore testimony to her change in physique. Unable to resist, Meng Leyu reached down to feel the clasp of her bra, confirming that it had indeed loosened. This was no illusion. It was not merely because the undergarment was old, as she distinctly remembered it being snug last time. A wave of joy surged within her, and her spirits lifted even further upon seeing Chu Shouting, her desk mate and soul friend. Chu Shouting had missed class for a few days due to illness. As soon as Meng Leyu settled into her seat, Chu Shouting inquired, Leia, is what they're saying true? What? Meng Leyu froze, instantly recalling the events of the previous day, which felt like a nightmare. Do you really like Leyu? Chu Shouting asked quietly, her thick glasses and heavy bangs obscuring her expression. Meng Leyu nodded silently. After a brief moment of silence, Chu Shouting smiled and said, That's perfectly normal. After all, he's the school heartthrob. It's completely natural to be attracted to someone outstanding. Yes. Meng Leyu nodded emphatically, a smile breaking across her face. But I didn't expect Meng Jiechi to be your sister. You never mentioned it before, Chu Shouting remarked with a hint of reproach. There is not much to say about it, Meng Leyu replied, her demeanor stiffening slightly. Is your relationship with her not good? Chu Shouting asked, her curiosity piqued. Meng Leyu's expression grew increasingly rigid, but then Chu Shouting chuckled and said, I can understand. It's like how my mom favors my brother because he's exceptional. Your sister is so outstanding. Your parents must also show favoritism. Meng Leyu attempted to smile, but found it impossible. She sought to shift the topic, taking Chu Xiaoting's hand and asking, "Have you noticed that I've lost weight?" Chu Xiaoting paused, scrutinizing Meng Leyu before asking with suspicion, "Have you been on a diet?" Before Meng Leyu could respond, Chu Xiaoting continued, "Dieting is harmful to your health. You know? Are you taking some kind of diet pills? Those pills are dangerous. You should definitely avoid them. Besides, our priority right now should be studying. There's no need to lose weight." Chu Xiaoting spoke rapidly, and Meng Leyu could only wait for her to finish before quietly responding, "I haven't been dieting. I just don't know why I've lost weight these past few days." However, Chu Xiaoting seemed skeptical, her face adorned with doubt as she inquired, "Did you truly refrain from consuming weight loss pills?" At that moment, their classmate Yang strolled by. Overhearing Chu Xiaoting's question, he erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Oh, figure, are you attempting to slim down for love?" Meng Leyu's complexion immediately paled, yet before she could retort, Yang continued, "Unfortunately, even if you were to lose weight, you wouldn't catch up to the hot ones. Just now, I spotted your sister Meng Leyu with Lu Xiaoqiao." Chu Xiaoting promptly reprimanded, Yang, cease your nonsense. Lian would never interfere in someone else's relationship." However, Yang remained unfazed, dismissively stating, "Fei Jie wishes to pursue love. But it ultimately depends on whether Lu Xiaoqiao is interested." Confused by the sudden shift of conversation towards her potential involvement in another's romance, Meng Leyu quickly clarified, "No, I have no intention of intruding." Yet, her protest fell on deaf ears until the class bell mercifully interrupted the exchange. She truly did not wish to engage in anything of the sort. Meng Leyu felt a profound sense of injustice. She had merely harbored a silent crush on someone, only to find herself the subject of public scrutiny, as if she had committed some heinous crime. Perhaps she truly ought not to have developed feelings. Her heart felt as though it were being suffocated, and Chu Xiaoting, sensing her distress, offered consolation. "Do not pay heed to their words. The innocent will always be vindicated." Would the innocent indeed be vindicated? Meng Leyu was uncertain. Perhaps, in the years to come, this would be but a trivial matter, yet in this moment, she felt as though her heart might shatter. The sole silver lining for Meng Leyu was her dedication to her studies. Thus, when the teacher commenced the lesson, she gradually cast aside her troubles. As the class neared its end, the teacher assigned them exercises, and Chu Xiaoting quietly asked, "By the way, Leyu, I almost forgot to ask, how did you fare in the recent monthly exam?" Upon hearing this, Meng Leyu despondently shook her head and replied, "It was still poor. I don't know if it's due to my lack of intelligence or an ineffective study method. I memorized the formulas, yet when it came time to apply them, I faltered. Should I have chosen the arts instead? At least I could have relied on rote memorization." Chu Xiaoting chuckled softly, reassuring her, "Finding a job in the arts is quite challenging now. Moreover, your current struggles do not dictate your future capabilities. With practice, you may yet master it. Besides, had you chosen the arts, would we even be seated together now?" Meng Leyu forced a smile through her troubles, acknowledging that is true. She recalled how it had been Chu Xiaoting who encouraged her to pursue the sciences, using this very reasoning. She could only hope to gain clarity before the college entrance examination. "Stop overthinking. After class, I shall treat you to sugar oil pancakes." "Thank you. But perhaps I should refrain from sugar oil pancakes for now. I've only just managed to lose some weight," Meng Leyu began, but Chu Xiaoting interjected, "Did you not say you wouldn't be dieting? And if you have suddenly lost weight, it should not be due to illness." Meng Leyu had not considered this possibility before. Yet, after Chu Xiaoting's comment, worry began to creep in, particularly as she had been having strange dreams over the past few nights. Could it be that she truly was unwell? After what felt like an eternity, the class finally ended. Meng Leyu found herself so distressed that she couldn't even contemplate sugar oil pancakes, let alone anything else. And she hurriedly made her way to the restroom. Initially, she had intended to consult a psychologist, but now all she wanted was to hide away and search the internet for her symptoms. If something were truly wrong, would she have time to treat herself after studying and finding a job? A girl long subjected to emotional manipulation had ingrained the notion of not wasting family resources deep within her being. Chapter 17. disposing of the body fortunately. Meng Leyu found no information online that mirrored her symptoms, yet instead of feeling relieved, her anxiety only deepened, leading her to suspect that she might be afflicted with some rare disease. Perhaps, however, she was simply overthinking and could afford to wait and observe for a while longer. Upon returning to the classroom, filled with trepidation, she spotted Chu shouting, holding the notes that Leyu had previously lent her. Instantly, Meng Leyu felt a wave of nervousness wash over her as she rushed over. Chu shouting, noticing her approach, lifted the notebook and remarked, "This notebook should not belong to you, right?" Meng Leyu remained silent, directly retrieving the notebook and stowing it in her bag before asking, "How did you come to have it?" Chu shouting glanced at her and explained, "I bought you sugar oil pancakes and was concerned they might cool down. So I intended to place them in your bag, which is when I accidentally came across this." Continuing with her earlier inquiry, she asked, "This notebook isn't yours, is it?" "I borrowed it from someone and was planning to return it," Meng Leyu replied. Chu shouting paused briefly, then smiled and said, "Well, could I borrow it before you return it? I find their notes quite commendable." Meng Leyu's fingers tightened around her pants seam as she nervously swallowed, responding, "The owner is quite eager to use it, but I have taken photos of all the pages. Shall I send them to you?" This time, Chu shouting did not press further, simply smiling and saying, "Thank you." At last, Meng Leyu felt a sense of relief. It was the weekend, and there was no evening study session. On the bus home, she still did not encounter Leyu or Meng Leyu, which initially filled her with disappointment. However, she quickly chastised herself for such thoughts. Upon reaching the intersection of her community, she did not head straight home, but instead made her way to Luyu's house. After knocking, Luyu's grandmother answered the door, her face lighting up with surprise and joy upon seeing Meng Leyu. "Ah, it's Leyu. Long time no see. What brings you here? You haven't changed a bit, still as charming as ever. Are you here to see Leyu? He isn't back yet. Come in." Had it not been for the genuine delight on Grandma Lu's face, her words might have stung. Yet Meng Leyu understood that Grandma Lu truly had a fondness for plump girls, often believing that a bit of extra weight signified health and fortune, a sentiment stemming from her upbringing during the famine. "Grandma Lu, I won't come in. I'm just here to return something to Leyu." Saying this, Meng Leyu produced the notebook, handing it over with both hands. "Grandma Lu, this is the notebook that Leyu lent me. I have finished using it. Please pass it on to him." At that moment, as she surrendered the notebook, Meng Leyu felt a void open within her heart, as if bidding farewell to something significant. Nevertheless, she resolutely turned and departed. On her way back, Meng Leyu experienced a peculiar mix of relief and bittersweetness, though perhaps the relief predominated, until she reached the shadow cast by the magnolia trees at the intersection, where she caught sight of a couple sharing a kiss, and suddenly, the bittersweetness surged within her. Yet her rational mind compelled her to halt, retreating and hastily rushing towards another corner, running faster as though being pursued by something, or perhaps attempting to escape from something within herself. It was only after returning to her room that Meng Leyu collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath. Her mind once again plagued by images of the kissing couple. One was a youthful crush, the other a familiar face. Shaking her head, she tried to dispel the mental images, desperately seeking a distraction. Without hesitation, she opened her phone and launched the game. At that moment, the in-game night enveloped her character, who stood on the deck of the spirit boat, seemingly lost in thought. "You have arrived?" The instant Meng Leyu logged in, Jiyang sensed her presence. A flicker of anxiety coursing through him as he worried whether she had witnessed his previous actions. Meng Leyu skillfully patted the character's head, but unfortunately, the character had withdrawn his dragon horns. "Soon, we will arrive at the Zhen Tian-du, the stronghold of Beiji Tianzong. How about we retreat to the private room for a moment of respite?" As Jiyang uttered these words, his fingers involuntarily tightened, for he was deeply troubled by the prospect of his grim deeds being uncovered. Previously, he had remained in a state of unconsciousness, leaving the bodies of the three thieves unattended until he recently seized the opportunity to dispose of them from the Lingzhou. He could not fathom why he felt anxious about being discovered by that person. The world operates on the principle of survival of the fittest, and he had merely triumphed in his rebellion. This was not a matter to be shunned. In truth, that individual should have felt a sense of satisfaction. Despite these thoughts, once Meng Leyu affectionately patted his head in agreement, he hastily distanced himself from the deck and made his way to the private room. Upon entering, Meng Leyu presented the small horn.A obtained from the lottery, along with several other talismans, placing them before Zai. Jiyang, accustomed to the unexpected, accepted these items with poise, stowing them within his spatial storage rather than hastily shoving them into his clothing as he had done previously. He recalled that had it not been for the small horn.A falling from his grasp, he might have met a dire fate. Notably, both instances of receiving the small horn.A had been due to her kindness. He yearned to inquire why she had wept that day, whether she had felt wronged. Yet he refrained from doing so. Their communication had been limited to secretive written exchanges, suggesting that she might not be at liberty to speak with him. It was also possible that the sorrowful sounds he had heard were merely an unintentional release of her emotions, not an invitation for him to listen. Zai had indeed become a harbinger of truth in this matter. While Jiyang was lost in thought, Meng Leyu completed her check-in and reopened the marketplace, searching for today's special offers. To her surprise, there was only a single item available, a dagger, its ebony blade marred by deep grooves of blood. The brief description read, Xianjie Zhongpin Dizong dagger, enchantable, essential for killing and looting. How succinct and yet potent the description was, mirroring the dagger itself. She glanced at Zai's equipment and realized he possessed nothing but a set of ordinary garments, devoid of any suitable weapon. They were both equally destitute. Meng Leyu felt a stirring of desire, yet upon seeing the price, her enthusiasm waned. Was there truly a facet of this game that did not require expenditure? Yet the temptation was undeniable. Chapter 18. First Recharge. The dagger was priced at an astonishing 999 game coins. This meant she would need to deposit at least 100 yuan. Had her luck been overheard by the game? Such a fortuitous and coincidental figure. She silently closed the marketplace, choosing ignorance over knowledge. She had not yet decided how to spend the previous 100 yuan she had won. She would not allow the men in the game to swindle her. Just as Meng Leyu exited the marketplace and prepared to assess the distance to their destination, the Ling Zhou suddenly lurched violently. What on earth was happening? Panic ensued among the tiny figures on the screen. Oh my, it's the bone-devouring bird. Isn't that creature supposed to be in the demon realm? Why is it here? The heavens are forsaking us. I don't want to die. Before the last figure could finish their exclamation, the dreadful bone-devouring bird swooped down, severing its head in one swift motion, blood splattering across the screen. How gruesome! This game obscures even the most innocuous images, yet permits such R-rated scenes? Meng Leyu, while lamenting this absurdity, grew increasingly concerned for Zai and swiftly switched to his private room. To her horror, a sizable hole in the window had allowed a bone-devouring bird to infiltrate, and Zai was engaged in a desperate struggle against it. However, the resources at his disposal were woefully inadequate. The meager furniture merely tickled the beast, inciting its wrath further. The bone-devouring bird let out a piercing cry and charged directly at Jiyang. He attempted to evade, but the creature's speed was overwhelming. Despite his utmost effort to escape, the bird's sharp beak pierced his shoulder, pinning him against the wall of the room. Meng Leyu's heart raced with fear as she tried to strike down the bone-devouring bird with her finger, but the game incessantly notified her. No special weapon. Unable to kill demon realm creatures. Weapons? What special weapons? It suddenly dawned on her that the enchantable dagger from the special offer could be the answer. How dare it wait here for her? Infuriated, she cursed the game silently and exited, tossing her phone onto the bed. Sitting there, she scoffed at the game's audacity to seek her money. Despite her resolve, the image of Zai's pained expression, his pallid face and lips that resembled flower petals, now devoid of color, haunted her. Perhaps the 100 yuan was indeed a windfall, and having been joyful upon winning it, spending it now seemed less of a burden. Hesitantly, her fingers found her way back to her phone, reopening the game. In the blink of an eye, the 100 yuan was deposited into her account, and her heart ached, if only earning money were as effortless as spending it. As Jiyang endured the agony of the bone-devouring bird piercing through him, he teetered on the brink of unconsciousness. Yet despair deepened within him as the presence of that person vanished once more. As demonic energy surged chaotically within him, he feared he might not survive until the next encounter. Just when he felt consciousness slipping away, the bone-devouring bird, which had impaled him, began to thrash violently and disintegrated into nothingness before it could emit a sound. She has arrived. A flicker of hope ignited in Jiyang's heart as he strained to open his eyes, only to behold a peculiar black dagger suspended in midair. This very dagger had dispatched the bone-devouring bird. To his dismay, he discovered that it had a cool-down period. Just as Meng Leyu intended to wield the dagger against the remaining bone-devouring birds, she realized that it was subject to a player cooldown as well. Moreover, unlike the previous encounter with the Chi Wei Yen wolf, this time, the defeated creature left no loot. It simply vanished, save for a slight increase in the enchantment progress bar. At that moment, the remaining bone-devouring birds, sensing the demise of their comrade, grew increasingly agitated and began to launch indiscriminate assaults on the occupants of the Ling Zhou. This could not continue. Meng Leyu noted the player cooldown and suddenly had an epiphany. If the players had a cooldown, what about the game characters? Without hesitation, she thrust the dagger into Zai's hands, her meaning unmistakable. The remaining challenges rested upon his shoulders. Jiyang, grasping the dagger now entrusted to him, understood her intent. Instantly, he summoned a small huandan from his spatial storage, allowing it to slide down his throat, diligently mending his wounds. Without waiting for his injuries to heal, he charged forth with the dagger in hand. Though he was merely at the first stage of Qi refinement, his battle experience was extensive due to a life of hardship, especially after acquiring an appropriate weapon, although it remained challenging to slay the bone-crushing bird. Once successful, the creature would undoubtedly be reduced to ashes. Furthermore, with each bone-crushing bird defeated, the enchanted energy of the dagger would intensify, akin to adding wings to a tiger. By the latter stages, it was almost as effortless as slicing through vegetables. Oh heavens, that individual's cultivation has actually ascended. Although the Ling Zhou hailed from a lesser region, it boasted several Qi refinement stage practitioners, all of whom were astonished to discover that Jiyang's cultivation had remarkably increased by 2 levels during the process of vanquishing the bone-crushing birds. Now, reaching the 3rd stage of Qi refinement, there had previously been rumors that when practitioners faced life-and-death situations and challenged opponents beyond their level, they might experience a breakthrough in their cultivation. However, such occurrences were exceedingly rare, and to witness one today was truly astonishing. Nonetheless, while the bone-crushing bird was indeed a demonic creature, it also met the criteria for such a challenge, as an ordinary bone-crushing bird was equivalent to a human at the 3rd stage of Qi refinement. As for the bone-crushing bird king, it had never departed from the demon realm, leaving its cultivation a mystery. Yet, what kind of magical artifact was Jiyang wielding to exhibit such prowess? The speaker alone knew whether their words stemmed from curiosity, envy, or greed. Just as Jiyang dispatched the last bone-crushing bird, a group of practitioners riding flying swords suddenly descended upon the Ling Zhou. Senior sister, the bone-crushing birds have vanished, a female practitioner exclaimed in alarm. The woman she referred to as senior sister wore the distinctive robes of the Beijitian sect, and judging by the green uniform, it was evident she was an inner sect disciple. Chapter 19. Inner sect disciple. The individual addressed as senior sister, Lu Ying, immediately fixed her gaze upon Jiyang. The others, lacking sufficient cultivation to see clearly, could not discern much, but Lu Ying, having reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment, recognized that it was this young man wielding the dagger who had slain the bone-crushing birds. She also overheard those around her mention his remarkable cultivation ascent during the battle. Lu Ying narrowed her eyes. The cultivation world was never short of prodigies. Yet, her gaze momentarily lingered on the black dagger, and a smile graced her lips as she recalled that her master had mentioned there were still vacancies for this year's autumn recruitment. While directing her junior disciples to distribute demon-dispelling pills to cleanse the lingering demonic energy left by the bone-crushing birds. She approached Jiyang and personally presented him with a demon-dispelling pill, saying, "Are you well? I witnessed your prowess in vanquishing the bone-crushing birds. Quite impressive and courageous." Jiyang remained silent, not even glancing at the female practitioner, brushing past her toward the compartment. However, after taking just a couple of steps, he was halted by someone extending a hand. "Hey, our senior sister is speaking to you. Can't you hear her?" The interrupter was a male outer sect disciple of the Petite sect, who had managed to accompany the inner disciples on this mission. Seeing Jiyang's disregard for Lu Ying, he felt compelled to defend her honor. This time, Jiyang paused, raised his eyes to the speaker, and coldly replied, "I do not know you." Lu Ying, maintaining her good nature, smiled and said, "We are disciples of the Petite sect, tasked with hunting down the escaped bone-crushing birds. Unexpectedly, you have already completed our mission." Upon hearing the name, Petite sect, Jiyang's gaze flickered slightly, realizing that the speaker wished for him to join the sect. "I am Lu Ying, an intersect disciple of the Xiu peak of the Petite sect," she declared, her tone imbued with a hint of pride. The surrounding crowd, upon learning of their identity as disciples of the Petite sect, was filled with awe, particularly upon discovering that Lu Ying was an inner disciple, eliciting envy and admiration. Jiyang, the youth, simply stated, uttering the two succinct words. Lu Ying, undeterred by his aloof demeanor, once again extended the pill and remarked, "Though the bone-crushing birds are not of high rank, their attacks can inject demonic energy into the body. This is a demon-dispelling pill. Consuming it will restore your health." This time, Jiyang accepted the pill, though he did not mention that he had already expelled the demonic energy from his body after consuming a minor recovery pill. He was aware that what had been offered was not an ordinary minor recovery pill, yet he would never disclose that fact. Seeing Jiyang take the pill, a flicker of satisfaction passed through Lu Ying's mind. Observing his attire, which was merely commonplace, and noting that their Ling Zhou had originated from a remote, desolate area, she understood why he had initially rejected the pill. It was simply due to his ignorance of its value. However, she thought to herself that this country bumpkin had a decent appearance, albeit too thin and youthful. If he survived, he might just grace the beauty rankings of the cultivation world, though the realm was not lacking in beauties. In the harsh reality of survival of the fittest, only those who live could maintain their status on such lists. Having seen Jiyang accept the demon-dispelling pill, Lu Ying continued, "I noticed you wielded a dagger to slay the bone-crushing bird. There's a saying that longer weapons are stronger. This is the first time I have seen someone use a dagger as a close-range artifact. May I see that dagger?" Jiyang glanced at her, his expression impassive as he replied, "No." He would never share his possession with others. He had no intention of sharing the sunlight. Lu Ying was taken aback by Jiyang's refusal, momentarily at a loss for words, before smiling again and asking, "Is it your life-S artifact?" Lu Ying observed keenly, noting that the dagger was at most of the Xian rank, still within the realm of artifacts. In the cultivation world, all things were classified into categories, and if an artifact were to develop a spirit, it would be deemed a spirit artifact. However, it was unheard of for artifacts below the heavenly rank to possess such spirits. When the master ascended, the spirit artifact would follow through tribulations and become a celestial artifact. As for divine artifacts, those were merely spoken of in legends and had never been seen in reality. Jiyang remained silent in response to Lu Ying's inquiry, leading her to assume his silence was acquiescence. This presents a bit of a dilemma," Lu Ying remarked, yet she continued to smile as she inquired, "May I ask where you practice?" "A loose cultivator," Jiyang replied succinctly, not mentioning that he had only recently begun to cultivate. "I see. How fortuitous. Our sect is currently recruiting new disciples. Why not accompany us back? You may very well become our fellow disciple." "All right." Although Jiyang was uncertain of Lu Ying's fervor, he was willing to fulfill her request. Lu Ying's words clearly stirred a commotion. The individuals aboard the Ling Zhou were astonished that she had so readily offered a chance to join the Petite sect, and they eagerly sought to ingratiate themselves, hoping she might extend an opportunity to them as well. It was well known that the Beijitian sect was regarded as the foremost sect on the Beiling continent. Should one gain entry, it would not only ensure a prominent status, but also provide far superior cultivation resources than ordinary sections. Luing did not disappoint the crowd, cheerfully declaring, "As long as one possesses a connection to the celestial, anyone with a spiritual root has the opportunity to join the Beijitian sect." Meng Leyu had not anticipated that during her brief absence, her child would seem to have fast-forwarded through a game, directly following the Beijitian sect members back to participate in the entrance examination. Perhaps this was what was meant by the simplicity of the Great Path. The entrance examination of the Beijitian sect consisted of a single question: to ascend the celestial ladder. Those who could perceive the celestial ladder were individuals endowed with celestial connections, known as possessing spiritual roots, and those who could ascend the ladder were deemed steadfast in spirit. A resolute spirit is crucial in the path of cultivation. The quicker one ascended the celestial ladder, the more profound their celestial connection and the firmer their spirit. Such disciples were highly sought after by the various intersect peaks. The most outstanding among them might even become direct disciples of elders or even a sect leader. Luing, having become an intersect disciple, was once considered an exceptionally talented individual in her own right. She was the daughter of an elder from a smaller sect, and her innate abilities were indeed remarkable. Regrettably, in the realm of cultivation, geniuses abound like fish crossing a river, yet within the Beijitian zone, being a genius merely serves as a threshold for entry into the intersect. The originally exceptional Lu Ying, amidst a throng of prodigies in the intersect, has lost her luster. At times, she has pondered her decision to depart from her original sect, only to be reassured by the continuous influx of resources and the presence of formidable experts at the Beijitian zone, inspiring her aspiration to become one of them. When Lu Ying brought Jiyang to the immortal ascension steps outside the sect, a considerable crowd had already gathered there in anticipation. Among them, some, like Jiyang, had just arrived, while others had been waiting for several days. However, most were under the age of 10, making Jiyang, with his evident youth, a rarity. Thus, his cultivation at the third stage of Qi refinement did not seem out of place, but rather it appeared somewhat lacking in aptitude. Nevertheless, due to Lu Ying's association, the outer sect supervisor showed him some courtesy, allowing Jiyang to be ranked slightly higher, thus reducing his waiting time. Lu Ying appreciated this, for while she might not hold a prominent position in the inner peak, she still commanded respect in the outer sect. Therefore, she must continue to ascend. Only by reaching greater heights could she acquire more. Jiyang stood among a cluster of young children, feeling particularly conspicuous, yet he remained focused, indifferent to his surroundings. In truth, he was not the eldest among them. However, due to the cultivation world.S tendency to scour for seedlings with spiritual roots, most possessing such roots were young and had already been taken into sects, rendering those like him, who slipped through the net, exceedingly rare. Before him stood a small child adorned in resplendent attire, who, unlike the others, cradled an orange kitten in their arms. The kitten lacked any trace of spiritual energy. Clearly an ordinary cat, yet due to its owner's status, it had accompanied them to the Beijitian zone. The kitten seemed timid, mewing softly with unease. At that moment, a voice resonated in everyone's ears. Today, there is but a single instruction: find every means to ascend the immortal steps, and you shall become disciples of the Beijitian zone. Following this proclamation, a sound reminiscent of ancient bells echoed thrice, and a stone door rose from the ground, revealing itself before the gathered crowd. Yet none could discern what lay beyond. As the bell tolled, the anxious orange kitten was finally startled, letting out a sharp cry as it wriggled free from the small child's embrace and began frantically searching for a hiding place. "Ah, Juzi!" The small child panicked, momentarily forgetting the immortal steps, turning instead to locate the kitten amidst the throng. The scene unfolding on the screen captured Meng Leyu's attention. Witnessing the kitten nearly tumble beneath the feet of the crowd, she swiftly swiped her finger, lifting the kitten and returning it to its owner in full view of everyone. The sight astonished the onlookers. How could such a seemingly mundane cat elicit such a spectacle? It could only imply that a cultivator had intervened. Yet, those present felt no trace of spiritual energy, leaving them in awe. Was there an expert among them? Speculation surged. Could it be that a true practitioner from the inner peak was present, directly selecting disciples for the inner sect? Such occurrences were not unheard of, but they were exceedingly rare, as typically, after ascending the immortal steps, further testing of spiritual roots would ensue to determine suitable cultivation methods and peak assignments. For those exceptionally gifted, there would be private inquiries, as true practitioners from the inner peak selected disciples based on their personal affinity. The thought of a true practitioner observing them invigorated the crowd, prompting them to surge toward the entrance. Meanwhile, the small child clutched their regained kitten tightly, tears brimming in their eyes as they expressed their gratitude to the air. "What an adorable little creature," Meng Leyu remarked, reaching out to gently pat the child's head, and then absent-mindedly stroking the kitten. However, Jiyang's expression paled instantly. While others remained oblivious, he sensed that the kitten had been rescued by that individual. Observing the child's tousled hair and the kitten's contented demeanor, he was certain that the person had also touched their heads. Witnessing the child's astonished and elated reaction, Jiyang clenched his fists, his countenance darkening. He began to contemplate whether there existed some secret method that allowed one to become a contracted beast. What did it mean for an ordinary beast? Did they find the kitten's unremarkable fur appealing? Was his own appearance not splendid enough? Or was it that his horns were unappealing to the touch? Unbeknownst to him, the dragon had failed to recognize the peculiar shift in his thoughts. He had previously been unwilling to become a contracted beast, yet now he had unwittingly placed himself in such a position, feeling a twinge of jealousy even towards a mere weaned kitten. With Jiyang's cultivation at the third stage of Qi refinement, the stone steps unfolded before him like a grand avenue. However, upon stepping onto the stone steps, he realized that the reality was far more complex than it appeared. The steps seemed to exert an unknown pressure, increasing with each ascent. Initially, Jiyang could move swiftly, but as the pressure intensified, his pace slowed. Reluctantly, he began to channel his internal spiritual energy to hasten his progress. However, as his energy waned and he gazed upon the seemingly endless stone steps, he realized that this was not a sustainable strategy. Suddenly, the scene before him shifted dramatically as numerous individuals appeared on the stone steps. The startled crowd exchanged glances. Yet before they could react, someone spoke up. "The number of disciples accepted by the sect is limited. If too many people exit, how will we select? It goes without saying, naturally, it will be first come, first served." Upon hearing this, despite their exhaustion, the crowd began to struggle and push forward. It was easy to say, but could one guarantee they would remain at the forefront? If the number of individuals exiting were capped, the sect would have fewer choices. This realization resonated with many, until suddenly, someone was shoved off the steps. This unexpected occurrence was akin to a drop of oil in water, sparking a flurry of small, furtive actions among the crowd. Meng Leyu was taken aback. She had not anticipated that these mostly young children could turn against one another. It reminded her of the relentless mischief that transpired in schools across the lands, all orchestrated by groups of children. Yet here, malevolence seemed magnified, and it was clear that something was amiss with the stone steps. Meng Leyu quickly checked on the state of her companion, who, since their time outside the gate, had appeared somewhat distressed. She worried whether the environment would affect him. To her relief, he seemed unaffected by the surrounding chaos. After all, he had navigated life alone as a dragon for many years, surviving countless perilous situations. He appeared capable of handling the current circumstances. Unbeknownst to Meng Leyu, Jiyang had been keenly observing the happenings around him, unwilling to allow even a hint of error to jeopardize his entrance into the Beiji Tian zone. As Chapter 21 unfolds, the door to Meng Leyu's room suddenly swung open. Reflexively, she flipped her phone face down on the bed. It turned out that while she had been engrossed in her game, the rest of the Meng family had returned. Her mother entered and tossed 50 yuan on her bed, saying, "This weekend we won't be home. Buy some groceries and cook for yourself." With that, she hurried out without asking another word. Listening to the sound of luggage being dragged outside, Meng Leyu suddenly recalled that they had previously mentioned taking Meng Leyu to the magical city for a weekend trip. Yet she was not included in the company. She had long since become accustomed to such occurrences. Ever since her youth, she had been the least favored in terms of appearance within her family, and with the onset of puberty, her looks became even more conspicuous in contrast. Under normal circumstances, this could be overlooked, but for Meng's mother, who adored taking photographs and sharing them on social media, it was utterly unacceptable. In Meng Leyu's words, Meng Leyu's appearance diminished the overall quality of the photographs, turning the elegant streets of Paris into a mere marketplace. In fact, Meng Leyu felt a slight sense of happiness at being left behind for the trip. Enjoying her solitude, she realized that by being frugal with her 50 yuan, she could sustain herself on fried rice and noodles made from the ingredients already at home, saving quite a bit in the process. Once she confirmed that everyone had gone out, Meng Leyu cheerfully locked the door and began to immerse herself in her solitary world. As she prepared to cook herself a bowl of noodles, she reopened her game and casually spoke, "Xiao AI, I'm here." Closing the curtains, came the reply, "Understood, master." Unbeknownst to Meng Leyu, as she launched the game, she inadvertently brushed against the microphone, activating the voice recording feature just as the cooldown ended, capturing her voice once more. Jiyang, who had narrowly evaded an ambush, darkened at the sound of Xiao AI and master. To her surprise, the individual had already contracted another beast, one capable of human speech. Did she truly have such an affinity for beasts? She had been quick to pet a mere common cat before. How amusing, indeed, to fall for every creature encountered. Little did Meng Leyu realize that in such a brief moment, her beloved had already been labeled a scoundrel. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of the bell echoed once more from the ascending immortal ladder. If the initial toll signified its opening, then this sound likely heralded its impending closure. The expressions of those on the ladder shifted dramatically as they struggled to ascend further. Some, recognizing their hopelessness, resorted to frantically pulling others down with them, determined that if they could not enter the North-Yet sect, neither should anyone else. Observing the unfolding situation, Jiyang understood the urgency of the moment and immediately affixed an invisibility talisman to herself, hastening forward with determination to join the North-Yet sect. As Jiyang ascended the ladder, she noticed numerous individuals waiting outside, many of whom were offspring of prominent cultivation families. Though young, they had embarked on the path of cultivation early, boasting levels of mastery far surpassing Jiyang's, relegating her to the lower ranks among them. However, Jiyang paid them little mind. She simply stood quietly off to the side, patiently awaiting her turn. Once 500 individuals had passed through the ascending immortal ladder, it closed completely, sending those remaining back to the sect's entrance, which signified their permanent disconnection from the North-Yet sect. Among the 500, Jiyang quickly spotted a little turnip head clutching an orange cat, but she averted her gaze, dismissing the fluffiness as insignificant. The outer sect manager, who had previously been stern, now appeared considerably more amiable as he addressed the assembly. "Now that all of you have ascended the ladder, we shall be fellow disciples from here on. However, whether you will be assigned to the inner or outer sect will be determined after the exams in 7 days." He went on to elaborate extensively, then retrieved a handful of simple low-grade storage bags from his storage pouch and scattered them, as if they had eyes of their own, distributing them among the 500 new disciples. "This is your initiation reward. Shortly, you will take the jade tokens within these bags to the outer sect's Qinglong Peak to register for your accommodations and await the examination in 7 days. Jiyang was perplexed as to why that person had not touched her head despite being present. Feeling slightly irritated, she returned to her room after registering at Qinglong Peak and opened the specially gifted storage bag. Inside, she found a regular yellow-grade, mid-tier spirit replenishing pill, 3 yellow-grade low-tier small replenishing pills, and 1 yellow-grade high-tier Yuyong pill. The first 2 items were easily understood, but the Yuyong pill was clearly intended for those concerned about scarring. In addition to its benefits for skin refinement and detoxification, its primary purpose was to prevent scarring from any injuries for a duration of 3 years. Remembering the soft, suppressed cries of a woman, Jiyang unhesitatingly set the Yuyong pill aside. Once Meng Leyu had finished cooking her noodles, she prepared to eat while playing the game, only to discover that her beloved had successfully ascended the ladder, effectively joining the North-Yet sect. Wow, you did great, Meng Leyu exclaimed, affectionately patting her beloved's head. Having long coveted the rewards from the task, upon feeling the familiar touch atop his head, Jiyang's lips involuntarily curled upwards. But the thought of the other person petting that common cat, along with the unknown contracted beast, Shao Ai, quickly flattened his smile. Nevertheless, he reached out to offer the Yuyong pill to Meng Leyu, stating, "This is the initiation reward from the North Zhitian sect. Please accept it." As the young man spoke, the blood on his cheek had yet to dry from the injuries sustained on the ascending immortal ladder. The game system promptly displayed a notification. Jiyang has offered 1 Yuyong pill. Do you wish to accept? Without hesitation, Meng Leyu chose to accept, thrilled to receive a gift from her beloved. However, she was bewildered when, despite selecting accept, the pill vanished into thin air, and she could not find it even after rummaging through her inventory. Damn, this lousy game, return the gift for my beloved. Yet, feeling a need to reciprocate, Meng Leyu claimed her task rewards of 10 game coins and a set of high-tier yellow-grade robes, then boldly dashed back into the shop. Chapter 22. Gifts Received in Reality. Upon entering the shop, Meng Leyu first searched for today's special offers, but to her dismay, she found she could not afford anything. She strongly suspected that the game was secretly calculating her game coins to entice her into making purchases. "I won't be fooled," she declared, resolutely shifting her focus to the lottery. Clearing her throat, she adamantly refused to acknowledge the addictive nature of lottery draws. After triumphantly claiming 10 small replenishing pills once more, Meng Leyu quietly closed the shop. 3 days. She resolved not to participate in the lottery for at least 3 days. Why 3 days, you ask? Because in 3 days, her sign-in rewards would grant her enough game coins again. After exiting the shop, Meng Leyu presented her task rewards of the robes and the freshly acquired 10 small, replenishing pills to her beloved. However, this time, he did not reach out to accept them. Instead, he furrowed his brow and said, "I did not intend to ask you for anything." Clearly, Jiyang misunderstood Meng Leyu's gesture of offering him items as a request stemming from the Yuyong pill he had given her earlier. "Oh, dear beloved, I merely wish to show you kindness," she reassured, stroking his head once more, feeling a pang of affection for how understanding he was. Jiyang, feeling the continuous caress atop his head, finally pursed his lips and said, "Thank you. I appreciate everything you have given me, but I still have plenty of the small replenishing pills you previously gifted. You need not keep sending me more." Meng Leyu's hand faltered momentarily, her heart aching in anguish. "Oh, beloved, you truly wound me. Do you think I do not want to give you other things? It is simply that I cannot draw them. Why can't the game planners provide a decent safety net?" She lamented. "The neighboring romance game offers a guarantee after 70 draws. What about yours? Is my nurturing game for my little one not worthy?" Jiyang was perplexed as the gentle caress atop his head abruptly ceased. He quickly added, "I did not mean to express dislike. I merely worry about the expenses incurred. Regardless of how ordinary the elixir may seem, it still requires expenditure. Not to mention that the small elixir given by that individual appeared commonplace, yet possessed extraordinary effects." Upon hearing the words of her little one, Meng Leyu's heart softened immensely. It seemed that the game planner was not entirely devoid of merit, as her little one was indeed exceptional. Unable to resist, Meng Leyu reached out to pat her little one's head once more, only to be met with a new notification from the game. Physical contact X100. Triggering hidden reward. 520 game coins. Experience X2000. Game level 10. Unlocking medicinal garden mode. Come and explore. Meng Leyu could hardly focus on anything other than the phrase game coins. Had she just started playing, she might have suspected a decimal error. However, given her accumulated experience over time, she was 100% certain that the decimal was indeed accurate. It seemed to manifest the abstract number 520, as she wished to accumulate this amount without parting with an extra coin. The game planner was truly adept at both gaining and maintaining players. However, what was this medicinal garden mode? Curiosity piqued, Meng Leyu entered, discovering that it was essentially a medicinal version of her farm game, designed for her to cultivate herbs. By clicking on the small hint in the upper left corner of the medicinal garden, she could see all the herbs produced, which players could not sell independently. What was the point of that? Did they fear she might secretly earn game coins and drain the lottery? Meng Leyu was too weary to continue her complaints. Since the medicinal garden mode had been offered, she might as well cultivate. She was eager to see what this game could yield. While planting, Meng Leyu realized that not everything could be grown in the medicinal garden. It too had levels currently at level 1. With only one plot of land available for planting the most basic Ling Xing grass, a primary ingredient for the spirit-replenishing pill. Without hesitation, she filled the sole plot with Ling Xing grass. After planting, she expected a countdown timer to appear, as in other farming games, but nothing happened. Perplexed, Meng Leyu could only wait until her next gaming session to uncover the mystery. Shortly after Meng Leyu departed, Jiyang heard a knock at his door, revealing the little turnip-headed figure who had previously cradled a ginger cat. "Esteemed friend, it is now the hour for dining. Shall you join me?" The little turnip's voice was sweet and soft, rendering it somewhat ambiguous in gender. "Not going," Jiyang replied, his expression darkening as he caught sight of the little ginger cat firmly held in the other's grasp. With a dismissive tone, he closed the door. What was so remarkable about fur? He had no intention of becoming a contracted beast. The invisible affection level fluctuated, ultimately settling at 6. Some young dragons had already mastered the art of saying one thing while meaning another. That morning, Meng Leyu was roused from her slumber by the persistent knocking of a delivery person. Initially assuming it was a package for someone else in the household, she was taken aback to discover that the recipient was herself. Mine? Meng Leyu pondered in confusion, for she had not ordered anything online. Could it be a gift from a family member? However, that seemed even less likely. Curiously, she opened the package to find a small ceramic box and a card reading. "Congratulations, player. You have received a yearns from Jiyang. The yearns possesses the ability to refine skin, detoxify, and beautify, and it ensures that the user does not bear scars from injuries for 3 years. Wishing you a pleasant life." From a time-space game company. Upon reading the card, Meng Leyu immediately realized that this was the item her little one had gifted her in the game the previous day. She was astonished by the company's dedication to creating such a tangible connection to reality to enhance player immersion. However, the advertising slogan was strikingly convincing. With a sense of delight, Meng Leyu opened the ceramic box, only to find a dark chocolate morsel inside, prompting her to inwardly criticize the game company for their notorious stinginess. They had gone through the trouble of shipping a package, yet they only included one piece of chocolate. Nevertheless, she picked up the chocolate and consumed it, only to find its flavor rather bitter. Was it dark chocolate? Meng Leyu furrowed her brow slightly, unaware that the chocolate was melting in her mouth at an unusually rapid pace. After finishing the chocolate, she decided to search online for the time-space game company, but found nothing. She could not help but speculate that perhaps the company was too small, merely a modest studio, thus lacking an online presence. Was the mere act of sending chocolate a sign of their earnest desire to retain every single customer? While Meng Leyu was lost in thought and using the restroom, a sudden wave of excruciating pain surged through her abdomen, causing her to collapse onto the toilet. No way. Could that chocolate have been expired? Stupid, stingy company. The pain felt as if someone were twisting her intestines into knots and kneading them within her. The reason for her discomfort was evident as she heard the unmistakable sound of churning water within her abdomen. The Meng family's toilet was clogged. Meng Leyu had never imagined she could expel such an overwhelmingly foul quantity of waste. After finally unclogging the toilet, all she wanted was to take a refreshing shower. However, as she bathed, she began to notice something amiss. Chapter 23, Shedding Skin. She realized she was shedding skin, not just in small flakes, but in large patches. Meng Leyu immediately recalled a condition she had previously searched for online without results. Then, she thought of the chocolate she had eaten earlier. Could it have contained some experimental substance? Were they conducting experiments under the guise of a game? Fearful and panicked, she scrubbed at her skin. But while some areas ceased shedding, others continued. The relentless shedding seemed never-ending, accompanied by waves of intense heat. Finally, overwhelmed, Meng Leyu screamed and fled the bathroom, searching for her phone to call her mother. As soon as the call connected, Meng Leyu hurriedly exclaimed, "Mom, I think I'm ill." However, before she could finish, her mother impatiently interjected You seemed fine before leaving. Why are you lying like when you were a child? The plane is about to take off. That's it. Without waiting for Meng Leyu to respond, her mother hung up. When Meng Leyu tried calling back, she found the phone was already off. The burning sensation on her skin compelled her to call her father. Yet, once the call connected, her father sighed, "Your mother already informed me about it. If you're truly sick, go to the hospital." Meng Leyu hastily replied, "Dad, I don't have the money to go to the hospital." However, her mother evidently overheard the conversation and immediately retorted, "This ungrateful girl is just trying to con us for more money. Don't give her a single cent, do you hear?" Without regard for Meng Leyu's pleas of mom, "I am ill. I truly am." She snatched the phone and ended the call. Undeterred, Meng Leyu attempted to call again, but the familiar voice of disconnection greeted her. Staring at the flakes of skin on the floor, she broke down in tears, clinging to her last hope as she dialed her only friend, Chu Xiaoting. This time, the call finally connected, and Meng Leyu sobbed, "Xiaoting, I'm sick. Could you lend me some money for the hospital?" Upon hearing her words, Chu Xiaoting seemed equally anxious and immediately replied, "I don't have any money either. Wait, let me borrow some from my mom." However, after a moment of anticipation and gratitude, Meng Leyu heard the guilt-laden voice of Chu shouting on the other end of the line, "I'm sorry, Leyu. My mother says we have no money." Although Meng Leyu felt a pang of disappointment, she mustered her strength to reply, "It's all right. I'll think of another way. By the way, what illness did you have? Didn't you tell your mother? Is she not giving you any money?" Chu Xiaoting's question struck an odd chord, yet Meng Leyu, engulfed in her own anxiety, failed to perceive its peculiar nature. Moreover, it was cruel to compel a child to acknowledge their parents' lack of affection in front of others, prompting Meng Leyu to instinctively conceal her past. After hanging up with Chu Xiaoting, she found herself at a loss for whom to turn to for assistance. Her hand unconsciously brushed over Lu Yu's name before she cautiously dialed her homeroom teacher's number. "Teacher Wang, this is Meng Leyu." Half an hour later, upon hearing a knock at the door, Meng Leyu rushed to open it, only to burst into tears upon seeing her homeroom teacher, who was in the late stages of pregnancy, standing outside with her prominent belly. "Teacher Wang." Meng Leyu failed to notice that her skin, which had previously been shedding, had now returned to normal. When Teacher Wang saw the girl before her, whose skin resembled the finest jade, she was momentarily taken aback. Had it not been for the familiar voice and features, she would scarcely have believed that this radiant girl was Meng Leyu. It was hard to reconcile this transformation with the girl who had been marked by rough, yellowish skin and acne just 2 weeks prior. "Teacher Wang." The girl's sobs brought the homeroom teacher back to reality. Clearly, attending to health matters was of utmost importance. At the hospital, when the doctor heard Meng Leyu describe her symptoms, including the mention of recurrent spring dreams, he kindly reassured her, "This is a normal physiological response." Meng Leyu blushed profusely. After she explained that she had consumed something resembling chocolate, which resulted in stomach troubles and extensive peeling of her skin, the doctor's preliminary diagnosis was an allergic reaction. He chuckled at her suggestion of being part of an experiment, advising her to avoid unknown foods in the future, while also ordering several tests, including a skin fungal examination. The nurse responsible for sampling, while gently collecting a sample from Meng Leyu's face, expressed her envy, saying, "Your skin is truly beautiful." "Huh?" Meng Leyu was momentarily confused, then recalled her struggles with severe acne since puberty, responding somewhat dazedly, "I've had such bad breakouts." The nurse, astonished, replied, "Really? You can't tell at all. Skin like yours is rare even on infants." Meng Leyu was left even more perplexed, glancing at her homeroom teacher, who nodded in affirmation, saying, "Your skin has indeed improved remarkably." Is she really talking about me? Meng Leyu thought, still processing the fact that she had just been shedding skin. She looked at her hands, which were now smooth, white, and flawless, devoid of any calluses. "Oh my!" she gasped in shock. She touched her right hand's middle and index fingers, finding that the calluses developed from years of writing had vanished, leaving only soft fingertips. What was happening? She wondered. She had heard of crabs shedding their shells, but never of a person undergoing such a transformation. Without those calluses, how would she write in the future? It seemed that Meng Leyu had indeed become a chosen student. After a moment of astonishment, she turned to her homeroom teacher and asked, "Teacher, do you have a mirror?" The teacher nodded and retrieved a small mirror from her bag, handing it to Meng Leyu. Upon gazing into the mirror and seeing the fair, rosy-cheeked girl reflected back, Meng Leyu let out a brief, incredulous scream, repeatedly checking her appearance and even touching the mirror before inquiring of her teacher, "Does your mirror have a beauty filter?" The teacher chuckled and shook her head, but Meng Leyu remained incredulous as she observed her reflection. Her face was still her own, with no alteration to her features, yet everything felt entirely transformed. Suddenly, a phrase from an advertisement for a beauty product, yearns, flashed through her mind. If this were true, it would be utterly astonishing. Why bother with games when she could launch a beauty pharmaceutical company instead? Though doubts lingered in her heart, the sight of her reflection made it impossible for her to suppress the broad smile that began to form. She felt a newfound sense of beauty, albeit her weight remained unchanged. Was this a case of fortune emerging from adversity, akin to a crab shedding its old shell? Yet, what if this new skin were to break out and become unsightly as before? Fresh worries crept into Meng Leyu's mind. When the doctor reviewed the test results, he remarked, "Your skin is quite healthy. However, your white blood cell count is somewhat elevated. It would be wise to take some anti-inflammatory medication and observe any subsequent reactions." Chapter 24. Apologies are futile. Upon exiting the hospital, Meng Leyu expressed her gratitude, saying, "Teacher Wang, thank you so much. I can only repay you for the medical expenses once my mother returns." As she spoke, her voice dwindled to a whisper, sensing that this financial matter would be a challenging one. Teacher Wang smiled gently, reassuring her, "It's quite all right. You can return the money whenever it is convenient for you." As the homeroom teacher, she had some understanding of Meng Leyu's family situation, recognizing the bias that often existed among parents. Meng Leyu entered her home humming a tune, and upon seeing the layers of skin flakes on the floor, she still found it hard to believe that this was the shell she had shed. After taking her medication and cleaning up the flakes, she retrieved the small card, studying the text while gazing at her reflection. Her hands trembled as she felt as though she had stumbled upon something extraordinary. She examined herself in the mirror from every angle, confirming that her skin had indeed transformed completely. An excited scream escaped her lips, followed by peals of joyous laughter. Throughout the day, Meng Leyu found herself checking her reflection numerous times, even pinching herself occasionally to ensure she was not dreaming. Later that evening, while playing a game, she found herself touching her virtual companion with more tenderness and reverence than usual, though she remained uncertain if this change was indeed influenced by the game. As if sensing her joy, her companion looked up at her and remarked, "Your mood seems quite good today." Meng Leyu immediately poked her companion's right hand, a gesture they had previously agreed upon to signify affirmation. Jiyang felt the touch and couldn't help but smile in return. Unfortunately, this moment of serenity was soon disrupted. "Hey, didn't we tell you to move out? What are you still doing here?" The scene shifted to a group of 12 or 13-year-old boys standing nearby, shouting at Jiyang. Jiyang glanced at them silently before attempting to turn away, but they obstructed his path, derisively scolding, "Do you even know who Lord Lin, who has his eye on this house, is? He is the descendant of the Tao companion of the disciple of the esteemed Qishao Jinren from the Inner Peak. It's a blessing for you that he's self-interested in this place, so you better scram." The boy with his chin raised like a duck clearly embodied the so-called Lord Lin. Were they bullying her companion? Meng Leyu's anger flared, and memories of her own past bullying surged forth. "You shall not bully my companion," she declared, pushing against the group. In full view of onlookers, the once aggressive boys suddenly stumbled over one another for no apparent reason. Jiyang's eyes widened in surprise at the unfolding scene, quickly deducing that Meng Leyu must have done something. Truth be told, he was indifferent to the matter, yet her concern ignited a thrill within him. At that moment, a small child cradling a little orange kitten burst into the room. "Are you bullying Jiyang again?" she exclaimed. Are they making friends?" As Meng Leyu's curiosity piqued, the so-called young master Lin scurried over, wearing a face of ingratiation, and said, "Sister Su, what brings you here?" To her surprise, Meng Leyu realized that the little child was a girl, and upon closer inspection, she was indeed as charming as a snowflake. However, the adorable little one Upon hearing his words, let out a cold snort and replied, I have yet to formally accept a master, so do not call me sister. Yes, you're right. Miss Sue, young Master Duck quickly conceded. Oh, it seems this young lady is of notable background. The little one disregarded young Master Duck's flattery and instead stated, the accommodations at Qinglan Peak are arranged by the outer sex seniors, following the principle of first come, first served. Are you intending to disrupt the sex regulations? Young Master Duck hastily shook his head, asserting no, I would never disrupt the sex rules. It was all their own words. Regret washed over young Master Duck. He never anticipated that the seemingly unremarkable and reclusive Jiyang would catch the attention of the esteemed Miss Sue. It is known that Su Wanyan is the cherished daughter of the sect leader, the jewel of the Beiji Tianzong. If it were not for the elder of the Tiangui Pavilion predicting her destiny would face obstacles, requiring her to blend in with the crowd until she turns 18, she would not have participated in the selection of ordinary disciples. It is all our fault. We hope Miss Sue can forgive us. Young Master Duck smiled apologetically, wishing fervently that this matter would be treated lightly and not reach the ears of the sect leader. However, to his astonishment, Su Wanyan furrowed her brow and said, You're not in the wrong with me. You should apologize to Jiyang. The expressions on the faces of the onlookers immediately stiffened. They would willingly apologize to Su Wanyan. But to extend an apology to someone as inconsequential as Jiyang? They were all still young and not adept at concealing their emotions, their faces revealing their discomfort. Yet, given the circumstances, they could only brace themselves to apologize to Jiyang. Unexpectedly, before they could voice their apologies, Jiyang turned and left. Hey, where are you going, Jiyang? The little one immediately reached out to pull him back. However, with the keen senses of a dragon, Jiyang evaded her touch before she could grasp his sleeve. Frowning and coldly stating, Do not touch me, he despised being touched. The little one was momentarily taken aback, her face filled with grievance as she said, Are you scolding me? I was clearly trying to help you. She merely wished to befriend Jiyang. The boy coldly replied, I do not need their apologies. Apologies are the most useless things. With that, he walked away without hesitation. Su Wanyan's eyes turned red as she watched him leave, recalling how, since childhood, her father would praise her whenever she said sorry for her mistakes. Miss Su, that Jiyang is too ungrateful. Should we not teach him a lesson? Allow us to vent your frustrations. Young Master Duck eagerly approached, his demeanor servile. To his surprise, Su Wanyan completely ignored him, shooting him a glare before running off. Clutching the little orange kitten and weeping. Observing the entire scene, Meng Leyu felt that the child had acted rather improperly. Although he was correct that apologies were futile, the little one had genuinely tried to help him. However, Meng Leyu was at a loss as to how to explain this to the child and could only gently nudge Jiyang's left hand. What is it? Jiyang looked quizzically at the empty air. His mood had not been affected by the earlier encounter. In fact, he felt a sense of joy for having someone stand up for him. Yet, the air remained silent, with only the gentle contact of his left hand. It must be said that Jiyang, a newly hatched dragon, had a quick mind. He immediately grasped the situation and asked, Do you think I acted wrongly just now? Meng Leyu promptly tapped his right hand, affirming, Yes, that is precisely what I mean. However, just as Meng Leyu touched the boy's left hand, the value of Jiyang's mood began to plummet. Chapter 25. The great Shaimi Jiyang felt wronged. He believed he had done nothing amiss. He was indifferent to their provocations and saw no need for an apology. What had he done wrong? Observing the declining mood value, Meng Leyu grew anxious and repeatedly stroked Jiyang's head in an attempt to soothe him. Jiyang, I'm not blaming you. As she witnessed the stagnant mood value and the precarious affection level, Meng Leyu prioritized Jiyang's happiness over matters of right or wrong. She swiftly opened a shop, navigated to the entertainment section, and spent 2 coins on a worthless candy, placing it in Jiyang's hand. She recalled how he had bought many sweets during their previous boat journey, evidently fond of sugary treats. Truly, a doting mother can spoil a dragon. Jiyang glanced at the candy that had suddenly appeared in his hand, raised an eyebrow, and instantly understood that it was an attempt to placate him. I do not like candy, he declared, though he unwrapped it and popped the pink sweet into his mouth, even quickly disposing of the wrapper into his dragon space. Meng Leyu observed as Jiyang's mood value gradually increased and couldn't he help but chuckle. TSK, still a prideful little one, are we? Look at that affection level rising to 10. Once Jiyang was sufficiently comforted, Meng Leyu recalled the previous herb garden module and promptly clicked into it. Upon entering, she discovered that the Lingxing grass had grown to nearly half a meter tall, yet there were no signs of maturity. Curiously, she poked at it, prompting a notification to appear. Name: Lingxing grass, year 2359, medicinal value. Meng Leyu fell into contemplation, puzzled by the fractional year displayed. Just then, the year 2359 changed to 24, and she instantly understood. The time flow within the herb garden was independently regulated. 1 hour in the outside world equated to 1 year within. It seemed that for medicinal herbs, there was no maturity period. Rather, the longer they grew, the better they became. To test her hypothesis, Meng Leyu quickly harvested the Lingxing grass and replanted new seeds. Game notification: Herb Field Experience X24 Herb Field Level, 2 players. Please strive to enhance the herb field level to unlock new fields. In addition to seeds provided by the herb field shop, players may also gather seeds independently. What is the herb field shop? Meng Leyu opened it to find that, aside from free Lingxing grass seeds, it contained various medicinal herb seeds, all of which required purchase. Additionally, it offered various alchemy recipes. The currency for purchases was divided into 2 types: rechargeable game currency and herb currency, with the latter being significantly more expensive than the game currency for the same seeds. What is herb currency? A new prompt appeared next to the harvested Lingxing grass. You may choose to sell or refine pills. Without hesitation, Meng Leyu selected to sell, only to be notified that players could not sell independently. She thought, suppressing the urge to exclaim. Thus, Meng Leyu could only present the freshly harvested Lingxing grass to Jiyang and double-click the sell option. Jiyang immediately recognized the Lingxing grass as a primary material for refining replenishing pills, as he had previously undertaken collection tasks, knowing that harvesting Lingxing grass was quite simple. However, due to its simplicity, the commonly found Lingxing grass plants were short-lived, typically no older than 3 years. However, the Lingxing grass before him, extending half a meter in length, indicated that it had aged at least 20 years, a rarity seldom seen on the market. Are you selling Lingxing grass? A gentle nudge touched Jiyang's right hand. He nodded in response, saying, all right. Without further inquiry, Jiyang directly stored the Lingxing grass in the space within his abdomen. He felt no curiosity regarding the source of such a well-aged herb, nor did he attempt to dissuade the seller from parting with it, as it was her choice. He merely calculated in his mind how to fetch a good price for these herbs. Observing the obedient demeanor of the little one, Meng Leyu could not resist giving the little one another affectionate pat on the head, until the moment she set off to complete her sign-in task. The corners of Jiyang's lips remained uplifted. Although today's special offerings contained many splendid items, Meng Leyu, who had recently purchased candy and found herself on the brink of bankruptcy, knew that she could merely admire the wares. She lamented, that outfit looks adorable on the little one, and that hair crown suits them perfectly. Oh my, this is truly a miraculous little one. As she lay in bed, Meng Leyu's thoughts drifted to the idea of striking it rich, envisioning the many beautiful garments she could buy for the little one. Yet, she wondered when the little one would wear the exquisite yellow-grade robe she had gifted as a task reward, imagining how splendid it would look on them. Upon waking from a dream, Meng Leyu felt a flush upon her cheeks, but managed to remain composed. After all, the doctor had assured her that it was a normal phenomenon. Perhaps, deep down, she was simply a great romantic, she thought. While washing up, Meng Leyu gazed into the mirror at her fair complexion, feeling as though she had crossed into another realm. Upon closer inspection, she noticed that her face seemed a tad smaller. She squeezed her face towards her neck to observe her double chin. Although minimal, it had indeed reduced slightly. Despite being just a little, Meng Leyu felt a surge of joy, even finding that her mind felt clearer while studying English. She could recite passages more swiftly than before. The morning passed in a blur of exercises, and it was only during lunch, as she savored her noodles, that she found time to play a game on her phone. To her surprise, upon entering the game, she was met with a visual spectacle. The little one was changing clothes. She witnessed the slender boy, unadorned with a shirt, momentarily freeze upon sensing her presence before lowering his head nonchalantly to don his top. Had it not been for the flush of his ears, Meng Leyu might have been deceived. "You have arrived?" The boy spoke in a slightly husky voice. Though it was merely a game, Meng Leyu felt an unexpected sense of unease. As was her habit, she absent-mindedly patted the little one's head, only to realize that he had donned the robe she had previously gifted him. Wow, is this a sign of a telepathic connection? Indeed, the boy, who had always looked decent in her eyes, appeared even more radiant in this new attire. In the past, despite Meng Leyu recognizing the boy's good looks, his humble clothing and lean frame, shaped by a life of hardship, cast a shadow over his appearance. Now, clad in fresh garments and illuminated by her presence, he resembled a pearl that had shed its dust, becoming increasingly resplendent. Unable to resist, Meng Leyu reached out to caress the boy's face, then his chest, and finally his waist, which appeared particularly firm and slender due to the belt accentuating it. Curiosity about the details of the clothing drew her fingers downward. At that moment, the boy suddenly took a step back and, blushing, exclaimed, "Wait, I am not yet ready for mating." "Huh? Ah." Meng Leyu finally realized that she had nearly touched the boy inappropriately without intending to. Instantly, her face turned crimson, despite it being a game. She felt as if she had brushed against a real person. It was entirely unintentional on her part. With a swift motion, Meng Leyu exited the game and, in a flustered attempt to hide her embarrassment, turned her phone face down on the table. Jiyang, sensing the sudden disappearance of her presence, could not help but chuckle. Feeling less shy himself, all disciples participating in the entrance examination, please gather promptly. It turned out that the entrance exam had been unexpectedly advanced. Meng Leyu took a moment to compose herself, reminding herself that this was merely a tactic employed by the game company to entice players. Yes, such benefits might become more frequent in the future. Clearing her mind, she steeled herself, her gaze resolute as she reopened the game. Upon discovering that the game developers had indeed not included any other enticing features, a flicker of disappointment crossed her heart. She vowed it was only a minuscule disappointment. She wasn't such a romantic fool after all. Noticing Meng Leyu's return, Jiyang raised an eyebrow, surprised by her swift reappearance. Typically, she graced the game only once every 3 days, and her visits seldom exceeded 15 minutes. On their way to the sex martial arts arena, some individuals could not help but whisper among themselves, "Weren't we supposed to wait 7 days? Why has it been advanced? I heard there are significant figures among us this time. Even the sect leader is attending the entrance examination. What? Does that mean we might have the chance to become the sect leader's direct disciples?" At this, laughter erupted from nearby individuals. Direct disciples? That is not something we can aspire to. Becoming an inner disciple would already be a stroke of fortune. Exactly. I say the families of these cultivators should handle their own selections. Why must they compete with us for the entrance opportunities? Sure, be cautious with your words. This is not a topic we can discuss freely. I heard this rule was established by the founding ancestor to prevent the decline of noble families. Well, they may not have declined, but how can we, lacking any family support, compete with them? This sentiment struck a chord with many, yet another voice interjected. Have you all heard of the sect leader's direct disciple, Luo Tianqi? The prodigy, Luo Tianqi, is known to all. It's said he hails from a prominent family of cultivators, the Luo family of Nanshui. No wonder he became the sect leader's chosen. But you are all mistaken. That disciple scoffed, clearly relishing the more accurate information he possessed. Oh, how so? Yes, do enlighten us. How are we mistaken? In that moment, Meng Leyu felt a surge of curiosity regarding the so-called son of heaven mentioned in the game system. After tantalizing the audience, the disciple finally spoke. Although he was born into the Luo family, he was considered foolish and lacked spiritual roots. So even as the legitimate son, he was not prioritized by the family. It was not until 15 years ago that he vanished near the cold pool at the cliff and inadvertently activated the dragon altar, returning with a dragon egg. After forming a contract, He astonishingly possessed a rare variant of the heavenly spiritual root, the lightning spiritual root, and his foolishness was cured, resulting in a complete transformation of his fate. Heavens! What extraordinary luck! The crowd could not help but marvel. Meng Leyu nodded along, her expression serious, while Jiyang felt a tumult in his heart. 15 years ago was precisely when he was about to hatch, if all went as expected. Luo-Tianchi was indeed the one who had forcibly activated the dragon altar, causing damage to his shell and leaving him with a broken horn. Upon hearing the mention of the dragon altar, someone eagerly inquired, "Are you implying that the dragon altar is located at the base of that cliff? Where's that cliff?" "Huh? Do you think you're the only one who wishes to know?" This news was sealed by the Luo family long ago. Had it not been for someone from the Luo family being drawn into the abyss of demons, no one would know Luo-Tianchi's true heritage. Moreover, even if the dragon altar was once at the cliff's base, it would vanish after each activation, reappearing in an unknown location after a century. Does that mean the only dragon in a century has become his contracted beast? One could say that. The speaker was filled with envy and continued, "However, the world of cultivation has existed for more than a century, and there must be other dragons still in existence. Furthermore, it is said that our founding ancestors' contract beast is also a thunder dragon." The crowd buzzed with chatter, but Meng Leyu could not help but proudly stroke the head of her little one. For the contract beast of Luo-Tianchi was certainly not the only dragon of the past century. After all, her little one was also born within this century. Yet, she remained unaware of the little one's attribute. Curiously, she opened Jiyang's panel, only to find 2 question marks in the attribute section. Meng Leyu was left bewildered. Was this indicative of the unknown? Could the game developers not have been more diligent? Had they released the game prematurely to exploit players? Reflecting on the game's meticulous nature, she wondered if this attribute would indeed require personal exploration. After closing the panel, she stroked her little one's head again and silently murmured, "My dear little one, regardless of your attributes, I will never abandon you." Jiyang, unaware of Meng Leyu's rich inner thoughts, remained indifferent to what attribute Luo-Tianchi's contract dragon possessed. Dragons could be born from both natural gestation and the essence of heaven and earth, while the dragon altar merely served as an incubator for the dragon clan's legacy. The eggs within were largely strangers to one another. Who cared about anyone else's lineage? At that moment, the voice of the outer sex Li Zhangshi resonated through the air, causing the disciples to hold their breath in anticipation. Soon after, 10 chairs materialized from thin air, and in a brief moment, 5 men and 3 women soared in, taking their respective seats. Only the central chair and the third chair remained unoccupied. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man appeared in the central chair, leaving the third chair still vacant. Disciples pay respect to the sect leader. With the bowing of the crowd, Meng Leyu realized that the middle-aged man was none other than the leader of the Beiji Tianzong. Previously, when it was mentioned that he had a daughter in his later years, she had imagined him to be an old man. But now she saw that he was a rather handsome middle-aged gentleman. Observing the others seated, she could not help but acknowledge that the experts in the cultivation world indeed possessed a certain charm. Chapter 27. The sect election. As Meng Leyu pondered how they would conduct the examination, dozens of people approached the martial arts arena, led by a young man clad in a white robe adorned with gold trim. Following him were about 20 young individuals dressed in purple, who collectively placed a crystal orb in front of the arena. Once the orb touched the ground, it took root and transformed into a spiraling jade pillar. The age-old opening remarks began, yet Meng Leyu's gaze was fixed solely on the striking young man in the golden-trimmed white robe. He was simply too handsome. Heaven! Where on earth did this gaming company find such a talented modeler? She had originally believed that her little one's model was unparalleled, but she had not anticipated the emergence of another type. If her little one embodied exquisite ambiguity, then the young man before her radiated a blend of heroism and charming rogue allure. His appearance exuded valor, while his demeanor conveyed a playful charm. Unable to resist, Meng Leyu reached out to tap his panel, and in that fleeting moment of a slight frown, she finally glimpsed his attributes. Name: Luo-Tianchi. Gender: male. Age: body 36. Soul 23. Root: variant thunder root, current cultivation, early golden core, contract beast, thunder dragon, mid-foundation establishment. Note, child of destiny, transmigrated university student. Goodness. This transmigrator seemed to have inherited the protagonist's script. Meng Leyu glanced once more at his face, indeed confirming he was a child of destiny. However, she believed her little one would undoubtedly excel as well. What Meng Leyu did not realize was that the moment she touched Luo-Tianxi, he sensed something amiss. Yet, with the elders and his master present, and none showing any signs of concern, he dismissed it as mere overthinking. Today, he had come with a mission. His master's daughter, Su Wanyin, was among this batch of disciples, and his task was to recruit her as an inner disciple of their peak. Awaiting her 18th birthday to become a direct disciple after passing the Tianji Pavilion's decree. In contrast, Jiyang had grown increasingly at ease, initially concerned about that individual being discovered. The past few days of their comings and goings had allowed him to relax completely. Especially today, he could clearly sense that person's presence, yet no one at Beiji Tianzong, including the sect leader, seemed to notice, not even a stir from the protective mountain formation. Did this imply that the other's cultivation level surpassed that of the sect leader? It was rumored that the sect leader, Xian Yuanjinren, had been at the peak of the nascent soul stage for many years, just a step away from transcending to the divine transformation stage. But what about her? What was her level of cultivation? As Meng Leyu continued her curious exploration, the ceremony finally commenced. The new disciples began to line up one by one to touch the pillar. When their hands met the pillar, it would reveal colors. Most revealed between 3 to 4 colors, each varying in intensity, while those displaying 2 colors were halted by the elders, who began to inquire about their cultivation duration, interests, and insights on cultivation. After observing for a while, Meng Leyu understood that the colors represented the spiritual roots. The fewer the colors, the higher the talent. A single color indicated a superior spiritual root. Generally, spiritual roots were categorized into the 5 common elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, while variant roots were exceedingly rare. Those called aside for dual spiritual roots were usually admitted into the inner sect. Even the previously mentioned Duck Young Master had tested with earthy yellow and pale green dual roots. However, he did not enter the previously mentioned sect of Qi Shaozhenren, but instead went to the neighboring sect, which specialized in planting spiritual herbs and focused on formations. Under the guidance of Lu Zizhenren. After a while, Su Wanyin took her turn, cradling a small orange cat in her arms. Surprisingly, when her hand touched the spiraling jade pillar, it revealed 5 colors, nearly imperceptible in hue. The crowd erupted in astonishment, for due to the ascending ladder of Beiji Tianzong, no disciple with 5 spiritual roots had ever appeared, as such individuals would be eliminated at the outset. The girl standing before them either possessed extraordinary talent or held an incredible treasure, though luck could not be ruled out, as fortune was also a significant talent in the world of cultivation. Upon seeing the pillar's response, Su Wanyin stood frozen, instinctively glancing toward the sect leader seated at the head table, her father. As the disciples below speculated, believing the 5 spiritual roots would surely lead her to the outer sect. The sect leader's direct disciple, Luo-Tianxi, spoke up. After inquiring about Su Wanyin's name and her views on cultivation, he continued, "I happened upon a cultivation method for 5 spiritual roots, which I have been unable to try until now. Since junior sister Wanyin has tested positive for 5 spiritual roots, it seems destined. Would you be willing to join my Sanjian peak?" As he extended his hand toward her, the young girl immediately placed her hand in his, her eyes glistening with tears as she nodded vigorously. Brother Tianxi was indeed the best. Meng Leyu watched in disbelief, her jaw nearly dropping. What a scene straight out of novel. After Su Wanyin accepted Luo-Tianxi's invitation to join Sanjian Peak, the testing continued. Before long, it was Jiyang's turn. At that moment, Meng Leyu felt a surge of anxiety. She remembered that her little one's attribute was unknown. And what if the spiraling jade pillar could only test humans and not beasts? As Meng Leyu fretted, Jiyang finally placed his hand on the pillar. Once again, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Before her stood a pillar, one half radiant like the sun, while the other half was as dark as the silent night. Although they were two distinct colors, they complemented each other, entwined in an inseparable embrace. What type of spiritual root is this? Meng Leyu found herself utterly perplexed by the scene before her. However, Jiyang remained unfazed, standing quietly in place, awaiting the next development. Finally, the sect leader seated at the head of the table spoke. "What is your name?" "Jiyang," came a reply. "Where do you cultivate?" "I am a wandering cultivator." "To be frank, we have never encountered such a spiritual root. What do you aspire to cultivate? What do you believe your path to be?" The young man fell silent for a moment before responding. "I cultivate yin and yang. My desire is simply to live." Upon hearing the words yin and yang, Meng Leyu felt her face flush crimson. While others may not grasp the significance of yin and yang, she certainly did. "Young one, there's no need to be so fixated on the method of Yuan." It was evident that those present were unfamiliar with the concept. And when the sect leader heard Jiyang's singular wish to survive, he frowned and inquired, "Is that all?" Without hesitation, Jiyang nodded. Instantly, the sect leader fell silent, clearly dissatisfied, while the other elders, though intrigued by Jiyang's spiritual root, chose not to speak further. It seemed that Jiyang was destined to be cast out to the outer sect. Chapter 28. Seeking the truth as the onlookers expressed their feelings of regret, curiosity, or even schadenfreude, a voice like a lion's roar erupted. "Su Dazhuang, what are you pretending to be? Who doesn't cultivate for the sake of longevity? What is wrong with wanting to live? If you truly didn't care, why would you seek elixirs at my Changshan Fugui peak?" The mere mention of this peak nearly caused Meng Leyu to spit out the water she had just sipped. What a splendid name. Clearly ambitious. If the Beiji Tian sect were to change its main peak in the future, she would certainly cast her vote for him. Upon hearing the name, Su Dazhuang, the expressions of those present varied greatly. Some were terrified, others furrowed their brows, and some struggled to suppress their laughter, all rendered speechless. Yet, the man himself, the head of the Xian Yuan sect, maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly unconcerned, and said, "Elder Fugui, what brings you here?" The robust elder known as Fugui strode directly to the third chair and replied, "I heard there was excitement, so I came to see." As Fugui glanced in Su Wanyan's direction, he chuckled. Su Dazhuang was as pretentious as ever, unwilling to let his daughter face hardship, while simultaneously wanting to appear grand. Fortunately, his daughter possessed a genuine heart. Indeed, a good shoot can spring from a bad bamboo. After muttering a few words about the sect leader in his mind, Fugui turned his attention to Jiyang and said, "I do not know what your spiritual root is, but it aligns well with what you mentioned about yin and yang. Yin and yang create life. Is it not a balance of light and dark? Very well, your aspirations resonate with those of my Changshan Fugui peak. Would you care to join us?" Jiyang hesitated. In truth, he preferred to be an outer sect disciple, as it would afford him greater freedom in both cultivation and interactions with her. Just as Jiyang pondered, he felt an incessant nudging on his right hand. At that moment, Meng Leyu was fervently tapping Jiyang's hand, eager to assist him in agreeing. "I am willing," Jiyang said, bowing with a hint of a smile in his eyes, for she mattered greatly to him. "Excellent. From this day forth, you shall be my direct disciple," Fugui declared. Upon hearing this, the previously composed sect leader, Su Dazhuang, suddenly turned his gaze. It was noteworthy that while Changshan Fugui Peak had many inner disciples, Fugui had only accepted one direct disciple in the past 200 years, and that disciple now managed the affairs of the peak. Almost instantaneously after Elder Fugui confirmed Jiyang's identity, the game system issued a new prompt. Formal apprenticeship completed. A new instance will commence. The world of cultivation is fraught with peril. The path to longevity is uncertain, and life is but a single journey. Players are advised to take this seriously. The serious and cautionary message caused Meng Leyu to tremble slightly as she held her phone. Goodness, must it be so gravely serious? Nevertheless, regardless of what the game insisted, she did not wish for Jiyang to perish, even if it was merely a game. The image of that peculiar chocolate flashed through Meng Leyu's mind. Yu Yongden? Suddenly, she recalled the formula from the medicinal garden module and hurriedly navigated to find it. The realm of cultivation is replete with elixirs, and fortunately, there was a search bar. After inputting the name, the formula for Yuyongdan appeared. Moreover, it displayed the appearance of each grade of Yuyongdan. Meng Leyu instantly recognized the black chocolate she had consumed previously, and upon glancing at the accompanying description, it matched the card perfectly. However, it also detailed the side effects of consuming the elixir, one of which stated, the lower the cultivation level, the more severe the side effects, with severe cases potentially leading to diarrhea or skin peeling. Wasn't that precisely her condition before? In fact, she had experienced both. Meng Leyu's breath quickened. Could it be that the items in the game were real? Or perhaps this game company could manufacture such things? She then recalled the lucky opportunity rewarded from the previous task. Regardless, Meng Leyu felt compelled to verify the situation. But the reward was issued by the system. While the gift was from Jiyang, when would the next opportunity for verification arise? Or could she create one herself? As Meng Leyu contemplated how to create an opportunity, her phone rang. It was her mother calling. As soon as the call connected, her mother urged, quickly throw away the flowers in the vase and turn on the air purifier. Although Meng Leyu did not understand the reasoning behind this, she instinctively complied, as it had become a habit instilled by years of familial pressure. Less than half an hour later, the door swung open, and to her astonishment, her family, who should have been vacationing in Modu, returned early. Most surprisingly, Meng Leyu was fully clad in protective gear, even covering her face entirely, despite the sweltering heat. As soon as Meng Leyu's footsteps were heard, her mother instinctively gestured. What are you dawdling for? Don't you know to pour water? Meng Leyu quietly went to pour them water, overhearing their conversation in the living room. Really? How could this happen? Why am I allergic to the local environment? Then came Meng Leyu's frustrated voice. How would I know? I have a competition next week. And now my face looks like this. What am I going to do? Her mother reassured her, it's all right. Competitions are about skill, not looks. And I will ensure to find a doctor to treat you before the contest. Meng Leyu's face had broken out in an allergic reaction. As Meng Leyu placed the water on the table, she curiously glanced at her sister. What are you looking at? Meng Leyu suddenly yanked off her sunglasses, glaring at her swollen eyes due to the allergy, exclaiming, what happened to your face? At Meng Leyu's words, their parents turned their attention to Meng Leyu, their eyes widening in astonishment, mirroring Meng Leyu's shock. Leyu, what is going on? Her father was the first to regain his composure. Under their scrutinizing gazes, Meng Leyu awkwardly touched her face and replied, I fell ill a couple of days ago, and this is the result. By the way, Mom, I borrowed money from Teacher Wang to pay for the medical expenses. Is it possible? However, before she could finish, her mother abruptly interrupted. What illness? Meng Leyu initially thought her mother was genuinely concerned for her, and promptly answered, the doctor said it was an allergy. What kind of allergy? Is it cured? Her mother's eyes narrowed suspiciously, obscuring her thoughts. It's cured, but we don't know what caused the allergy. It happened suddenly, and the hospital couldn't identify it. Meng Leyu suddenly became wary, realizing she should not disclose the matter of Yongdan. How was it treated? Her mother inquired, her suspicion evident. I went to the community hospital, and the doctor prescribed loratadine. As soon as Meng Leyu's words fell silent, Meng Leyu exclaimed, Mom, she is certainly lying. She must not be allergic. She must have used something. As Meng Leyu spoke, her swollen eyes glared fiercely at Meng Leyu, her gaze seemingly piercing through Meng Leyu's smooth, porcelain-like skin. Just as Meng Leyu asserted, their parents, Meng Fu and Meng Mu, did not believe that Meng Leyu had used nothing at all. However, this time, Meng Leyu clenched her teeth and refused to admit anything. She observed Meng Leyu's frenzied allergic reaction, which was filled not only with hatred, but also with an intense determination to prevail. Xiaoya, whatever you used, the rapid effectiveness is certainly abnormal. There must be hormones involved, Meng Fu said, appearing both earnest and skeptical. I did not, Meng Leyu replied resolutely, sticking to her 3 words. Meng Mu, growing increasingly frustrated with Meng Leyu's obstinacy, disdainfully exclaimed, you claim you are allergic and then recover to this state, and you expect me to believe it? Now your sister is also allergic. Yet you are hiding the truth. Do you care about this family at all? Do you care about us? I truly did not use anything. I have the prescription from the hospital, Meng Leyu insisted, rushing into her room to retrieve the medical records. Upon seeing the actual documents, Meng Mu felt a pang of doubt. Perhaps it was indeed just an allergic reaction that had healed her skin. Mom, why do you believe her? I see she cannot stand to see me well. Are you truly going to let me compete in this condition? If she has used anything else, searching her room will reveal the truth. No, Meng Leyu exclaimed in alarm. Meanwhile, their parents, who had been somewhat convinced, found their suspicions reignited by her reaction. Meng Leyu, seizing the opportunity, declared triumphantly, Mom and Dad, look at her. She must have hidden something. Mom, I didn't. Meng Leyu continued to argue. Meng Mu shot her a fierce glare and forcefully pushed past Meng Leyu to invade her room. However, Meng Leyu's room was exceedingly small, making even turning around a challenge. They spent half an hour thoroughly rummaging through the tiny space, only to find it utterly bare. It was only when they uncovered a storage box-like wardrobe that Meng Fu and Meng Mu belatedly realized how pitifully few clothes their eldest daughter owned, merely 2 sets of seasonal clothing aside from her school uniform. The colors had faded, and Meng Mu struggled to recall when they had been purchased. As they continued their relentless search, Meng Leyu suddenly felt a sense of calm. She had already prepared herself for their inquiries regarding her improved skin, even if she had not anticipated them searching her room. She had disposed of all the boxes and cards far in advance, strategically discarding them during the garbage truck's collection time, ensuring they would never find them. While they searched, Meng Leyu confirmed her conviction that discarding those items had been the right decision. It was not relief at their lack of evidence, but rather a long-accumulated numbness and coldness. After confirming that there was indeed nothing they sought, Meng Leyu exploded first. How can there be nothing? She must have used something. She then charged at Meng Leyu, clutching her collar and demanding, "Did you throw it away?" Meng Leyu was taken aback by Meng Leyu's keen perception, but adamantly replied, "There is no such thing as you claim. If you do not believe me, there is nothing I can do." With that, Meng Leyu forcefully pushed Meng Leyu's hand away and returned to her room, beginning to tidy up the mess they had made. "Mom, look at her." Meng Leyu attempted to speak again. Meng Mu, observing her eldest daughter crouched on the floor, gathering her belongings in silence, suddenly reached out to stop Meng Leyu, soothingly saying, "Your condition is primarily due to the change in environment. Now that we are back, a visit to the hospital should remedy it." Though Meng Leyu initially wanted to protest further, she ultimately nodded sullenly and departed with Meng Fu and Meng Mu. After the door clicked shut, Meng Leyu breathed a sigh of relief. Having been worried she might not hold her ground, standing by the window for a moment, she confirmed their complete departure before reopening her phone to search for a way to change the delivery address. However, she discovered nothing, prompting her to wonder how they had managed to deliver the package to her in the first place. It dawned on her that she had not even verified her identity. She had logged into the game directly through the app without an account. This realization further solidified her belief in the complexity of the game. At that moment, the creature that had accompanied her spoke. "The previous Lingxing grass has been sold for a total of 20 medium-grade spirit stones." Goodness, that was fast. Meng Leyu had expected selling the herbs would take some time. Jiyang then offered an explanation. At Changshan Fugui Peak, both alchemy and body cultivation are practiced, making spirit plants quite marketable there. Jiyang did not mention that upon arriving at Changshan Fugui Peak, the Elder of Prosperity had not even given him a formal greeting, but had instead handed him over to his senior apprentice, the current steward, Hao Yunjinren. The ambience at Changshan Fugui Peak remained as it had always been. Hao Yunjinren, a youth with a scholarly face and a robust physique, had greeted Jiyang warmly, yet still failed to extend any formal courtesies. He elaborated, "Our Changshan Fugui Peak has another nickname, the peak that never gives. Gifts are out of the question. Even brothers must settle accounts clearly." Hao Yunjinren continued to elaborate, stating that while Changshan Fugui Peak provided meals and accommodation, it did not cover pocket money. If one needed funds, they were encouraged to learn alchemy. Aside from the tasks assigned by the sect each month, any remaining elixirs could be sold independently. However, the materials required for alchemy were only provided for assigned tasks, which typically included losses. Thus, the more skilled one became at alchemy, the lower the losses incurred. allowing for greater personal profit. Jiyang expressed no discontent with this arrangement. Producing a sprig of the Lingxing grass Meng Leyu had given him to inquire about its value. Hao Yunjinren, upon seeing the Lingxing grass, was momentarily taken aback. Although he had encountered higher quality specimens, he had not expected this newcomer to possess such a find. Ultimately, Jiyang sold all the Lingxing grass to Hao Yunjinren. As the disciples within the peak were preoccupied with body cultivation, and the sect's task for replenishing spirit elixirs had yet to be completed. As the steward, he had to expedite their work. The exceptional quality of the Lingxing grass would not only enhance his success rate, but also elevate the grade of the elixirs produced, thereby reducing the overall workload. When Meng Leyu learned that the Changshan Fugue peak where the creature had gone was an alchemy hub, she felt a surge of concern. She recalled how the creature had previously mentioned its lack of talent for alchemy. Yet now that the choice had been made, retreating was not an option. Meng Leyu could only hope that the creature's yin-yang cultivation technique would enable it to practice normally. As Meng Leyu accepted the storage pouch containing the spirit stones from the creature, the game system prompted. Lingxing grass sold for 20 medium-grade spirit stones. After deducting Jiyang's 10 as commission, the player has 18 medium-grade spirit stones remaining. Would you like to convert them all into medicinal currency? After some contemplation, Meng Leyu decided to retain 5 medium-grade spirit stones, converting the remaining 13 into medicinal currency. As she entered the numbers and confirmed, the 13 medium-grade spirit stones vanished from the storage pouch, replaced by the cold numerical value of 13, which equated perfectly to the value of medicinal currency. Subsequently, Meng Leyu withdrew 2 pieces as Jiyang's commission and placed the remaining 5 medium-grade spirit stones into her backpack. Jiyang did not refuse the proposal. He sensed that similar events would continue in the future. However, he knew he could not sell items directly to his kin as he had done this time. After all, he understood the adage that a commoner is innocent, but possessing precious items can lead to trouble. Therefore, he needed to seek a more suitable outlet for his goods. Upon acquiring the medicinal currency, Meng Leyu promptly opened the marketplace within the medicinal garden module. Yet, as was typical of this game, 13 units of currency could only purchase a handful of seeds, all of which were ordinary medicinal seeds. Compared to the previous marketplace's stinginess, Meng Leyu generously spent all her medicinal currency to acquire seeds. After all, money begets money. Besides purchasing a considerable amount of free Lingxing grass seeds, she also acquired blood-replenishing vine seeds at 1 currency per seed, which was noted as a primary material for crafting minor elixirs. After procuring the seeds, Meng Leyu ventured to the medicinal field. Upon noting the age of the plants, she confirmed her earlier suspicion that time was calculated in hours. After harvesting the Lingxing grass, the field's level rose to 3, and a small plot of land appeared beside it. She first planted 13 blood-replenishing vines, then filled the remaining plots with Lingxing grass. After completing the planting task, Meng Leyu did not rush to leave, but instead browsed the alchemical recipes in the marketplace. She had formed a bold idea in her mind regarding verification, although she had yet to devise a method to encourage her companion to present her with gifts. Meng Leyu sorted the recipes by price, discovering the cheapest one was named Strength Elixir. Its function was as straightforward as its name, granting immense strength for a quarter of an hour, albeit with limits according to the user's physical capacity. The side effect was significant. Once the effect wore off, the user would be left exhausted for 3 hours. In the realm of cultivation, this was considered a rather lackluster product, and thus it was priced at only 111 medicinal currency. Meng Leyu silently clicked on this recipe, deciding to save money to purchase it. If successful, the elixir's effectiveness will be the easiest to verify. Just as she was about to exit the medicinal marketplace, she noticed the recipe for the minor elixir. The explanation of its effects was notably more comprehensive here. The minor elixir was said to quickly stop bleeding, promote wound healing, and repair internal organs, granting time for the severely injured to recover their spiritual energy. She was immediately intrigued. Was this not an enhanced version of Yan'an Baiyao? If possible, she would like to keep a few on hand. After exiting the medicinal garden module, Meng Leyu presented the freshly harvested Lingxing grass to her companion. Jiyang gazed at the obviously freshly harvested grass, the juices still glistening, his eyes flickering. He was certain the person had not just left, yet the grass appeared freshly cut. Did this imply that the individual possessed a space akin to a mustard seed? Only such a space could manifest an independent world, allowing for such spontaneous collection and storage. If this person truly had such a space, it would explain why they could come and go unnoticed. For it was said in legends that only those who had achieved transcendence could possess such a realm. Was she one of them? Jiyang pondered, a tinge of inferiority creeping into his heart. How could someone of such stature regard him, a mere dragon with a broken horn? Was his desire to form a bond with a contract beast merely a figment of his own imagination? For reasons unknown, a sense of disappointment washed over Jiyang. Despite his previous reluctance to become a contract beast, Meng Leyu, unaware of her companion's sudden melancholy, noticed the declining mood and instinctively patted his head, hoping to uplift his spirits. Good boy, Gai Zai Zai. Feeling the gentle touch atop his head, Jiyang snapped back to reality and inquired, "Are these Lingxing grasses meant for sale as well?" A subtle sensation coursed through him at the moment of contact, a feeling strangely familiar. It was akin to the profound sensations he experienced during his cultivation practice. Coming back to himself, Jiyang felt his cheeks flush. How could he entertain such thoughts? It was merely a matter of his cultivation technique. He should not tarnish that perception. Meng Leyu was taken aback by the sudden blush on her companion's face. A playful spirit ignited within her, prompting her to touch other parts of Yang's form, though she deliberately avoided the previously indicated sensitive area. To her surprise, Jiyang remained obedient, allowing her to explore. Her companion truly appeared beautiful, gentle, and quite easy to tease. As she continued to caress him, Jiyang's dragon horns gradually emerged, one black and one white, adorning his head. An idea suddenly struck Meng Leyu. Could she ride on those horns? Coughing discreetly, she dismissed the absurdity of her thoughts. Just as both the girl and the dragon were lost in their musings, a message from the sect arrived. The wild secret realm had opened. Since only foundational-level cultivators could enter, the sect would hold a temporary competition for Qi refinement stage practitioners, with the top 10 securing entry into the secret realm. Considering the overwhelming number of Qi refinement practitioners in Beiji Tianzong, Meng Leyu felt certain her companion would have little chance. However, to her astonishment, a game task was unexpectedly triggered. The notification read, "Danger and opportunity coexist. The opening of the secret realm may present a valuable chance for growth. Please venture forth to battle monsters and level up. Rewards will be distributed alongside game experience." Meng Leyu silently raised her middle finger. Did the game fail to recognize that only the top 10 from the sect could participate? Her companion, merely a fledgling at the third stage of Qi refinement, stood no chance against those who had reached perfection. Was she losing her mind, or was the game truly mad? Furthermore, the implication that rewards would be distributed based on the wealth gathered in the secret realm only added to her frustration. Just as Meng Leyu was about to unleash a torrent of expletives, a paper crane landed outside Ying's window. Upon letting it in, the resounding voice of the fortunate master echoed from within the crane. Chapter 31. Deception. The little paper crane opened its beak and said, "Junior brother, you are the only Qi refinement practitioner on our peak, so you must participate in this competition. I have already submitted your name. Rest well today and be ready for the contest tomorrow." Both Meng Leyu and Jiyang fell silent. How enthusiastic of them! With no other options left, she could only brace herself for the challenge. As the saying goes, a mother worries for her child, even from 1,000 miles away. And Meng Leyu was indeed anxious at this moment. With no hope from Chongqing Fugwifing, she hesitantly reopened the marketplace interface to see if there were any suitable items for her companion on special today. If all else failed, a few thank you notes would suffice. The special offers today featured numerous appealing items, but sadly, her financial situation was dire. Glancing at her WeChat balance and calculating next week's meal expenses, she realized she could only recharge 6 units, barely enough to qualify for a 5 discount on today's recharge, equating to a net recharge of 7 units. Alas, once again she had spent a meager sum. After recharging, along with her daily sign-in rewards, She first purchased 2 low-grade detoxification pills, which, according to the description, could detoxify hundreds of poisons, an essential remedy for any journey. She then acquired a pack of mid-grade 5-poison powder containing 3 doses, though it was noted to be ineffective for cultivators above the foundational stage. Yet, that last detail was insignificant to Meng Leyu at that moment. For had not the secret realm promised great opportunities? Only cultivators below the foundation building stage are permitted to enter, and this time, the participants in the grand competition are solely at the cheerful stage. After Meng Leyu purchased these 2 items, she was left with only 2 game coins. Gritting her teeth and stamping her foot, she decided to plunge into the lottery. Half a minute later, 2 small elixirs were freshly produced. Wealth eluded her. She simply could not draw it. Nostalgia is akin to a small game coin, with the grand prize nestled within and the small elixirs outside. Upon exiting, Meng Leyu handed over the still warm items to Zai, and gently patted Zai's head in encouragement. Jiyang, holding the 5 poisons powder, assumed she meant for him to use it during the competition and hesitated, saying using poison should be prohibited in sect competitions. Meng Leyu was momentarily uncertain. Is it not allowed? Nevertheless, Jiyang carefully stored the items in a spatial pouch and solemnly declared, "Do you wish for me to venture into the secret realm?" Meng Leyu hesitated for a moment, poking Zai's right hand, then his left. Although the task's rewards were enticing, her primary concern remained Zai's safety. Clearly, Jiyang was unfazed by the fact that his left hand had also been poked. As he spoke, "If that is the case, I shall exert my utmost to secure the qualification to enter the secret realm." Oh, Zai was truly understanding, to the point of being heart-wrenching. Unbeknownst to Meng Leyu, Jiyang genuinely intended to risk his life. He was acutely aware that his strengths lay in years of combat experience as a fugitive, the formidable physique of the Dragon Clan, and a fearless disposition. In such a sect competition, others naturally prioritize their lives, a concern he did not share. The secret realm signified the unknown and opportunities. He sought a chance for growth while wishing not to disappoint her. Fearing she might delay Zai's rest, Meng Leyu disembarked early. Before leaving, she glanced at Zai's affection level, discovering that it had unknowingly risen to 15. That evening, Meng Leyu and the others finally returned from the hospital. As soon as Meng Leyu arrived, she shot Meng Leyu a glare before silently retreating into her room. Surprisingly, Meng Mu wore a rare smile for Meng Leyu, leaving her momentarily astonished. With a concerned expression, Meng Mu asked, "Xiaoya, I remember you mentioned being unwell. How do you feel today? Better?" Meng Leyu instantly regained her composure. It turned out they had been waiting for her, indicating they had not given up hope. Thus, with a look of grievance, Meng Leyu replied, "I owe it all to Teacher Wang. If she hadn't taken me to the hospital, I wouldn't be well. Mom, could you lend me some money to repay Teacher Wang?" Meng Leyu felt coldness in her heart, yet her grievance was genuine. However, since they had brought it up, she could address the matter of the money Teacher Wang had spent on her treatment. Meng Mu's expression stiffened at once, and Meng Fu immediately interjected, "Of course. How much did the treatment cost? I'll cover it, but remember to repay Teacher Wang." "All right." Meng Leyu feared they might change their minds and quickly returned to her room to bring out her medical records and receipts. "Dad, it cost a total of 3,280. Upon hearing this, Meng Mu immediately questioned, "Why so much?" While speaking, she snatched the receipts from Meng Leyu's hand, frowning as she said, "I assenti it's just an allergy. How could it cost so much?" Meng Leyu refrained from answering and instead asked, "Mom, how much did Jiyang spend this time?" Meng Mu's expression shifted awkwardly, and she could only respond sheepishly, "Jiyang is different from you. Medical expenses in Modu are high." "Oh." Meng Leyu chose not to speak further, and after confirming the amount, Meng Fu directly transferred the money to Teacher Wang instead of to Meng Leyu. Once she saw the money successfully sent, Meng Leyu finally exhaled in relief and said, "Mom and Dad, if there is nothing else, I'll head back to my room." After returning to her room, Meng Leyu suddenly realized that she no longer feared them as much, and her reaction seemed quicker. However, not long after settling in, her door was knocked on again, this time by Meng Mu, who entered alone, holding a peach-pink dress. "Xiaoya, Mom bought you a dress. Try it on and see if you like it." Upon hearing this, Meng Leyu almost doubted her ears. Moreover, the dress in Meng Mu's hands seemed strangely familiar. Nonetheless, she picked it up, and upon opening it, she finally understood why it seemed familiar. The dress had been gifted to the daughter of the Meng family. The giver was aware that the Meng family had a daughter, but did not know they had two, one plump and one slender. The dress was brought from abroad in a standard size for a girl with a larger frame, yet it was still too big for someone as slender as Meng Leyu. Consequently, Meng Leyu had complained to her parents about the thoughtlessness of the gift, and so the dress had remained tucked away in a corner of Meng Mu's wardrobe. Meng Leyu had not expected to see the dress again, especially under the guise of being purchased for her by Meng Mu. How absurd that they wouldn't even bother to invest a little thought into deceiving her. Chapter 32. Astonishment. Meng Leyu ultimately did not try on the dress, but merely held it up in front of Meng Mu, stating, "The size is too small. I can't wear it." Seeing this, Meng Mu felt a bit awkward and quickly tried to salvage the situation, saying, "Is that so? I never thought you were overweight. I didn't expect it to be unsuitable." Did she truly not think she was overweight? In reality, she had never bought her clothes. During her childhood, she mostly wore hand-me-downs from her relatives, and since they had boys, even if she was plump, the clothes still fit. Later on, when she entered middle school, her parents simply gave her money to buy her own clothes. When puberty began, she initially had no idea about needing to buy undergarments, and she vividly remembered the mocking faces of the boys during physical education class. Yet, all that was behind her now. Meng Leyu suddenly felt that perhaps her rebellious phase during adolescence had finally arrived, and she clearly recognized that such small favors from her parents would no longer sway her. Especially not such overtly manipulative gestures. Just as netizens say, where there is money, there is love. Seeing her initial attempts thwarted, Meng Mu remained undeterred, continuing her soft approach. "Mom knows you resent us for not taking you out, but we did this for your own good." Meng Leyu then realized the audacity of her parents, who could twist even this into a narrative of concern for her well-being. Noticing Meng Leyu's silence, Meng Mu continued, "I know you study hard and surely don't slack off on weekends. Xiaoya is different. She excels in her studies and enjoys playing. This trip to Modu was also to check out her dream school and set goals." Meng Leyu couldn't help but chuckle at such a flimsy excuse. Was it really her fault for working hard? "Mom, I remember you said you were taking Jiyang to Modu this weekend, so she could come back and catch up on her studies. You even mentioned that Lin Laoshir's classes are hard to book." At this, Meng Mu's expression froze entirely, her face contorting with embarrassment and anger as she retorted, "You child, I'm your mother. Do you think I could deceive you?" Meng Leyu fell silent again, and seeing her reaction only made Meng Mu angrier. As she realized Meng Leyu was impervious to her attempts, with a fierce pull, she yanked the ill-fitting dress away and stormed out. Meng Leyu was utterly indifferent. Why should she care about clothes that did not fit her? The next day, as Meng Leyu descended the stairs, she unexpectedly encountered Leyu, who was waiting there. Upon seeing Meng Leyu, he paused for a moment, then uncertainly called out, "Leyu? Good morning." Meng Leyu nodded, momentarily hesitating between approaching him or heading directly to the bus station outside the community. Upon confirming it was indeed Meng Leyu, Leyu was taken aback, incredulously exclaiming, "How has your skin suddenly improved? I remember it wasn't like this before." Sometimes, Luyu's gentleness seemed habitual, though he did not finish his sentence. The implication was clear to both of them. In the presence of Luyu's enduring kindness, Meng Leyu felt a tinge of shyness, instinctively adjusting her bangs as she replied, I took some medicine and it got better." "Oh, that's great." At that moment, Leyu had to admit that indeed, a fair complexion could conceal many flaws. The Meng Leyu, who had once repulsed him at a mere glance, now, enhanced by her improved skin, reminded him of a plump, glistening rice dumpling. However, this was merely a fleeting moment of appreciation. He was still waiting for another important matter. "By the way, Leyu, do you know what happened to Jiyang? She hasn't answered my video calls since the night before last." Luyu's words abruptly pulled Meng Leyu back to reality, causing her to recall the couple kissing behind the magnolia tree that day. I don't know why, but she is sick and currently at home. Would you like to visit her? Meng Leyu admitted that there was a hint of malice in her words, curious about Lu Yu's reaction upon seeing her current appearance. Sure enough, upon hearing that Meng Jiechi was ill, Lu Yu immediately grew anxious, asking, "What? How did she get sick? Is it serious?" "Quite serious," Meng Leyu replied expressionlessly. "Serious enough that they are trying every possible way to find a cure from her. Then I will go see her." Without hesitation, Lu Yu turned and headed inside the building. Ultimately, Meng Leyu chose not to follow. For her, studying was of paramount importance, and the affections or indifference of others held little significance. Just as Lu Yu was astonished by Meng Leyu, her transformation from severely flawed skin to a porcelain complexion created quite a stir among her classmates, especially the girls, who quickly gathered around her desk, all inquiring, "Meng Leyu, how has your skin suddenly improved? Did you undergo cosmetic treatment?" With the advancement of the internet, students now understood that improving one's skin through skincare products was a long and arduous process, often yielding disappointing results despite the financial investment. Only cosmetic treatments offered immediate effects, albeit accompanied by unpredictable side effects, not suitable for everyone. Clearly, at that moment, Meng Leyu appeared to them as a successful case of cosmetic enhancement. "No, it's because I unexpectedly shed several layers of skin over the weekend." Meng Leyu's statement was half-truth, yet what did it matter? She surely could not divulge that she had consumed Jiyang Dan. Really? The surrounding girls were evidently skeptical. "That's right. It was Mr. Wang who took me to the hospital." Once Meng Leyu uttered this, most of her classmates believed her, not for any other reason, but because Mr. Wang was a beloved teacher. In response, a girl jokingly expressed her envy. "What made you shed skin? You must tell us, so we can do the same." Meng Leyu shook her head, saying, "I don't know. They couldn't determine the exact cause. If I find out, I will definitely let you know." "Well, thank you in advance. Just remember to tell us." Meng Leyu nodded vigorously. Suddenly, she contemplated that if the items from the game were real, perhaps she had discovered a way to earn money, though this matter required further planning. After morning study commenced, the students returned to their seats, and beside her, Chu Xiaoting could no longer restrain her curiosity, asking Meng Leyu, "Leyu, did your skin really improve just because of shedding? Did you not eat or use anything?" Meng Leyu resolutely shook her head again, replying, shouting, "Isn't it time you return the money you borrowed from me?" Chapter 33. Life at stake since her parents were not proactive in providing her with money. Meng Leyu had developed a habit of saving discreetly. Although it was not much, over the years, she had accumulated around 1,000 yuan. Previously, Chu Xiaoting had mentioned her phone was broken, and her family would not buy her a new one, so she borrowed money from Meng Leyu. However, it had been half a year, and Meng Leyu had asked for repayment. But Chu Xiaoting always claimed she didn't have the money at the moment and would certainly return it. Until one day, Chu Xiaoting, in frustration, questioned Meng Leyu if she no longer considered her friend. Fearing the loss of her only friend, Meng Leyu chose not to pursue the matter further. Chu Xiaoting clearly did not expect Meng Leyu to demand repayment today, her expression slightly contorting as she forced a smile, saying, "Leyu, can you wait a little longer? You know my mom favors my brother, and I barely have enough money right now." "Then give me a specific time frame," Meng Leyu replied. "I don't have much money either. Mr. Wang covered my medical expenses over the weekend." Chu Xiaoting lowered her head to adjust her glasses, and when she looked up again, her face bore an expression of grievance as she said, "Leyu, are you upset that I didn't lend you money over the weekend?" "But that was because my mom wouldn't give it to me." Meng Leyu calmly shook her head, stating, "No, it's simply that I genuinely need it urgently." "What do you need it for?" Chu Xiaoting frowned, her voice rising. "Are you going to buy some skincare products?" Meng Leyu immediately frowned, shouting, "I never realized you had such a strong possessiveness over my money." Suddenly, laughter erupted from behind, belonging to Huyang Wei. Amidst the laughter of their classmates, Chu Xiaoting felt both embarrassed and furious. Her expression genuinely contorted, but she took a deep breath, attempting to employ the same tactic again. "Leyu, I'm just concerned about you as a friend. How can you say such things? Do you not consider me a friend?" Meng Leyu frowned in confusion and asked, "Does being friends mean you don't have to repay debts?" Seeing an opportunity for drama, A nearby classmate immediately inquired, Meng Leyu, how much did Chu Shouting borrow from you? Before Chu Shouting could intervene, Meng Leyu had already stated 1,200 yuan to buy a phone. Wow, that's quite a sum. The classmates were taken aback. But wait, didn't Chu Shouting say her mom bought her a new phone? Upon hearing this, the classmates began to cast strange looks at Chu Shouting. Meng Leyu, what nonsense are you spouting? Chu Shouting panicked. Meng Leyu, puzzled, retorted, are you implying that the money you borrowed from me wasn't used to buy a phone? Chu Shouting, both anxious and angry, suddenly pulled out her phone from her desk and tossed it onto Meng Leyu's table, saying, here, that's your 1,200 yuan. Take it. Meng Leyu gazed at the used phone before her, calmly pushing it back and stating, I don't want the phone, I only want my money. Exactly. Chu Shouting must repay her debts. That is only right. Hu Yongwei chimed in, making monkey-like sounds, reveling in the chaos rather than advocating for fairness. Amidst the surrounding students' excitement, Chu Shouting could no longer hold her composure and, with a flushed face, fled the classroom. With her departure, it seemed the matter had reached a temporary conclusion. However, no one knew that at that moment, Meng Leyu's heart raced, nearly bursting from her chest. Initially, she had not sensed anything amiss, but lately, she had begun to feel increasingly clear-headed. Just like the previous day at home, when she held her ground against her parents, today, while conversing with Chu Shouting, she started to recognize the discrepancies in their relationship. Upon reflection, was Chu Shouting truly considering her a friend, or merely viewing her as a naive pawn? As Meng Leyu began to ponder why her mind was becoming more perceptive, her phone suddenly vibrated violently. Hastily, she retrieved her phone and noticed a game notification at the top. Jiyang is now in critical condition. Should emergency rescue be initiated? What was happening? How could he suddenly be in such peril? Without hesitation, Meng Leyu opened the game, only to find that the once shy little creature, who had playfully touched her yesterday, was now lying silently on the platform. Below, a disciple, covered in blood, was frantically explaining, it's not my fault. He charged at me. I never expected him to be so reckless, disregarding his life. This was merely a competition among ordinary Qi refining disciples, and in their recollections, such matches rarely resulted in severe injuries. Thus, there was no regular overseer present, only a few Foundation establishment senior brothers and sisters responsible for recording. Now, faced with a life-or-death situation, they were utterly helpless and could only seek assistance. Unbeknownst to the crowd, Lu Ying stood nearby, her gaze fixed on the dagger in Jiyang's hand, which had once slain a bone-devouring bird, seemingly assessing something. At that moment, Meng Leyu's eyes were drawn to the crimson health bar above the little creature's head, steadily depleting. It was evident that when the bar reached 0, the creature would be lost. Just as Jiyang, who should have been unconscious, sensed Meng Leyu's presence, he suddenly opened his eyes and softly declared, I won. Despite the blood frothing from his mouth, his words resonated in the ears of everyone present. They understood his meaning, yet no one anticipated that even at such a critical juncture, he was still fixated on the matter of the secret realm quota. Unbelievable. He was truly deranged. Following this day, the news of Jiyang's madness would likely spread throughout the Beiji Tianzong. They vividly recalled how, despite being covered in injuries, he had stubbornly consumed healing pills during the competition. Eventually, the healing speed of the pills could no longer keep pace with the rate of his injuries. What remained unknown was that Jiyang's words were not meant for the crowd. He merely wished to convey to that person that he had succeeded. At this moment, Meng Leyu was oblivious to notions of winning or losing. Her sole concern was to save the little creature. Without hesitation, she pressed the rescue button, and the system promptly displayed the option to purchase a great healing pill. Bye. It's just a recharge, nothing compared to the importance of the little creature. Meng Leyu decisively charged 99 units from her phone's last 128. The great healing pill was directly administered to Jiyang, who, having just entered a state of unconsciousness, instantly felt his body healing at an astonishing rate. I'm sorry, I've caused you worry again. Just when Lu Ying thought that the dagger would become a lost item in the weapon pavilion, she was astonished to see that the fellow's vitality was beginning to revive. Soon, An arriving overseer confirmed Lu Ying's suspicion. After hastily checking Jiyang's pulse, the overseer exhaled deeply and exclaimed, "Which rascal said he was dead? This person is alive and well." The overseer's words trailed off as he recognized the robust recovery effect that only appeared after consuming high-grade elixirs. Upon scrutinizing the injured disciple, he suddenly realized that the individual was none other than Jiyang, the newly accepted direct disciple of Changsheng Fugui Peak. Good heavens! Given the speed of recovery from this elixir, one can only imagine the severity of this disciple's injuries. Fortunately, he was still alive. Otherwise, the incident involving a newly admitted direct disciple would have led to an unmanageable situation. The overseer discreetly wiped the sweat from his forehead. As he was responsible for this grand competition, he had assumed nothing significant would occur, which is why he had opted to avoid attending. Thankfully, the individual was still alive. At this moment, he felt both apprehensive that the person was a direct disciple of Changsheng Fugui Peak and relieved that he was indeed one of their own. For ordinary Qi refining cultivators, aside from those favored within the inner sect, only Changsheng Fugui Peak could provide such excellent elixirs for life-saving purposes. Yet, he could not comprehend why a disciple from Changsheng Fugui Peak would go to such lengths for a mere quota. Could it be that they were unwilling to part with the promised monetary rewards? Contemplating the notoriously stingy reputation of Changsheng Fugui Peak, the overseer felt he had unraveled the truth. Nevertheless, he admired Jiyang for genuinely securing a spot in the secret realm through his own merit. Subsequently, he personally escorted Jiyang back to Changsheng Fugui Peak, omitting any mention of a near-fatal incident. Meanwhile, the fortuitous Zhenren had not anticipated that his newly admitted junior brother would indeed earn a quota through his own capability, as he had only intended to have him participate as a formality. After they returned Jiyang to his quarters, no one noticed that within the unconscious Jiyang, his cultivation technique had begun to operate autonomously, diligently nurturing his recently injured meridians and replenishing the completely depleted spiritual energy. After confirming that the little creature was unharmed, Meng Leyu let out a sigh of relief, only then becoming aware of her financial loss. Rounded up, that was a full 100 units. It represented her food budget for the week. It seemed she must retrieve the money from Chu shouting. Speaking of Chu shouting, she had returned during class, remaining silent and appearing utterly unwilling to engage with Meng Leyu. Meng Leyu paid her no mind and earnestly began to focus on the lesson. Previously, when she had speculated about her newfound clarity of thought, she now genuinely felt that the mathematics teacher's explanations were not as obscure as before. As the class concluded, Chu shouting suddenly began to noisily pack her belongings, creating a cacophony that suggested a strong urge to express her dissatisfaction. While Meng Leyu continued working on her problems, she furrowed her brow and remarked, "Even if you are moving, could you please be a bit quieter?" Chu shouting, clearly taken aback that Meng Leyu had not followed the script she had envisioned, could only retort with a stiff neck, "It's class dismissal time." Very well then. Meng Leyu did not linger on the matter, but directly inquired, "Before you leave, could you please tell me when you will return the money?" Chu shouting, her eyes reddening, responded, "Meng Leyu, have you ever considered me a friend?" To this, Meng Leyu shook her head, saying, "I genuinely regarded you as a friend in the past. Otherwise, I would not have worried about you not having enough money to buy lunch when you treated me to 2-unit sugar oil pancakes." As soon as these words left her lips, laughter erupted from those around them. One classmate chimed in, "You see her as a friend? Yet she thinks of you as a fool. If I recall correctly, school lunches are more expensive than sugar oil pancakes." In fact, while the school cafeteria did receive government subsidies, as the student pointed out, even with the subsidies, a 3-unit lunch remained pricier than a 2-unit sugar oil pancake. And it had happened more than once. Chu shouting clearly did not expect Meng Leyu to voice such matters. She indeed harbored her own thoughts. But had Meng Leyu not been indifferent to them in the past? Now that Meng Leyu had spoken, was it intentional or accidental? Chu shouting felt uncertain. At that moment, another student chimed in, "Chu shouting, you still haven't mentioned when you'll repay her." Meng Leyu knew that those speaking up for her were not genuinely concerned. They were merely enjoying the spectacle. Nevertheless, as long as she could retrieve her money, she did not mind the commotion. Thus, under the watchful eyes of everyone. Chu Shouting finally blushed and said, "I will return it to you tomorrow." After achieving her goal, Meng Leyu no longer lingered in her thoughts. Conversely, Chu Shouting remained rooted in place, torn between the decision to stay or leave. She had never intended to move. Her initial purpose was merely to intimidate Meng Leyu. However, she was taken aback by the latter's unwavering resolve to demand repayment. What was truly happening? Could it be related to the incident over the weekend? Had she known this would transpire, she would have lent her the money from the start. Yet, the mere thought of Meng Leyu's helpless and pained expression had brought her a sense of satisfaction. Otherwise, she would not have initiated a friendship with her. After all, it was rare to encounter someone as naive and easy to manipulate as Meng Leyu. But why had the situation suddenly turned against her? What had gone awry? Chu Shouting, who had always placed herself above Meng Leyu, could not fathom that it was Meng Leyu who had become more astute. She merely considered it a minor inconvenience that had fortuitously arisen. Ultimately, Chu Shouting chose not to relocate, as the seating arrangements in the classroom were fixed. And where could she possibly go? From the very beginning, she had only intended to put on a facade. During the lunch break, after finishing her meal, Meng Leyu began to doze off at her desk. To her astonishment, she soon found herself in a similar dream once more. But this time, she could see more clearly. Though the dream featured only two indistinct forms, Meng Leyu realized one represented her, while the other appeared rather listless. What shocked her further was that her form, in this lackluster state, had boldly approached the other and begun to explore. Was she truly this forward, even in a dream? Did this imply that she was indeed a great fool, even in her subconscious? Embarrassment washed over Meng Leyu. Had the class bell not startled her awake? She remained oblivious to what audacious actions her form might have undertaken. Meanwhile, lying in bed, Jiyang mumbled to himself, his words a mystery even to him, as he pondered whom he might be trying to retain. Chapter 35. Entering the secret realm after returning home from evening study. Meng Leyu found Meng Jiaqing glaring at her ominously. Perhaps it was indeed the change in environment that had improved her appearance slightly, though her face remained alarmingly swollen. As Meng Leyu prepared to pass by her to head to her room, Meng Jiaqing spoke up. "What did you say to Leyu?" A flicker of realization crossed Meng Leyu's mind. It seemed something had indeed transpired that morning. "Leyu was concerned about you and inquired about your condition. I merely informed him you were ill. Is there a problem with that?" Meng Leyu feigned innocence. Was she not merely stating the truth? It was Leyu who had chosen to visit Meng Jiaqing. What he saw and how he reacted were of no consequence to her. "You're talking nonsense." If it weren't for your loose tongue. Meng Jiaqing's expression grew furious, and a memory of Luyu's horrified and disdainful reaction made her wish to tear Meng Leyu apart. Yet, before Meng Jiaqing could finish her tirade, Meng Leyu interrupted her, just as they had done previously. With a scoff, Meng Leyu remarked, "Enough. If you do not believe what I say, go ahead and ask Leyu yourself." With that, she pressed her weight against Meng Jiaqing, shoving her aside and walking past. It was only after Meng Leyu had closed her bedroom door that Meng Jiaqing finally regained her composure. Still incredulous that it had been Meng Leyu who had dared to challenge her and even push her aside. At that moment, Meng Mu emerged from the kitchen, and Meng Jiaqing rushed to complain. However, this time, Meng Leyu feigned deafness to their complaints, treating them as if they were mere clowns hopping about. "Enough. What are you all making noise about at this hour? The neighbors are in the community group." Meng's father eventually intervened, putting an end to the farce, leaving the prideful Meng family momentarily silenced. Meanwhile, in her room, Meng Leyu finally charged her phone and was eager to learn how Zai Zai's injury was faring. To her surprise, the moment she opened her screen, she was greeted by a bustling crowd. Various sects had gathered at the entrance of the wild secret realm. Zai Zai was clad in the uniform of Beiji Tianzong, and with the uniform's embellishment, Zai Zai's striking appearance was further accentuated. It was no wonder that several female cultivators were stealing glances in this direction, occasionally murmuring amongst themselves. As the content pertained to Zai Zai, Meng Leyu clearly discerned the messages on the screen, akin to the barrage of comments from netizens. "The one in the second row of Beiji Tianzong looks quite handsome. Why have I never seen him before? This style is appealing. He looks pristine. I adore this youthful charm, but regrettably, I was foolish in my youth and married my Tao partner too early. Do you think it's too late for me to drug my Tao partner now? Isn't there a rejuvenation pill? Can male cultivators take it too? Let us not confuse middle-aged Greece with manliness, shall we? Rejuvenation pill? Meng Leyu instantly latched onto this intriguing tidbit. Such a marvelous item existed? She made a mental note of it. Meanwhile, Jiyang, who had been waiting for a head pat, began to spiral into anxious thoughts, wondering if he had done something to upset her or if his attire today was unappealing. He glanced down at his purple and gold-trimmed robe, the attire worn by direct disciples of the Changsheng Fugue phone. Could it be that she did not favor purple? As Meng Leyu scrolled through the screen, captivated by the myriad of alluring appearances in the cultivation realm, she marveled at the high standards of beauty. Each individual possessed their unique charm. Even the bald monks from Fan Yin Temple exuded a certain allure. Yet, such beauty was best appreciated from distance. The thought of having Zai shave her head was entirely out of the question. While Meng Leyu observed her surroundings, Luo Tianqi, the one responsible for overseeing Beiji Tianzong this time, furrowed his brows slightly. Here it was again. He had experienced this sensation of being watched during the day of the sex election, initially dismissing it as a figment of his imagination. Yet today, he sensed it once more. Senior brother, is something wrong? The petite girl beside him was none other than Su Wanyan. Nothing, do not worry. Once we enter, Peng and the others will stay close to you. Though they're all at the peak of Qi refining, they possess the strength of foundation establishment and will ensure your safety, Luo Tianqi reassured her casually. Just as the person in charge of the grand competition had anticipated. The competition was merely an event. Those in power could easily gain entry into the secret realm with a mere word. Thus, Su Wanyan, as the daughter of the grand sect leader, was seamlessly integrated into the proceedings, even being assigned 2 personal bodyguards. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Meng Leyu, a girl from Hehuan Zone was excitedly surveying her surroundings, clearly having anticipated this secret realm journey for quite some time. Meng Leyu had imagined that a secret realm would involve grand formations or at least exhibit a sense of mystery and awe. However, upon witnessing the crowd queuing to enter the cave on the screen, she realized that the wild secret realm was indeed quite rustic. Had they not done any renovations? How would anyone recognize this as a secret realm? Even if one were to take a snapshot, others might think they were merely picnicking. As Zai entered, Meng Leyu finally understood the meaning of understated luxury and depth. She had spoken too loudly moments ago, when her gaze followed Jiyang into the cave. The individuals who had entered before them had already vanished, revealing before them an expansive galaxy. The stars flowed timelessly, as if they were destined to eternally gaze upon her. Jiyang was not captivated by the scene before him. Rather, he continued to stride forward, as if walking upon air despite the lack of a visible path beneath his feet. With each step, it seemed as though he was traversing the vast expanse of the galaxy. Meanwhile, his thoughts lingered on another matter. He could distinctly sense that another individual had entered this secret realm, a place purportedly accessible only to those at the Qi refinement stage. Clearly, the constraints of the realm held no power over that person. At last, after a blinding flash of light, the starry expanse vanished, and they found themselves enveloped in a sea of flowers. This floral paradise was already populated with numerous individuals. Curious onlookers soon discovered, after brief exchanges, that the visions they each beheld during their prior journey had been entirely different. As time passed, a few more individuals appeared. Yet Meng Leyu noted with clarity that only half of those who had entered remained in the flower's sea, including 2 fewer from the Beiji Tianzong. As a gentle breeze swept through, the flowers swayed, their beauty transcending the earthly realm. Meng Leyu couldn't resist poking one of the exquisite blossoms, curious to ascertain its medicinal value and perhaps procure some seeds. The flower bore the name Huanggu skeleton, was a year-old plant, and its pollen was known to possess hallucinogenic properties. A note cautioned that the Huanggu skeleton was an annual plant, dying after a single year, and upon wilting, it released copious amounts of pollen, which could induce hallucinations. It advised avoiding simultaneous exposure to large quantities of such spiritual flora. Upon reading the last line, Meng Leyu grew anxious. How could one avoid such a thing in a flower sea? Moreover, she noticed that the once vibrant flowers appeared to be wilting. Were they about to wither away? Gazing into the seemingly endless expanse of blossoms, she quickly double-tapped the annotation, hoping to alert her companion. Jiyang saw the message and immediately covered his mouth and nose, whispering to Meng Leyu that it might be too late. The flowers were beginning to wilt. Observing his actions, the others, though unsure, swiftly mimicked his movements. A bald man, while using his robe to shield his mouth and nose, approached Jiyang and inquired if he had discovered something amiss. These flowers are called horn.As skeleton, Jiyang explained, and when they wilt, they release a significant amount of pollen that can induce hallucinations. The crowd's expression shifted to one of terror upon hearing his words. The horrors of hallucinations were not merely deadly. No one could predict the actions or words they might utter under such influence. Even as Jiyang spoke, the once resplendent flower sea began to wither at a visible pace. A torrent of pollen erupted, permeating the air. In that moment, the treachery of this secret realm became apparent, as cultivators below the foundation establishment stage could not abstain from food, rendering them vulnerable to the hallucinogenic effects. With no means of escape, those with resources quickly produced detoxifying pills, hoping they would prove effective. Jiyang also consumed the antidote pill that Meng Leyu had prepared for him. Nearby, Su Wanyin was similarly provided with detoxifying pills by her companion Wang Peng. Those unprepared for such an eventuality found themselves drawn into the illusion almost instantaneously. Some laughed or lay sprawled out, while others gnashed their teeth in wild abandon, and a few even brandished their magical artifacts in reckless attacks. It resembled a chaotic, drug-fueled gathering, utterly surreal. This place is no longer safe, someone declared, activating a swift travel talisman and hastily fleeing. Others followed suit, and Wang Peng and his brother quickly ushered Su Wanyin along. Lacking such talismans, Jiyang could only channel his spiritual energy into his legs and sprint with all his might. Meng Leyu watched the unfolding chaos with growing anxiety. She had seen in the marketplace that while swift travel talismans were available, they were sold in sets of 10, far beyond her current balance. Though she felt a fleeting anger, she knew not to act impulsively. She couldn't afford to skip meals this week. After all, her financial situation limited her to ordering takeout, always opting for the most generous discount. As she silently cheered on her companion, the microphone icon in the upper left corner indicated that the cooldown had ended. Was this game truly considerate? Did it really think to allow her to voice her encouragement at such a critical moment? Just as they neared the edge of the flower sea, the screen suddenly displayed the figures of Su Wanyin and others who had departed earlier. They stood frozen in fear, awaiting direction from Wang Peng and his companions. Strangely, several skeletal figures clad in clothing appeared, their feet adorned with familiar swift travel talismans. Ba, Huangu skeleton, Meng Leyu thought in disbelief. It seemed that the skeletons had indeed manifested. The bald man reappeared, accompanied by his fellow disciples from the Fanine Temple. At this point, the air was thick with the pollen from the Huangu skeleton, visibly swirling around them. The scene resembled a fire drill, and an idea sparked in Meng Leyu's mind. She pressed the microphone button and instructed, Kai, quickly dampen your clothing, cover your mouth and nose, and crouch as you move forward. When Jiyang heard her clear voice in his consciousness, he was momentarily stunned, then realized it was the voice of the individual who referred to him as Kai. Without pausing to ponder why she called him that, he swiftly soaked his clothing, wrapping it around his mouth and nose, and crouched down to dash forward. The crowd was astonished by his actions, but as they watched him pass unharmed through the skeletal figures, drawing nearer to the edge of the flower sea, they were inspired. They began to mimic his actions, dampening their clothes and crouching as they moved. Finally, after much effort, they emerged from the flower sea, only to find a girl who had already made it out ahead of them. Upon seeing Jiyang and the others, she appeared momentarily stunned and muttered, "How are there so many survivors? Is this some sort of butterfly effect?" She squinted at Jiyang, as if he looked somewhat familiar, though she couldn't place him at that moment. Once they confirmed their escape from the Huangu skeleton flower sea, everyone exhaled in relief. Su Wanyin rushed to Jiyang, her face filled with admiration as she exclaimed, "Jiyang, You're incredible. You thought of this method. It was someone else's idea, Jiyang replied, not seeking credit, for he believed that without her guidance, he might have perished countless times. Yet he was left wondering why she referred to him as Kai Kai. The girl, overhearing Su Wanyan's words, approached Jiyang, scrutinizing him with excitement. Jiyang? Are you really Jiyang? Jiyang regarded the inexplicable girl coolly, asking, "What is it?" She continued to scrutinize him, then smiled with satisfaction, saying, "Nothing much. My name is Chun Yixiang. It's a pleasure to meet you." She extended her right hand in a standard gesture for a handshake. In response, Jiyang merely walked away, his expression unchanging. Chun Yixiang, undeterred, smiled enigmatically, a look Meng Leyu knew all too well. Reminiscent of the determination she had seen on Meng Jiechi's face, it was an expression of unwavering resolve. Jiyang walked hurriedly, sensing an unusual discomfort in his body. As it appeared, he had inhaled some pollen. Although he had previously taken a detox pill, its effects seemed to have worn off. At that moment, there was still one detox pill remaining, but Jiyang had no intention of consuming it. He believed he could endure for a while longer. His immediate desire was to find a secluded place. Chapter 37. The heat of the dragon Jiyang's pace quickened until he finally noticed his distress, promptly asking, "Jiyang, where are you going?" In response, he offered only the sound of his hurried footsteps and his indifferent silhouette. Su Wenyan attempted to follow, but was stopped by Wang Pedru and others. "Miss, everyone has entered the secret realm to seek their own fortunes. Perhaps he does not wish for us to accompany him." This remark caused Su Wenyan to halt. Her expression conflicted as she sighed. "Very well. I had hoped we could look out for one another." The brothers Wang Pedru exchanged glances, having also observed Jiyang's unease. However, their duty was to ensure Su Wenyan's safety, as everything they carried was intended for her care. As for others and their affairs, they preferred to remain uninvolved. Meanwhile, Qi Shang had noticed Jiyang too, but merely glanced at him without following, for she had more pressing matters to attend to in this secret realm. Others, like Wang Punja, echoed the sentiment. They were all here for opportunities, and aside from those they trusted deeply, even fellow disciples preferred to go their separate ways. After all, if treasures were found, how would they be divided? Moa also sensed something amiss with her companion, but upon checking his health status, she found him to be well, albeit emotionally unsettled. What could be the matter? As Jiyang continued to quicken his pace, he finally spotted a tree hollow and swiftly slipped inside. The hollow was cloaked in darkness, illuminated only by a faint blue light, revealing vague outlines. Within, the screen echoed with the sound of heavy breathing. Meng Leyu longed to inquire about her companion's condition, but the damn voice feature had entered its cool-down period. Thus, she could only reach out to him repeatedly, hoping he would recover. Yet, whether it was her imagination or reality, his breathing seemed to grow even more rapid under her touch. This state persisted for what felt like an eternity, during which she began to realize that something was indeed wrong. This was not merely discomfort. It was alarming. Feeling a sense of urgency, her fingers trembled. Just as she was at a loss, the boy began to plead pitifully, uttering incomprehensible words. Was this a plea for comfort or a call for rescue? Or did his notion of rescue involve continuation? As she remained uncertain, the boy's entreaties grew more anguished. With a firm resolve, she pressed on, shutting her eyes as she persevered. After nearly 10 minutes, it seemed the boy's condition had not improved. This prompted Jiyang to speculate whether the Wanko might have some lingering effects. She promptly accessed the Yaoya module to seek more detailed information about the Wanko. To her surprise, she found what she was looking for, but upon reading the description, she fell silent. Besides the information regarding the flower sea, an additional line had been added. The pollen of the Wankalo is non-toxic to beasts but has a stimulating effect. Her companion was a dragon, was he not? It seemed he was indeed a beast. The good news was that he had not been poisoned. The bad news was that the detox pill had been wasted. Uncertain of the implications, Jiyang had entered a peculiar state. What on earth was happening? With a conflicted expression, Meng gazed at the screen where the boy, now separated from her, appeared to be in visible distress. To ascertain whether this was indeed a consequence of the Vunko, she slightly adjusted her view downwards. Upon encountering some exceedingly innocent imagery, Her face flushed crimson, and she quickly redirected her gaze. Clearing her throat, she pondered whether dragons were truly classified as beasts. What was she to do now? She couldn't possibly assist him in that regard, could she? Yet, with the boy's painful and humble pleas echoing in her ears, her initial resolve began to wane. Clearing her throat, she conceded that she had a fondness for small creatures. The boy's delight in response was as radiant as fireworks. She decided to treat it as a game. Time slipped away, and just when Leyu felt as though the screen of her phone might wear thin from her incessant tapping. The boy's condition finally shifted, his expression one of profound sorrow, followed by a flurry of snowflakes. Without waiting for him to regain his composure, she exited the game, her hands trembling, her face flushed beyond redemption. She vowed never to engage in such activities again. That night, Leyu dreamt once more. But this time the dream unfolded within the tree hollow. Though the two wisps of energy were still present, they radiated a sense of joy. The interaction was notably vibrant. The following morning, while brushing her teeth in front of the mirror, Leyu pinched her double chin and noticed a significant reduction. What had once been a solid double chin had now nearly reverted to a single layer. Even when donning her pants, she found the waistband was no longer as tight as before. Initially, she had worried about falling ill due to her weight loss, but now she began to suspect it was linked to her gaming activities. Could it be that her weight loss was due to the adage that life thrives on exercise? And a considerable amount of it, at that? A blush crept across her face. Her joy was momentarily interrupted when she spotted her at the bus stop, as ever. Since he had been riding his electric bike with Meng Leyu ever since they became a couple. Upon seeing Leyu paused, lost in thought, before greeting her warmly with a gentle good morning. Good morning, Meng Leyu replied softly. Leyu seemed somewhat conflicted, and curiosity piqued as she observed him. Finally, he inquired, "Is your sister feeling better?" Meng Leyu raised an eyebrow internally. Historically, Leyu had always referred to Meng Leyu simply as Achi, never as your sister. What had transpired yesterday for him to suddenly adopt this phrasing? Without answering his question, she countered, "Did she not mention anything to you yesterday?" At the mention of the previous day, Leyu's expression shifted dramatically, as if recalling a distasteful memory, his brow furrowing. He quickly regained composure, adopting a gentle and concerned demeanor. "I saw your sister yesterday, but her condition seemed quite serious. I heard she went to the hospital. Has she improved today?" Had she not seen the look of disdain on Leyu's face moments ago, Leyu might have believed he truly cared for Meng Leyu. Chapter 38. The passionate young woman takes on society's elders in this moment. Leyu observed the stark contrast between Leyu's current concern and the earlier expression of revulsion. Finding it somewhat amusing, she found herself momentarily unsure whether her feelings were for the person of Leyu or the admirable qualities she had attributed to him. As the bus arrived, Leyu calmly remarked, "It seems she is doing a bit better than yesterday. Is that so? That's wonderful." Meng Leyu firmly believed that Leyu's delight was genuine at that moment. She recalled that Chu Shouting had mentioned repaying her today, and she had anticipated retrieving her rightful 1,200 kwai upon arriving at the classroom. However, to her dismay, Chu Shouting had not attended class at all. Instead, she found herself summoned into the office by the substitute homeroom teacher, where apart from the teacher stood a robust woman with arched brows and slanted eyes. Meng Leyu instantly recognized her as Chu Shouting's mother, and an ominous premonition surged within her. Indeed, as soon as the woman spotted Meng Leyu, she glared ferociously and exclaimed, "How can you, a girl, have such a venomous heart? Demanding money for my shouting has frightened her to illness." The substitute homeroom teacher attempted to placate the woman briefly, before turning to Meng Leyu with a stern inquiry. "Meng Leyu, what is the meaning of this? Did you indeed ask Chu Shouting for money?" Meng Leyu nodded. Yet before she could utter a word, Chu Shouting's mother slammed her thigh and pointed at Meng Leyu, shouting, "Did you see that? She admits it. Expel her. Such morally corrupt individuals cannot be tolerated in this school. If she is not expelled, I will certainly report this to the Education Bureau." Upon hearing the threat of a report to the Education Bureau, the teachers present exchanged worried glances and hurried to soothe the woman. They were astonished, as Meng Leyu had always been perceived as a quiet, almost timid student. and they were vaguely aware that she had been a target of subtle bullying by her peers, not through physical violence, but through verbal mockery and social exclusion. How could such a person possibly demand money from another? At that moment, Meng Leyu spoke up. "Auntie, I believe you may have misunderstood. I did indeed ask Chu shouting for money, but that was because she borrowed 1,200 kwai from me 6 months ago, claiming it was for a phone. The classmates in our class can attest to this, as she confessed it in front of them yesterday." The revelation left everyone momentarily stunned, their doubtful gazes shifting toward the previously belligerent woman. The woman, momentarily taken aback, then began to angrily refute. "You're lying. Our shouting already has a phone. Why would she need to borrow money? Besides, I give her money every day. How could she possibly need to borrow from you? Do you have any evidence? You must have coerced her into saying that. How utterly despicable." Meng Leyu furrowed her brow, taken aback by the woman's unreasonable obstinacy. Furthermore, she regretted her earlier foolishness in not obtaining a written acknowledgement after giving Chu shouting the cash. "Let's call the police," Meng Leyu declared suddenly, startling everyone present, including the teacher, who immediately urged her, "Just clarify the situation. There is no need to involve the police. I did lend money to Chu shouting, but now she refuses to acknowledge it and is turning the tables on me. Thus, I have no choice but to call the police to investigate whether this incident truly occurred," Meng Leyu replied, her reasoning clear and her resolve unwavering. The substitute homeroom teacher hesitated, uncertain how to proceed, but in his mind he believed his daughter was always obedient and would never lie to him. "Wait, where would a girl your age get such money? Perhaps you stole it from your parents. Now that you've been found out, you wish to frame my daughter." Meng Leyu couldn't help but laugh in disbelief at the absurdity of the accusation. She had thought herself foolish before, but never had she imagined encountering someone so blatantly ignorant. The teacher stood by, speechless at the unfolding drama. "You all witnessed this. We each have our own claims, and with the other party maintaining such an attitude, I believe there is no recourse but to involve the police. I trust they will restore justice," Meng Leyu stated, pulling out her phone to dial for assistance. However, just as she prepared to make the call, the substitute homeroom teacher snatched the phone away, his expression grave as he admonished, "Meng Leyu, the teacher already said there is no need to call the police." The woman, witnessing the teacher's intervention, grew brazen and proclaimed, "See, the teacher clearly thinks you are lying and is giving you a chance to correct yourself. There is no need for police involvement. Simply apologize and promise not to ask for money from my daughter again, and this matter will be forgotten." Yet, Meng Leyu remained unfazed, directing her gaze at the substitute homeroom teacher, observing his balding head with wisps of gray hair. She understood he merely sought a peaceful retirement and replied, "Even if you prevent me from calling the police now, I will do so once I return home. Until the money is returned, I will not yield. Even if it leads to expulsion, I will ensure she faces the consequences as well. It is only just that debts are repaid. I refuse to believe that there is no place in this world for reason." Her voice was calm, yet everyone present comprehended the sincerity of her words. Even the previously aggressive woman took a step back, feigning bravado as she shouted, "What do you mean? Are you threatening me?" "I'm not threatening you. I am merely stating facts and assuring you that I will follow through," Meng Leyu replied, even managing a polite smile at the end. Finally, the woman could no longer maintain her composure, hurriedly declaring, "I will go home and ask my daughter. If she did not do this, I will surely have your skin. I will sue you for defamation." With that, she stormed out before Meng Leyu could respond. After her departure, the substitute homeroom teacher gazed at the resolute and composed young girl before him, ultimately sighing without uttering a word, gesturing for her to leave amidst the complex stares of the other teachers. Upon returning to the classroom, Meng Leyu was immediately met with curious inquiries about what had transpired. Given Chu Shouting's absence that morning and Meng Leyu's solitary call to the office, along with the sighting of Chu Shouting's mother leaving, speculation ran rampant among her classmates. Meng Leyu pondered briefly before chuckling. A spirited young girl takes on a societal matron. Observing the bewildered expressions around her, she added with a smile, "Nothing much. Just that Chu Shouting is ill. As for how long she will be unwell, that remains uncertain." In truth, Chu Shouting was not unwell but injured. She arrived at school that afternoon wearing a mask, which could not entirely conceal the faint traces of handprints along the edges. Upon reaching her seat, she shot Meng Leyu a furious glare before tossing 1,200 kwai onto Meng Leyu's desk without uttering a word, then dragged her desk to a corner and sat down in silence. It was apparent to everyone that she intended to sever ties with Meng Leyu, a sentiment that Meng Leyu reciprocated. Whispers circulated among their classmates, with more than a few expressions of ridicule and scrutiny directed at Chu, shouting, "Hey, fatty, with that kind of money, shouldn't you treat us?" Jiyang jested, though his demeanor suggested he was quite serious about the inquiry. "Is this skill inherited?" Meng Leyu feigned curiosity. "What?" Jiyang was momentarily taken aback. "Begging, of course. You seem quite adept at it. Your family must have a rich tradition of it." As soon as she spoke, laughter erupted from the surrounding classmates, prompting Jiyang to become furious, retorting, "What do you mean? I was just joking with you. And you twist it into an insult. Why would you think I was insulting you?" "My apologies. I was merely jesting." Meng Leyu uttered words of apology, yet her countenance betrayed no sign of remorse. Surrounded by her peers, Jiyang, though seething with anger, could only coldly snort and feign magnanimity, declaring, "I am a man, and I do not quarrel with women." Meng Leyu chuckled softly and retorted, "Unfortunately, I am quite the opposite." Those brief exchanges allowed many classmates to reassess their perception of Meng Leyu. How could they have previously deemed her timid, given the circumstances of her room being ransacked? Meng Leyu was acutely aware that the sum of money she possessed could not remain in her room. Lacking a bank card, she made a detour to a small shop after school, spending a few coins as a fee for the proprietor to convert her cash into mobile balance. To her surprise, she encountered Leyu there. Upon noticing the money in Meng Leyu's hand, he paused, for it was inconceivable to him that she could possess such a substantial amount at once. However, Leyu refrained from inquiring, and Meng Leyu had no intention of providing an explanation. On their return journey, they coincidentally boarded the same bus. Leyu, holding a large bag of snacks, took the initiative to mention, "Jiyang has been ill these past few days, so I brought her some treats." Meng Leyu displayed little interest, yet she was taken aback when Leyu unexpectedly broached the subject. "Leyu, do you not particularly like Jiyang? She is quite a wonderful girl." A laugh escaped Meng Leyu's lips as she asked, "Did Meng Jiyang tell you that?" Leyu, clearly dissatisfied with Meng Leyu's demeanor, frowned and replied, "This is not something she told me. It is merely my observation." "Then your vision must be rather poor," Meng Leyu coldly retorted, pushing past him and retreating to the back of the bus. Given the crowded conditions and the slight she had dealt him, Leyu did not pursue her further. After alighting, though their destinations were the same, not a single word was exchanged between them. It was not that Leyu lacked the desire to converse. Rather, Meng Leyu's frosty demeanor, exuding an aura of unapproachability, was unlike anything he had witnessed before. Previously, the most fitting description of Meng Leyu's attitude toward him would have been a devoted admirer. Now, her sudden aloofness left him pondering whether her anger stemmed from his earlier words or if she had been influenced by romantic novels, attempting a game of push and pull. Leyu, having deduced the truth, found himself increasingly disdainful of her behavior. When Meng's mother spotted Leyu trailing behind Meng Leyu upon their entrance, her surprise was quickly replaced by warmth. However, upon learning that Leyu had come to visit Meng Jiyang, her expression shifted to one of knowing acknowledgement, her demeanor becoming even more amiable. When Meng Jiyang emerged, donning a mask, she first shot Meng Leyu a glare with her slightly swollen eyes before engaging Leyu in conversation. Meng's mother, as usual, insisted that Meng Leyu assist with peeling fruit. Yet this time, Meng Leyu turned a deaf ear and retreated to her room. Leyu was taken aback by the fact that Meng's mother did not continue to berate Meng Leyu. Once in her room, Meng Leyu plugged in her phone to charge, glancing at the game icons on her screen, which reminded her of yesterday's events, causing her cheeks to flush again. "Cough. Playing games is perfectly normal. Remain calm," she reassured herself. Despite her initial hesitance, she eventually opened the game. "Is the little one gathering mushrooms?" Meng Leyu mused uncertainly as she observed the dark, mushroom-like entities on the screen. "What are these?" Her curiosity piqued. She clicked on them and discovered their name to be black morel, which, when mature, possessed certain hemostatic properties, though its primary purpose was for consumption. Ah, does the little one not have any food? Meng Leyu tenderly patted the little one's head, only to find that it was not hungry. So, it is for stopping bleeding? Is the little one injured? She immediately thought of administering a healing pill to the little one. It seems I'm almost being tamed by this game. I no longer even expect to win the lottery. Unexpectedly, Jiyang intuitively grasped her thoughts and remarked, I still have small healing pills. I merely wish to collect some herbs to sell outside. At this, Meng Leyu couldn't help but stroke the little one's head again, thinking how diligent and frugal it was. However, she remained unaware that since she entered the game, the little one had been keeping its head low, bearing an unnatural blush. Unbeknownst to her, its affection for her was gradually increasing. Jiyang felt fortunate that he had concealed his dragon horn. Otherwise, he might have suspected that it too would turn red. In truth, during their encounter in the tree hollow, he had been acutely aware of his actions, fully cognizant of his plea for her, yet he found himself unable to resist. However, when she failed to appear for 3 consecutive days afterward, he could no longer deny his unease. Did she find him unworthy, merely a flawed young dragon with a broken horn? He then comforted himself, recalling that the individual who had previously helped him during a perilous moment had only shown up every 3 days. As the little one foraged for morels, Meng Leyu checked in to claim her daily rewards and then browsed the special offers for the day. To her amusement, today's special was akin to a 10 discount at an upscale store. She then examined the herb garden module, noting that the little one had been quite busy lately, resulting in the blood-replenishing vines and spirit star grass remaining unharvested, their ages nearing a century. Just then, the screen vibrated as if an earthquake had occurred in the secret realm, and a new quest notification popped up. Chapter 40. The appearance of extraordinary treasures. The quest bar read, extraordinary treasures have emerged. Players are urged to hurry and compete for them. Success in the competition would yield 15 game coins and 2,000 experience points, while failure would grant 250 experience points. He is coming. The plot is arriving. Meng Leyu thought upon reading the quest description. Goodness, this is precisely the treasure competition trope found in cultivation novels. However, the failure rewards? Meng Leyu couldn't help but reasonably suspect that the game was subtly insulting players. Speaking of quest rewards, the taskbar still displayed the previous secret realm quest, the rewards of which seemed to be linked to items found within the secret realm. Meng Leyu promptly clicked on the little one's secret realm quest backpack, which displayed an overview of the items the little one had discovered. Upon seeing the scant few black morels and a handful of low-quality herbs, she found herself questioning reality. Is this truly a secret realm? How can there be such a lack of valuable items? At that moment, Meng Leyu resembled a protective guardian. Her first instinct not to doubt her little one's capabilities, but to question the poverty of this secret realm. Yet, recalling the cultivators who had perished within, she felt a surge of anxiety. All she wished was for the little one to remain safe. However, now was not the time for such concerns, and she quickly clicked on the words compete for extraordinary treasures. I am indeed of the same mind. The little one nodded and promptly set off in the direction of the tremors. To her astonishment, the location was less than a kilometer from where they had just been, but by the time they arrived, numerous others had already gathered there. As the scene unfolded, Meng Leyu noted the various comments streaming across the screen. 3 days in, and I haven't found a single thing. Is this really a secret realm? I feel like I could dig in my backyard and find more treasures. Damn, every time there's something valuable, someone else gets there first. After this, I need to find some pomelo leaves for a bath. Damn it, this place is just too poor. Perhaps I should rob someone before leaving. This person was immediately marked with a red danger exclamation mark. As the days passed, Meng Leyu found solace in the realization that everyone was equally impoverished. Concurrently, a barrage of comments swirled around her, expressing skepticism about the commotion. With such a ruckus, one wonders what exquisite treasures lie in wait. The throngs of people were overwhelming, leaving her with the impression that the spoils would be unattainable. Let the battle commence swiftly. Perhaps I might seize a fortunate opportunity. The sheer number of individuals puzzled her. Was there truly a dearth of other treasures in this secret realm? Why had so many congregated here? This sentiment echoed in Meng Leyu's own thoughts as she too pondered the inexplicable assembly of people, questioning whether they were all intent on claiming the same treasures. In that moment, her gaze fell upon Su Wanyin at the forefront, flanked by the brothers Wang Pengji. One of the brothers bore visible injuries. The other was Chun Yixiang, who had previously greeted her companion. Unlike the others, who appeared somewhat disheveled, Chun Yixiang exuded an air of sophistication, as though she were not here for adventure, but rather for socializing. Intrigued by the determined glint in Chun Yixiang's eyes, Meng Leyu curiously examined her profile, only to find the details perplexing. Name: Chun Yixiang. Gender: female. Age: unknown. Root: supreme water root cultivation. Qi refinement stage 7. Sect: Huan sect. What could age unknown signify? Was it due to unfamiliarity? Meng Leyu's curiosity led her to probe others, yet each displayed an age, affirming that Chun Yixiang was indeed an anomaly. The last individual with such a peculiar age was Luo Tianxi, whose duality stemmed from being the child of the heavenly path. What could be the case with Chun Yixiang? Before Meng Leyu could delve deeper into her thoughts, the lake before her trembled violently, unleashing a swarm of bone-biting birds. The expression of the gathered cultivators shifted immediately, for despite their low rank, these creatures were undeniably demonic entities, posing a risk of inflicting demonic energy upon those who fell victim to their attacks. In the realm of Bailing's demonic creatures were rare, and thus, the absence of talismans to dispel them left many unprepared for such a confrontation. The unexpected emergence of bone-biting birds in this modest secret realm sent waves of alarm through the crowd. Many began to retreat, realizing that while treasures were enticing, their lives were paramount. In the ensuing chaos, the only ones who remained were the monks of Fanyin Temple, who possessed innate advantages against demonic creatures, along with Chun Yixiang, Su Wanyin, and Wang Pengji. Meanwhile, Caicai had already drawn her Dizong dagger, plunging into the fray amidst the avian onslaught, moving closer to the lake's edge. Protected by Wang Pengji and his companions, Su Wanyin fought with grace. The bald monks of Fanyin Temple wielded their staffs, striking the bone-biting birds with reverberating force. In stark contrast, Chun Yixiang neither cowered nor engaged in battle. The bone-biting birds seemed to overlook her presence, almost as if they harbored an innate fear of her. With a confident smile, Chun Yixiang surveyed the chaos and then leaped into the lake. Witnessing this, Jiyang, who had fought valiantly to reach the water's edge, followed suit without hesitation. The remaining cultivators, having fought their way closer, also began to leap into the lake one after another. Upon seeing Caicai dive into the water, Meng Leyu's heart sank momentarily, her first thought being whether Caicai could swim. However, her concerns were quickly dispelled as she observed Jiyang glide effortlessly through the water, swiftly outpacing Chun Yixiang. Realization dawned upon Meng Leyu. Caicai was a dragon. In the rich tapestry of Huaxia civilization, dragons were intimately connected with the clouds and rain, often associated with mountains and waters, even embodying tales of underwater palaces. Thus, Caicai must surely possess the ability to swim. Upon noticing someone gaining on her, Chun Yixiang grew anxious, propelling herself forward with renewed vigor. After a time, a grand stone door materialized before them, with the water seemingly halted in its flow, creating a distinct space. Unexpectedly, as Chun Yixiang approached, her first words were a challenge. "Jiyang, it's one thing for Su Wanyin to compete with me, but do you wish to contend as well?" The young man, unfazed, merely retorted coldly, "Are you ill?" Stunned, Su Wanyin paused, then a thought flickering in her mind. She smiled alluringly and replied, "Very well, let's rely on our respective abilities. However, should you find yourself in need of assistance later, perhaps I might be inclined to save you." This time, the dragon did not even bestow her a glance. Chapter 41. Who is the moon? What followed was an unexpected spectacle. Just as Jiyang contemplated how to breach the stone door, Chun Yixiang stepped forward and, after a few deliberate touches, the door swung open of its own accord. "I told you, there is no need for you to compete with me. You cannot surpass me. she declared with a triumphant smile, slipping through the doorway. Unfazed, Jiyang followed her inside. Chen-Yixiang, having entered first, had already vanished, revealing a starry expanse reminiscent of their initial foray into the secret realm. Meng Leyu observed for a moment, recalling the discussions of how each individual perceived different sights. And a bold conjecture emerged. Could this be a reflection of Sight-Sai's inner world? What do the starry skies signify? While it appeared resplendent, it cloaked an abyss of the unknown and darkness. As she scrutinized further, one star caught her attention, radiating brilliance that far surpassed its companions. At that moment, she felt as though this star was on the verge of becoming the moon. Perhaps it was merely her illusion, but she sensed the starlit sky pulsating in sync with this singular star. It was as if the sky itself would cease to exist once this star extinguished. What was its significance? What did it represent? Meng Leyu probed it curiously, yet no hints emerged. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. After traversing this segment of the starry expanse, Jiyang was met with the sight of Chen-Yixiang, who stood nearby, visibly agitated, cursing, "Damn the settings, damn the 5 roots." Before her stood 5 doors. Noticing the commotion behind her, she turned to see Jiyang and breathed a sigh of relief, questioning him inquisitively. "What did you see inside?" Silence was her only answer. Frustrated by Jiyang's reticence, Chen-Yixiang huffed, "You need not speak. I know you saw nothing but darkness, for your heart is a void." Jiyang cast her a glance, prompting Chen-Yixiang's smugness to swell. She approached with a smile. "What? Did I hit a nerve? If you followed me, I assure you, you would experience the beauty of the world." As she leaned in to touch his chest, she felt an odd familiarity with his face, but struggled to recall where she had seen him before, her mild face blindness making it difficult to remember. Yet, the thrill of cultivating a harem was enticing, with the prospect of new faces each day. With this thought, Chen-Yixiang's determination to expand her harem solidified, and she aimed to ensnare Jiyang first. However, before she could make contact, Jiyang deftly sidestepped her and approached the 5 doors, attempting to push them open. No need to try. These doors correspond to the 5 elements. Only with the assembly of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth can they be opened. The mention of the 5 elements reminded Jiyang of Chen-Yixiang's earlier outburst regarding the 5 roots, as well as Su Wanyan's own possession of them. It dawned on him that Chen-Yixiang seemed to possess foreknowledge of what lay within the secret realm. Was this truly a wild, secret realm? Despite her insistence on requiring the 5 elements, Jiyang felt compelled to explore further. He beheld 5 doors connected to a common recess, while Chen-Yixiang beside him languidly remarked, "If the blood of the 5 elements drips into it, the doors here shall be unlocked." However, Jiyang did not hastily let his blood fall within. Instead, Chen-Yixiang curiously inquired, "By the way, what is your spiritual root?" Silence was his only reply, yet she remained undeterred, smiling as she continued, "I wager you possess an extraordinary heavenly spiritual root. I simply did not expect you to have joined the Beiji Tianzong." Just as Chen-Yixiang was about to approach him again, Su Wanyan and her companions appeared, noticing Chen-Yixiang inching closer to Jiyang. "Jiyang!" Su Wanyan could not help but exclaim. Chen-Yixiang was quite displeased with Su Wanyan interrupting her moment, but merely pouted and said, "Enough, we are waiting on you. Hurry and draw your blood." "What?" Su Wanyan momentarily failed to comprehend, and Wang Pengji, who had arrived shortly after, swiftly shielded her behind him. Seeing this, Su Wanyan scoffed. "So loyal? Are you afraid I might devour your young lady?" As she spoke, she playfully winked at the handsome Wang Pengji. Meng Leyu, while reviewing her questions, marveled at Chen-Yixiang's uniqueness, recognizing her as a true connoisseur of grand affairs. Subsequently, 2 bald men entered, yet Wang Pengji's comrades remained absent. Suddenly, Wang Pengji spat out blood, turning pale instantly. Since childhood, he had shared a telepathic bond with his brother, and now, his unexplained hemorrhage could only imply that his brother was in grave danger. Su Wanyan, upon witnessing Wang Pengji's condition, panicked and hastily retrieved a pill to administer to him. However, unexpectedly, Chen-Yixiang beside her used a hidden weapon to slice her earlobe, causing a drop of blood to splatter into the recess below. "Ah, what are you doing?" Su Wanyan questioned, her words barely leaving her lips when the 5 stone doors creaked open in response. Chen Yixiang immediately darted into the largest stone door, which slammed shut behind her the moment she entered. The 2 bald men exchanged glances before addressing Jiyang and the others. Amitba, there are now only 4 doors left, and we are 5 in number. We wonder how the esteemed guests wish to proceed. As soon as the words left their mouths, Wang Pengji declared, "This door is opened with our young lady's blood. She must enter." Naturally, the 2 monks nodded, then turned their gaze towards Jiyang, assessing the likelihood of confronting him. For Wang Pengji, a consummate cultivator, was undoubtedly beyond their reach. Jiyang sensed their scrutiny, but remained fixated on the door nearest to him. Resolute in his intent to enter, he had promised to vie for the treasure alongside her. Thus, without any forewarning, Jiyang abruptly launched himself towards that door. The others reacted in an instant. The 2 monks realized it was too late to intervene and hastily entered one of the other doors. To everyone's astonishment, the ever-loyal Wang Pengji, leveraging his cultivation, managed to push his young lady into Jiyang's door just before it closed. However, Wang Pengji did not follow. Instead, he turned back, determined to find his brother, even if it meant retrieving only his lifeless body. As for his young lady, he could not bear to let her face the dangers alone, which was why he had propelled her into Jiyang's door, trusting that Jiyang would look after her as a fellow sect member. Chapter 42. A deceptive trap. Wang Pengji had not anticipated that his well-intentioned act would lead to misfortune. Jiyang clearly did not foresee Wang Pengji's maneuver, but it was now impossible to send Su Wanyin back out. "Jiyang, how could you?" Su Wanyin suddenly realized she had been thrust in by Wang Pengji. Her emotions became a tumult of complexity, leaving her at a loss for words. At that moment, a mechanism appeared, glancing at the 2 before stating, "Cultivation at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Number of participants 2, difficulty multiplied by 2. Upon hearing this, their faces fell. Outside, Meng Leyu seethed with frustration towards Wang Pengji. No one had expected that the challenges within would be contingent on each individual's cultivation level and the total number of participants. Jiyang was indeed at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, but due to her 5 spiritual roots, Su Wanyin had, despite years of practice, never even broken through to the 1st level. Yet, retreat was no longer an option. Tears welled in Su Wanyin's eyes as she weakly uttered, "Jiyang, I'm so sorry." Then she gritted her teeth and said, "Why don't you just leave me behind and go on your own?" She was aware of her own limitations. Following Jiyang would only render him burdened. Seeing the young girl's teary gaze on the screen, Meng Leyu felt a pang of sympathy. However, just as Su Wanyin's words faded, the mechanism interjected, "Abandoning a teammate will result in failure." Su Wanyin fell silent. Jiyang cast a quiet glance her way, and Su Wanyin felt the urge to weep intensify. "Stay close." Jiyang understood that any further words would be futile. He did not wish to disappoint her. The ensuing trials could only be described as breathtaking, as Meng Leyu watched her beloved engage in fierce battles against various mechanisms, her heart racing in her throat. If such a scene were set in a cinema, Meng Leyu might have enjoyed it as a popcorn flick, but now, with her beloved in peril, she felt an urgent need for a remedy for her racing heart. After Jiyang was struck by a burst of spiritual fire from the wall, Meng Leyu instinctively clutched the screen. Jiyang attempted to retrieve a healing pill from his spatial pouch, only to find it empty. Meng Leyu quickly noticed something amiss with her beloved and immediately accessed the store, preparing to procure supplies. "Jiyang, are you all right?" Su Wanyin rushed over, wanting to help him up, but she hesitated, fearing the severity of his wounds. Just then, a surge of spiritual fire shot towards Su Wanyin, and she realized she could not evade it. Her face drained of color. In that critical moment, she was suddenly pushed aside, with Jiyang collapsing to the ground, having sustained even greater injuries. He had no desire to save anyone, yet the wretched rules compelled him to act. Su Wanyin, witnessing Jiyang lying on the ground, felt a rush of tears. She wanted to retrieve her healing pills, but realized that, despite Jiyang bearing the brunt of the trials, she too had been wounded multiple times along the way, and now her supply had been exhausted. Just as Su Wanyin felt helpless, Attempting to channel her meager spiritual energy to heal Jiyang, a multitude of pills suddenly appeared in the air. Su Wanyan was rendered speechless by the scene before her. What was happening? Could it be that the challenges did not intend for them to perish? Did they also provide healing? If so, why the earlier brutal tactics? At that moment, the previously injured Jiyang lifted his gaze to the sky and softly expressed, "Thank you." He reverently accepted a pill and consumed one. Su Wanyan could not shake the feeling that Jiyang's demeanor had been inexplicably gentle just then. Meng Leyu finally breathed a sigh of relief as she saw Jiyang's vitality begin to restore. Then she gently patted his head in a comforting gesture. Suddenly, the young man raised his head and declared, "I will definitely make it through." Meng Leyu could not help but smile, nudging his right hand. She had unwavering faith in him. He was simply the best. Beside them, Su Wanyan mistakenly thought Jiyang was making a promise and immediately chimed in, "I believe in you. I will do my utmost not to hold you back." Throughout their journey, Jiyang had always protected her, and now he was even assuring her that he would lead her to safety. The girl was unaware that her feelings of gratitude and admiration were nearly spilling over. Unbeknownst to her, the dragon cub was indeed making a vow, but it was not meant for her ears. Although the path ahead remained arduous, the young man, invigorated as if he had been injected with adrenaline, grew even more formidable. After a fierce battle in which they vanquished yet another horde of mechanical beasts, Jiyang casually wiped the blood obscuring his vision, paying no heed to the wounds adorning his face as he proceeded forward. Meng Leyu watched with a pang of sympathy, wishing to tend to the young one, yet fearing it might cause him pain. Instead, she gently stroked his head repeatedly. The boy curled the corners of his lips and softly declared, "I am fine." In truth, he had merely been sustaining himself through sheer willpower. Unbeknownst to him, Meng Leyu's heart ached even more upon hearing his words, for she could see the state of his health bar. After a while, Jiyang and his companions unexpectedly arrived in a room that bore an uncanny resemblance to a wedding chamber from the mortal realm. At that moment, a table floated before them, displaying 2 goblets of wine, devoid of anything else. The atmosphere was eerily tranquil, a stark contrast to the earlier chaos of battle. "Wow, Jiyang, this looks just like a wedding room from the mortal realm. Are those 2 cups meant for a ceremonial toast?" Su Wanyan remarked, a hint of shyness coloring her cheeks as she spoke. Barely had Su Wanyan's words faded when a voice echoed in the air. 100 years of cultivation earns you a shared boat. 1,000 years of cultivation grants you a shared bed. Faced with the allure of mutual benefit, the 2 of you are the only pair to have chosen to face the trials together, supporting one another along the way to this point. These 2 cups, named Huan, were brewed by my wife and me in our youth. Today, I bestow them upon you, dear friends. Simply drink from each other's cup, and you shall gain 100 years of cultivation, along with my wishes for your enduring companionship. 100 years of cultivation? Su Wanyan felt a surge of desire. Heaven knows that for one with 5 elemental roots, her path to mastery was fraught with difficulty. She instinctively reached out to grasp Jiyang's sleeve. However, Jiyang silently evaded her, even shattering the wooden table with a swift strike, causing the cups to tumble to the ground and corrode a significant portion of the floor. "Ah!" Su Wanyan gasped, horrified by the revelation that the wine was poisonous. Observing this, Jiyang coldly remarked, "If that man truly shared such a profound bond with his wife, he would not have doubled the difficulty of the trials just now." At this, even Meng Leyu, watching from outside the screen, felt a wave of embarrassment. She was reluctant to admit that even she had been tempted by the wine. "Smart boy," Meng Leyu said, patting Jiyang's head in a delayed reaction. Jiyang, feeling the touch on his head, looked towards the heavens and remarked, "You guessed it, didn't you?" Yes. I also guessed it," Meng Leyu replied, her movements hastening with a hint of nervousness. Chapter 43. The closure of the secret realm. As soon as Jiyang discerned the ruse, the wedding room before them shattered into radiant fragments. In its place emerged a scene reminiscent of an altar, where a singular herb was enshrined, radiating resplendent light. Upon sighting the herb, Su Wanyan's heart began to race uncontrollably. Though she was unaware of its properties, she felt an inexplicable significance attached to it, as if she desperately desired it. Jiyang, though devoid of such feelings, sensed that the herb was indeed a rare spiritual medicine. Curiously, Meng Leyu pointed out the inscription above, which read, Name, horn.As. Effect, converts any spiritual root into a supreme heavenly root. Though the text was brief, it vividly conveyed the astonishing value and rarity of the horn.As herb. Just as Jiyang reached out to retrieve the herb, Su Wanyin could no longer contain herself and called out, Jiyang. However, Jiyang did not spare her a glance, directly claiming the spirit herb and stowing it within his spatial pouch. Witnessing his actions, Su Wanyin felt a void within her heart, hesitant to voice her thoughts, for she understood that her safe arrival here was solely thanks to Jiyang. Thus, any treasures obtained from the trials were rightfully his. Had it not been for her presence at his door, Jiyang might not have faced such arduous challenges. After Jiyang had taken the spirit herb, he discovered that the altar concealed more than one item. Beneath the herb lay a jade hairpin. Without hesitation, he added the item to his pouch as well. By now, Su Wanyin had gained the wisdom to remain silent, recognizing her place. As both items were secured, the ground suddenly trembled violently, but before either could react, their surroundings shifted dramatically. They found themselves witnessing Chen-Yixiang engaged in combat with a massive toad, the creature emanating an aura that suggested it had reached the pinnacle of Qi training. Yet, Jiyang merely cast a fleeting glance before deciding to retreat. Unfortunately, Chen-Yixiang had spotted him, and with a desperate cry she exclaimed, Jiyang, if you help me defeat this toad spirit, I shall share half of the treasures here with you. In response, Jiyang continued to walk away, unfazed. Chen-Yixiang, in a fit of urgency, leaped towards him, intending to draw the toad spirit's attention and forcibly involve Jiyang in the fray. Given that both Chen-Yixiang and the toad spirit were stronger than Jiyang, he found escape impossible and could only roll to the side, narrowly avoiding the initial onslaught and reluctantly joining the battle. How can there be such people? Meng Leyu fumed, nearly tossing her pen in frustration. Perhaps due to the prolonged struggle between the toad spirit and Chen-Yixiang, Jiyang's involvement soon turned the tide of the battle. After evading another attack, Jiyang plunged his dagger into the toad spirit's abdomen, extracting the beast core, which sent the formidable creature crashing to the ground. Phew! The once charming Chen-Yixiang exhaled deeply, forsaking her poised demeanor. However, upon noticing the red beast core in Jiyang's grasp, her mind began to churn with ulterior motives. The beast core from the toad spirit was a valuable prize, rivaling the treasure she had been guarding. Just as Chen-Yixiang prepared to persuade Jiyang to accept the beast core in exchange for foregoing the other treasures, the seemingly defeated toad spirit unexpectedly made a final desperate strike. Devoid of its beast core, the creature was at its last gasp and flung Su Wanyin, the weakest among them, away. Fate took an ironic turn as Su Wanyin was propelled towards the very treasures the toad spirit had been guarding. In a most unfortunate twist of fate, she landed awkwardly and inadvertently swallowed one of the treasures. Ah, you owe me my Jiyang face Dan. No one anticipated that the treasure the toad spirit had been safeguarding was the priceless Tian-grade Jiyang face Dan. The legendary horn.As herb possessed the ability to alter spiritual roots, while the Jiyang face Dan could transform one as constitution. Chen-Yixiang glared at Su Wanyin with an intensity fueled by resentment, unable to fathom that after all her struggles, the narrative had seemingly reverted to its original course. I'm sorry, it was unintentional. Su Wanyin quickly realized that she had unwittingly spoiled Chen-Yixiang's plans, attempting to regurgitate the precious pill, only to find that such a remarkable item dissolved instantly upon ingestion. Despite her seething animosity, Chen-Yixiang refrained from attacking, as though wary of something. Suddenly, she appeared to come to terms with the situation, smiling wryly. To possess something momentarily is insignificant. True skill lies in the ability to enjoy one's fortune. Meng Leyu, who had been spectating alongside Jiyang, couldn't help but express her astonishment, realizing that the girl was indeed deeply irked. Su Wanyin recognized her misstep and was about to negotiate reparations when she was suddenly seized by excruciating pain. Instinctively, both Jiyang and Su Wanyin called out his name. Yet, Jiyang paid her no mind, taking advantage of the chaos to collect the toad spirit's carcass for use in alchemy and crafting. Meanwhile, the environment around them began to distort. Damn it, the secret realm is closing. Almost as soon as Chun Yishang's words fell, the scene on the screen transformed instantaneously. The young ones, who were initially meant to be in the secret realm, have now appeared at the very spot where they first entered. Surrounding them are various sects, each guarded by their respective cultivators. Entering the secret realm inevitably incurs sacrifices, varying in number. Some sects have even suffered total annihilation. To everyone's astonishment, Wang Pingji has also emerged alive, accompanied by a man whose fate is uncertain, evidently his brother. Chun Yishang has similarly exited the secret realm, fully aware that any further arguments would place her at a disadvantage. Being from the He Huan sect, which is ostracized by the righteous path, she finds herself at odds with the esteemed Beiji Tian sect. Seizing the opportunity amidst the crowd, Chun Yishang discreetly reunites with her sect. This expedition into the secret realm has proven advantageous for her, as she was privy to the unfolding narrative and successfully acquired numerous valuable items ahead of others. Ouch! Su Wanyin, upon emerging from the secret realm, let out a pained cry before collapsing onto the ground. Meanwhile, Luo Tianqi, who had been stationed outside, rushed to her side upon noticing her plight, catching her as she fell. At that moment, he was too preoccupied to question why Wang Pengji and his brother were not accompanying their junior sister, or why Jiyang had appeared alongside her. After exiting, Jiyang's face remained flushed, and Meng Leyu, upon checking his status, was astonished to see that his cultivation had rapidly ascended to the pinnacle of Qi refinement, showing no signs of ceasing. Chapter 44. Unlocking new features. Meng Leyu recalled that the last time the young one had advanced was during the fierce battle with the bone-eater bird. Could it be that in this secret realm, he faced life-and-death challenges that repeatedly pushed him to break through, only to have held back his progress while within the realm? Initially, his cultivation growth went unnoticed by those around him, as it was not uncommon for cultivators to advance within the secret realm. However, when dark clouds of tribulation began to gather overhead, everyone was taken aback. Who was attempting to transcend? Jiyang had not anticipated attracting the tribulation clouds, especially given the abruptness of this cultivation advancement. He had made no preparations. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Luo Tianqi, responsible for leading the Beiji Tian sect, was already preoccupied with attending to Su Wanyin, while the other disciples of the sect lacked the capability and courage to assist anyone through a tribulation. Consequently, Jiyang found himself entirely unattended. Despite his anxiety, Jiyang understood that with the tribulation clouds now present, he had no choice but to confront the impending storm. However, he was reluctant to use the few treasured items bestowed upon him by that person to shield himself from the tribulation. As for the jade hairpin he had discovered in the secret realm, that was meant as a gift for her, and he was equally unwilling to sacrifice it. Thus, in full view of the gathering crowd, Jiyang hurled a massive toad demon's corpse to shield himself from above. What a spectacle! Just as the onlookers marveled, the tribulation clouds fully engulfed Jiyang, and a lightning bolt, no weaker than that of a golden core stage cultivator, struck down violently upon the toad's corpse. It must be said that demonic beasts possess tough hides. Even though the toad demon was deceased, its body, being at the pinnacle of Qi refinement, managed to absorb 3 strikes of the lightning tribulation. However, that was all it could endure. As the toad's corpse disintegrated into ashes, Jiyang was left to withstand the remaining tribulations on his own. While using the toad's corpse as a shield, Jiyang had already ingested a medicinal pill, filling his body with spiritual energy, preparing to brave the lightning. To the onlookers, this appeared to be an act of folly, for they believed that only those of the golden core stage would face tribulations. To experience a lightning tribulation upon advancing to the foundation establishment stage signified that the heavenly Tao disapproved of this individual's cultivation and sought to obliterate them. Thus, no one intervened. They merely observed in silence, waiting for the heavenly Tao to enact its judgment. Yet against all expectations, this seemingly insignificant Qi refinement cultivator withstood the first, second, and third bolts. When the final bolt descended, Jiyang nearly lost control of his spirit, nearly revealing the dragon horns atop his head. Simultaneously, a sound akin to a dragon's roar echoed through the sky, though the spectators believed they might be mistaken. How could a mere Qi refinement, or rather a foundation establishment cultivator, possibly summon a dragon's roar? Now, at the foundation establishment stage, Jiyang felt the surge of spiritual energy within him, and a wave of fear washed over him. Who could remain unafraid before such a tribulation? However, each time he felt he was on the brink of collapse, he sensed a familiar touch above him. She was there. Upon witnessing the young one's successful passage through the tribulation, Meng Leyu exhaled a sigh of relief. The earlier moments had been utterly terrifying, as the young one was struck repeatedly, alternating between charred black and pale white, enduring layers of devastation. Meng Leyu couldn't help but admire the courage of cultivators in this realm. Did every tribulation involve such harrowing strikes? Unbeknownst to her, her young one was uniquely subjected to this ordeal. Had she realized this, she would likely have scolded the game planners. What followed was an anticipation of newfound wealth. As both game tasks had seemingly been completed, the Secret Realm task, upon evaluation, was astonishingly rated as S-class. This was entirely unexpected for Meng Leyu, as the young one had only gathered some ordinary herbs of lesser age, with the exception of a spirit herb named horn.As and a jade hairpin obtained later in the challenges. To think that these two items alone warranted an S-class rating spoke volumes of their significance. Meng Leyu felt a swell of pride, especially upon receiving the reward of 50 game coins, along with a collar and an experience boost of 3,000 points, which brought an ear-to-ear smile to her face. However, she was perplexed by the inclusion of collar. The collar, entirely black, bore a golden bell and appeared far from conventional, reminiscent of those worn by dubious male deities she had seen online. Curiously, she clicked on the collar's information tab, revealing name, beast collar, level, mid-tier earth grade. Function, provides formidable protection, capable of withstanding a full force strike from a peak nascent soul cultivator, ensuring the safety of one's pet. Is it really for beasts? Would the young one truly be upset if she presented this to him? Meng Leyu mentally scoffed, envisioning the boy adorned with the collar. Ahem. He truly embodies the essence of a divine protector. Upon claiming her experience, her game level soared to 15. Ding! Current game level, 15. The game voice function has been fully unlocked, granting 1 minute of voice dialogue per day. Please be mindful of prohibited terms. Players are now rewarded with the image sharing feature, allowing daily sharing of images with Jiyang, wishing players a pleasant experience. Goodness, the game is exceedingly generous this time. Meng Leyu gazed at the tangible game notifications, her excitement mounting. However, she had yet to decide how to utilize these two features today, so she set them aside and turned her attention to another game task. To her dismay, the previously anticipated success of the treasure acquisition task was marked as a failure. A failure? How could this be? Hadn't the young one secured the horn.As herb? The earlier task had been rated S-class, so why was this deemed a failure? Frustrated, Meng Leyu clicked for the failure reason, only to see the message: exquisite essence refinement pill not obtained. She was left speechless by the absurdity of it all. Initially, the task had not specified what needed to be seized, and now that they had acquired something, it turned out that it was not the desired item. Was this game toying with her? Meng Leyu, glancing at the 250 experience points in her possession, felt a strong urge for a facepalm emoji. However, now that the task has concluded, Meng Leyu could only force herself to find solace, thinking that at least the other mission had been rated S level. As she contemplated how to utilize today's sharing feature, someone suddenly approached Zai. The newcomer respectfully greeted Jiyang, saying, "Senior Brother Jiyang, the senior brother requests your presence." Chapter 45. Game Bug. Meng Leyu couldn't help but feel curious about what the male protagonist from another world, the favored child of destiny, wanted with Zai. Was he merely playing catch-up? When Jiyang and Luo Tianqi appeared in the same frame, Meng Leyu couldn't help but marvel at their stunning presence. However, The words that followed from Luo Tianqi caused a brow to furrow. He first expressed his concerns for Jiyang, presenting him with 2 bottles of pills to consolidate his cultivation, before mentioning matters concerning the secret realm. I have heard that you performed exceptionally well in the secret realm. Luo Tianqi's words were warm, yet carried an air of superiority inherent to those in power. Was this a common trait among transmigrators, believing themselves to be extraordinary, existing apart from the world? Senior brother, you flatter me, Jiyang replied with a slight bow. Luo Tianqi seemed satisfied with Jiyang's attitude and continued. The sect allows you to enter the secret realm as a form of cultivation, but you must also learn to reciprocate. Jiyang remained silent, noticing his reticence. Luo Tianqi sighed softly and changed his tone, saying, I understand that anyone who acquires something valuable wishes to keep it for themselves. Yet I will not demand anything from you without offering something in return. Now that you are part of the Changsheng Fuguei Peak, you will naturally pursue the path of alchemy. I possess a mid-grade, earth-level alchemy furnace, which, with the aid of a rare flame, has the potential to become a high-grade, earth-level, or even a heavenly-grade furnace. I propose we exchange this furnace for the spiritual herb you acquired in the secret realm. That was indeed a mid-grade, earth-level alchemy furnace, and Luo Tianqi believed his sincerity was sufficient, though he remained unaware of the true nature of the herb. Meng Leyu became anxious, fearing that Zai might be tempted, just as she was about to nudge Zai's left hand. The boy on screen spoke with a remorseful expression. I'm sorry, senior brother. Although I desire it greatly, I have already consumed the spiritual herb. Otherwise, my cultivation would have increased so significantly. Luo Tianqi's expression froze in surprise. He anticipated the boy's impatience to consume the herb. The boy then asked with a hopeful gaze, Senior brother, do you have anything else you would like to exchange? However, aware that the spiritual herb was no longer available, Luo Tianqi lost all interest and waved his hand, dismissing Jiyang. After Jiyang departed, Luo Tianqi furrowed his brow slightly, sensing that someone had been observing him. Yet he found nothing. His soul had traversed 2 worlds, rendering it far more robust than others. Even so, he could only vaguely perceive the sensation of being watched without being able to pinpoint its source. Once he confirmed Jiyang's departure, Luo Tianqi tapped the spirit beast cage at his waist, prompting a miniature blue-purple dragon to peek out. I've heard that when Jiyang advanced to the Foundation establishment stage, there was a dragon's roar. Did you notice anything unusual about him? The little dragon shook its head, as it was still unable to speak, communicating instead through its consciousness with its master, Luo Tianqi. Nothing seems amiss. Yes, just an ordinary cultivator. Luo Tianqi nodded in response. Perhaps he was simply overthinking. Shortly after Jiyang left, someone reported that Su Wanyan had awakened. Upon hearing this, he immediately rose to see her. The first thing Su Wanyan said upon seeing Luo Tianqi was, Senior brother, you didn't make things difficult for Jiyang, did you? Luo Tianqi paused slightly, but shook his head, replying, Why would I trouble him? Su Wanyan then realized that her words had been rather hurtful, immediately taking the blame upon herself. It's all my fault for mentioning the spiritual herb. I didn't truly desire it. After all, it was Jiyang who exerted himself during the trials. Luo Tianqi comforted her with a pat on the hand. Did you not say that having 2 people during the trials doubled the difficulty? It's likely that the spiritual herb was awarded due to both of your efforts, meaning you should share in its benefits. Is that so? Su Wanyan was uncertain. Yet it seemed that senior brother had a point. However, your concern for Jiyang is not reciprocated. He has already consumed that spiritual herb on his own, and now he has reached the Foundation establishment stage. It's a pity he is akin to a wild boar that cannot appreciate fine grain. A single herb can elevate one's cultivation, yet if combined with other materials for pill refinement, the resulting potency would undoubtedly be greater. Upon hearing that Jiyang had consumed the spiritual herb, Su Wanyan felt a pang of regret, but quickly reassured herself that it was rightfully Jiyang's. Since he consumed it first, it indicated a connection to the herb. It was akin to her accidentally consuming a cleansing elixir after being swept by a toad spirit. With this thought, her spirits lifted considerably, though she still recalled the excruciating pain from the elixir, leaving her a bit apprehensive. The upside was that she now possessed a pure Yin body. Coincidentally, her senior brother was a pure Yang body. Had he not been present, she might have truly suffered. With this thought, Su Wanyin felt her cheeks flush. Although she appeared youthful, it was due to early consumption of elixirs. In reality, she was not much younger than her senior brother, and the effects of the elixirs would eventually fade. After Jiyang exited, he immediately sought a secluded area where he retrieved something from within his spatial pouch and extended it towards Meng Leyu, saying, "Please accept this." Meng Leyu was momentarily stunned upon seeing the familiar Huan Tianling Chao. Had Zai Zai not claimed he had consumed it? She had believed him. So could it be that Zai Zai had deceived the child of destiny? Jiyang seemed to sense her confusion and succinctly explained, "This spiritual herb is of no use to me, yet its value surely exceeds that of an earth-level alchemy furnace." Meng Leyu immediately grasped Zai's intention and understood the potential danger of possessing such a treasure. She prepared to accept the spiritual herb, eager to test her earlier conjecture. However, upon receiving the herb, the game prompted a notification. Huan Tian Chao is an important item in the cultivation world and cannot be privately owned. Damn it. But then she thought, if it cannot be privately owned, there must be other options. After taking possession of the Huan Tian Chao, Meng Leyu directly opened the Garden module and placed it into the seed recycling section. To her astonishment, the item was indeed recycled. Subsequently, the Garden module seemed to activate an infinite mode, receiving 1 Huan Tian Chao, exchanging it for 10 Huan Tian Chao seeds, 999 billion herb coins, and 999 herb garden experience points. Just as Meng Leyu thought she was about to strike it rich, the game suddenly issued a notification. The herb garden module has encountered a bug. The game is currently being repaired. Please wait until the game is fixed before logging in again. Without allowing Meng Leyu time to react, she was forcibly ejected from the game. A beautiful plant. Chapter 46. Voice dialogue after being forcibly logged out of the game. Meng Leyu's thoughts were not about the bug, but rather that she had yet to utilize the voice and image sharing features today. Had she known, she would have tried them first. However, there was no use in lamenting now. She decided to wait for the game to restore itself. Unexpectedly, this wait extended for a full 3 days. During this period, Meng Leyu had not experienced a single one of those dreams, leaving her feeling somewhat disoriented. Yet, this only reinforced her belief that her dreams were indeed connected to the game. Her greater concern was for Zai Zai, seeing that she could not log into the game. Meng Leyu couldn't help but worry that she might never be able to access it again. After all, she had spent money on it. Is the little one well? Jiyang is not well at all. He is perplexed as to why that person, who clearly accepted the spiritual herbs he offered, has suddenly vanished. This disappearance has lasted for a full 9 days, an unprecedented occurrence. Initially, Jiyang was consumed by anxiety and concern, followed by an insatiable curiosity. Had that person grown tired of him, no longer wishing to pursue such a gentle approach to coax him into becoming a contract beast? Or had she found another little one? Although he is unclear as to why that person refers to him as little one, he cannot help but possessively believe that such a title should belong solely to him. Over these days, Jiyang has been plagued with uncertainty, to the point where he has lost focus even in his cultivation. Just as he was beginning to think that person had completely forsaken him, clinging to a flicker of hope, the familiar sensation of a gentle touch finally returned. In that moment, Jiyang's heart was a tumult of emotions, and he felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Does the little one miss me? He heard the distinctive lilt of a human voice, characteristic of their interactions with small animals. Meng Leyu had made repeated attempts and finally logged into the game. Upon seeing the familiar little one, she breathed a sigh of relief. This time, she immediately activated the voice function, fearing that some unforeseen glitch might arise, depriving her of the chance to converse before the game potentially shut down. As Jiyang listened to the girl's sweet voice, his delicate lashes fluttered, and although an intense wave of shyness washed over him, he raised his face affectionately towards the front and nodded vigorously, softly uttering, "I miss you." The voice was faint yet crystal clear, reaching Meng Leyu's ears. At that moment, her toes curled involuntarily, not from embarrassment, but from excitement. The dragon, unaware, resembled a flower ravaged by morning dew, evoking an irresistible urge to pluck it. Meng Leyu silently screamed, oblivious to the class representative who had just approached her side. Meng Leyu, please hand in your assignment. Oh, okay. Instantly pulled from her gaming reverie, Meng Leyu began rummaging for her homework. Unbeknownst to her, the brief exchange had been heard by Jiyang, as the 1-minute voice communication had not yet elapsed. Meng Leyu? Is that her name? The speaker sounded rather youthful. Did this imply her actual age was indeed young? Yet how could it be possible? A powerful being with profound cultivation could not possibly be a mere girl, unless she was from a higher realm, possessing innate cultivation from birth. After submitting her assignment, Meng Leyu realized that her allotted voice time for the day had elapsed, feeling a pang of regret for only having spoken a single phrase to the little one. Contemplating her suspicions, Jiyang cautiously inquired, "Are you called Meng Leyu?" "Oh my, how could the little one possibly know her name?" Meng Leyu gasped, recalling that the class representative had indeed called her name just moments earlier. Could it have been that the voice function had picked it up? Her initial shock faded within seconds, replaced by relief as she happily tapped the little one's right hand. Jiyang felt the light, cheerful touch at his fingertips, affirming the youthful vitality of the girl. "Are you from the realm of cultivation?" After posing this question, Jiyang immediately regretted prying into her secrets. To his surprise, she did not react with anger, but instead continued to touch his right hand. In that moment, all her previous elusiveness suddenly made sense. However, how could she, born into such a world, possibly regard him, a young dragon with broken horns, as worthy? Was it merely a fleeting pity or a trivial jest? Jiyang could not discern nor wish to ponder further. At that moment, a cute, simplistic drawing materialized before him. He had seen intricate ink paintings, but had never encountered such straightforward strokes. Strangely, he could instantly identify the little figure adorned with dragon horns as himself. "Is this me?" Jiyang asked, receiving in response another gentle touch on his right hand. Realizing the girl had fallen silent again, he pondered for a moment and then asked, "Are you unable to speak at the moment?" His hand was touched again. Jiyang decided not to dwell on it. As long as she still desired him, that was sufficient. The girl lovingly stroked the little one's head before opening the mailbox containing the game maintenance compensation. "We sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused by the prolonged maintenance of game time. Please accept this small token of our appreciation: 10 game coins, 20 small recovery pills, and 20 spiritual recovery pills. Wishing you a pleasant life." Meng Leyu chuckled quietly, silently giving the game a middle finger for its meager compensation. However, she quickly recalled that she had submitted a request for the horn.As in the herb garden module, which had triggered the bug. Could it be that the game had simply swallowed the horn.As? In a flurry, she opened the herb garden module, only to find that the image of the horn.As was indeed illuminated, confirming that it had been collected. And there was also an additional email in the herb garden's mailbox. Yet, the contents were vastly different from her previous exchange, containing only 2 brief sentences. "As the horn.As belongs to the category of immortal herbs, it is currently not eligible for recycling. Therefore, you may only exchange for 3 seeds of horn.As, along with 10 herb coins as encouragement. Please continue to strive to elevate your herb garden level to unlock more exchanges." "Exchange my grandfather," Meng Leyu thought, wishing to hurl a ton of curses at the game and feed it some nuclear waste to cleanse its stomach. All her amassed herb coins and experience had been nullified by a mere game bug? 10 herb coins? Were they trying to mock her? All right, you say the immortal herb is not in the recycling category, but the originally promised 10 seeds have been reduced to 3? This isn't fair play. Yet regardless of how much Meng Leyu complained, she could only begrudgingly accept it. Fortunately, as the chicken lays eggs and the egg hatches into a chicken, with these 3 seeds in her possession, she would surely be able to cultivate more horn.As. Thus, Meng Leyu quietly gathered the spiritual Xingqiao and Su Shuetong, both aged hundreds of years, and planted the 3 horn.As seeds, along with some free spiritual Xingqiao and Su Shuetong, when she presented the high-quality spiritual herbs to the little one from her bag. She simultaneously noticed the beast collar that had been part of her previous task reward. Chapter 47. Her pet compared to her astonishment at first encountering the high-quality spiritual Xing Chao. Jiyang was now remarkably composed upon seeing the hundreds of years old spiritual Xing Chao and Su Shueteng again. However, when he spotted the collar being handed over the same time, he clearly froze for a moment. First, this item looked very familiar. But could it truly be what he thought it was? If he was not mistaken, he had seen this on the contract beast of the Wanshou zone. Although the one before him appeared more exquisite, he surmised that it was indeed intended to be worn around the neck. "Is this for me?" Jiyang asked uncertainly. The response was the collar being presented toward him once more. In that moment, Jiyang's emotions were complex. He did not know whether to feel grateful that Meng Leyu truly desired him or to feel sorrowful that she merely regarded him as a beast. His fingertips trembled, but he ultimately accepted the collar, saying, "Please allow me to think it over." Meng Leyu noticed that the little one seemed to be in a poor mood and recognized that the collar indeed appeared to be quite misleading. She promptly opened the collar's description and double-clicked it for Jiyang to see. When Jiyang learned that this collar could withstand the full force of a perfected nascent soul strike, his complex feelings slightly diminished. However, he was taken aback to find the description included a phrase indicating it was meant to protect the safety of the beloved pet. Thus, did she not see him as a contract beast, but merely as a pet? Jiyang felt as though his neck was indeed being constricted by the collar, tightening incessantly. Reflecting on their previous interactions, it seemed they had resembled the bond between a pet and its owner. Meng Leyu was perplexed, unable to comprehend the sudden shift in Zai's demeanor. His mood value had plummeted drastically, and even his affection level began to decline. "No, please don't," she thought. "If you dislike the collar, then so be it." As she contemplated retracting the collar, to her astonishment, Zai placed it around his neck. With a sorrowful smile, the young boy said, "Rest assured, I shall dutifully be your pet, as long as you still want me." "Ah, that is not how it is." Meng Leyu realized that Zai had misunderstood her intentions, yet she was at a loss for words, as she had already utilized the voice and image sharing functions today. Watching Zai's affection and mood values decline, she could only anxiously reach out to him, hoping to temporarily soothe his distress. However, to her dismay, Zai, who had always allowed her to caress him, now evaded her touch. Fortunately, his affection level had only dropped to 10 and didn't fall further. But Meng Leyu's heart ached for him. She mentally berated the flawed game for its poor rewards, particularly for presenting her with a collar. She scolded herself for inexplicably gifting Zai an item clearly intended for beasts. Yet, it was too late for regrets. She could only plan to explain tomorrow. After exiting the game, Meng Leyu felt restless throughout the night, even dreaming of a scenario where her essence was atop another's. A terrifying image of that essence wearing a collar identical to Zai's. Was it a case of daydreams leading to nightmares? Moreover, it seemed that, in her dream, that essence appeared particularly aggrieved, entwined with a fierce intensity that left Meng Leyu feeling exhausted, even in slumber. Perhaps frightened, or for other reasons, she awoke before dawn. As she sleepily made her way to the bathroom, she pondered the lack of emotional depth in her dream. Why had she used the phrase water and milk blend? Embarrassment crept upon her until she encountered Meng Jiaqing, who emerged from the restroom. They both exclaimed in unison. Meng Jiaqing's allergic symptoms had improved significantly, but upon seeing Meng Leyu's fair and delicate skin, she couldn't help but glare at her. Suddenly, it seemed she had made a discovery, abruptly stopping Meng Leyu to ask, "Have you lost weight recently?" Hearing this, Meng Leyu felt a surge of joy. She had indeed shed some pounds. However, she shot a glare back at Meng Jiaqing and retorted, "What business is it of yours?" Stifled by her words, Meng Jiaqing could only huff in response. "A pig may slim down, but it's still a pig." "Oh, that is unfortunate, as we both share the same parents and were raised together." Meng Leyu scoffed before shutting the bathroom door. She did not care about the notion of harming 1,000 while injuring herself 800. Since Meng Jiaqing had made her unhappy, she had no intention of making her feel better. Her joy derived from Jiaqing's dissatisfaction. It was not about the numbers. Why bother? All that mattered was her own satisfaction. The next morning, when Meng Leyu gazed into the mirror, she understood why Meng Jiaqing had inquired about her weight loss. Despite looking in the mirror daily, she noticed a significant difference that morning. She must have lost 10 pounds overnight. Was it the dimensions catching up with her weight? Or had she overexerted herself the previous night? With her previous weight loss, she realized that if she continued to deny her dieting, she would soon find herself unable to explain her transformation. After all, one does not become slim overnight. Indeed, upon arriving at school, several girls asked if she had been dieting. This time, Meng Leyu openly acknowledged it, and the girls eagerly inquired about her methods. However, she was aware that her weight loss was rather suspicious. It was hardly feasible to attribute it to dreams. Thus, she vaguely replied, "Control your diet and exercise." She had indeed exercised, albeit in her dreams. After class that day, instead of visiting the convenience store, Meng Leyu sought a secluded corner on the playground to open her phone. To her surprise, upon entering the game, she found Zai diligently practicing alchemy. It is said that those who are earnest appear most attractive, and at that moment, Zai seemed even more appealing in Meng Leyu's eyes. Basking in the sunlight, she noticed a bell subtly peeking out from Zai's collar. So he hadn't taken off. She had assumed he would remove it after feeling upset the previous day. However, she had to admit that the reasoning behind such adornments worn by the boys was indeed compelling, since Zai was so engrossed in his practice. Meng Leyu chose not to disturb him. Instead, she signed in and browsed the shop for the day's special offerings. To her delight, the items on sale were rather generous. With a grand flourish, she spent 49 game coins on a petite spirit boat, taking advantage of a remarkable discount of 19. Missing this opportunity would mean losing a precious chance. It would serve as a means of transportation for Zai. Little did Meng Leyu know that the spirit boat could only be activated with spirit stones, while most flying artifacts relied on the wielder's spiritual power. At this moment, blissfully unaware of the implications, she believed she had struck gold. In the realm of cultivation, spirit stones could be used as currency, yet if circumstances permitted, individuals preferred bartering. After all, spirit stones were vital for replenishing spiritual energy and had no adverse effects. A spirit boat of superior quality powered by spirit stones was essentially a movable luxury item, which perhaps explained the deeply discounted price. After purchasing the boat, Meng Leyu proceeded to stock up on elixirs for her small alchemical endeavors. Transitioning to the herb cultivation mode, she chose not to harvest immediately, but instead inspected the growth status of the Huantian grass. To her surprise, as a celestial herb, it required 3 hours to equate to a year of growth, which was slightly slower than other spiritual herbs, yet still acceptable. She initiated an experiment akin to the chicken or egg conundrum, retrieving a Huantian grass from the ground and placing it into the recycling section. Remarkably, it truly yielded a return. However, due to its low maturity, she only acquired 2 seeds this time, which was acceptable. Without hesitation, Meng Leyu recycled the remaining 2 Huantian grasses, garnering a total of 6 seeds. Subsequently, she placed the scattered herbs into the recycling section. Although they also provided seeds, they additionally yielded medicinal currency. Upon calculating, she found that they were significantly cheaper than what Zai could sell them for outside. Thus, she resolved that such spiritual herbs should be entrusted to Zai for sale, and if they remained unsold, she would consolidate the recycling herself. At this moment, Meng Leyu remained oblivious to the profound impact her actions would have on the cultivation world. While she joyfully tended to her herb garden, Jiyang, seemingly engrossed in alchemy, had already undergone numerous rounds of contemplation. From the moment that person appeared, he had sensed her presence, feeling her silent gaze upon him. Although he was unsure of her subsequent actions, he could feel her constant proximity. However, he pondered why she had not caressed his head like before. Was it because he had evaded her yesterday? In truth, he did not resent her touch, yet upon learning that she merely regarded him as a pet, and not even as a contracted beast, he felt a pang of sadness. A contracted beast is at least a companion. What, then, is a mere pet? It is merely a whimsical entity that can be summoned at will and dismissed just as easily. He harbors no desire to be a mere plaything, for pets do not desecrate their own divinity. What Jiyang has never voiced is that ever since he commenced practicing the enigmatic yin-yang technique, whenever he enters the profound realms, his spiritual energy becomes unrestrained. Recently, even his soul has grown unusually audacious. He understands that he ought not to succumb to such impulses. Yet, he finds himself unable to resist, harboring a secret sense of delight. Like a wretched beast lurking in the shadows, it brazenly observes its master who comes to feed it, its damp tongue seemingly inadvertently brushing against the master's toes and body. Possession is an innate vice etched into the very bones of a beast. Jiyang gently tinkled the bell around his neck, and thus let it begin with the pet. When Meng Leyu emerged from the medicinal garden module and beheld the unexpectedly soaring affection level, reaching an astonishing 50, she was momentarily taken aback. Who could elucidate this phenomenon for her? How had the affection of the little one ascended so abruptly? The thrill was akin to playing the stock market, especially when a youth's lips parted to softly utter the word master. Meng Leyu felt her nerves snap. What was happening? It was as if the boy had heard her innermost thoughts, as he called out once more, "Master, I miss you so much." Even the school bell could not salvage Meng Leyu's frayed nerves. Gazing at the screen, where the boy's eyes glimmered with a hint of pink and a hopeful expression, she hurriedly activated the voice mode, cleared her throat, and uttered a dry "I miss you too," before hastily exiting the game. Even as she ran back to the classroom, her cheeks burned with embarrassment. My goodness, who could explain this sudden acceleration in the little one's affections? Meng Leyu, though bewildered, could not suppress the smile that lingered on her lips as she entered the classroom, until the physics teacher announced a pop quiz, forcing her to gather her scattered thoughts. After confirming the departure of the individual, Jiyang's expression slightly receded, yet a smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. After all, there had been a response. Had there not? His master? In such pop quizzes, the teacher typically instructed students to exchange papers for grading. Now devoid of a deskmate, Meng Leyu found herself partnering with Jiyang, who also lacked a deskmate. As the teacher elaborated, Meng Leyu's heart began to race with excitement upon arriving at the answers. No way. Did you copy? Figure? With Jiyang's exclamation, Meng Leyu's suspicions were confirmed. Out of 10 questions, she had astonishingly answered 6 correctly. While such a score might not be commendable for most of her classmates, for Meng Leyu, who often languished at the bottom of the class, it represented a significant improvement. These are the teacher's own questions. How could I have copied? Meng Leyu retorted, retrieving her graded paper. Gazing at the bold red score of 60, her heart raced. Her lips curved into an uncontrollable smile, and even her eyes glistened with warmth. Due to Jiyang's loud exclamation, the teacher's attention was drawn to them. Upon discovering that Meng Leyu had answered 6 questions correctly, he smiled and remarked, "Very good, there's progress. Keep it up." Meng Leyu vigorously nodded in affirmation. It seemed that everything was progressing favorably. How delightful. Meanwhile, from the corner, the voice of Chu Xiaoting's new deskmate echoed, "Goodness, Chu Xiaoting, you didn't get a single one right." Such remarks attracted the attention of most, and Meng Leyu could not help but glance over, only to find herself locking eyes with Chu Xiaoting's resentful glare. Clearly taken aback by Meng Leyu's sudden gaze, Chu Xiaoting faltered for a moment, her expression almost betraying her, before hastily averting her gaze. Noting this, Meng Leyu furrowed her brow, but chose not to comment further. Upon returning home after school, Meng Leyu was astonished to find Meng Jiaqing sitting in the living room, enjoying a late-night snack with their parents. It seemed that Meng Jiaqing's allergy had improved significantly. For days, Meng Jiaqing had refrained from eating due to her condition, avoiding any exposure to light. Indeed, upon seeing Meng Leyu, Meng Mu immediately remarked, "Tomorrow, Jiaqing returns to school. Remember to carry her backpack." Meng Leyu immediately frowned and inquired, "Why? Just do as I say without all the fuss. Have you not seen Jiaqing's allergy these past few days?" Meng Mu glared at Meng Leyu as she spoke. At the same time, Meng Jiaqing wore a smug expression, seemingly retaliating against Meng Leyu's previous remarks, asserting that even if they were of the same brood, there remained a distinction between a cherished pet pig and a mere meat pig. However, to their surprise, the usually obedient Meng Leyu this time, appraised Meng Jiaqing from head to toe before addressing Meng Mu. You mentioned she has an allergy. It's not as if her hand was bitten by a pig. Why can't she carry it herself? The two present were momentarily taken aback by Meng Leyu's words, with Meng Mu exclaiming, "Meng Leyu, have you lost your mind? You no longer heed my words." It was unexpected for the typically submissive Meng Leyu to retort, "Yes, I am indeed mad. I should have lost my mind long ago, or else I would not have endured being treated like this for so many years." As Meng Mu opened her mouth to respond, Meng Leyu interrupted, "What do you want to say? Am I wrong? Which family raises their children with such blatant favoritism? Am I not your own? If you despise me so, why not simply have suffocated me in my infancy?" Her words left the two present in stunned silence. And hearing the commotion, Meng Fu finally emerged, frowning in admonition. "Meng Leyu, what are you saying? Apologize to your mother and sister immediately." "What should I apologize for? I'm speaking the truth. Which of my words is incorrect? Don't even mention the disparity in food and necessities. Even requesting a reasonable living allowance feels like I owe you something. If you never intended to support me, you should never have brought me into this world." Meng Leyu's words struck a nerve with Meng Mu, who suddenly slapped her across the face, her sharp nails grazing Meng Leyu's cheek, trembling with rage as she declared, "I brought you into this world. You owe me. Even if I feed you scraps, you must endure." Rubbing her sore, heated cheek, Meng Leyu fell silent for a moment before suddenly laughing, nodding as she said, "I understand now. You have taught me a valuable lesson today." Without waiting for a response, she retreated to her room. How audacious she has become. Meng Mu continued to scold. "What's the point of creating such a fuss at this hour? Did she not ask you for money previously?" Meng Fu attempted to mediate. "Why give her money? What do we lack at home? Am I to let her starve?" Meng Mu did not believe she had erred. "All right, she has been eating at school. Hasn't she? Have you given her living expenses this month?" Meng Mu fell silent, but quickly retorted, "She hasn't asked for any. Besides, she is as plump as a pig. What harm is there in her eating less?" Meng Leyu, listening to the conversation outside, felt her expression darken, regretting her inability to restrain her emotions. She recognized that while her desire to resist was valid, she needed to strengthen her position first. Even though Jiyang endured hardship to achieve his goals, she must excel academically under her current circumstances. Attending a reputable public institution would allow her to minimize her loan burdens in the future, thus easing her repayment pressure. Moreover, the matter of earning money deserved earnest contemplation. Should they ever cut off her living expenses, it would undoubtedly affect her studies. After some reflection, Meng Leyu settled down to tackle her exercises. Following today's physics test, she was now certain that her mind operated far more effectively than before. This realization brought her both joy and trepidation, joy at her improvement, yet anxiety over whether such abilities might one day be abruptly withdrawn. Thus, her only recourse was diligent study. Knowledge firmly grasped would ultimately belong to her. Before going to bed, Meng Leyu logged into the game once more, and Zai was still diligently concocting pills. Sensing Meng Leyu's presence, the young boy looked up and sweetly called out, "Master, you have arrived." At this, Meng Leyu instinctively paused, her hand hovering above the screen, overwhelmed with embarrassment. How utterly mortifying! Yet, why did she feel a flicker of excitement? Was it possible she harbored some peculiar inclination? Blushing, she absent-mindedly touched the young boy on the screen, and while she was lost in thought, her gaze fell upon the bell around his neck. At that moment, he presented her with a small porcelain vial, saying, "This is the pill I crafted, a pigure.Dan of only yellow tier mid-grade. You can simply feed it to a beast for fun." As he spoke, his long eyelashes lowered slightly, obscuring the emotions in his eyes. He still remembered her referring to something as little AI, but what beast could that be? The young boy's breath grew heavier for a moment before returning to its placid state, appearing obedient as ever. In the instant he offered the pigure.Dan, the game system emitted a notification identical to that of the previous yearns. "Jiyang has presented a bottle of pigure.Dan. Do you accept?" Meng Leyu's heart raced as she gazed at the prompt, her finger delicately tapping on accept. However, another concern arose regarding the delivery. The yearns had arrived at her home the very next morning. Would this one follow suit? What if someone discovered it? As she searched within the game, she found no trace of anything related to her address, leaving her to surrender to fate. Jiyang observed the vanishing vial with a slight curve of his lips and remarked, "The Lingxing grass and Shueshua vine this time are far too aged for sale within the sect. Given the proximity of towns related to Beiji, Tianzong, I plan to send the spirit herbs to Rongxing Auction House for auction." He had heard that the proprietor of Rongxing Auction House was not from Biling Prefecture. The game promptly displayed a new notification, unlocking Rongxing Auction House. Current level, LV1. Membership level, VIP 0. Friendly reminder, the more items auctioned at Rongxing Auction House, the higher the rarity and the faster the level increases. Recharge membership for additional services, such as anonymity, anti-tracking, early reservations, home delivery, VIP privacy booths, and large spirit stone exchanges. The final interpretation rights belong to the official entity. Wishing you a pleasant life. It seemed evident that Rongxing Auction House was indeed not affiliated with Biling Prefecture, but rather the official establishment. Meng Leyu quickly tapped on Zai Zai's right hand, realizing that the anonymity feature in membership was indeed essential. Given Zai Zai's current low strength, suddenly presenting such high-tier spirit herbs would not bode well for him. If they could conduct anonymous transactions directly with Rongxing Auction House, the risks would be significantly mitigated. Thus, Meng Leyu quietly opened the recharge interface for Rongxing Auction House, lamenting that she had to spend money before even receiving any. She could only console herself that investing was a prerequisite for business. Yet, the amount required for this membership seemed exorbitant. Meng Leyu had never anticipated that a mere auction house membership would cost 30 yuan per month. Were they not able to afford a more reasonable price? However, despite her grievances, Meng Leyu proceeded to activate the monthly membership. To her dismay, there were no discounts whatsoever, not even for an annual subscription. It was utterly outrageous. The moment her membership was activated, a small token appeared on the screen. Chapter 50, Fragile. Meng Leyu gently tapped the token, which then displayed Rongxing Auction House Membership Token. Bound. Current membership level, VIP 1. Players can utilize the anonymity feature during the membership period. Confident in possessing the anonymity feature, Meng Leyu handed the token to Zai Zai, as the responsibility for selling the spirit herbs lay with him. Should she need it in the future, she could simply double-tap to reclaim it. Upon seeing the words Rongxing on the token, Jiyang instantly recognized it as the legendary membership token of Rongxing Auction House. He had not expected that even such an item could fall into her hands. Meng Leyu had no inkling that her modest little herb garden would create ripples in the world of cultivation. The following day, while washing up, Meng Leyu glanced at the mirror, astonished to find that the marks from the slap and the scratches had vanished without a trace. It seemed to Yu Rong Dan truly lived up to its promise of leaving no scars for 3 years. Meng Jiaqing, noticing the unusual glow on Meng Leyu's cheeks, was equally perplexed. After all, she had witnessed the harshness of the slap, which had shown no mercy, even leaving marks from the nails. Yet, how could Meng Leyu's complexion remain so pristine, devoid of any redness? This was utterly contrary to biological science. Could human skin possess such remarkable regenerative capabilities? Meng Jiaqing was at a loss, convinced that Meng Leyu must have secretly used something, and she was determined to uncover the truth. Meng Leyu naturally did not assist Meng Jiaqing with her backpack, and even as she left, Meng Mu did not lift her eyelids to glance at her. Perhaps it was because Meng Jiaqing was heading to class that Meng Leyu unexpectedly encountered Leyu downstairs. "Good morning." The charming school prince smiled warmly. "Morning." Meng Leyu nodded casually, preparing to walk past him. In her mind, she jested that there was no need for Meng Mu to worry about her good daughter's backpack being uncarried, as a free laborer had arrived. Unexpectedly, before Meng Leyu could take 2 steps, Leyu suddenly stepped in front of her, a hint of unease in his voice. Has your sister's skin truly healed? You'll find out for yourself later," Meng Leyu replied, sidestepping him again. Leyu watched the girl's retreating figure, his brow furrowing slightly. He was certain Meng Leyu's attitude towards him had changed. Nevertheless, it mattered little, as she was not his type. Yet, had that chubby girl lost some weight? She seemed a tad more pleasant to the eye. While Leyu was lost in thought, he was abruptly pulled back to reality by Meng Jiaqing's voice. Leyu, what are you staring at? Leyu quickly regained his composure, turning to her with a gentle smile. Nothing much, just a cat passing by. How's your condition? As he spoke, he scrutinized Meng Jiaqing's face. Although she still wore a mask, her eyes were no longer swollen, though some small rashes lingered. Leyu quietly exhaled in relief, reassured that she would recover. Just as Meng Leyu had envisioned, it was Leyu who carried Meng Jiaqing's backpack. Furthermore, during their journey to school, Leyu, seemingly struck by a sudden thought, remarked, I think Meng Leyu seems to have lost weight recently. Meng Jiaqing's expression froze, her brows furrowing with concern. She has lost weight too quickly. Our family is worried she may have eaten something strange, especially since her skin changed suddenly. Is that so? Leyu, somewhat puzzled, listened to Meng Jiaqing's concerns regarding Meng Leyu's transformation with skepticism. To him, her change seemed artificial, unnatural, and low-grade. Indeed, Leyu, that's quite harmful for her health. However, she refuses to say anything when we ask her at home. We're all quite worried. Could you possibly inquire about it for us? Meng Jiaqing said excitedly, clenching her fists. In her view, Meng Leyu, that plump girl, must have a crush on Leyu, and if he asked her, she would surely divulge everything. Pigs ought to content themselves with being pigs. How can they harbor fantasies of transforming into swans? This morning, Meng Leyu was in a state of restless agitation, her mind preoccupied with thoughts of the Baigudan. However, what she did not anticipate was the sudden knock on the bathroom door while she was excusing herself from class. Hello, your package. This statement reverberated in Meng Leyu's ears like a clap of thunder. Who could comprehend the fragility of someone engaged in such a private act? The manner in which this package arrived felt eerily reminiscent of a horror film. In an instant, Meng Leyu surmised the source of the parcel. As she hurriedly opened the stall door, she found, just as before, the package quietly resting on the floor, while the delivery person who had made the announcement had vanished without a trace. Was that sound truly made by the courier? Meng Leyu dared not dwell on it. The delivery's entrance was far too unsettling this time. Unlike before, she now observed that the delivery slip indicated it was from the Shirkong Kuaiti Company. If memory served her right, the card in her previous Yearns had also mentioned the Shirkong Yoshi Company. Hadn't it? Their business scope was rather extensive. Wasn't it? Displeased with the package resting on the restroom floor, Meng Leyu hastily tore it open and discarded the box. Inside lay the porcelain vial, identical to the one gifted to her by the Zai Zai in the game. Once again, there was a small card. Congratulations, player. You have received 1 bottle of yellow grade, medium quality Baigudan courtesy of Jiyang. This Baigudan possesses remarkable satiating and thirst-quenching properties. The user may abstain from food for 10 days without suffering the tribulations of the grain cycle. Wishing you a pleasant life. Sincerely, Shirkong Yoshi Company. With an excited heart and trembling hands, recalling the potent effects of the previous Yearns, Meng Leyu did not hesitate to consume 1 Baigudan. Whether it was merely her imagination, she felt a strange sense of satiety immediately upon ingestion. Yet, having had breakfast that morning, she remained uncertain of its efficacy, deciding to wait until noon to evaluate its effects. After all, students who overexert their minds cannot withstand hunger. If she found herself unperturbed by hunger by midday, it would confirm the Baigudan's effectiveness. After consuming the dan, Meng Leyu suddenly recalled the terrifying side effects associated with the Yearns. Oh no, could this Baigudan also have adverse effects? Anxiously, she opened the game to investigate the potential side effects of the Baigudan in the Medicine Garden module. Chapter 51. A first glimpse of astonishment. Good news. The Baigudan does not have direct side effects. Bad news. After consuming the Baigudan, one may experience symptoms such as vomiting and diarrhea upon reintroducing food. However, this was understandable, as the digestive system, having been dormant for an extended period, might react adversely to food intake. Unbeknownst to Meng Leyu, at the moment she ingested the Baigudan, a certain restless dragon hatchling furrowed its brow. Human? Jiyang did not comprehend why his Baigudan was ingested by a human. As it turned out, this cunning dragon had harbored intentions while concocting the Baigu. Among the dragon race's innate abilities, they can create spaces that sever any connection to divine consciousness, as well as disregard any spatial awareness of their release consciousness. When Jiyang had crafted the Baigu, he had deliberately affixed a strand of his consciousness to the elixir. He had assumed Meng Leyu would never consume it. After all, he had merely created a low-grade Baigu, and he had previously mentioned it could serve as mere fodder for beasts. Thus, he believed Meng Leyu would most likely feed it to the beast known as Shao AI. His intention to attach his consciousness to the Dan was to ascertain the true nature of that beast. Yet why was it a human, and a female at that? With an inexplicable sense of familiarity. At the moment of intrusion, his consciousness began to tremble with uncontrollable excitement. Attachment, encirclement, possession. Before Jiyang could ponder the implications, the individual appeared, and in that instant, the truth overwhelmed him. He had never anticipated that Meng Leyu would personally consume the Baigu he had crafted. So, his consciousness was now within her. This creature clad in human flesh suddenly experienced a dark thrill, convinced that his consciousness was best manifested within her. Only in her presence did he feel the utmost joy. However, he refrained from recklessly allowing his consciousness to remain attached to Meng Leyu. Instead, seizing the opportunity of her arrival, he retracted his consciousness entirely. He suppressed the inner darkness of his elation, fearing that once Meng Leyu discovered his presence, she would utterly detest him. The mere thought of such a scenario was unbearable to him. After confirming the side effects of the Baigu, Meng Leyu hurriedly patted the head of her Zai, before logging off. She needed to return to her physical education class. Although the class had tacitly transformed into self-study in the classroom, she could not disappear for too long. However, upon her return, she learned that the physical education teacher had come to announce they were to run 2 laps on the playground and film a short video, even distributing athletic short-sleeved shirts and shorts. No wonder the classroom was filled with groans, though many were cheering and making noise. Seeing the size L shirt on her desk, Meng Leyu felt a pang of anxiety, for she typically required a size 3XL. Class monitor, is there a larger size? She inquired. The class monitor shook her head and replied, I don't know. The shirts were collected by the physical education committee. Meng Leyu had to seek out the physical education committee, but they similarly shook their heads, stating that the girls' shirts had been collected by Chu Shouting. This time, Meng Leyu needed not to ask. She was certain that her size was unavailable. Chu Shouting, being a former close friend, was well aware of her size and had likely done this intentionally. Indeed, when Meng Leyu looked over at Chu Shouting, the petite, sallow girl wore a smug expression, deliberately asking, Meng Leyu, does your shirt fit? She emphasized the last few words, ensuring everyone understood that Meng Leyu could only wear the largest size. And even that was a struggle. Everyone get moving. No dawdling. Hurry and change your clothes. The physical education teacher urged again. Meng Leyu could only ask the teacher if she might switch to a larger shirt. The teacher frowned and replied, Didn't I ask you to take account earlier? Even if there are larger sizes in the storeroom, we don't have time to search now. No worries. This shirt has elasticity. Try it on to see if it fits. If it doesn't, you simply 1 participate. With the teacher's words, Meng Leyu could only take the shirt and join the other girls in changing. To her surprise, she, who usually wore an XXL, had actually squeezed into an L size. Although it was still a bit tight around the chest, it seemed the teacher had been right. The shirt indeed had considerable elasticity. As Meng Leyu emerged from the stall, someone exclaimed, Wow, goodness, Meng Leyu, your chest is so large. The girl's astonishment was genuine. Previously, Meng Leyu's weight had obscured the prominence of her chest. But now that she had lost some weight, her chest remained unchanged, creating a stark contrast. Though her waist was still not slender, it appeared less bulky when framed by her chest and hips. I now understand the importance of the waist-to-hip ratio, remarked the class monitor, adjusting her glasses. The surrounding classmates nodded in agreement, expressing their affirmation. Only Chu Shouting stood in the corner, her expression somber. There exists a type of individual who, after enduring prolonged oppression, lacks the courage to resist and resorts to venting their frustrations by tormenting those weaker than themselves to seek a sense of significance. Chu shouting embodies this very persona. As she herself articulated, the Chu family prioritizes sons over daughters, relegating her to a marginalized and oppressed position within her household. Upon arriving at school, when Chu shouting encountered the timid and insecure Meng Leyu, she pounced upon her like a famished leech, unhesitatingly seizing the opportunity. By befriending Meng Leyu and lurking in her shadow, Chu shouting derived her joy from Meng Leyu's suffering. However, Meng Leyu's sudden transformation caught her off guard, depriving her of her source of happiness. In desperation, she sought to regain control by attempting to undermine Meng Leyu once more. Even her calculated attempts to belittle Meng Leyu inadvertently drew attention to her instead. The thought of this nearly drove Chu shouting to rend her garments in frustration. Damn that fatty! Why has she suddenly decided to lose weight? When Meng Leyu appeared on the playground alongside the other girls, she undoubtedly captured the restless gazes of adolescent boys. Wow, when did Fatty's figure become so appealing? One boy nudged Hu Yongwei. How would I know? Hu Yongwei replied, momentarily taken aback. Aren't you the one who sits behind her every day? How could you not notice? The boy prodded him again. Hu Yongwei, annoyed, elbowed back and retorted, Are you addicted to poking me? You sit in the same classroom with Fatty every day too. Have you noticed? Yet, this phenomenon was not isolated. In the senior class they were in, boys were also gossiping about this, some familiar faces among them. Chapter 52, Jealousy Gone Mad. Hey, Leyu, look. A youthful face with ample curves, one boy exclaimed, nudging Leyu to direct his gaze. Due to the distance, Leyu couldn't discern the girl's features well, but could tell she had a commendable figure, not thin, yet voluptuous in a charming way. The sight evoked thoughts of the leg-shaking videos on short video platforms. Nevertheless, he maintained a cool demeanor and replied, From this far, how can you discern what she looks like? You're just being lustful. The boy, undeterred, chuckled, Her looks don't matter. The lights can be turned off just the same. And with skin that fair, even if she's ugly, it won't be by much. Leyu found himself reluctantly agreeing, for even Meng Leyu, who had previously repulsed him, appeared far more pleasant after her skin improved. The boy continued, I heard you've been seeing that sophomore girl named Meng. How is she? Is her figure good? Luyu's brow furrowed instantly, shooting the boy a glare. That's none of your business. The boy, unfazed, simply laughed, all right. If you don't want to talk about it, I'll 1T press. Just then, the teacher called for assembly, halting their previous conversation. However, as several classes drew closer, Leyu was taken aback when he finally recognized the curvaceous girl they had been discussing. Meng Leyu, the very one he had once found utterly unpleasant, as if she were a piece of overcooked fat. Wow, Leyu, I really like this one, the boy remarked upon seeing Meng Leyu. Leyu immediately frowned, dismissing the discomfort rising within him, and shot the boy a disdainful look. I think you're genuinely hungry. The boy, sensing Luyu's disinterest, whispered to another male classmate beside him, I think that girl isn't bad looking at all. She seems pretty nice, and with that softness, she must be delightful to hold. Although the words were not directed at Leyu, they reached his ears clearly. Again, he glanced towards Meng Leyu, and upon closer inspection, he realized that, devoid of his preconceived notions, she was rather appealing. Her eyebrows were not particularly thick, but were well-shaped, resembling standard willow leaves. Her eyes were not small. The distance made it hard to discern the length of her eyelashes, but they seemed dense enough to cast shadows on her eye sockets. Her nose was straight, and her mouth, small yet full, had a soft, jelly-like quality. Her face remained round, yet it no longer resembled a Michelin tire with layers of fat. Not conventionally beautiful, but exuding a comfortable charm, reminiscent of illustrations from the Republic of China era. At this moment, Leyu suddenly realized that Meng Leyu was no longer the unattractive, rotund figure he had previously perceived. After aimlessly filming the video, as he watched Meng Leyu's retreating silhouette, his mind was abruptly filled with the words spoken by Meng Jiaqing that morning. A surge of righteousness welled within him. He felt compelled to advise Meng Leyu. Yes, it was for her own good. Meng Leyu, Leyu called out, his expression soft yet imbued with a distant coolness. Upon hearing his voice, Meng Leyu turned but remained rooted in place, her eyes silently questioning him. Leyu furrowed his brow, for it was customary for Meng Leyu to eagerly approach him at the sound of his voice, never maintaining such distance. More and more students were beginning to notice that the school prince had called out to Meng Leyu, exchanging glances and whispers among themselves. Leyu frowned slightly, a touch of dissatisfaction creeping in. "Come here. I need to speak with you." Meng Leyu approached without hesitation, yet during this exchange, Leyu sought to detect any flicker of joy in her eyes, finding none. She seemed to regard him merely as an ordinary classmate, which stirred an uncomfortable feeling within him, though his expression remained unchanged. A gust of wind blew, lifting Meng Leyu's bangs, and she instinctively pressed them down with her hand. In that habitual gesture, Leyu finally found a glimmer of confidence and, with a hint of arrogance, suggested, "Let us walk over there. I have something to say." Though uncertain of his intentions, Meng Leyu nodded and responded, "Okay, but make it quick. I have to get back to class soon." It was already recess, and more classmates were gathering around. Despite his discontent, Leyu guided Meng Leyu to a quieter area until they reached a corner where he finally spoke. "Have you been taking any medication lately?" Meng Leyu instantly became wary but feigned ignorance. "Why do you suddenly ask that?" Leyu frowned. "Your skin has improved dramatically, and you've lost weight so quickly. You must be on medication. It's not good for your health, and your family is worried about you." At this, Meng Leyu burst into laughter. "Is Meng Jiaqing the one who sent you?" Leyu frowned again, visibly displeased. "Why do you have such an attitude? Jiaqing genuinely cares about you. What does she care about? Is she worried I'll get better? If she truly cared, she wouldn't have rummaged through my room, trying to find something that would improve my skin while she was having her own allergic reactions." Leyu had never anticipated such an incident, but he still attempted to reason with her. "Regardless, your family, they wouldn't harm you." As Leyu continued to persuade Meng Leyu, she scoffed. "Let us not even get into their attitude towards me. But I believe you should first advise Meng Jiaqing to address her own insecurities. She has gone mad with jealousy." After uttering these words, Meng Leyu turned to leave, and for a fleeting moment, she felt tears welling up. Outsiders often believe that family members will never cause harm. Yet it is ironically from this very sanctuary that she has endured the most grievances throughout her life. After finishing evening classes, when Leyu received a call from Meng Jiaqi, the first question she asked was, "Leyu Gij, have you spoken to Meng Leyu?" Leyu silently gazed at Meng Jiaqi's charming visage and suddenly inquired, "Jiaqi, would you like your skin to resemble Meng Leyu's?" Meng Leyu was oblivious to the conversation that transpired between Leyu and Meng Jiaqi, which led to Meng Jiaqi's frenzied intrusion into her room upon returning home. At that moment, Meng Leyu had only just opened her game and even activated the voice chat mode. Chapter 53. Schemes as she sensed the presence of another. Jiyang was poised to greet her master when a sharp voice pierced her ears. "Meng Leyu, you wretched girl. What did you say to Leyu?" Jiyang's expression darkened instantly. Who was this person, and why did they insult her? It was infuriating. Meng Leyu, observing the masked Meng Jiaqi, suddenly remarked with a smile, "How ugly." "What?" Meng Jiaqi momentarily froze, but upon regaining her composure, she lunged forward with a furious shriek. "You wretched girl. Just wait until I make you pay." However, Meng Leyu had anticipated her move and deftly sidestepped, causing the crazed Meng Jiaqi to collide with the corner of the table due to her momentum. Meng Jiaqi's scream was akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Finally, Meng's indifferent parents, who were as unresponsive as corpses, came rushing in. What happened? What was going on? Meng's mother anxiously helped Meng Jiaqi to her feet. Meng's father, with a stern expression, interrogated Meng Leyu about the situation. No one noticed, as Meng Leyu subtly activated the recording function on her phone. "I want to know why she is acting so crazily, barging into my room right after school, intending to hit me, and then injuring herself by colliding with the table." Though Meng Jiaqi was clearly in pain, she retorted immediately after hearing Meng Leyu's words, "You're talking nonsense. It was you who dodged, causing me to hit the table." Meng Leyu was at a loss for words and turned to her parents, asking, "Did you hear that? She was the one who initiated the attack on me. Is it wrong for me to evade her?" Meng's father furrowed his brow but remained silent, while Meng's mother, clearly more sympathetic to her youngest daughter, began to scold. "What's wrong with a little slap? What if your dodging caused your sister to get hurt? Moreover," she added, "if you hadn't done something wrong, why would your sister want to hit you?" Meng's mother seemed to regain her authority, with every word directed at blaming Meng Leyu. This made Meng Leyu's anger bubble over as she asked, "Are you saying that regardless of the circumstances, it is my fault and I deserve to be hit?" For a moment, Meng's mother found herself at a loss for words. Although she typically showed favoritism, her fleeting maternal instincts and sense of dignity momentarily held her back. At that juncture, Meng's father interjected, stating, "Enough of this trivial matter. It's just a sisterly scuffle. Meng Leyu, as the elder sister, you should be more accommodating to your younger sister. If you hadn't provoked her, would this have happened? Now she is hurt, so apologize to her. And let us put this behind us." Though this statement appeared fair, it was laced with bias in favor of Meng Leyu. At that moment, Meng Leyu almost questioned her own existence, as every word made her feel nauseated. Yet Meng Leyu still felt unsatisfied, whining, "Mom, it hurts so much." Meng's mother immediately rushed to her side, her heart aching, especially when Meng Leyu lamented, "Mom, I'm in so much pain. I might not be able to attend the competition the day after tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Meng's parents' expressions turned icy. It is known that the Meng family prides itself on being a musical dynasty, yet in reality, it consists merely of a few elementary and middle school music teachers. Meng Leyu was the family's hope for making it onto a genuine musical stage, and it was undeniable that she possessed a modicum of musical talent. The upcoming competition was to be broadcasted by the local media, and securing a place could lead to provincial competitions. Therefore, the entire Meng household placed immense importance on it. Thus, when Meng Leyu proclaimed that she could not attend the competition, it struck Meng's parents like a thunderbolt. Meng's mother even released Meng Leyu and raised her hand to slap Meng Leyu. Having anticipated this, Meng Leyu could have dodged, but chose not to, accepting the slap without resistance. "Meng Leyu, how could I have given birth to such a wretched child? Are you trying to ruin this family? If your favoritism means taking Meng Leyu on trips while I am left ill and denied medical expenses, left to starve, or if she can ransack my room and strike me without cause, then indeed, I am a wretched being." The sound of another sharp slap echoed, accompanied by Meng's mother's furious retort, "How dare you talk back?" After enduring 2 such slaps, Meng Leyu felt satisfied. As Meng's parents escorted her out, she cast a taunting smile at Meng Leyu, as if mocking her audacity. However, Meng Leyu paid no mind. Once she confirmed that they had all returned to their rooms, she promptly closed her door and, taking her phone that was still recording, focused it on her bruised face. In the video, her eyes brimmed with tears, appearing aggrieved. Though in truth, it was the pain that caused them. Perhaps there was a sense of grievance, yet she had never held out hope, so the outcome was not unexpected. The 2 bright red imprints of slaps were already swelling, clearly showing the force behind them. Although she had taken the Jiyang, which prevented scarring, the pain was undeniably real. Once Meng Leyu confirmed that the video was recorded and the audio was clear, she saved it. Initially, she posted it to her friend's circle before uploading it to a short video platform, setting it to private. She then uploaded it to a file transfer assistant and sent a copy to her alternate account, while deleting the chat history from her main account. Following that, she uploaded it to her cloud album and other major app cloud spaces, subsequently uninstalling each application. After completing these tasks, Meng Leyu felt a slight sense of relief. When she first planned to record this, she had already considered its purpose. Though it may not influence the outcome, she anticipated the backlash would be significant. Yet before that, she needed to be thoroughly prepared. In truth, this idea emerged after Meng Leyu had stormed into her room that night, leaving her uncertain of how events would unfold. However, it was evident that the reality surpassed her expectations in intensity. She should feel pleased, despite the undeniable pain. Meng Leyu raised her hand to touch her face, which had begun to cool, marveling at the wonders of the Jiyang. She self-deprecatingly mused that based on her prior experiences with being hit, bruises from such forceful slaps would take 2 to 3 days to fade. After confirming that the video was secure, she discovered that the game was still running in the background, but her current mood was not conducive to continuing. Thus, she exited the game. In a realm of cultivation, sensing the absence of that person's aura, Jiyang found herself unable to calm her racing heart. The sounds of the night had left an indelible impact on her. Chapter 54. Pursuit. She had initially believed her to be a formidable individual, yet she was in reality a pitiable girl tormented by parental favoritism and sibling bullying. However, it was this very girl who, during his moments of despair, illuminated his darkness with warmth and light. He resolved that he would not allow her light to suffer further indignities. At this moment, Jiyang was fervently eager to do something for Meng Leyu. Although her voice had abruptly ceased, Jiyang inferred, through Meng Leyu's venture into selling spiritual herbs, that she might be in dire financial straits. While he found it perplexing how she could possess resources yet lack funds, Jiyang made a solemn decision. He would earn money for her to spend. Thus, despite the peculiar motivations behind their intentions, both master and servant shared a common goal: financial gain. The following day, Meng Leyu awoke from her slumber, as if emerging from a dream. Perhaps she had become accustomed to the frequency of her dreams, for she had even interacted with another spirit in a novel manner during the previous night's reverie. Upon gazing into the mirror, she observed, just as before, that her face appeared rejuvenated, devoid of the marks from the previous evening. When she descended the stairs, she was surprised not to encounter Leyu, leading her to conclude that the conversation between the two from the day before had indeed been rather unpleasant. This realization brought her a sense of delight, prompting her to hum a few cheerful tunes. Yes, she was somewhat superficial. Her joy stemmed from the discontent of her adversary. However, this fleeting joy transformed into shock upon entering the classroom and discovering the breakfast awaiting her on the desk. What was this? A new prank, perhaps? Despite having been somewhat ostracized by her classmates, Meng Leyu had experienced a slight improvement in her social standing recently, yet upon seeing this unexpected offering, her first instinct was to perceive it as an act of malice. She scrutinized the breakfast and inquired, "Whose is this?" After receiving no acknowledgement, her conviction that this was a deliberate attempt to mock her grew stronger. Cautiously, she lifted the bag with a paper to avoid direct contact, intending to discard it in the trash bin behind her. As she passed by Hu Yangwei, he suddenly remarked, "It's just a breakfast. It's not right to waste it." Instantly, Meng Leyu became wary, extending the bag towards him and narrowing her eyes, asking, "Is this yours?" To her astonishment, Hu Yangwei's face flushed crimson, as if caught in a compromising situation, and he vehemently denied, "How could it possibly be mine? You must be dreaming." Meng Leyu scrutinized him for a moment. The boy, usually boisterous and raucous, now averted his gaze. She interpreted this as an indication of guilt. Without hesitation, she strode to the trash bin, discarding the item with great disdain, as though fearing contamination from prolonged contact. Unbeknownst to her, Hu Yangwei's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he observed her disdainful actions. After disposing of the mysterious breakfast, Meng Leyu exhaled deeply, returning to her seat to meticulously wipe down her desk and chair, even inspecting the crevices, ensuring no remnants of dirt lingered before finally settling down. Initially, Meng Leyu suspected that the breakfast had been a prank orchestrated by Chu shouting, yet she quickly dismissed this thought, reasoning that the expense of the breakfast was too high, as it contained items worth over 10 yuan, unlike Chu shouting's usual 2 yuan offerings of fried dough. Unable to ascertain the true culprit, she decided to remain vigilant, fearing that should her adversary's initial plan fail, they might concoct another scheme. Having previously consumed a fasting pill, Meng Leyu refrained from visiting the snack shop during the break. Much to her surprise, when Hu Yangwei approached her desk, inquiring, "Hey, do you want anything to eat?" Taken aback, she noticed the stack of meal cards in his hand. Realizing he was running errands for classmates, though she couldn't fathom why he would ask her. Typically, Hu Yangwei was known for bullying and ridiculing her. On good days, they merely coexisted without conflict, yet never had he shown such overt friendliness. Perhaps this was not an act of goodwill. Was he attempting to exploit her meal card under the guise of helping her? Meng Leyu immediately grew suspicious, setting aside the fact that she was not hungry. Even if she were, she would never allow Hu Yangwei to purchase food for her. However, she maintained her composure, shaking her head and politely responding, "Thank you, but I'm not hungry." Hu Yangwei furrowed his brow but said nothing further, departing with an unusually heavy tread, as if in frustration. Peace reigned until lunchtime. Meng Leyu still abstained from lunch, opting instead to solve problems and play on her phone in the classroom. As she occasionally hummed a tune, Jiyang suddenly barged in, striding up to her with a frown, asking, "Why aren't you eating?" Meng Leyu glanced up, puzzled by his intrusion, yet responded reasonably, "I'm not hungry." Jiyang stood before her for a moment, then unexpectedly asked, "Are you out of money?" At that point, even Meng Leyu, usually oblivious, recognized something was amiss with Jiyang. She scrutinized him, and, as his neck reddened, she queried, "Jiyang, do you like me?" The boy reacted as if caught by surprise, his face turning beet red as he exclaimed, "How could I possibly like you? You fat girl? Don't be ridiculous." To this, Meng Leyu nodded, saying, "It's fine if you don't like me. I certainly want tea like you." Jiyang, flustered, turned abruptly and exited. Meng Leyu was unfazed. She had already begun to suspect that the breakfast from the morning was somehow connected to him. Although she remained oblivious to Jiyang's motivations, she firmly believed that she could never harbor feelings for someone who frequently bullied her. A person of sound mind would not develop affection for their tormentor. This was not a case of Stockholm Syndrome. Meng Leyu assumed that her declaration would deter Jiyang from further antics. Yet upon discovering breakfast on her desk again the following day, she found herself at a loss for words to describe her emotions. This time, instead of inquiring about its origin, she placed the breakfast directly on Jiyang's desk, stating, "I want to eat this, but I also don't wish to waste food. Please refrain from bringing it in the future. My stance remains unchanged." Her voice was neither too loud nor too soft, yet it resonated throughout the classroom, capturing the attention of her peers, who exchanged curious glances, speculating about the unfolding events. Meng Leyu, indifferent to Jiyang's internal struggle, returned to her seat and began tapping away at her calculator. Earlier, while on the bus en route to school, she had experienced a significant event. Chapter 55. Planning for the future reverting to that morning on the bus, having exited the game early the previous night. Meng Leyu seized the opportunity to log in during her commute to school. Upon entering the game, she followed her usual habit of petting her companion before preparing to check in. To her astonishment, her companion presented her with a storage pouch, saying, "Inside, aside from the 280 mid-grade spirit stones from selling spiritual herbs, there are also 16 mid-grade spirit stones from selling elixirs. Though it may not be much, please accept it. I assure you that I will earn you more in the future." Seemingly concerned that she might refuse, the companion added, "You are my master, and it is my honor to earn for you. What is mine is yours. Please be sure to accept it. I simply wish to contribute in any way I can." Even though this was merely a game, at that moment, Meng Leyu felt a surge of emotion. Such goodwill was akin to a fantasy in her previously barren existence. However, she did not immediately accept the offering. Instead, she activated the voice mode and inquired, "Do you still have spirit stones? If you've given them all to me, what will you do?" The youth on the screen smiled softly, saying, "I have a little left. It should suffice. If you find insufficient, please let me know." The youth nodded obediently. As Meng Leyu grasped the storage bag, the system unexpectedly displayed a notification. Current favorability has surpassed 50, exceeding the bond value with the Dragon Clan's closest friend. It is often said that where money flows, love follows. Jiyang has initiated a wealth-sharing mode with you. Do you wish to accept? Note: shared wealth cannot be used for in-game purchases, and should one party wish to terminate the agreement, the other must consent unconditionally. Stunned, Meng Leyu's heart raced as she read the final line of the game prompt. Could it be that this so-called wealth-sharing mode was exactly as she imagined? For now, she refrained from criticizing the game developers. The notification continued to flash, prompting Meng Leyu to once again seek confirmation from the boy. "Are you truly sure you want to give me all your money, even if it means signing a contract?" The boy's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing Meng Leyu's words, his enthusiasm evident as even the dragon horns atop his head seemed to perk up, and his sharp canine teeth were slightly bared. "Can we sign a contract? How wonderful! When shall we do so?" His eagerness resembled that of a child rewarded for good behavior. Observing his excitement, Meng Leyu hesitantly inquired, "How about now?" "Of course. Is there anything I need to do?" Just as he finished speaking, The allotted voice chat time for the day concluded. Meng Leyu scrutinized the last sentence in the notes. When one party wishes to terminate, the other must agree unconditionally. At last, she clicked the accept button. In that instant, both Jiyang in the realm of cultivation and Meng Leyu on the bus sensed a subtle connection. It felt as if two previously aimless souls had suddenly found a shared home, necessitating joint efforts to nurture and sustain this newfound abode. Jiyang savored the delicate connection within him, a smile involuntarily curving his lips, a delightful surprise indeed. No longer was it merely her unilateral disappearance. Even from afar, he could now feel her presence. With the establishment of a shared account, Meng Leyu realized she could no longer carelessly exchange spirit stones for medicinal currency. Thus, she needed to calculate meticulously. At that moment, in her classroom, her calculator clicked rhythmically as she worked on this task, a thrill coursing through her as she envisioned a hopeful future with her companion. The total from selling spirit herbs, along with the earnings from her companion's elixirs, amounted to 296 medium-grade spirit stones. She opened the medicinal garden mode, examining the prices of seeds with great care. Presently, the medicinal garden upgrade allowed for 3 plots of land, and she resolved to use 1 plot for the long-term cultivation of celestial herbs to exchange for heavenly grass. As for the other 2 plots, half of one would be dedicated to cultivating the free Lingxing grass, which she planned to keep for her companion's personal use in alchemy rather than selling. Should she produce surplus replenishing elixirs, her companion could sell them independently. The remaining 1.5 plots would be utilized for planting blood-replenishing vines and fully cultivating Jiyang grass. The blood-replenishing vine is an essential material for crafting minor elixirs, while Jiyang grass serves as the primary ingredient for the Yuyong elixir. Given that Jiyang grass seeds are not inexpensive, costing 3 medium-grade spirit stones each, and each plot can accommodate 20 seeds, Meng Leyu would need to spend a total of 70 medium-grade spirit stones just on seeds. She also intended to purchase a recipe. Originally aiming for the powerful elixir, she decided to acquire the recipe for the minor elixir, which required 150 spirit stones, as her supply of spirit stones was relatively adequate. Despite the existence of the minor elixir in the realm of cultivation, she opted to acquire the recipe because, while reviewing it, she noted an annotation indicating that the recipes in the game shop differed slightly from those in the cultivation world, significantly enhancing the success rate of alchemy and doubling the efficacy of the potions. This may explain why the minor elixir in the game shop is more potent than its counterpart in the cultivation realm. Meng Leyu meticulously documented her plans on paper and, upon careful calculation, discovered that after these purchases, only 76 medium-grade spirit stones remained. She intended to allocate half of this to her companion, retaining just 38 spirit stones for herself, while also reserving 8 spirit stones in her backpack for emergencies. However, her intentions regarding her portion of spirit stones were not recorded on paper. After completing her notes, she reviewed the content to ensure accuracy before capturing a photo of the entire sheet to share with her companion. Jiyang examined the details on the paper closely. Although he struggled to comprehend much of the text, he could grasp the general idea through context. Upon seeing that he would receive half of the remaining spirit stones, he promptly declined. Meng Leyu quickly poked his left hand, firmly rejecting his refusal. After a moment of contemplation, Jiyang suggested, "I believe we need not sell all the spirit herbs. I can keep some for alchemy, which may yield higher value than directly auctioning the herbs." Meng Leyu, in agreement, poked her companion's right hand to express her approval. Once the master and servant had reached a consensus, Meng Leyu proceeded to implement the plan outlined on the paper. As she entered the amount to be exchanged in the universal account, her heart raced. She was uncertain how these 30 medium-grade spirit stones would manifest in her world. Would it be through the same swift delivery as before? How was she to utilize the spirit stones? Surely, she wouldn't sell them online? At that moment, Hu Yangwei's voice suddenly boomed in her ear. Startled, Meng Leyu looked up to find that Hu Yangwei, who had previously been seated behind her, had leaned over and was now peering at her phone screen. Shocked, she swiftly flipped her phone away, uncertain of how much he had seen. "What game are you playing?" Hu Yangwei inquired, oblivious to the need for discretion. "I'm quite skilled at games. Would you like me to guide you? No thanks, Meng Leyu replied coldly, genuinely finding Jiyang Wei even more bothersome than before. While she appreciated attention from others, she couldn't understand why some individuals lacked boundaries. Pursuing someone after a clear rejection veers into harassment. Noticing that Meng Leyu was genuinely ignoring him, Jiyang Wei refrained from pressing further and instead pulled out his phone to search for the game name he had briefly glimpsed. Time and Space Rift, he muttered, bemused by the peculiar title. Is that physics? However, he was surprised to find that he couldn't locate the game in the App Store, so he turned to the internet. But to no avail. Just then, a group message notification pinged on his phone. Dude, didn't you say you had it under control? What is taking so long? Frustrated, Jiyang Wei regretted boasting to his friends about pursuing figure. Has anyone heard of a game called Time and Space Rift? He asked his friends in the group, knowing they were avid gamers who might know. What rift? Are you making nuclear bombs? Shut up, I'm serious, Jiyang Wei replied impatiently. Figure has been playing this game recently. Upon hearing that it was Meng Leyu's game, his friends perked up, eagerly searching online or in various gaming forums for information. Yet no one seemed to recognize Time and Space Rift. Some suggested using image recognition, speculating that he might have misremembered the name. Jiyang Wei considered this idea reasonable, planning to capture a screenshot when Meng Leyu was next playing, just in case he had miswritten the title. However, he felt it was not entirely his fault. After all, he had only caught a fleeting glance, and the characters had clearly not been in simplified Chinese, resembling something closer to ancient script. As Jiyang Wei was engrossed in searching for a game, Meng Leyu's phone suddenly vibrated. A notification from WeChat revealed a transfer of 3 yuan, astonishingly from Jiyang. This unexpected transaction left Meng Leyu more shocked than the mere receipt of money. She recalled that the payment interface allowed for direct communication, so she attempted to send a message, but it remained in limbo, seemingly unable to connect. This left her feeling a tinge of disappointment. She had hoped to discover an additional way to communicate with her beloved. However, upon seeing the 3 yuan credited to her account, her spirits lifted. Although she had invested more than this amount in the game, it felt like a form of cashback. Moreover, upon closer calculation, the exchange rate appeared rather fair, as her contribution to the game was 110 yuan, yet the game had provided her with a return of 101 yuan. Although 3 yuan was barely sufficient for a campus lunch, it was, after all, a gift from the game. Wasn't it akin to coaxing money from Zhou Pai? Meng Leyu scrutinized the transaction details, unable to suppress a smile. Indeed, money could instill hope and confidence, despite having only 3 yuan. She felt an invigorated sense of courage to resist. The day Meng Leyu was to participate in the competition had finally arrived. Though the rash on her face from an allergy had not completely faded, it was nearly imperceptible after the application of heavy makeup. Meng Leyu had watched the live broadcast of the competition held in the city, and it was evident that Meng Leyu had performed exceptionally well, securing a position without question. Although she placed second, her sweet appearance garnered significant attention online. Even Meng's parents were interviewed, receiving compliments from netizens for their graceful demeanor, with many remarking on their evident kindness. Upon learning that both were music teachers, the host further praised their cultivated background. Hearing this, Meng's parents beamed with even more elegance. Meng Leyu touched her own face. Had she not known that the couple on the live stream were her parents, and had she not experienced real hardship herself, she might have shared the same sentiments as the netizens. Nevertheless, she simply smiled and chose not to dwell on it. Let them revel in their moment of joy, without striving for greater heights. How could one understand the pain of a fall? While watching videos of Meng Leyu's competition, Meng Leyu busily packed the newly acquired Dan. Nowadays, regardless of what elixirs I concocted, she always received a portion. During the next few days, while Meng Leyu and her peers were away for the competition, she planned to attend to an important matter. After neatly packing the Dan in her bag, Meng Leyu set off for her homeroom teacher Wang's home. Upon arrival, she was surprised to find the now heavily pregnant teacher Wang still busy in the kitchen. Teacher Wang's husband was likely at work, but her mother-in-law was sitting in the living room, watching television and urging Teacher Wang to cut the watermelon. "Teacher, let me help you," Meng Leyu offered, taking the watermelon from Teacher Wang's hands and skillfully picking up a knife to slice it. Teacher Wang's belly was indeed large, and after a short while, she leaned against a nearby counter, clearly uncomfortable, yet still managing to smile and say, "I apologize, I'm not feeling well today." Meng Leyu shook her head, noticing the beads of sweat on Teacher Wang's forehead, and couldn't help but ask, "Teacher, your due date must be approaching. Why not go to the hospital?" Teacher Wang paused, turning her head aside, and replied, "There's only an elderly person at home. I'm not at ease." Meng Leyu opened her mouth, but ultimately refrained from saying anything. After all, every family has its own troubles, and she certainly did not wish to add to Teacher Wang's burdens given her current condition. Gentle souls like Teacher Wang undoubtedly understood everything. After slicing the watermelon and serving it in the living room, Meng Leyu returned to retrieve the Shaohuan from her bag, solemnly handing it to Teacher Wang, saying, "The medicine inside is crucial. Please ensure you take it in any situation that poses a danger." "What is this?" Teacher Wang asked, surprised and curious as she examined the box in her hands. Meng Leyu hesitated, but ultimately said, "Just look at me now. Consider it a fortuitous encounter." The pregnant woman scrutinized the young girl before her, who had transformed almost beyond recognition, and observed the hope and determination in her eyes. A strange sense of trust welled up within her, and she nodded earnestly, saying, "All right." When Meng Leyu left Teacher Wang's house, she felt a sense of lightness. However, she could never have anticipated that the gentle and strong woman she had known would soon require that very elixir, and in such a manner. Chapter 57. The Perils of Possession. Meng Leyu's class group chat erupted with activity, and when she glimpsed the messages, her mind buzzed in shock. The news revealed that Teacher Wang had fallen down the stairs and was taken to the People's Hospital. How could she have fallen down the stairs? Meng Leyu's mind raced. The group continued. It seemed she fell while going downstairs to throw out the garbage. What was being discussed in the group? Meng Leyu no longer cared. She wanted nothing more than to rush to the hospital. It was nearing midnight, and they were running late and unable to secure a taxi. Even ride-hailing services were scarce. When Meng Leyu finally arrived at the People's Hospital, an hour had already passed. She quickly sought out the emergency room and learned that Teacher Wang had already undergone surgery and had been transferred to a ward. As she reached the ward entrance, she spotted an elderly woman wailing loudly outside, none other than Teacher Wang's mother-in-law. The woman cried out, berating, "How could she be so careless? She has lost my grandson." Meng Leyu felt a surge of anger boil within her. Beside the sobbing woman stood a middle-aged man, undoubtedly Teacher Wang's husband, who remained silent, merely observing his mother's outburst. Just then, the attending physician emerged from the ward, intending to quell the elderly woman's lamentations. However, she lunged at him, tearing at him and shouting, "Return my grandson! How could he just be gone?" Teacher Wang's husband continued to be silent, merely a bystander to the chaos. Numerous nurses and doctors attempted to intervene, but hesitated to act. Finally, Meng Leyu could no longer stand by. She stepped forward and firmly grasped the elderly woman, pulling her away. After adjusting his glasses, the attending physician spoke, "We share your sorrow over the loss of the child." But the patient had already suffered considerable blood loss by the time she was brought in. To save her life is already a medical miracle. May I ask why? Despite being past the due date for so long, you did not bring her to the hospital? Why allow a pregnant woman to go downstairs alone in the middle of the night to throw out garbage? Upon hearing the doctor's words, Meng Leyu realized that Teacher Wang had been delayed for quite some time before arriving at the hospital. The elderly woman then muttered, "How was I to know she was so delicate? In our days, we often worked in the fields while pregnant. Besides, she insisted on going to throw out the garbage. Her legs are her own. What does it have to do with us?" Meng Leyu could not help but retort, "Couldn't you have found someone to accompany her?" The elderly woman, clearly recognizing Meng Leyu as her son's student who had visited their home previously, seemed anxious that Meng Leyu might tarnish her son's reputation and defensively exclaimed, "My son works so hard every day. What's wrong with him resting at home? So you expect her, who is pregnant, to handle everything for you?" Meng Leyu felt a fire igniting within her. The middle-aged man, who had been observing like a lifeless figure, finally spoke up when he found himself under attack. "Who are you? What does this have to do with you?" Meng Leyu intended to scold him further, But upon catching a glimpse of the frail Wang Laoshi in the hospital room, she ultimately held her tongue. She could not let her momentary anger complicate matters for Wang Laoshi. As Meng Leyu approached the bedside, she realized that Wang Laoshi had awakened at some point. "You all need to leave. I wish to speak with my student." The gentle woman from her memories, despite her pale complexion, exuded an air of determination that brooked no refusal. Perhaps feeling guilty, the elderly woman and her son ceased their harassment and obediently exited the room, closing the door behind them. The moment the door clicked shut, Wang Laoshi grasped Meng Leyu's hand and silently shed tears. In turn, Meng Leyu felt her own eyes welling up. "Thank you," the weakened woman choked out. Meng Leyu silently shook her head. After a brief moment of weeping, the woman managed to compose herself, sniffing back her tears before speaking. "It was that medicine that saved me." For a fleeting instant, her expression turned distant before she continued. "From the moment I fell until I was admitted to the hospital, at least 3 hours passed. I fell on my stomach, and it hurt so much. I could not distinguish whether it was amniotic fluid or blood that flowed from me. I could even feel my child slowly fading away within me. I cannot save him, but I also know that if it weren't for that medicine, I might have died as well." At this point, Wang Laoshi fixed her gaze upon Meng Leyu, suddenly gripping her hand tightly and earnestly saying, "Do not tell anyone about the medicine." The woman took a deep breath and softly added, "An innocent man has nothing to fear, but possessing something valuable can lead to trouble. You cannot safeguard it." Meng Leyu instinctively gasped, realizing she had underestimated the situation. Seeing the girl startled, Wang Laoshi gently patted her hand, reassuring her, "Do not be afraid. The teacher is not a beast. You saved the teacher's life." Meng Leyu nodded, and Wang Laoshi smiled with relief, saying, "Go back. Just pretend you have never seen me." When Meng Leyu returned home, she felt somewhat dazed, reflecting on Wang Laoshi's words as she nervously retrieved the glass jar hidden beneath her bed. Over the past few days, her child had already given her 5 pills. 2 were Xiaohuan-dan, 2 were Yurong-dan, and 1 was Buling-dan. She had already given 1 Xiaohuan-dan to Wang Laoshi. Now, where should she hide the remaining 4 pills? Meng Leyu pondered, but could not find a secure location. Perhaps due to her overwhelming anxiety, that night, as she fell asleep, she entered the dream again, and to her astonishment, her energy spoke out. "I want to hide my pills. What if someone steals them?" At that moment, Jiyang, who was practicing, felt a jolt in his spirit. He had always believed that Meng Leyu's entanglement with him was merely a figment of his imagination. However, upon hearing her voice, a bold hypothesis emerged in his mind. Perhaps since he began practicing the yin-yang technique, he had already acquired a dual cultivation partner, who was none other than his master. This thought filled him with both excitement and dread. He was thrilled that this was not just a figment of his imagination, yet terrified of whether she was aware of this fact. If she was unaware, how would she react upon realizing their souls were intertwined? Could he withstand such a reaction? Yet, upon reflection, he concluded that as long as she did not abandon him, there was nothing he could not endure. Jiyang then devoted himself further, resolving to make her unwilling to part with him before everything was revealed. After all, pleasure is the most addictive of experiences. Once one has fully savored joy, how could they bear to let it go? Meanwhile, Jiyang meticulously contemplated why Meng Leyu was so troubled by this trivial matter of a few pills. Why would she want to hide them? Was she worried about her sister? The next day, when Meng Leyu awoke, she felt refreshed. Yet there was an unusual soreness in her lower back and knees. What should she do? She sensed that she might be experiencing kidney deficiency. Blushing, Meng Leyu seriously considered whether she should purchase some kidney supplements or Luwei Di Huang Wan online, wary of encountering acquaintances in person. Initially, she had complained about overexertion, but upon seeing her radiant reflection in the mirror, she felt her face flush once more. It seemed she had been quite well nourished. Nonetheless, she could not deny that her recent activity level had been excessive. Her chin had lost its once full contour, and she was on the verge of losing her formerly rounded shape. On her way to school, Meng Leyu encountered Lu Yu once again on the bus. Today, he appeared particularly vibrant, clearly in high spirits. Upon seeing Meng Leyu, he hesitated for a moment but still greeted her with his usual warmth. It is said that one should not strike a smiling face, and Meng Leyu reciprocated with a greeting. Yet sometimes a smile should not be given too freely. To her surprise, Leyu took the initiative to sit beside her and remarked, "Did you watch Jiechi's competition?" She came in second. Meng Leyu glanced at him but did not respond. Did this imply that they had reconciled? Jiechi is truly remarkable, Leyu. Sometimes you should learn from her, Leyu added. And Meng Leyu sensed a hint of pride in his voice as he mentioned Meng Jiechi. Perhaps Leyu was more enamored with the aura surrounding Meng Jiechi. After all, Meng Jiechi had always been the child others spoke of, possessing beauty, charm, musical talent, and academically gifted parents who were both music teachers. While these traits might not be significant in a big city, in their small town, they were indeed impressive. Yes, impressive, just as the Meng family favored Meng Jiechi. Leyu seemingly valued this same impressiveness. Because Meng Jiechi was the most distinguished among the peers Leyu could access, it was no wonder he was so concerned when she suffered a facial disfigurement due to an allergy. That flaw tarnished her brilliance. At that moment, Meng Leyu found herself curious. If Leyu encountered an even more illustrious girl, would he still choose Meng Jiechi? Yet, that was merely a fleeting thought. Whom Leyu chose was of no concern to her. Leyu continued to ramble on for a while, but upon noticing Meng Leyu's lack of engagement, he finally fell silent. Meanwhile, his illustrious girlfriend returned to school that morning and was honored with a temporary award ceremony during the break, where Meng Jiechi was invited to speak. As Meng Leyu watched her sister on stage, exuding confidence, she joined her classmates in a half-hearted applause. At that moment, a voice, neither too loud nor too soft, broke through. "They are both Meng's sisters. Why is there such a disparity?" Although the speaker deliberately lowered her voice, Meng Leyu instantly recognized it as Chu shouting. The remark drew the attention of their classmates, who turned to look at Meng Leyu. Yet, upon seeing her current appearance, they murmured to themselves, "No wonder they share the same parents. How come I never noticed that Meng Leyu isn't bad looking?" At the back, the tall Jiyang observed Meng Leyu and couldn't help but think, "Fat Jia seems to be getting prettier. What if more suitors pursue her in the future? I must seize the opportunity before someone else notices." While Meng Jiechi spoke, she also announced her participation in a provincial competition scheduled for a month later. Meng Leyu pressed her lips together. It seemed she had only a month left. After the practice session, she found a corner to log back into the game. To her surprise, today, S little one was not concocting potions, but was engaged in conversation with a senior from the sect who specialized in crafting artifacts. Meng Leyu first gently patted the little one's head before proceeding to check in. Upon her return, she noticed the little one holding a small wooden box. What could this be? Before she could ponder further, the little one extended the box towards her and said, "Inside is a storage ring. I used a bit of my eggshell. It can shield consciousness. You only need to drop your blood to recognize it as yours. In the hands of others, it will merely be a useless ring." The system promptly displayed a familiar notification, and Meng Leyu knew that once she clicked confirm, she could expect a delivery tomorrow. To her astonishment, it contained a piece of the little one's eggshell. Meng Leyu recalled how valuable the shell had been previously, and considering it was a non-renewable resource, she felt both touched and pained that such a precious item was merely transformed into a storage ring. Seeing Meng Leyu hesitate to accept, the young boy furrowed his brows slightly and opened the box, saying, "Are you concerned about the design? It was crafted in the shape of a dragon. I hope you like it." As he spoke, he unconsciously tightened his grip on the box. What he did not mention was that he had specifically requested the senior from the artifact refining peak to create it, and the design was modeled after his own appearance. In truth, upon seeing the ring, Meng Leyu was immediately captivated. It was simply exquisite. Being a person of simple tastes, she adored gold. Although she was uncertain of the ring's exact material, its golden sheen appealed to her greatly, especially the bead held in the dragon's mouth, which was clearly polished from the little one's eggshell. How could she possibly resist such a gift? Her previously hesitant fingers promptly clicked to accept. Then, recalling the gift from the little one, she wondered if she should reciprocate. Suddenly, she remembered the spirit boat she had purchased earlier, and she immediately took it out to present to the little one. She felt pleased, thinking it would ease the little one's travels. The moment Jiyang received the spirit boat, he sensed it was powered by spirit stones. Which wealthy individual could have possibly conceived such a design while crafting artifacts? Although Jiyang did not understand, he cherished anything given by Meng Leyu and obediently stored the spirit boat within his internal space, thinking he must use it more often to express his fondness for her. At this moment, Meng Leyu remained unaware that her inadvertent generosity was only exacerbating the already challenging circumstances of this less affluent family. Before entering the medicinal garden module, she couldn't resist playing with the bell around the little one's neck, and before she could anticipate his reaction, her cheeks flushed, oblivious to the sudden change in his expression, as if he had sensed something. Chapter 59. Opportunity. Jiyang's expression shifted as he swiftly scanned the surroundings, demanding, "Who is there? Is someone present?" Meng Leyu curiously followed the little one's gaze. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to disturb you." Emerging from the shadows of the corner was Su Wanyan, timidly dressed in a pale yellow gauzy skirt. Wow, what a beautiful dress. The moment Meng Leyu saw Su Wanyan, she was captivated by the exquisite sheer superior Lucian skirt, and she couldn't help but lightly touch it with her fingertips. Unbeknownst to her, Su Wanyan's expression suddenly altered. Noticing something amiss, Jiyang narrowed his eyes slightly. "Is there something you need?" Jiyang asked coldly. Su Wanyan suppressed her emotions, feigning calmness as she replied, "I came to ask if you would like to join us for a sect mission to eliminate demons in Wolfang Town." As she spoke, her heart raced. She had distinctly felt someone touching her skirt moments earlier. Recalling how she had seen Jiyang in deep conversation with someone earlier, she realized there were indeed others present, yet she could not discern why. She also recalled a previous occasion in the secret realm when Jiyang's demeanor had occasionally turned gentle. She hadn't thought much of it then, but now it seemed rather unsettling. Just as Jiyang was about to decline, he felt a gentle nudge on his right hand. For Meng Leyu had received a game mission. Participate in the sect's task to eliminate demons in Wolfang Town. Successful demon slaying rewards. 1 low-grade, Earth-tier artifact. The 9-turn Star Dome, and experience points x 1,000. Participation reward. Experience points x 250. Seeing the 250 experience points, Meng Leyu was incensed. The last mission in the secret realm had been similar, merely stating a competition for treasures without specifying which one, and she had barely succeeded yet still faced failure. However, since this time it explicitly stated successful demon slaying, surely there would be no further complications. Thus, Meng Leyu promptly nudged the little one's hand before he could refuse, signaling him to agree. As Su Wanyan observed Jiyang's demeanor, believing he would reject the offer, she was taken aback when he unexpectedly agreed. Although Jiyang did not comprehend why Meng Leyu wished for him to partake in such a task, he knew he could not refuse her. Had this been before, Su Wanyan would have been overjoyed upon hearing Jiyang's agreement. However, now that she sensed something was off, she began to worry as he accepted. "Then let us meet at the foot of the sect mountain tomorrow," Su Wanyan hastily said before departing, her demeanor somewhat distracted. Upon returning to the main peak, she collided with her senior brother, Luo Tianqi. "What's wrong with you?" Luo Tianqi immediately noticed something was amiss with his junior sister. Su Wanyan opened her mouth but struggled to find the right words to explain the situation. Perhaps it was merely her imagination? After all, that secret realm was not easily accessible. Major sects had verified that only those below the foundation establishment stage could enter. How could 2 mere Qi refinement stage cultivators, like Wang Peng and his brother, possibly have detected anything? Moreover, this was the foremost sect of Bailing Continent, the Beiji Tianzong. The sect was protected by a grand mountain array. Unless permitted by the sect, not even a fly could enter. Perhaps she was indeed overthinking it. Regaining her composure, Su Wanyan finally spoke. "It's nothing, I was just overthinking." Luo Tianqi scrutinized his junior sister before gently brushing his fingers against her cheek, saying, "Don't worry. I will accompany you on this demon-slaying mission to Wolfang Town." Upon hearing this, Su Wanyan was astonished. After all, this mission was relatively simple and hardly warranted the personal involvement of the sect master's direct disciple. In truth, Luo Tianqi had a premonition that he needed to go. His instincts had saved him numerous times since his arrival in this world and had brought him many valuable opportunities, allowing him to gradually ascend to his current position. Consequently, he held great faith in his intuition. Meanwhile, as the little one prepared to depart, Meng Leyu began to worry again. She first browsed through the day as special offers. But regrettably, there was nothing worthwhile among the discounted items. Thus, she decided to take another chance at the lottery. Congratulations, player! You have drawn 5 Xiantier superior concealment talismans. Meng Leyu was pleasantly surprised. Just when she thought she would continue to draw low-grade healing pills, she unexpectedly obtained superior concealment talismans. She was so excited that she rushed to the marketplace to check the price. Surprisingly, each of these talismans sold for 800 game coins. Wow, I struck gold. She could hardly believe her good fortune had finally graced her. It had been ages since she had last won a lottery, having previously regarded it merely as a source for replenishing her healing pills, never expecting to actually win something substantial. Meng Leyu exited the shopping mall with great delight, promptly handing the newly acquired talismans and small horn.Dan to Zai Zai. Jiyang respectfully accepted them, gazing at the small horn.Dan in his hand. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, "I have now mastered the art of alchemy. Though my concoctions may not be of the highest quality with your previous formula, I have become adept at crafting small horn.Dan. Therefore, I believe it unnecessary for you to bear such expenses in the future." Jiyang's intention was solely for Meng Leyu's benefit, for in this world, nothing comes without a cost. While small horn.Dan may be common, the cumulative expense over time would be considerable. Upon hearing this, Meng Leyu felt a tinge of embarrassment and pressed her lips together. How could she convey to Zai Zai that she did not desire anything else? The truth was, her luck in the lottery often yielded nothing more than a polite thank you. With that, Meng Leyu directly entered the medicinal guard module. Be good. Do not mention it again. Let us consider this as if it were never said. Upon returning home in the evening, the atmosphere was jubilant, filled with numerous guests, evidently gathered to celebrate Meng Jiaqing. As Meng Leyu stepped inside, the crowd momentarily froze before a somewhat plump woman exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, is that Xiaoya? How have you changed so much?" Most of these individuals were relatives of the Meng family, residing in the same district and typically only encountered each other during festive gatherings. The woman who spoke was their aunt, the sister of Meng's father, last seen during the Dragon Boat Festival just a few months prior. Meng Leyu smiled and nodded, greeting everyone. Once it was confirmed that she was indeed Meng Leyu, their astonishment deepened. The aunt remarked, "How has Xiaoya changed so drastically? Not only has her skin improved, but she has also lost so much weight. Since giving birth to 2 sons, the aunt had struggled with her own weight, perpetually attempting to shed pounds without success. Thus her first observation was Meng Leyu's transformation. Before Meng Leyu could respond, the aunt took her by the arm and led her toward Grandma Meng, saying, "Mother, look at Xiaoya. Doesn't she resemble you in your youth?" Chapter 60. Unveiling the veil of modesty, Grandma Meng was a silver-haired elderly woman with gold-rimmed glasses. Having worked as a music teacher for many years, she possessed a certain grace. She took pride in having been the most beautiful among the educated youth sent to the countryside during her time. After all, it was her beauty that granted her the opportunity to marry the son of the brigade leader, as the Meng family was renowned in the area for their affluence. Life as an educated youth was arduous, filled with endless labor and scant meals. It was only upon marrying into the Meng family that she began to enjoy a better life, escaping the daily toil of farming. The Meng family even arranged for her to work as a primary music teacher at the commune, a privilege many could only dream of, all thanks to her beauty and her marriage into the Meng family. Thus, Grandma Meng had always been confident in her appearance, believing that even in her old age, she stood out among her peers. In her mind, Meng Leyu had always been a foolish, plump girl, unappealing in both looks and demeanor. Upon hearing her daughter claim that Meng Leyu resembled her, a fleeting sense of displeasure crossed Grandma Meng's mind, but she soon adjusted her glasses and looked at Meng Leyu. That single glance left her momentarily speechless, for the fair-skinned girl before her bore no resemblance to the granddaughter she once knew. Yet in that instant, she realized her daughter's words held truth. Xiaoya did indeed resemble her in her youth, though her eyes were not quite the same. Instead, they resembled those of her late husband. Previously, Meng Leyu had been chubby with swollen eyelids. Now, having slimmed down considerably, her eyes had taken on a profound depth, and her lashes were a striking shade of black. As she gazed into Meng Leyu's familiar eyes, Grandma Meng felt her own eyes moistening with emotion. Throughout their years together, despite occasional disagreements, her husband had treated her with genuine kindness. It was he who had rescued her during that fateful fire, sacrificing himself and succumbing to carbon monoxide poisoning. That disastrous event had reduced their shared memories to ashes, leaving her with no tangible reminders. None of her 3 children bore a resemblance to their father, yet now, in the granddaughter she had once overlooked, she saw the familiar eyes she had longed to see. Xiaoya, come here so Grandma can take a good look at you. Today, the elderly woman's smile radiated warmth, and those with keen eyes recognized the shift in her demeanor. Only the aunt smiled with satisfaction. She had noticed long ago that Meng Leyu's eyes resembled those of her late uncle. But the girl had not lived up to expectations. Previously resembling a ball in size and possessing an unlikable disposition, thus she had little inclination to engage with her. Now, however, with her newfound slenderness and a more vibrant aura, her resemblance to her grandfather was becoming increasingly apparent, prompting the aunt to seize this opportunity to provoke Meng Jiaqing, who had often overshadowed her son with her own prominence. Meng Jiaqing sensed the shift in the atmosphere and quickly poured a cup of hot tea, offering it to Grandma Meng while sweetly saying, "Grandma, I brought you some tea. Do try it." Under normal circumstances, Grandma Meng would have gladly accepted, but at this moment, her attention was clearly focused on Meng Leyu, to the extent that she did not even glance at Meng Jiaqing, simply stating, "Set it down. I cannot drink tea tonight." With that, she pulled Meng Leyu closer, gently caressing her face, and remarked how her eyes bore an increasing resemblance. Grandma Meng's hands began to tremble with emotion. "My dear child, how have you lost so much weight?" Grandma Meng asked, her voice hoarse. Meng Leyu glanced at her mother. Young girls wish to be beautiful. "I am merely on a diet," Meng's mother interjected eagerly, her gaze fixed on Meng Leyu, anxious that her daughter might say something to embarrass her in front of the guests. Grandma Meng took her mother's words to heart, kindly patting Meng Leyu's hand, saying, "Everyone has a desire to be beautiful, but one must not lose weight too rapidly, for it may harm one's health." This warm and gentle demeanor of Grandma Meng was something Meng Leyu had never experienced before, leaving her puzzled as to whether her resemblance to her grandmother in her youth was the sole reason for this change. Though unsure, she quickly seized the opportunity to climb higher in this newfound favor. "Grandma, please do not worry. Although I was ill for a time, I have since recovered." "What illness? Was it serious?" Grandma Meng's concern deepened upon learning that Meng Leyu had been unwell. "Mother, it was merely an allergy, nothing serious," Meng's mother immediately responded, shooting Meng Leyu a disapproving glance, silently reprimanding her for bringing up her illness in front of everyone. Grandma Meng, however, was displeased with her daughter's remarks, retorting, "An allergy cannot be dismissed as trivial. I recall Jiaqing having a severe allergy in the past. Since they are sisters, their constitutions should be similar, which leads me to believe Xiaoya must have been quite ill as well." Grandma Meng's words left Meng's mother momentarily speechless, while Meng Jiaqing was filled with indignation. Today was supposed to be her celebration, yet the conversation had shifted to Meng Leyu. Thus, Meng Jiaqing interjected, "Grandma, if my sister were truly ill, would her skin look so good now? Meanwhile, my rash on my face is still not healed. I wanted to ask her what medicine she used, but she refuses to tell me." In this manner, Meng Jiaqing had turned the discussion about allergies into a subtle accusation against Meng Leyu. As for this matter, Meng Leyu was unperturbed and smiled as she spoke. "Yes, Grandma, I merely shed a few layers of skin, and instead, I have benefited from the misfortune with improved skin. It was quite a coincidence. Perhaps, as Grandma said, Jiyang and I are like sisters, sharing similar constitutions. When my parents took my sister to the bustling metropolis for a trip, I unexpectedly developed an allergy at home. Fortunately, my teacher took me to the hospital, where the doctor prescribed some medication, and I soon recovered. Although Mother thought the medical expenses were a bit extravagant, I believe the hospital was indeed quite worthwhile, as Jiechi's allergy was also significantly alleviated there. Hearing this, Aunt couldn't help but click her tongue in disbelief. How could she have ever thought of her niece as weak? Her words, seemingly light, had effectively placed her parents and Meng Leyu on the pillar of shame. Yet, she relished watching them squirm in discomfort. Thus Aunt, with a look of astonishment, remarked, "Sister-in-law, does this mean that when you traveled to the bustling metropolis, you did not take Xiaoya with you? It is truly pitiful for a child to fall ill alone at home." But thankfully, she was able to contact her teacher. This was a clear mockery of their biased parenting, as the child fell ill and they could not be reached, relying solely on outsiders for help. Seizing the opportunity to jab at her brother's family, Aunt continued, "I recall Jiechi fell ill in the bustling metropolis, did she not? That must have been quite expensive, sister-in-law. You must have spent a significant amount of money." Aunt's words were indeed amusing. Meng Leyu's medical expenses were deemed high by mother. Yet, Jiechi's treatment in the bustling metropolis was presumably not costly. Everyone present understood the implication, and smirks of amusement spread across their faces. After all, the third branch of the family often held an air of superiority, appearing cultured while secretly looking down on others. Now that they had become the butt of a joke, especially one of their own making, who would not find it entertaining? In an instant, Meng mother's face flushed with embarrassment, while Meng father found it difficult to chastise his sister for her remarks. Ultimately, Grandma Meng shot a glare at her eldest daughter and said, "Enough. Let's not escalate the situation." Jiechi was sick in the bustling metropolis, so naturally, she had to be treated there. The elderly lady's words served to bring closure to the matter. What she did not articulate was that her daughter-in-law's disdain for Meng Leyu's medical expenses was indeed somewhat unpalatable, as she was, after all, her daughter. With Meng Leyu's presence, the celebratory banquet took on a different flavor, yet only Meng mother and Meng Jiechi felt discomfort. Meng father, however, was indifferent, as both were his daughters, and the situation could not be blamed on him. The most delighted were undoubtedly Aunt and Grandma Meng. Aunt felt she had vented her frustrations, while Grandma found temporary solace. Even if she was not entirely swayed, Meng Leyu had at least caught her eye. As for Meng Leyu, beyond her happiness, she maintained a watchful attitude. In her view, no one in the Meng family could be relied upon. Otherwise, her years of struggle would not have gone unnoticed. Many relatives took pleasure in the misfortunes of others, reveling in their struggles. After everyone departed, Meng Jiechi erupted in a fit of rage. She seized the remaining cake on the table and hurled it towards Meng Leyu. But Meng Leyu was quick to evade the attack, leading to the cake landing squarely on Meng mother, who had just returned from seeing off the guests. Meng mother screamed in surprise. Meng Jiechi, taken aback by the unforeseen turn of events, hurriedly attempted to shift the blame onto Meng Leyu. "Mom, it's all Meng Leyu's fault. If she hadn't dodged, it wouldn't have happened." However, before Meng Jiechi could finish, Meng mother sternly interjected, "Enough." The rarely scolded Meng Jiechi was momentarily taken aback. Taking a deep breath, Meng mother finally spoke. "All right, you go back to your room." Meng Jiechi opened her mouth, intending to protest, but upon seeing her mother's demeanor, she reluctantly retreated to her room, casting a glare at Meng Leyu before leaving. Once Meng Jiechi departed, Meng Leyu attempted to leave as well, but to her surprise, Meng mother called her back. While wiping the cream off her face and clothes in irritation, Meng mother questioned, "Did you say that on purpose today?" In response to Meng mother's inquiry, Meng Leyu feigned ignorance. "Mom, I don't understand what you're talking about. What was intentional?" Meng mother opened her mouth, but could not bear to repeat her daughter's previous words. She recognized that her mother-in-law's comments had a dual meaning. Today, her eldest daughter had inadvertently gained her mother's favor, making it unwise to provoke her at this moment. After all, she needed her mother-in-law's support for her upcoming promotion. Taking a deep breath, Meng mother, slightly impatient, stated, "Next week, come back with us to see your grandmother." Meng Leyu raised an eyebrow, but did not refuse. Instead, she obediently replied, "Okay." While Grandma had previously shown favoritism, the most she had done was ignore her. Now, if she could use Grandma's influence to temper Meng mother's arrogance, she would not mind doing so. The following day, Meng Leyu received a package while in the restroom. However, Having learned from previous experiences, her curiosity got the better of her when the door was knocked upon, and she opened it. What she beheld was a scene she would never forget. A parcel seemingly materialized on the floor, accompanied by a voice in the air. "Hello, your package." Meng Leyu pinched herself, cursing her own inquisitiveness. Why was she so curious? Now she had frightened herself. Nevertheless, thoughts aside, she quickly picked up the package from the floor, opened it, and retrieved the storage ring sent to her by the little one. She recalled the little one mentioning that it required blood to recognize its master. Would menstrual blood suffice? She hesitated, mainly concerned about the pain, chuckling to herself. Although she contemplated this, when the moment came to remove her underwear, she found herself unable to do so. It was hers, after all, and not dirty. Meng Leyu attempted to convince herself, but in the end, she simply could not bring herself to do it. After washing her hands, she tried to emulate what she had seen on television by biting her finger to draw blood. But her first attempt resulted in tears. She was overwhelmed with the thought that only the truly brave would bite their fingers, especially those who drew blood. Goodness, how could it hurt so much? Meng Leyu exclaimed, shaking her hand and gasping. Clearly, biting her finger was not a feasible option, and she could not bear to collect menstrual blood. Thus, she decided to wear the ring for now, planning to look for a cut on her body when she returned home, hoping to extract a drop of blood. However, she did not anticipate that the ring possessed a mechanism that punctured her finger the moment she wore it. Ouch! Meng Leyu was startled and immediately tried to remove the ring, only to discover it clung to her finger as if possessed by a vampire, drawing blood. Fortunately, the amount of blood drawn was not excessive, certainly less than what would necessitate a change of sanitary napkin. Thus, Meng Leyu found it tolerable, albeit unable to return the item since it was now forcibly on her finger. However, what astonished Meng Leyu the most was that the ring, after absorbing enough blood, not only automatically adjusted to fit her finger, but also transformed the bead in the dragon's mouth into a deep crimson hue. This red appeared to subtly flow, almost as if it were alive, radiating brilliance that surpassed even the exquisite jewels she had encountered online. It was truly beautiful. Yet, amidst her admiration, Meng Leyu couldn't help but wish it were a tad more subdued, considering she was still a student and her family's circumstances were rather complicated. Chapter 62. A glimpse of understanding, uncertain if it was merely her imagination. Meng Leyu felt that as soon as she thought this, the ring seemed to dim slightly. She gazed at it for 2 seconds, cautiously contemplating if it could fade a bit more. In the very moment she finished her thought, the ring indeed grew noticeably dimmer. Meng Leyu's eyes widened in surprise. Could this be the legendary connection of hearts? Are magical artifacts in the cultivation realm truly this responsive? Elated, Meng Leyu began experimenting with the ring's colors, and to her astonishment, it actually changed. Thus, she cycled through the colors of the rainbow, ultimately achieving a vibrant, kaleidoscopic black. What a treasure! You are truly a marvelous gem. Watching the ring obediently transform into a dazzling array of colors, Meng Leyu could not resist praising it while gently caressing the ring's surface with her other hand. Eventually, though reluctantly, she commanded the ring to become a transparent entity devoid of reflection, making it optically vanish from her finger. What Meng Leyu was unaware of was that the moment she infused her blood into the ring, Jiyang in the cultivation realm sensed it. Though they were both shells, there were distinctions. The shell that forged the ring for Meng Leyu was specifically chosen by Jiyang, as it was located closest to his heart. Many dragons opted to fashion their heart-protecting mirrors from this shell due to its robust material and its ability to resonate with one's intentions. Thus, upon Meng Leyu's blood infusion, it fully activated. While it could not directly perceive external information, Jiyang would know any thoughts related to the shell's owner, serving as a different form of heartfelt connection. Like a child reluctant to part with a new toy, Meng Leyu frequently experimented with the storage ring. Unfortunately, being at school limited her ability to test its capacity thoroughly. However, upon returning home that evening, she eagerly locked herself in her room, ready to boldly explore. She first stored a stool, then attempted to put her blanket inside, and subsequently managed to fit her entire bed into the ring. Yet, The storage space remained dark and unresponsive, akin to an insatiable abyss. Curiously, Meng Leyu continued to probe, unaware that as she did so, Jiyang observed the items entering and exiting the space, all of which were unfamiliar to him. Had it not been for the unmistakable presence of Meng Leyu's essence filling the space, he would have suspected a malfunction. Yet, it felt almost like a malfunction regardless. Jiyang pondered why Meng Leyu's storage ring was connected to his space. Could it be due to the use of the heart-protecting shell? Intrigued, he scrutinized the peculiar fabrics appearing in his space. The initial few items were clearly clothing, but the rest? They seemed oddly scant and peculiar. Some were merely two thin triangles adhered together, while others had two straps and appeared somewhat soft. Jiyang's thoughts wandered as he contemplated how to wear these garments. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited in his mind, causing the tips of his dragon horns to flush red. However, as the clothing vanished once more, Jiyang's brow furrowed, for he discovered an unsettling truth. All of Meng Leyu's garments were mundane objects, lacking in quantity and quality. He found himself perplexed, unable to comprehend why Meng Leyu could provide him with a magical artifact, yet seemed to embody such simplicity and modesty. After a series of trials, Meng Leyu concluded that she could not ascertain the space's capacity and decided to abandon her efforts. With renewed enthusiasm, she launched the game, eager to share her discoveries and excitement with Zai. Upon logging into the game, she found Zai standing atop an intricately adorned vessel. This ship was not sailing on water, but traversing the clouds, clearly a formidable flying artifact. Meng Leyu had not deluded herself into thinking that this flying vessel was the spirit boat she had gifted to Zai. She had carefully examined the product description when purchasing it, realizing that the little boat could accommodate at most 5 people, a stark contrast to this majestic ship. Wow, how much must this cost? While Meng Leyu felt a pang of envy, her attention swiftly returned to Zai. She excitedly activated the voice chat and exclaimed, "The storage ring you gave me is enormous, like a bottomless pit." Meng Leyu rambled on, sharing her thrill and joy. However, she understood that Zai was currently unable to converse freely, so after a few brief remarks, she turned off the voice chat to check in. Unbeknownst to them, at the moment Meng Leyu activated the voice chat, Luo Tianqi furrowed his brow. It was not that he heard Meng Leyu's voice, but rather, he recognized a familiar sound. This sound was so familiar it seemed absurd, for he had heard the crackle of electricity, which persisted for nearly a minute, yet he could not determine its source. This phenomenon left Luo Tianqi in a daze, questioning whether he had truly traversed dimensions or had merely fallen into a dream. After all, he had crossed over only after the car accident, believing his body to be completely gone, yet now he was uncertain. After exiting the marketplace, Meng Leyu entered the herbal garden module, as Zai was set to undertake a demon-slaying mission in the coming days. She intended to nurture the spiritual herbs during this time. The once solitary Huangtian grass, through her diligent efforts, had flourished into a bountiful patch, now boasting 20 plants. However, Meng Leyu decided to refrain from producing more herbs for the time being, opting instead to let the Huangtian grass thrive. She planned to sell them once Zai returned from this mission. The speed of the flying artifact was indeed remarkable. Meng Leyu had only spent a brief time in the herbal garden, and by the time she emerged, Zai and the others had already arrived at Wolftooth Town. Meng Leyu had assumed that a place rife with demon-slaying tasks would be desolate and fraught with danger. Yet to her surprise, Wolftooth Town was bustling with life. Appearing far from the realm of demons, as disciples of the Beijitian sect entered the town, they were immediately approached by an eager local, who introduced himself with a sly grin. "Esteemed cultivators, I presume you have come to hunt demons. I am known as the informant, and there is nothing about this town that I do not know." Chapter 63. Guessing the monster, the other disciples from Beijitian sect remained silent, yet Su Wanyan, curious, inquired, "What do you know?" This time, she had brought along her little orange cat. The young man, seeing the interest from the cultivators, eagerly divulged, "I know that we are facing an extraordinary demon. In fact, you are the 5th group of cultivators to arrive in just 2 days." He continued, "Initially, it was the fairies from the nearby Seeking Immortality Pavilion, but there has been no news of them since. It is rumored that they were taken by the demon to become concubines. As the young man paused in his narration, Su Wanyan's curiosity was piqued, prompting her to inquire. Why do you say that? Has Meng not sent anyone else? The young man chuckled softly, remaining silent, until finally Luo Tianqi signaled to Wang Peng, who tossed the young man a medium-grade spirit stone. The moment the young man beheld the spirit stone, his eyes widened in astonishment. He had been stationed there for many days, assisting several cultivators along their journeys. Yet most regarded mortals with disdain, often compensating him with mere silver coins, or at best, a few pieces of low-grade spirit stones. Nevertheless, he found this arrangement quite agreeable, for it was significantly less laborious than toiling in the fields, where one might not even earn such rewards. Thus, upon encountering Jiyang and his companions, he greeted them with exceptional enthusiasm, never anticipating that Zhao-Si would also experience a stroke of good fortune. Although he had never encountered a medium-grade spirit stone, it was evident that this one was considerably larger and of superior quality compared to the low-grade ones he had previously received. The question of why he did not speculate it to be a high-grade spirit stone was simple. The immortal was no fool. After acquiring the spirit stone, Zhao-Si promptly ushered Jiyang and her party toward the tavern. Having received such a generous gift, he was determined to ensure the comfort of the immortals. After pouring tea for Jiyang and her companions, Zhao-Si resumed. Indeed, our Wolfang town has always been blessed with picturesque scenery and, being backed by Meng, has seen a fair share of commerce. However, it is peculiar that 3 months ago, the 18th concubine of Neo Yuanwei suddenly went missing. This concubine was renowned as the most beautiful woman within 10 miles, and Neo Yuanwei had paid a handsome sum to welcome her into his home. Initially, there were whispers that she had eloped, which angered Neo Yuanwei, prompting him to offer a substantial bounty for her return, yet not a single trace of her was found. Within a fortnight, the daughter of Wang, she from the eastern part of the village, also went missing, coincidentally on her wedding day. While the townsfolk speculated about elopement, the bride was set to marry her childhood sweetheart, having shared a bond since their youth. Subsequently, numerous young women began to vanish, initially on their wedding days. But eventually, even those who were merely betrothed began to disappear. The townspeople sensed something amiss and sought the aid of the fairies from Meng. Although the fairies did come, no one anticipated that even they would go missing. This caused widespread panic, with families possessing daughters seeking to relocate. Fortunately, the disappearance of the fairies was a matter of great concern, and it was likely that the news reached other sects, prompting their elders to come and capture the demon responsible. However, to date, there has been no word of any developments. Zhao-Si had shared a considerable amount of information, albeit lacking in significance compared to the records of sect missions. Luo Tianqi frowned in discontent and remarked, "The information you provided could be easily obtained by anyone else. Share something that is not commonly known." Zhao-Si's expression stiffened, realizing that the immortals were not so easily deceived. He pondered for a moment before hesitantly stating, "I am uncertain if this is relevant, but on the night of the 4th of last month, I suffered from food poisoning and was frequently awakened by the need to relieve myself. On one occasion, I detected a foul odor, initially thinking I had soiled myself. However, I soon realized the scent was emanating from outside the wall, accompanied by a pungent odor reminiscent of the river's murky waters. The following day, I heard that yet another young woman had gone missing, but I cannot ascertain if there is a connection between these events. As a mere mortal, Zhao-Si was incapable of perceiving the extraordinary, thus failing to elicit any further information. Meng Leyu listened quietly, occasionally absent-mindedly patting the head of her companion, Zai, while Jiyang allowed her to continue. The two seemed to fall into an uncanny rapport. At that moment, the child of heaven, Luo Tianqi, suddenly inquired, "What are your thoughts, junior brother Ji?" Regarding Jiyang, Luo Tianqi felt an inexplicable sense of dissonance, as if he were not meant to be present there, particularly within the North Zhitian sect. Suddenly addressed, Jiyang returned to the moment and replied coolly, "I have no particular thoughts." Luo Tianqi furrowed his brow, and Su Wanyan cautiously added, "I do not hold any opinions either." Since Jiyang was summoned by her, It would be inappropriate for conflicts to arise before their mission had officially commenced. Observing his junior sister's protective demeanor, Luo Tianqi felt an unease, but chose not to voice his discontent. I believe the demon may have an affinity for maidens, a female voice interjected. All turned to see Chun Yixiang, who had once shared a fateful encounter in the secret realm, entering with a smile directed at Jiyang. The ambiguous expression on her face suggested a deeper connection between the two. "It is you." Su Wanyan recognized her instantly, her face betraying a hint of panic. Chen Yixiang glanced at Su Wanyan with a smirk, stating, "Of course it is me. How has the essence cleansing pill I provided treated you, Daoist friend Su?" An awkward flush crept onto Su Wanyan's face, for indeed, the essence cleansing pill had entered her system, ultimately benefiting her by transforming her into a pure Yin body. Although Chun Yixiang had once harbored a desire to eliminate her, Su Wanyan now said, "I did not intend for that to happen. However, I am willing to compensate you for your loss." "One essence cleansing pill," Chun Yixiang replied coldly. The embarrassment deepened on Su Wanyan's face. For such a rare item could not simply be procured at will. Finally, Luo Tianqi interjected, "Dear friend, you must be aware that in the world of cultivation, fortune plays a pivotal role. If the time for such an opportunity has not yet arrived, even a duck offered on a platter may fly away." Though Luo Tianqi's words trailed off, the implication was clear to all present. The meaning was unmistakable. Chun Yixiang's connection to the essence cleansing pill had not been fated, which was why it ultimately found its way to Su Wanyan. Chun Yixiang's expression darkened momentarily. None could fathom the lengths she had gone to secure the opportunity to obtain the essence cleansing pill, only to see it end up in the protagonist's hands. Her initial intent in acquiring the essence cleansing pill was to position herself for this very moment, yet it was all in vain. With narrowed eyes, Chun Yixiang declared, "I arrived 2 days earlier than all of you and already have a plan in mind." The disciples of North Jitian's sect remained silent, and Chun Yixiang paid them no heed, instead directing her gaze at Su Wanyan, stating, "We shall use you as bait to lure out the demon." Upon hearing this, Zhao Si gasped in alarm, exclaiming, "Immortals, you must not. The fairies for me, Xiange, have all been captured." Chen Yixiang scoffed dismissively. "What is me Xiange in the grand scheme of things? It is but a lowly sect in Beiling Zhou, not even worthy of mention, merely boasting before mortals while calling themselves fairies." Zhao Si, taken aback, found himself at a loss for words, recognizing his own insignificance as a mere mortal, unable to comprehend the realm of cultivation even in his dreams. However, Chun Yixiang had no intention of elaborating further. With a charming smile, she turned her attention back to Su Wanyan, saying, "But among us, this esteemed Daoist friend Su is a disciple of the foremost sect, North Jitian sect. If she were to act as bait, capturing the demon would be effortless." "That is unacceptable," Luo Tianqi replied, casting a scrutinizing glance at Chen Yixiang. "You too are a woman, and your cultivation far surpasses that of my junior sister. Why not allow yourself to serve as bait?" To everyone's astonishment, Chun Yixiang remained utterly unperturbed, gracing the room with a charming smile that, though not of the highest beauty, possessed an allure capable of captivating hearts. She nonchalantly seated herself beside Luo Tianqi, leaning against the table with a languid grace, propping her chin on her hand as she declared, "It's not that I do not wish to, but alas, I am a disciple of the Huanzong, and I am no longer the innocent maiden that the monster desires. Thus it is rather inappropriate." At this, Su Wanyan's face flushed crimson, taken aback by the unexpected revelation and the audacity of the statement. Chen Yixiang continued, "If that monster prefers someone skilled, I might be willing to give it a try, though I would require your cooperation, Luo Daoyu." As she spoke, her fingertips lightly traced Luo Tianqi's chest, punctuating her words with suggestive gestures. Her eyes, filled with unspoken intentions, were enough to inform even the most oblivious of the company of her meaning. "You." Su Wanyan's complexion paled, and she hastily turned to her senior brother. Luo Tianqi cast a glance at Chen Yixiang and, to her surprise, responded affirmatively, "All right." This reaction left Chun Yixiang momentarily astonished, as she grappled with the true implications of the heavenly Tao child's response. "You all are being excessive." Su Wanyin suddenly stood, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she fled the scene. Wang Pingji, without needing a directive from Luo Tianqi, immediately followed after her. Outside the screen, Meng Leyu watched with intrigue, marveling at her luck in witnessing such a dramatic emotional entanglement without spending a single coin. It appeared as though a third party was attempting to ascend, yet she pondered whether Chen Yixing truly fit the role of the third party. Considering that while there was undeniable tension between Luo Tianqi and Su Wanyin, he had never explicitly declared his feelings. Meng Leyu couldn't help but smirk, realizing that the heavenly Tao child seemed rather untrustworthy. Meanwhile, Jiyang exhibited no interest in the unfolding drama and rose to leave. "Jiyang, where are you going?" Chen Yixing called out, her interest in him seemingly surpassing that of the heavenly Tao child. However, Jiyang did not look back and simply stated, "I'm off to find the monster," before striding away. Zhao Si, witnessing this, quickly sought an excuse to follow suit. As Zhao Si prepared to wait at the city gates for business opportunities, Jiyang unexpectedly blocked his path, startling him. Upon recognizing the figure, he quickly masked his expression, greeting respectfully, "Ah, it is the immortal. How may I serve you? Where is your home?" Jiyang inquired, dismissing any thoughts on the matter. His sole mission was to satisfy Meng Leyu and capture the monster. Zhao Si, quick on his feet, recalled the unpleasant scent he'd encountered earlier and replied, reporting to the immortal, "My home is not far from here, just in a small alley off Wuching Street. If you wish, I can guide you. Let us go." Jiyang nodded. Outside the screen, Meng Leyu felt a surge of excitement. Were they about to investigate a case? Yet, a thread of worry tugged at her heart. What if the monster proved too powerful for Jiyang to face alone, especially since the main lead seemed preoccupied with their romance? Though he claimed it was not far, Jiyang and Zhao Si walked for a full quarter of an hour. It was then that Meng Leyu realized the bustling town of Wolfang appeared lively, yet the majority of passers-by were men, with women and children noticeably sparse, likely frightened away by the monster's menace. Finally, they arrived at a modest courtyard. Despite its size, the yard was tidy and well kept, not in disrepair, with its walls constructed of neatly arranged blue bricks. Noticing Jiyang's gaze fixed on the brick wall, Zhao Si eagerly explained, "My ancestors were once prosperous. Though we fell on hard times, I couldn't bear to sell this small courtyard, hoping to one day reclaim our former glory." As he spoke, Zhao Si felt a surge of excitement, believing that with the recent acquisition of a mid-grade spirit stone, his fortunes were set to change. Jiyang paid him no mind, continuing to scrutinize the row of bricks, inspecting both the interior and exterior until he suddenly halted, crouching to examine an inconspicuous speck of dirt on the blue brick. Curious, Meng Leyu followed his gaze and enlarged the image on her screen, but discerned nothing unusual about the speck. Unbeknownst to her, Jiyang possessed a keen sense of smell inherited from his beastly lineage, allowing him to detect the lingering scent in the air. Clearly, this speck of dirt was left by the monster during its passage. After a thorough examination, Jiyang turned to leave, convinced that Chen Yixing was correct. This matter would indeed require Su Wanyin to act as bait. Outside the screen, Meng Leyu anxiously fidgeted, feeling as though she were watching a suspenseful film, questioning what Jiyang had uncovered. Just as her thoughts wandered, Jiyang paused and, with a light chuckle, remarked that mud was left by the monster on its journey, still tainted with its essence. The creature is of pure yang nature. Chapter 65. Who will exterminate the monster? Through Jiyang's explanation, Meng Leyu learned that this monster possessed a pure yang body, while its counterpart, the pure yin body, would be irresistibly alluring to it. Su Wanyin is a pure yin body, Jiyang stated. How do you know? Meng Leyu mused quietly, only to be met with Jiyang's response. The Dragon Clan also embodies both yin and yang, thus we can sense such phenomena. After a brief pause, he continued, Luo Tianqi is of pure yang nature, while Su Wanyin entered the secret realm as an ordinary being. It is likely that the washing marrow pill transformed her into a pure yin body. At this point, Jiyang furrowed his brow, increasingly aware of something amiss with Chen Yixing. She seemed to possess an uncanny ability to foresee events. Was this her innate talent? With the unusual circumstances at play, Jiyang felt compelled to remain vigilant against the strange woman. Now that he had a ready, pure body, he resolved to locate Su Wanyan without further delay. Though Meng Leyu longed to remain by Jiyang's side, time was slipping away, and she gently ruffled his hair before exiting the game. Yet even after logging off, her thoughts remained with him, curious about how they would capture the monster. Meanwhile, Jiyang, now in sync with Meng Liyu's sentiments, chuckled softly and before seeking out Su Wanyan, detoured into the town's largest magical artifact shop, paying 3 times the usual price for a commonly used shadow stone from a great sect. After infusing the stone with sufficient spiritual energy, he slung it over his shoulder and set off to find Su Wanyan. However, upon exiting, Su Wanyan inadvertently lost grip of the small orange cat in her arms, causing it to dart away in fright. The cat's small size and agility, coupled with Su Wanyan's relatively low cultivation, left her in a panic, forgetting her spells as she chased after it on foot. Unbeknownst to her, Wang Pengji had been silently trailing her, though his motivations were unclear. After a considerable chase, Su Wanyan found herself in a desolate courtyard by the water. Just as Wang Pengji prepared to follow her, he suddenly sensed her presence vanish. In that moment, he could no longer remain hidden, but despite searching the small yard thoroughly, he failed to locate Su Wanyan, as if she had simply vanished in a thin air. Only her frightened cat remained, trembling in terror. As Wang Pengji hastily communicated with Luo Tianqi, Jiyang arrived first, unaware that it was his own investigation that had led him there. Upon entering the small courtyard, Jiyang immediately caught the strong scent, confirming that it was indeed the monster. However, that creature seemed to be well-versed in formations, capable of making a living person vanish in an instant right before one's eyes. Jiyang sensed the aura carried by the wind, indicating that Su Wanyan had not strayed far. It was merely his own lack of proficiency in formations that hindered him. There is indeed a formation here, Jiyang remarked to Wang Pengji, believing that Luo Tianqi and his companions would not assign someone inept to be by Su Wanyan's side. As expected, after Jiyang's hint, the flustered Wang Pengji finally detected the anomaly. There's truly a formation here, he said, frowning after a careful examination, and addressed the newly arrived Luo Tianqi. Although the formation can be unraveled, it will take considerable time. I fear that the creature may take the young lady away before we can manage it. Upon entering, Luo Tianqi cast a glance at Jiyang. When Wang Pengji conveyed the information, Jiyang was not present, raising questions about how they had found this place. Meanwhile, the contract dragon in Luo Tianqi's spirit beast cage alerted him to the presence of the yang energy. Chen Yixiang, observing from side, couldn't help but click her tongue, pondering if this was what they referred to as an irreversible main plot. To her surprise, the protagonist had ended up being captured by the creature after all. Simultaneously, Chen Yixiang felt a surge of irritation. The last time she had painstakingly acquired the cleansing essence pill, it had ended up in the protagonist's possession. She worried that the item she desired would again be inexplicably claimed by the male lead. Chen Yixiang turned her gaze to the youth beside her, contemplating a potential collaboration with Jiyang, but quickly dismissed the thought. Partnering with the male lead, who was the child of destiny, in the presence of villain, would undoubtedly be courting disaster. Anxiety gripped Chen Yixiang, especially since, during her reading, the author had skipped over critical developments, leaving her unaware of how the male lead ultimately obtained that item. Cursed be it. For now, they could only wait for Wang Pengji to unravel the formation. Just then, a new group of people arrived at the small courtyard. It was the Wan Shou Zone, who had not participated in the last wild secret realm. True to their reputation for beast taming, each disciple from Wan Shou Zone was accompanied by a miniature beast, and the once fierce creatures appeared particularly endearing in their shrunken forms. Jiyang frowned slightly. His only thought was to ensure that Meng Leyu did not come into contact with anyone from Wan Shou Zone. Observing those contract beasts shamelessly acting cute, one wondered whom they were trying to entice. If the beasts of Wan Shou Zone were aware of Jiyang's sentiment, they could easily portray a tragic tale. Heaven knew they were merely grooming their fur and licking their paws, with some simply sitting there in a daze. The members of Wanshou had not anticipated that someone would arrive here before them, particularly the chief disciple of the foremost sect, Beiji Tianzong. Thus, they respectfully greeted Luo Tianxi, their gazes occasionally drifting towards Chun Yixiang, a familiar face, the preselected saintess of Yihuanzong. They recalled how she had previously attempted to woo elder Tang of their sect, only to be reprimanded and rendered compliant for a time. They now wondered why she was again beside Luo Tianxi. Had she perhaps found new affections? The disciples of Wanshou engaged in idle gossip, considering whether to inform elder Tang of this development. While their minds wandered, Jiyang suddenly sprang into action, darting outside. By the time the others reacted, Jiyang had vanished, and they assumed it was due to the creature, though only Jiyang knew he had used a concealment talisman gifted by Meng Leyu. Although Jiyang was uncertain of Meng Leyu's motives for having him partake in this sect mission, he had committed to it and intended to see it through to the end. The demon would be vanquished by his hand. The creature moved with astonishing speed and quickly evaded capture. Despite channeling all his spiritual energy into his legs, Jiyang was unable to pursue it, and reluctantly released the spirit boat that Meng Leyu had given him. Chapter 66. Doubt. After traveling for a while, Jiyang finally spotted the creature ahead. Yet his sole desire was to sever its head. The individual who crafted this spirit boat was exceedingly malicious. Its speed was dictated by the grade of spirit stones, turning the journey into a veritable expenditure of resources. After consuming 2 more mid-grade spirit stones, the spirit boat finally swept through, intercepting the creature. The demon, with its fiery red hair, was rather attractive, but its pointed mouth revealed it to be a bird-like entity. "Kid, don't block my path," the bird creature panted, clearly exhausted from Jiyang's relentless pursuit. "Jiyang, save me." At that moment, the recently awakened Su Wan Yin caught sight of Jiyang. The bird creature, upon noticing her, became furious and forcefully pulled Su Wan Yin into its embrace, snarling, "Oh, so this brat is your lover? Once I behead him, his head will serve as an offering at our wedding feast." In response, Su Wan Yin, blushing, protested, "You are not my husband." Jiyang, however, felt no desire to engage in their back and forth. His singular focus remained on exterminating the demon. Without hesitation, he drew the Dizong dagger and charged at the creature. The bird demon was taken aback, not expecting Jiyang to disregard his own lover, and reluctantly released Su Wan Yin to prepare for battle. With his cultivation at the late stage of foundation establishment, he could easily discern that Jiyang had only recently begun his cultivation journey. Thus he felt no fear. Yet, Jiyang exuded an unsettling aura that made the bird demon uneasy, as if he were facing a formidable beast or one with the bloodline of a great demon. The stronger the pressure, the more the bird demon felt compelled to remain vigilant, and in a brief moment, they exchanged several blows. Su Wan Yin, who should have been worried for Jiyang, felt a pang of anxiety when the bird demon was injured. Since her capture, the demon had treated her relatively well, claiming that it had taken her merely to overcome a tribulation of love. Be careful. Watching as their palms collided, Su Wan Yin found it difficult to distinguish to whom her warning was directed. Yet, as the bird demon clashed with Jiyang, it realized it was outmatched, its eyes widening in terror as it did not expect its opponent to belong to that race. "You are..." The bird demon could not finish its words before Jiyang's black dagger pierced deeply into its heart, obliterating it completely. After delivering a fatal blow, the youth coldly withdrew the dagger from the demon's chest, swallowing the blood that filled his mouth. Despite possessing a racial suppression, his victory was not easily attained. Su Wan Yin could hardly believe that the male demon who had so shamelessly called her madam was now slain by Jiyang. Thus, in her horrified gaze, the demon's corpse shrank, ultimately transforming into a wild rooster. Su Wan Yin stared incredulously at the rooster on the ground, then suddenly covered her mouth and retched to the side, unable to disclose to anyone that she had just been kissed by a hen. Following the demise of the chicken demon, Jiyang did not pause. Instead, he probed the creature's abdomen with his spiritual energy. After a thorough search, he finally discovered a water dragon demon core within. This explained how a mere chicken demon could achieve its transformation so early while still retaining the scent of earth and water. It was unclear where the creature had obtained this water dragon demon core, but it was evident that its original host had perished, leaving it to the chicken demon. Sensing the spiritual fluctuations from afar, Jiyang swiftly stored the demon core in his spatial pouch, feigning serious injury as he collapsed to the ground, simultaneously concealing the recording stone. When Luo-Tianxi and the others finally arrived, they were greeted by the sight of Su Wanyin, who was retching yellow liquid. Jiyang sprawled on the ground, and the recently slain chicken demon. As they gazed upon the rescued Su Wanyin, the onlookers could hardly believe that the turmoil in Langya town was merely the mischief of a chicken demon. Xixiao, upon seeing Luo Tianqi, Su Wanyin immediately rushed into his embrace, tears streaming down her face. He held her close, offering comfort while casting a complex glance at Jiyang and the lifeless body of the chicken demon. Just moments ago, his foreboding sensation had dissipated, replaced by a sudden anxiety, as if he had lost something of great significance. Meanwhile, Chun-Yi, filled with fervor, dashed to the chicken demon's corpse and proceeded to eviscerate it. From within emerged enough bones to form a small mountain, among which were several garments belonging to female cultivators, adorned with the emblem of Mengxin Pavilion. It was evident that the female cultivators from Mengxin Pavilion had fallen prey to this chicken demon. Upon seeing the remains, Su Wanyin's complexion turned a ghastly pale, and with a roll of her eyes, she fainted. After Su Wanyin collapsed, Luo Tianxi entrusted her care to Wang Pengji and approached Chun-Yi, inquiring, "What are you searching for?" Chun-Yi, having failed to locate the water dragon demon's core, retorted curtly, "Mind your own business." She suddenly glanced at the ground where Jiyang lay, pondering if the demon core had been taken by Jiyang. Her gaze met Luo Tianxi's, who appeared to be deep in thought as well. Yet, Chun-Yi felt distinct from him. She possessed a divine perspective, knowing that not only Jiyang was present, but also the female protagonist, Su Wanyin. In the shadow of the heroine's radiance, Jiyang, as the antagonist, seemed insignificant. Remembering the last time in the secret realm when she had almost secured the refined essence pill only to have it snatched away, her resentment towards Su Wanyin intensified, fueling her conviction that the water dragon's demon core must have been obtained by Su Wanyin. Finally, Luo Tianxi squatted down and fed a small pill to Jiyang. Considering the presence of those from the Wanshou sect, despite his doubts, Jiyang was still his fellow disciple, and he could not stand idly by. However, he cast a wary eye, having placed a secret incantation, the truth spell, upon the pill. Once Jiyang ingested it, he would be compelled to speak only the truth to Luo Tianxi for 3 days. Unbeknownst to Luo Tianxi, at the very moment the small pill was consumed, Jiyang utilized a spatial technique to perform a grand exchange. It appeared as though she had swallowed the pill, but in reality, she had merely swapped it with her own, rendering the one imbued with the truth spell temporarily stored in her inner space. As Luo Tianxi observed Jiyang completely consuming the small pill, his discomfort eased slightly, awaiting her awakening and the ensuing inquiries. Meng Leyu awoke early today, oddly finding that she had not experienced her usual nightmares the previous night, leaving her somewhat disoriented. Just as she lay in bed, pondering the reason for her unusual rest, she heard a muffled knock at the door. "Hello, your package." Before she could formulate a response, her mother entered, holding an already opened delivery box, eyeing her suspiciously. "How did you receive a package? What is the stone for?" Meng Leyu gazed at the familiar box in her mother's hands, her mind swirling with confusion. She had no idea why she suddenly received a package, but she felt relieved that it contained merely an unidentifiable stone. Despite her disdain for her mother's intrusion and the unsolicited opening of her package, she could only shake her head and say, "I don't know, maybe it's something for brushing orders." Pretending to be indifferent, she proceeded to prepare for her morning routine. Observing her daughter's nonchalance, Meng's mother, though skeptical, could not fathom what purpose such a stone could serve, thus carelessly tossing it in the trash by the door. Meng Leyu moved swiftly today, deliberately leaving the garbage behind to avoid drawing attention. Sure enough, her mother called out to her, "Did a pig bite your hand? You aren't taking out the trash?" Meng Leyu could only feign compliance, turning back to grab the garbage while her heart raced with anxiety. As soon as the door clicked shut, she tiptoed down the stairs at lightning speed. Only after boarding the bus and feeling the stone in her pocket did Meng Leyu finally relax. She cautiously retrieved the stone, questioning whether it was a prank, for it appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary rock. Unlike previous packages, this one lacked even an instruction manual. Although perplexed by the stone's arrival, Meng Leyu decided to keep it and took out her phone to inquire with Zai about its significance. However, to her dismay, the game was undergoing maintenance. Dear player, greetings. Due to temporal disturbances, an unknown virus has infiltrated the cultivation realm. The officials are working diligently to rectify the situation. During this period of repair, you may utilize the Dream Stone to interact with Jiyang. We wish you a pleasant experience. Dream Stone? Is it referring to the stone I just received? Meng Leyu pulled the stone out again, examining it from all angles, yet still unable to discern how to use it. Upon arriving at school, she was taken aback to find the heart-shaped breakfast she had not seen for days back on her desk. Reflexively thinking it was again from Jiyang Wei, she unhesitatingly tossed the breakfast back onto his desk. What are you doing? Jiyang Wei, busy with his assignments, was startled. What do you mean? Meng Leyu retorted. Jiyang Wei, blushing at her response, fell silent and quietly began to eat the breakfast. After taking a bite, he suddenly looked up at Meng Leyu and remarked, "It's quite delicious." Crazy. Meng Leyu shot him a glare before returning to her seat. Unbeknownst to her, Jiyang Wei, while enjoying his meal, couldn't hide the smile creeping across his face. He quickly typed a message in his chat group with his friends, proclaiming, "A glimmer of hope. Meng Leyu sent me a heart-shaped breakfast. Dad, I still have a chance." He even snapped a photo of his half-eaten breakfast, sharing it in the group, which erupted in excitement. Meanwhile, in the senior class, a boy draped an arm around Leyu's shoulder and nonsensically said, "Bro, although I'm calling you big brother now, you'll have to call me brother-in-law later." What? Leyu was momentarily taken aback. The boy grinned and boastfully continued, "Remember that girl I pointed out during the video recording? I've done my research. Her name is Meng Leyu. Her younger sister is Meng Leyu, your girlfriend. We'll be family soon." Upon hearing this, Leyu's expression shifted dramatically, and he inquired in a low voice, "Are you two dating?" The boy shook his head, responding, "Not yet, but it's coming soon. I'm officially pursuing her starting today. I just bought her breakfast, but unfortunately, she wasn't there, so I left it on her desk." Hearing that the pursuit was still in progress, Leyu inexplicably felt relieved and gently advised, "Now that you're in your senior year, you should prioritize your studies. Romance can wait." However, the boy seemed unfazed, replying, "Though my grades aren't as good as yours, I can easily manage to get into a lower-tier university. My family doesn't have high expectations for me, so why not enjoy a sweet romance while I can? Seize the day." As he spoke, he smiled eagerly, giving off a sense of impatience. Leyu could only chuckle in response, realizing that discussing the matter further would seem too deliberate. During class, Leyu appeared distracted, ultimately succumbing to the urge to text Meng Leyu. There's no such thing as a free lunch. What? Meng Leyu was left baffled, wondering what this meant. Was he asking for the tutoring fee she owed him previously? Meng Leyu, though perplexed, reluctantly transferred 200 yuan to Leyu, fearing that he might tarnish her reputation by using the tutoring matter against her. After all, there would be a record of the transaction. Upon receiving the 200 yuan, Leyu was equally bewildered. What was Meng Leyu implying? Was this a hush money, urging him to mind his own business? Frustrated, he returned the money, despite not fully understanding the source of his irritation. When Meng Leyu saw the money refunded, her feeling of regret vanished immediately, and she promptly sent a message declaring it was his choice to refuse. Leyu, feeling disinclined to respond this time, concluded that he had indeed meddled unnecessarily. He awaited the moment when Meng Leyu would be deceived emotionally and physically, curious to see where her tears would flow. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a sense of satisfaction washed over him, yet an undercurrent of discomfort persisted. Just then, a message from Meng Leyu arrived, prompting him to cast aside his concerns about Meng Leyu. During 2 classes, Meng Leyu felt dizzy from the intensive studying. Yet there was a bittersweet joy as her mind had become considerably clearer, making comprehension far easier than before. Additionally, she had been consuming the fasting pills gifted by Zai Zai, alleviating the need for her to venture to the snack bar during breaks to replenish her energy. This not only saved her time and money, but also ensured that hunger wouldn't impair her cognitive abilities. For Meng Leyu, the fasting pills were nothing short of perfect, and she even contemplated asking Zai Zai to concoct more for her. While immersed in her studies and thoughts of Zai Zai, she suddenly sensed a movement from the stone in her pocket, but upon retrieving it, the stone remained utterly still, unchanged from before. Meng Leyu, exasperated, raised her head to find the annoying face of Jiyang before her, to which she retorted, "Are you not tired of bothering me?" To her surprise, the baboon-like boy grinned and replied, "Not at all." Meng Leyu, unwilling to engage further, buried her head and continued her studies. Confounded by her disinterest after having delivered food to her in the morning, Jiyang returned to his seat, vexed, and sought answers from his fellow strategists. "What did you buy for her?" "Instant noodles," he replied, even sending a photo. "Bro, is this how you pursue girls?" "Quit complaining, I notice she enjoys it. She used to buy it often." Upon hearing this, the strategists fell silent, and after a while, one ventured, "Could it be she's not hungry?" A sudden realization struck Jiyang. Could she be on a diet? She has been losing weight quite rapidly. Recalling the once plump Meng Leyu, who had been akin to a basketball with a face full of acne, he found it hard to reconcile the differences between them. After some murmuring with his friends, Jiyang concluded that since Meng Leyu had begun voluntarily bringing him food, it indicated she held some fondness for him, merely exhibiting the typical reserve of a girl. With a little more effort, winning her over would be effortless. When noon arrived, Meng Leyu still refrained from dining. However, she had become wise to the situation. To avoid raising suspicions among her classmates, she would enter the cafeteria with the crowd and slip away when it was busy. Once back in the classroom, Meng Leyu checked her phone, finding she still couldn't access the game. Thus, she set her phone aside and laid her head on the desk for a nap. Perhaps due to exhaustion, she found herself drifting into a deep slumber almost immediately. As the demons of Langya Town were vanquished, Jiyang and his companions embarked on their return journey using their flying artifact. However, due to Jiyang's unconscious state, he was placed alone in a private cabin on the ship. Suddenly, an inexplicable wave of energy surged through the air, causing Jiyang, who had been feigning unconsciousness, to awaken instantly. Before him lay an unforgettable sight, a nearly naked girl curled up in mid-air, her long hair floating around her, radiating an essence he knew all too well. Her form gradually became clearer. "Meng Leyu," Jiyang whispered. He had envisioned countless scenarios for their meeting, yet none resembled the one unfolding before him. He even questioned whether the pill given to him by Luo-Tianchi contained something unknown that sparked such a vision. However, the faint breaths in the air confirmed this was no mere illusion. Yet, Jiyang dared not approach, choosing instead to silently gaze upon her, his eyes reverently tracing the contours of the girl before him. Though her beauty was not particularly striking amidst the myriad of enchanting cultivators, the youth obstinately believed that a deity ought to embody her essence. It was not her appearance that defined divinity, but rather her very being that epitomized it. Concurrently, Jiyang felt acutely aware that the girl before him was merely a mortal vessel, yet he felt neither shock nor disdain. Regardless of her identity or the form she assumed, she was his deity and his eternal master. Master, the tender word crawled across the youth's lips. As the girl's figure sharpened in clarity, Jiyang sensed the shared spiritual energy emanating from her, igniting a dark thrill within him, quickening his breath. All of this was not merely conjecture. They were indeed intertwined as yin and yang. Jiyang remained entranced, marking his territory with his gaze, wherein resided his deity and master. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the cabin door, jolting the boy back to reality, his expression darkening. "Jiyang, are you awake?" came Luo Tianchi's voice from outside. Meanwhile, Luo Tianchi stood outside, frowning. This vessel was his flying artifact, and any disturbances aboard would not escape his perception. Just moments ago, he sensed a disturbance emanating from Jiyang's room, yet upon closer inspection, he found nothing amiss. He recalled the earlier demon encounter, still unwilling to let it go. Just as Luo Tianqi prepared to break down the door, it swung open, revealing Jiyang looking weak as he asked, "Senior brother, is there something you need?" The cabin door stood ajar, and Luo Tianqi discreetly scanned the area, finding nothing. He then recalled that Jiyang had consumed the small pill imbued with his true spelling charm and eagerly inquired, "Is there something unusual in your room? What were you doing just now?" Jiyang maintained a composed demeanor and replied, "Thank you for your concern, senior brother. Due to the severity of my injuries, I have been meditating to recuperate since I awakened." Luo Tianqi paused, pondering whether there truly was nothing amiss or if Jiyang was simply unaware. He pressed further, "You single-handedly defeated that chicken demon. Did you notice anything peculiar about it?" While Luo Tianqi wished to be more direct, the true spelling charm could compel truth-telling, but would not erase memories. He needed to be cautious not to raise Jiyang's suspicions, hence his indirect approach. Jiyang's heart tightened slightly, yet he feigned humility and responded, "I feel quite ashamed. Though the demon was merely a transformed chicken, I found it surprisingly challenging to combat. It seems that other cultivators had previously engaged it, and I was fortunate to slay it, albeit sustaining serious injuries in the process. I am indebted to my senior brothers for arriving just in time to save my life." After speaking, Jiyang respectfully bowed to Luo Tianqi. Observing Jiyang's earnest demeanor and trusting in his truth-spelling charm, Luo Tianqi was led to believe that the situation was as Jiyang described. Unbeknownst to him, the words he had spoken to Chun Yixiang had now returned to haunt him, leaving him to ponder what opportunity he might have missed this time. Luo Tianqi harbored a deep-seated resentment, yet he refrained from further complicating matters for the ensorcelled Jiyang. He chose instead to offer a few words of comfort, and, after bestowing upon her a vial of ordinary small recovery elixir, departed. It was not that he lacked the desire to continue casting spells. Rather, such abilities were subject to a cool-down period, requiring a full 49 days before they could be employed again. To force their use would deplete his vitality. He deemed that, thus far, Jiyang had not warranted such sacrifices. Once assured of Luo Tianqi's departure, Jiyang cautiously released Meng Leyu from the space within her abdomen. Chapter 69. Fondness. In the heat of the moment, Jiyang had overlooked the purpose of the two triangular pieces of fabric she had previously speculated upon, which indeed proved to be correct. The youthful horns had, unbeknownst to her, made an appearance. One horn, dark and inconspicuous, while the other, a delicate blend of white and pink, was unmistakably visible. At that moment, the previously slumbering Meng Leyu finally awakened, only to find herself momentarily bewildered by her surroundings, clearly struggling to comprehend her location. Her gaze soon fell upon a youth with the flushed horns standing nearby, and she hesitated before uncertainly calling out, "Kai Kai." "Master," he replied tenderly. The boy's expression was affectionate, yet Meng Leyu was thoroughly startled. Who could explain to her what was transpiring? Was this a dream? The thought of the dreamstone she had received that very day struck her mind. Could this be the stone's purpose? Goodness! Meng Leyu involuntarily exclaimed, astonished by the revelation. "Is it truly that remarkable? Master, are you uncomfortable?" The boy inquired with confusion. "It's nothing." Meng Leyu hastily shook her head, entirely convinced that she was merely dreaming, as one would expect with a dreamstone. It was only at this juncture that she realized something was amiss with her attire. Upon glancing down, she gasped, quickly curling into a ball and frantically searching for something to cover herself, having believed herself to be in a dream. Meng Leyu could not help but ponder whether her inner self was, in fact, somewhat unorthodox or perhaps inclined towards exhibitionism. After all, what other explanation could there be for her nudity in this dream? She felt acutely that she had socially perished within her own subconscious. However, if it was a dream, should it not conform to her wishes? With this thought, Meng Leyu fervently envisioned herself clothed. Yet, like autumn leaves swept away by the wind, nothing transpired. Despairing, she contemplated how to request clothing from Kai Kai when, miraculously, a pale, pink dress appeared before her. Meng Leyu gazed at Kai Kai in astonishment, recalling that this very gown had been purchased during their first shopping excursion together. The boy, head bowed, blushed at his horns, too shy to meet her gaze. This sight elicited a smile from Meng Leyu, and she felt her embarrassment dissipate, instead embracing the whimsical nature of her apparent dream. Rising, she nonchalantly held the dress against her chest while her hand, almost instinctively, grazed the delicate, fractured pink-white horn atop the boy's head. The youth could not suppress a soft hum, his breathing quickening. Meng Leyu smiled, leaning closer to whisper in his ear, "Kai Kai, you are so beautiful." The boy paused, lifting his gaze to meet hers, his eyes glistening as he asked, "Does Master like it?" Under his gaze, Meng Leyu's face turned crimson, yet she held her ground, biting her lip and nodding softly, "I do." At the instant her words left her lips, a radiant smile blossomed on the boy's face. In that moment, Meng Leyu comprehended the essence of the phrase, "When the blossoms bloom, he smiles amidst the thicket." The realization that beauty could indeed be fleeting struck her profoundly. Thump, thump, thump. She could even hear her heart racing. At that moment, she was grateful that this was merely a dream, hidden from the world. Unbeknownst to her, the boy's lips curled up subtly. Suddenly, he drew closer, wrapping his arms around her waist before she could react, gently pulling her forward until his prominent nose brushed against her neck, his breath warm against her skin. "Master, your pulse races so swiftly." In that instant, Meng Leyu's mind went blank. She was at a loss for thoughts. It wasn't until Jiyang meticulously dressed her in layer upon layer of intricate garments that she snapped back to reality, quietly murmuring, "Is there a lure in the yin-yang technique?" What seemed like a question felt more akin to a soliloquy. Embarrassed, the boy was reluctant to admit that he had been captivated by her beauty. "I cannot say for certain. Perhaps we might try," he replied earnestly. Meng Leyu sought to steer the conversation away from the delicate topic. "Where are we exactly?" Jiyang, perceiving the divine's discomfort, patiently responded, "We are within the private compartment of Luo Tianqi's flying vessel, the Juling Bao-Che, en route to our sect." Although Jiyang was uncertain of the divine's purpose, he was already contemplating how best to introduce her to the sect, for to conceal her would be a desecration. As Jiyang pondered earnestly, Meng Leyu was suddenly startled by the sound of a school bell, instantly panicking as it struck her that she was late for class. Almost as soon as the thought crossed her mind, she jolted awake in the classroom, realizing that the dreamstone, which should have been tucked away in her pocket, was instead pressed beneath her palm, pulsating gently like a heartbeat. Reflecting on the dream, Meng Leyu felt her cheeks flush with heat. It seemed she was indeed a hopeless romantic, even in her dreams. Unbeknownst to Meng Leyu, Jiyang in the realm of cultivation was equally flustered upon witnessing her abrupt disappearance. His heart racing with confusion, he too began to question whether he was dreaming, for the celestial had descended out of compassion, however fleeting, leaving an indelible mark upon his existence. As he collected the scattered items belonging to his master, now strewn across the ground, he marveled at the tangible warmth beneath his fingers, a sensation that both thrilled and entranced him. After school, while waiting for the bus, Leyu found himself unexpectedly beside a boy of average height, one whom Meng Leyu recognized. This was not due to any prior introductions, but rather because she had paid considerable attention to Leyu and was aware of his friend, Wang Qing. To her surprise, Wang Qing initiated a greeting. "Hey, Junior." Meng Leyu's lips twitched involuntarily at such an awkward salutation, reminiscent of a romantic novel. Nevertheless, Wang Qing appeared oblivious to her discomfort, continuing, "Hello, Junior. I'm Wang Qing. You can call me Brother Qing." "Hello," Meng Leyu replied with a nod, conceding to the connection through Leyu. However, Wang Qing, noticing her acknowledgement, seized the moment, producing his phone and thrusting it toward Meng Leyu. "Junior, let's exchange contact information." Meng Leyu was poised to decline, but he pressed on, "I'm a good friend of Leyu. Surely, it's not unreasonable to share our contacts." Chapter 70, The Flirtatious Male Bodhisattva. Just as Meng Leyu was contemplating an excuse to refuse, the bus arrived. "I'm sorry, the bus is here. I must be off." Upon seeing the bus, Meng Leyu sighed with relief, recalling that Wang Qing's home was not in the same direction. However, to her astonishment, Wang Qing followed her and Leyu onto the same bus, even managing to swipe his card ahead of Meng Leyu, flashing a self-satisfied smile as he declared, "My treat." As the crowd boarded the bus, Meng Leyu dug out 2 coins from her bag, forcefully placing them into Wang Qing's hand and stating, "Thank you, but I do not require your assistance." Having said that, he squeezed himself to the very end of the bus, using the crowd to separate himself from Wang Qing and the others. Wang Qing, seeing that he could not push through for the moment, could only temporarily give up. But he became even more excited as he said to Leyu, "Brother, I like the little junior sister even more now. What should I do? She's not materialistic at all. Are you sure she's not just unwilling to accept your gifts?" The usually gentle campus heartthrob had seldom shown such a cold expression. Leyu was also unsure of his own feelings. Witnessing Wang Qing make advances toward Meng Leyu always gave him a peculiar sense of having his possessions scrutinized. However, when he saw Meng Leyu reject Wang Qing, an unusual delight surged within him. For a fleeting moment, he even felt that he ought to treat Meng Leyu a bit better, as a reward for her obedience. Leyu believed that his own saying, "There's no such thing as a free lunch," had reminded Meng Leyu, and thus she should be grateful to him. Indeed, although she had become more pleasant to look at, she remained as foolish as before. Leyu thought with a hint of self-satisfaction. What Meng Leyu did not anticipate was that Wang Qing not only got off at the same stop as them, but also followed them into the same neighborhood, chattering incessantly under the pretense of being Luyu's good friend while trying to engage Meng Leyu in conversation. Yet by the end, Meng Leyu still did not share her contact information with him. She had her own affections and was certainly not an ignorant fool. She simply couldn't comprehend why Wang Qing had suddenly taken an interest in her. Furthermore, what did Luyu's increasingly dark expression and his occasional glares at her signify? Did he think she was unworthy of his good friend? Meng Leyu chuckled self-deprecatingly, blaming herself for having previously lowered her own worth, allowing her insecurities to become a stepping stone for anyone to bully her. Upon returning home and changing clothes, when Meng Leyu touched that stone, her cheeks flushed, reminding her of the time when her perverse dreams had made her feel uncomfortable. Yet, she had to admit, the real-life version of Zai looked quite delectable. As she pondered, her body instinctively placed the stone beneath her pillow. Her face turned even redder. When it was time for bed, Meng Leyu took out her phone to check the game, but it still showed that it was under maintenance, with no indication of when it would be back. Just as she was about to scroll through some short videos to gather material for her dreams that night, a friend request notification popped up on her WeChat. The sender had the commonly used black and white male idol avatar from the game, but the note was clearly labeled Wang Qing. As expected, the avatar was untrustworthy. Meng Leyu promptly ignored the request. She then opened a short video, only to be taken aback by an opening scene featuring a male figure adorned with a bell collar, bare-chested and draped in chains, teetering on the edge of suggestiveness. The barrage of comments was filled with heartfelt calls of male mama, and Meng Leyu quietly liked the video, acting to inform the algorithms of her preferences to avoid missing similar content in the future. Meng Leyu continued to scroll through videos for quite a while, accumulating a wealth of material, and she was well prepared for the dreams to come that night. However, when she fell into slumber, the dreamscapes did not unfold as she had envisioned. There was no romantic scenery, only an intense heat. Oh my, it was genuinely scorching. Meng Leyu could never have imagined that in her dream, Zai was practicing in a unique fire mountain of Chongqing fugwifing. Yet, he wasn't practicing any yin-yang techniques. Instead, he was honing his precision in controlling flames, all in preparation for alchemy. Clearly, Jiyang had not anticipated Meng Leyu's sudden appearance, and in a flurry, he hastily extinguished the flames, but the fire had already left a small blister on Meng Leyu's toe. So painful. At that moment, Meng Leyu was far too preoccupied to consider whether she was fully dressed. She just wanted to sit down quickly and examine her foot. Observing this, Jiyang immediately picked Meng Leyu up, found a clean spot to sit her down, and knelt before her, cautiously lifting her injured foot to lick it. He was genuinely licking it, devoid of any hint of lewdness, akin to an injured animal tending to its wounds. Nevertheless, the fluidity of his movements left Meng Leyu momentarily stunned. When she saw her toe being licked, she instinctively attempted to withdraw her foot, but the young man's grip tightened around her ankle until the injured area was thoroughly wet. Meng Leyu's other foot curled up involuntarily. Cough. Had she seen this material before? Why couldn't she remember? Uncertain of how much time had passed, Meng Leyu felt another gentle lick on her toe, and by then, she had lost all sensation of pain, only feeling as though that foot no longer belonged to her. But why was her entire body tingling? Just as Meng Leyu was lost in her thoughts, the bell around the boy's neck chimed lightly, and Jiyang spoke, "I apologize, my lady, for causing you harm. Longyan is a superior healing elixir. Though I have licked it, I am unsure if you still feel pain." Was it Meng Leyu's illusion? Or did she feel her foot being gripped tighter when the boy mentioned licking? Her heart felt as though it had been tenderly caressed. Cough. Thank you. It doesn't hurt anymore. As she uttered these words, she belatedly realized that her foot indeed seemed to have lost its pain. She immediately glanced down, only to discover that the previously blistered area was now merely slightly reddened, the blisters having completely vanished. Wow, Zai, you are incredible. Meng Leyu was once again amazed. This saliva was simply the pro version of burn ointment. Gazing at the boy's damp lips, she couldn't resist reaching out to touch them, saying, "This effect looks even more impressive than the little healing pills." The boy's fingertips gently caressed her toes, yet he earnestly explained, "Not all Longyan possess healing properties. Only those secreted by the Dragon Clan when injured will have such effects. And they are only effective for external injuries. To treat internal wounds, one must concoct medicinal pills." Meng Leyu was taken aback. "What? You were injured?" She immediately grasped Zai's hand, wanting to inspect him closely. Jiyang allowed her hands to explore him before he spoke. "I am not injured." Meng Leyu was puzzled. Hadn't Zai just said that Longyan only had healing effects when injured? Yet, upon hearing his explanation, she could only think. Curiosity killed the cat. Before her stood the boy, who lowered his head to gently kiss her toes again, calmly stating, "Because my lady and I have united." Though not physically, Meng Leyu's face instantly flushed bright red. All she wanted was to hit the rewind button. If that didn't work, she could always cover this boy's mouth to stop him from revealing everything. It seemed that the boy, fearing her face was not sufficiently red, leaned in closer and feigned concern, saying, "So, my lady, is there anything else that discomforts you? Let me lick it again." As he spoke, Meng Leyu could even see the flicker of his agile tongue, causing her skin to tremble where they made contact. This dream was undeniably too alluring. She felt overwhelmed and wondered what to do next. What was the next development? Where was her material? Unfortunately, at that moment, Meng Leyu's mind was blank, unable to recall any of the male figures from the short videos, as her eyes were solely fixated on the seemingly innocent yet irresistibly enchanting boy before her. Gulp! The sound of her swallowing was unmistakably clear. Meng Leyu truly felt she could hardly bear it any longer. Should I wait a little longer? In truth, when she uttered this phrase, she was uncertain what she was waiting for. However, she had an instinctual feeling that if she did not wait a moment longer, something truly significant might occur, and that would be a bona fide dream. What was she waiting for? The bell rang with a crisp sound, but in such an ambience. It only heightened the romantic tension, as Meng Leyu was in a state of confusion, desperately searching for an excuse. A voice akin to a resounding bell suddenly echoed from outside the barrier. "My dear disciple, do you desire a Tao companion?" The previously ambiguous atmosphere dissipated in an instant. Meng Leyu, astonished, turned to Jiyang, who, despite his usual calm demeanor, exhibited a flicker of panic. Without hesitation, he moved closer to Meng Leyu, kneeling and embracing her knees tightly, fervently explaining, "I am unaware of what he means by Tao companion, and I have no intention of seeking one." Meng Leyu nodded absent-mindedly, the pain from the blister on her foot forgotten until Jiyang clung to her legs, reminding her she was still without clothing, just as before. Could you please hand me my clothes first?" Meng Leyu reached out, gently touching Jiyang's dragon horn, hoping for a bit of space. It was only after she had dressed under Jiyang's guidance that she finally sighed in relief, realizing that this Ruchuan was different from the one she had worn last time. It was not the one they had purchased during their shopping excursion. "This is what I prepared upon returning to the sect," Jiyang remarked, though he withheld the fact that he had been eagerly anticipating the return of his divine, beings since that day. Due to Jiyang's silence, Elder Fugue assumed he was in the midst of important training and refrained from further interruption. However, before departing, he could not help but add, "If you desire it, simply respond, and I shall bring it to you." To which Jiyang promptly replied, "Thank you for your kindness, master, but I do not require it." Upon hearing Jiyang's response, Elder Fugue perked up and implored earnestly, "You have yet to meet the esteemed daughter of Jinren, Lu Zhu. She is exceedingly beautiful. Though she has been training outside, she is only 20 and already possesses the cultivation of the 7th level of artifact refining. Her future is indeed promising." Elder Fugue continued his lengthy persuasion, prompting Jiyang to interject, "If I recall correctly, while Jinren specializes in formations, our peak is more adept at cultivating spiritual mushrooms, is it not? Is your recommendation for me to pursue that connection truly for my benefit, or is it for the sake of those spiritual plants?" Jiyang's words were blunt, causing Elder Fugue to pause momentarily before responding with a smile. "Oh, my child, why the need for such harshness? While I may be tempted by those spiritual plants, my intentions are genuinely for your sake." Jiyang again declined, stating, "Thank you for your consideration, master, but I have someone I admire. Perhaps you might consider another candidate. I believe that Haoyan Shixiang would be quite suitable." Without hesitation, Jiyang pushed his fellow disciple forward. Elder Fugue, upon hearing this, sighed in disappointment. "It is not that I wish to, but alas, you are the only one from our peak who meets Jinren's criteria. Finding someone under 20 who has established their foundation is not an easy task." Elder Fugue lamented, "Jinren has promised that all qualified applicants will receive a spiritual plant over 100 years old. These young people truly do not know how to cherish such opportunities. If only I were a few years younger, perhaps I could contend for it. But alas, I am even older than Jinren, making it quite inappropriate. In the realm of cultivation, if not for shared discipleship, one might overlook age differences, but among disciples, it becomes a different matter. Am I to call you grandfather while you call me son-in-law?" After Elder Fugue departed, Jiyang turned to Meng Leyu and softly inquired, "Does the master not wonder whom I hold affection for?" "Not at all." Meng Leyu blushed again, realizing how obvious her feelings were. Jiyang, noticing this, chose not to confront it, but instead retrieved a shimmering stone from his space, a cultivation version of a recording stone. Meng Leyu, intrigued by the crystalline stone, asked, "What is this?" "A recording stone. It can capture events as they unfold," Jiyang explained. Upon hearing this, Meng Leyu curiously played with the stone and casually remarked, "Oh, so this little stone can take photographs?" "Photographs? What does that mean?" Jiyang was perplexed, only familiar with soul capturing. It's the same as what you said. It can record occurrences," Meng Leyu clarified. Jiyang grasped the concept and committed the term to memory, eager to understand everything about her and close the distance between them. As Meng Leyu awoke, she lingered on the remnants of her dream from the previous night. In her dream, she had accompanied Jiyang while using the recording stone to watch a live-action film. However, the vividness of the scenes compelled her to check Jiyang's body once more, confirming that his injuries had indeed healed. As for the water serpent demon core, Jiyang had shown it to her, but she could not comprehend it and returned it to him. "This recording stone is truly marvelous," she mused while lifting her pillow, only to be astounded to discover 2 stones beneath it. Chapter 72, The Aesthetic Critique. Who could tell her why the recording stone appeared here? Meng Leyu examined it closely, confirming it was indeed the one from her dream. Was it not a dream? Why was the recording stone Jiyang gifted her here? Meng Leyu felt as if she had not yet awakened. She swiftly placed the pillow back and flopped down, closing her eyes. After 2 minutes, she hesitantly reached beneath the pillow, only to freeze in disbelief. 2 stones. Why were there still 2? Meng Leyu felt on the verge of madness. If this were a typical crossing, she could perhaps accept it. However, she had been running about naked. Who could explain why her journey involved such indecorum? If no one recognized her, it would be one thing, but the key issue was that she had been exposed before Jiyang. Meng Leyu felt utterly mortified and resigned, contemplating that aliens could invade Earth at any moment. With a heavy heart, She began her morning routine, deliberately leaving the 2 stones behind, embracing the adage of out of sight, out of mind. As long as she did not awaken, the world would not exist. Yet, she also made sure to conceal them, deciding that she was not ready to, or dare to, face Jiyang just yet. Why couldn't they have provided her with an instruction manual? She lamented. Had she received such guidance, she might have understood that this was not a dream and would not have been so audacious in teasing Jiyang. At the very least, putting on some clothes first, descending the stairs with a heart full of grievances. Meng Leyu could not have anticipated encountering an even more vexing situation. Wang Qing was also present. Upon spotting Meng Leyu, Wang Qing greeted her with a bright smile. "Good morning, junior sister." Meng Leyu nodded curtly to him and Leyu, intending to leave, but Wang Qing followed, turning to Leyu to say, "Bro, you can wait here for your little girlfriend. I will take junior sister with me." Leyu frowned at this, standing still for a moment before hastily pursuing them. At this moment, Wang Qing was pressing Meng Leyu, asking why she had not added him as a friend. "Junior sister, you should accept my friend request." Meng Leyu, already feeling irritable, became even more annoyed and stood her ground, coldly stating, "Firstly, I am not familiar with you. Getting to know each other will make us familiar." Wang Qing quickly countered. Meng Leyu took a deep breath and replied directly, "I do not like you, and I do not plan a date in high school. I am dedicated to my studies." Meng Leyu believed she had been quite clear, yet Wang Qing continued, "If you do not like me, then why did you eat the breakfast I brought? When did you bring breakfast?" Meng Leyu felt bewildered, suddenly struck by a realization. Could the breakfast that Hu Yangwei had eaten actually have been brought by Wang Qing? In a moment of exasperation, Meng Leyu maintained her composure and remarked, "Firstly, I did not consume the food. How much was that breakfast? I'll reimburse you." Wang Qing retorted, "If it wasn't you, then who ate it? I don't want your breakfast." Meng Leyu replied, "I assumed it was a gift from someone else, so I handed it over." At once, Wang Qing's rebellious nature flared up as he furrowed his brow and cursed. "Who the hell dares to take credit for my efforts? Damn it!" Meng Leyu, uninterested in wasting time on this matter, realized that if this continued, she would be late for school. Consequently, she efficiently retrieved her phone, accepted Wang Qing's friend request, and transferred 20 yuan to him. Such a cheerful start to the day, and here I am, losing money. What a stroke of bad luck, Meng Leyu lamented internally, deciding she ought to adopt a more aloof demeanor, projecting an air that suggested she was not to be trifled with. This entire exchange was observed by Leyu from a distance, who then approached with a jovial demeanor, embodying the role of a supportive brother. "All right, Qing. The young lady is at a crucial stage in her studies. It is entirely normal for her to not wish to engage in romance. You cannot force her." Previously put in an awkward position by Meng Leyu, Wang Qing, influenced by Luyu's words, responded, "Indeed, I was in the wrong. How about this? Little sister, from now on, consider me your older brother. We can discuss romance after graduation." Wang Qing thought this was a brilliant idea. After all, if they developed a close bond, who knows what might spark between them? Meng Leyu nodded absent-mindedly, eager to distance herself from him, for she had no intention of pursuing a relationship with him post-graduation. She had her own ambitions to consider. As this thought crossed her mind, she felt a sudden flush of embarrassment, recalling what her friend had said about relationships. Wang Qing noticed her blush and felt a surge of hope, thinking his proposal to be an older brother was brilliant. Perhaps the younger girl had a penchant for such dynamics. Meanwhile, Leyu observed Meng Leyu's sudden change in demeanor, his expression darkening. What was going on with Meng Leyu? Why would she settle for someone like Wang Qing? Hadn't she shown interest in him before? How could she so swiftly shift her affections? Wang Qing was no match for him. As Wang Qing assumed the role of a protective older brother, he escorted Meng Leyu to her classroom, declaring he would pick her up after school. This display made Hu Yangwei, seated behind them, visibly envious. Once Wang Qing departed, Hu Yangwei rushed to Meng Leyu and inquired, "Who was that boy who came in with you?" His voice was loud, and with the commotion created by Wang Qing, the other students turned to look. Meng Leyu, while retrieving her textbooks, replied curtly, "It was no one." "No one? Then why was he with you?" Hu Yangwei pressed, his tone aggressive. Meng Leyu scoffed, sizing him up critically. "What does it matter? He was with me for his reasons." Meng Leyu was genuinely exasperated. She couldn't tell if this was typical behavior among boys or if she was simply unlucky. Why did they seem incapable of understanding her refusals, despite her clear rejections? They acted as if persistence would eventually win her over. What gave them such misplaced confidence? Jiyang, momentarily at a loss for words, stubbornly retorted, "But can he compare to me?" This time, Meng Leyu could not be bothered to respond. The news of Meng Leyu's admirers quickly spread. Everyone knew her. She was the girl who once fancied the school heartthrob. Who could be so blind or possess such poor taste as to like someone like him? When it was revealed that Wang Qing was pursuing Meng Leyu, the gossip took on an absurdly humorous twist. Who the hell suggested I had poor taste? This is an affront to my judgment. Besides, how could anyone call the younger girl unattractive? Wang Qing was incensed. In Chapter 73, Meng Leyu found herself in a different kind of fury, as someone had posted her photograph on a confession wall, captioned with the phrase, "poor taste." The picture was simple. Taken on the day they filmed a video. Dressed in a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, she radiated a fair complexion, glowing under the sun. Having just finished exercising, her cheeks were flushed, and her long eyelashes accentuated her bright eyes. The girl in the photo was not conventionally thin, but it was impossible for anyone to honestly label her as such. Her figure was voluptuous and well-proportioned. Is this really Meng Leyu? It must be a joke or heavily edited. I don't recall her looking like this, someone exclaimed. I can attest, she does look like this now. Attached photo. Wow. Has she undergone plastic surgery? To be more precise, after careful examination, she hasn't had surgery. She has just become fairer and slimmer. She must be on some kind of medication. Otherwise, how could this transformation occur? There were murmurs about whether she had taken medication after a recent allergic reaction that required a hospital visit with teacher Wang Yan, and upon her return, she appeared much fairer. Goodness, that wasn't tea just peeling. It was a metamorphosis. However, Meng Leyu had indeed been rigorous in her weight loss efforts. She had hardly been seen eating lately. As the conversation veered off course, someone remarked, "After all, her genetics are solid. She wouldn't be too unattractive. I still think Meng Jiaqin is prettier. She has a sweet look. Indeed, she has musical talent too. I heard she will participate in a provincial competition." Huh. Meng Leyu shouldn't even talk about musical talent. She struggles to comprehend her studies. Even with diligent efforts, her foundational knowledge was lacking, rendering her efforts futile. In an instant, it seemed some had found a new target to criticize Meng Leyu, and a few well-meaning individuals compiled her previous exam scores for everyone to mock. Nevertheless, no one accused Wang Qing of having poor taste, and the origin of the post remained a mystery. Some speculated it was Wang Qing, while others thought it might have been Meng Leyu herself. Meng Leyu paid little attention to the gossip, as she had begun preparing for the upcoming monthly exam. The school administration, lacking foresight, announced a surprise monthly examination scheduled for the following Monday, leaving Meng Leyu with merely 2 days to study upon returning home. While her cognitive abilities had improved significantly, she had yet to reach the level of a fictional protagonist with an eidetic memory. Thus, she still had to study diligently, adopting a study until exhaustion philosophy. Since her parents did not provide her with extra tutoring funds, Meng Leyu sought out free online courses and even enlisted the help of AI, managing to grasp the material effectively. Moreover, studying online allowed her to adjust her review pace based on her learning needs, significantly enhancing her efficiency. She felt immense gratitude for this era of rapid technological advancement. In preparation for the weekend studying, she decided to bring all her essential textbooks home, startling Wang Qing when he came to pick her up. Yet, adhering to the pretense of chivalry, he mustered the courage to ask, "Do you need help carrying those?" "No, thank you," Meng Leyu replied, effortlessly slinging her backpack over her shoulder. Unbeknownst to her, Wang Qing secretly sighed in relief, while someone in the corner captured the moment on camera. Fortunately, Wang Qing was heading home, so he did not share a ride with Meng Leyu, which allowed her to breathe a little easier. "Actually, I think Wang Qing is quite nice," Meng Jiaqin remarked. Had it not been for her half-smirking expression, Meng Leyu might have believed her sister was sincere. However, after living under the same roof for so many years, she could decipher her sister's intentions with ease. Thus, Meng Leyu chuckled lightly and asked, "Do you think he's nice because you have a crush on him?" Meng Jiechi's expression suddenly shifted, her lips twitching slightly. Yet mindful of her image in front of Leyu, she refrained from uttering any curses. Meng Leyu's smile became increasingly radiant as she continued, "Action speaks louder than words. Go pursue him. Aren't you the best at this? A mere flick of your finger, and he will come running." Her words not only incited Meng Jiechi's ire, but also struck a nerve with Leyu, whose typically gentle demeanor transformed into a frosty countenance as he admonished, "Enough of your nonsense." In response, Meng Leyu let out a cold laugh and squeezed her way to the back of the car, disinterested in the antics of the bickering duo. Upon entering the community, Meng Leyu discreetly activated her phone's camera, intuitively sensing that the day's events would not unfold quietly. She deliberately entered the room first, and just as her phone settled on the table, her door was flung open with a resounding bang. Indeed, Meng Jiechi burst in like a wild dog, hurling insults. "Meng Leyu, you wicked girl, are you deliberately trying to embarrass me?" However, Meng Leyu chose not to respond, instead retorting, "Meng Jiechi, how uncouth of you. Do you not even knock before entering a room?" Meng Jiechi's expression hardened, her face reflecting disdain as she scoffed. "Who do you think you are? In this house, you are nothing. You should be grateful I haven't made you sleep on the balcony and knock. Huh, you think you deserve that?" Hearing this, Meng Leyu replied, "If that is the case, there is nothing more to discuss, as your so-called embarrassment stems merely from my returning your own words." Meng Jiechi, seemingly recalling something, chuckled and said, "Don't you fancy Leyu? Indeed, I am doing this on purpose. A mere beckoning of my finger, and Leyu will become my loyal dog. Were you? A plain girl like you deserves no better than a hideous man like Wang Qing." Meng Leyu refrained from further comment, while Meng Jiechi, feeling triumphant in her supposed victory over the wicked girl, smirked disdainfully before turning to leave. However, before exiting, she gave a vicious kick to the trash can, perhaps viewing Meng Leyu as bothersome and repugnant as the refuse itself. Once Meng Jiechi departed, Meng Leyu promptly closed the door, picked up her phone to review the video, ensuring there were no oversights, and once again stashed the footage securely. Subsequently, she noticed a gaming app on her phone, instantly reminded of Zai Zai, or rather, the dream from the previous night, causing her cheeks to flush. She felt she should maintain her composure, yet her fingers betrayed her thoughts. With a gentle tap, the game sprang to life. "Oh, it has been maintained?" At the moment Meng Leyu launched the game, Jiyang felt the shift, and his divine presence manifested. Chapter 74. The matter of bonding. Upon sensing Meng Leyu's aura, Jiyang's expression turned increasingly impatient. He could hardly fathom how, after having explicitly declined to partake in matchmaking, he was still pursued by Leyu. "I have stated my lack of interest in you, and I have affections for another. I will not become your Dao partner." Jiyang's demeanor was stern. Had they not been within the sect, he might have drawn his weapon. The strikingly beautiful yet resolute young woman before him spoke. "I inquired whom you favor, yet you hesitate to elaborate. How am I to discern if you are deceiving me? Moreover, what is so undesirable about becoming my Dao partner? You lack familial support. Although you are a favored disciple of a wealthy elder, you will always be overshadowed by other prominent families. Should you become my Dao partner, my clan would provide you with a solid foundation." Luyu's earnest words revealed her genuine interest in Jiyang. It was not merely a matter of romantic affection. Despite the boy's remarkable appearance, Leyu valued other attributes. As she mentioned, hailing from a lineage of cultivators, her branch had not produced a prodigy in ages. Their clan was now weakened, with rival branches lurking hungrily, relying heavily on her mother, the esteemed Lu Zizhenren. Despite Luyu's relentless training, her innate potential was limited, possessing merely 3 spirit roots. Even with the utmost effort expended on medicinal elixirs, she had only attained the 7th level of Qi cultivation. Lu Zizhenren had lingered in the late stage of the nascent soul for far too long, and, sensing her impending demise, had become increasingly urgent in finding a match for her daughter. However, selecting a suitable partner proved to be a formidable challenge. It was not merely a question of whether those of higher cultivation would find Leyu appealing. Even if they did, should Lu Zizhenren meet her end, Such individuals could become a source of peril. Conversely, those of lower cultivation were often older, indicating a lack of talent and a potential inability to safeguard their family's legacy. Young prodigies from esteemed families would hardly be inclined to ally with someone possessing only 3 spirit roots, even if there was some willing who could ascertain their true intentions. After all, family annexation was far simpler than individual conquest. Their initial interest had naturally gravitated towards Jiyang, for not only was he young and gifted, he was also an orphan without ties to any clan. Moreover, the disparity in cultivation levels was minimal, making mutual cultivation relatively safe and beneficial. The favored disciple of a wealthy elder was inconsequential. If Jiyang consented, Lu Zizhenren could readily take him as her closed-door disciple. In fact, the century-old spirit plant she had proposed was aimed at appealing to Jiyang's frugal nature, hoping to entice him into the fold. Yet, no one anticipated that despite all arrangements, Jiyang would refuse to take the bait. This unexpected development prompted Lu Zhu to personally make an appearance. As Jiyang sensed Meng Leyu's presence, he abruptly shifted his tone, pulling aside a corner of his garment to reveal a collar around his neck, declaring, "I have a master." As he spoke, the resplendent golden bell jingled softly due to Jiyang's movement. Lu Zhu's previously resolute expression faltered. She was no naive flower. In the world of cultivation, where longevity prevailed, individuals sought various pastimes beyond their training, resulting in a plethora of potential interests. Lu Zhu's own family had members akin to Jiyang, thus she quickly grasped the situation. However, she had not anticipated that someone so young and gifted would have already embarked on such a path. Observing Jiyang's genuine demeanor, it seemed he was indeed innately drawn to it. Yet, Lu Zhu could not restrain herself from asking, "Are you serious?" Jiyang gently replied, "I belong eternally to my master." Lu Zhu's face turned crimson. She believed she now understood Jiyang's reluctance to divulge information about his master. Therefore, with her hands clasped in respect, she earnestly stated, "I apologize for my earlier oversight. Please disregard my comments about bonding." With that, Lu Zhu hastily departed, as if fearing the sight of something she should not have witnessed. Once Lu Zhu had exited, Jiyang's eyes softened, a tender smile gracing his features as he murmured, "Master, I speak only the truth." Meanwhile, outside the screen, Meng Leyu's face burned with an intensity that rivaled Lu Zhu's. Her gaze fixated on the bell collar adorning the boy's neck, leading her to suspect he might have said it intentionally. Who would have thought that the boy wearing the collar would audaciously assert, "I merely wish for my master to understand how important you are to me." "Enough. Do not speak further," Meng Leyu exclaimed, pressing her finger against the boy's lips, effectively silencing him. She feared that if she continued to listen, she would be plunged into bizarre dreams, even without the dreamstone that night. Though she had experienced her share of peculiar dreams before, they had at least not manifested in physical form. Feeling the sensation on his lips, Jiyang obediently fell silent, unwilling to provoke her further. Once Meng Leyu was assured that Jiyang would refrain from uttering anything more peculiar, she opened the system's mailbox. The duration of this maintenance is rather perplexing, and one wonders if any form of compensation will be offered. After all, even the smallest mosquito still constitutes a morsel. However, it is hoped that this time it will not be as miserly as the last instance. Yet, the reality remains that, much like a dog cannot change its nature, this game seems unlikely to alter its ways. The maintenance compensation consists of a mere 20 game coins, which elicits a sardonic chuckle from Meng Leyu as she quietly exits her email and shifts her focus to the tasks at hand. The previous demon-slaying task had been interrupted by the maintenance, leaving her unaware of its current status. Congratulations to the player for completing the demon-slaying task. Here are your rewards. Inferior Earth-level magical artifact. Zhujuan Xingqiong Ding X1. Experience. X1000 Oh joy. Finally, it is not just a trivial 250 experience points. Meng Leyu happily claims her task rewards, only to be immediately informed by the system. Current game level, 20. The Dreamstone function is now available. Dreamstone, VIP, 1 current free trial uses, 23. Free uses per week, 01. Note, 300 game coins can increase the number of uses by 1. Current VIP level is 1. and additional uses can be acquired weekly. 03. With a mischievous grin, Meng Leyu finds herself taken aback by the realization that the troublesome stone given during the maintenance, which forced her to run around in a state of undress, actually incurs a fee. Who in their right mind would pay to run around naked? Certainly not she. And with that, she resolutely sets a personal vow. Choosing to disregard the dreamstone function, she turns her attention to the newly acquired small ding. It appears to be crafted from a material that absorbs light, rendering it pitch black, barely revealing its outline to the naked eye. Moreover, being so diminutive, is it truly capable of alchemy? With skepticism, Meng Leyu opens the ding's description and is instantly captivated by the information therein. Chapter 75. The spirit root of the young one. By all accounts, this is no ordinary ding. It not only possesses the ability to concoct potions, but also to refine individuals. While the notion of refining people seems alarming, a closer inspection reveals that it pertains to the enhancement of the physical body, an advanced form of body fortification. To her astonishment, it can even be upgraded. Eureka! Meng Leyu discovers that this ding is an upgradable magical artifact, meaning that though it currently resides at the earth level, it may one day ascend to the celestial level, potentially evolving into a divine tool or artifact. Clearing her throat, she realizes that she may be overreaching in her aspirations. Nevertheless, her heart brims with joy as she eagerly presents the inky ding to Jiyang. Having received many gifts from Meng Leyu, Jiyang cherishes each item deeply. Yet upon receiving this ding, he feels a tremor of emotion. It is not solely due to its value. Master, I am quite fond of this. What can I do for you? Jiyang's childhood was rather sparse, devoid of the art of requesting favors. Hence, when faced with Meng Leyu's kindness and offerings, his first instinct is to determine what he can do in return. Meng Leyu gently strokes the young one's head, uttering no words, for she desires nothing from him. His mere presence is the most extraordinary surprise in her otherwise ordinary life. Feeling the affection atop his head, Jiyang comprehends Meng Leyu's sentiments, and his heart softens, unwittingly increasing his fondness for her, which now surpasses 60 points. It is noteworthy that the lifespan of dragons is extensive, and their emotions are often subdued. A fondness of 50 indicates a close friendship, while 60 is a rare treasure, with anything beyond that being a fanciful dream. After completing her daily check-in, Meng Leyu meanders through the day's special deals, confirming the absence of anything worthy of purchase, and promptly heads toward her long-desired medicinal garden module. The spiritual herbs within boast ages of several hundred years, each one a prime candidate for potion making. Among them, she particularly covets the horn.As. However, she is well aware of the adage that rarity begets value. Thus, she decides to auction only 2 of the horn.As, reserving 6 for seed exchange and continuing to cultivate the remaining 12. Perhaps due to the considerable age of this batch, each horn.As yields 3 seeds, along with 10 medicinal coins per plant, culminating in a total of 18 seeds and 60 medicinal coins. Furthermore, the presence of horn.As accelerates the growth rate of her medicinal field compared to ordinary spiritual herbs. This harvest yields 8 plants, 6 of which are for collection, resulting in an immediate upgrade of her medicinal field to 6 plots. Without hesitation, she plants all 18 seeds. The remaining plots are filled with Lingxing Chao, Xueshi Tingting, and Xiyin Chao. Upon exiting, as she presents all the herbs to Jiyang, he is momentarily taken aback, setting aside the other spiritual plants, if he is not mistaken. The 2 translucent spiritual plants appear identical to the one he previously gifted to Meng Leyu. At this moment, Meng Leyu speaks up. You may keep some of these spiritual herbs for potion making and sell the rest. However, Master, the other spiritual herbs may be acceptable, but these 2 are clearly extraordinary. Why not keep them for your own use? This is the first instance where Jiyang does not acquiesce to Meng Leyu's suggestion and attempts to persuade her otherwise. What astonishes him further is Meng Leyu's subsequent words. No worries, I have plenty of these celestial herbs. You mean these are celestial herbs? Jiyang pauses slightly upon learning this, not out of regret for having given the celestial herb to Meng Leyu, but rather in disbelief that such an extraordinary item could emerge from that seemingly inconspicuous secret realm. Indeed, this is horn.As, which can convert any spirit root into a superior heavenly spirit root. Meng Leyu contemplates, then continues. Although I'm unaware of the nature of your spirit root, if you need it, you may use it, and I can provide you with an even older one. This might reduce potential side effects, though I too am uncertain what those side effects may be. To her surprise, Jiyang shakes his head in response, saying, "Thank you, master, but I do not require it. While my spirit root is not a singular type, they coexist in harmony, much like the yin-yang techniques that complement and balance each other." Meng Leyu, curious, inquires, "Then what is your spirit root?" To her astonishment, Jiyang, who usually shares everything with her, falls silent this time. Just as Meng Leyu assumes he is unwilling to disclose it and prepares to change the subject, Jiyang speaks. "Light and darkness also represent life and death. And due to my incomplete white horn, the spirit root representing light is somewhat weaker. Dragons have documented that darkness is considered ominous and should be eradicated to prevent harm to the realm." Stop. Don't say such things. Meng Leyu quickly covers the adorable little mouth of Jiyang, urging him not to utter words that upset her. "Look, you made me feel aggrieved." Once she confirms that Jiyang will no longer speak carelessly, she comforts him. "My idol once said that the universe is inherently incomplete and cannot be altered by human effort. Moreover, we have the alchemical formula to mend your dragon horn, right? And how can darkness be deemed ominous? Every existence has its reason for being. The yin and yang coexist in harmony, and even the extremes of day and night must alternate. Your contrast of black and white is simply perfect. Our little one is the best, and even your dragon horn has an extra hue compared to other dragons." Meng Leyu sincerely believes that Jiyang is remarkable in every way, unaware that her words have nearly transformed him into a puddle of affection. Jiyang feels increasingly that had he met Meng Leyu sooner, he would not have needed her to venture into the dragon's den. He would have broken free of his shell to seek her out himself. Yet, how could their initial encounter not be seen as him emerging from his shell before Meng Leyu? "By the way, who is your idol?" Jiyang inquires curiously. The silence that follows is due to Meng Leyu's inability to respond, as her voice time has expired. After a brief 2 minutes, an image appears before him. It depicts a monkey standing upright in human form, dressed in a green robe, looking somewhat forlorn. Jiyang was perplexed as to why that monkey could become Meng Leyu's idol, yet he believed that his master must have had her reasons for saying so. Moreover, a monkey capable of articulating that the universe is inherently incomplete and beyond human influence could scarcely be an ordinary creature. It possessed the heart of a sage. After sharing the image, Meng Leyu found herself regretting her choice, wishing she had selected a more handsome representation of the great sage. After all, he was a revered monkey king. However, this particular expression had become deeply ingrained in public consciousness, and it was the very image she had stumbled upon first. In the following 2 days, as Meng Leyu immersed herself in her studies in preparation for the upcoming monthly examination, she remained blissfully unaware of the tempestuous upheaval her two horn.As had incited within the realm of cultivation. Chapter 76. The auction of horn.As, the pre-selected saintess of the He Huan sect, was injured, and no one knew why Saintess Chun Xiang was walking peacefully within the sect, only to be suddenly struck by a bolt of lightning, leaving her gravely wounded and unconscious. Some speculated it to be divine retribution, yet the elders had already calculated her fortune during the selection process. Chun Xiang was destined for great success and was not someone the heavens would abandon. Logically, such an event should not have transpired. Witnesses claimed that the lightning seemed to appear out of nowhere, directly targeting Chun Xiang. Why was it considered a targeted strike? Because after she was rescued by the elders, disciples discovered that the ground where she had stood bore no marks of charred grass. Even the air remained untouched, as if the lightning had singularly aimed for her. Strangely, although the lightning had struck her, her physical form appeared unscathed, not even a hair out of place. It seemed only her spirit had suffered damage, leaving her in a deep slumber. This was indeed peculiar, even if the heavenly path were to obliterate. It should not leave behind a corporeal shell while extinguishing the soul. Consequently, the majority of the He Huan sect leaned towards the notion that it was a human act, especially since their cultivation methods straddled both righteousness and malevolence, having antagonized numerous orthodox disciples while occasionally forging benevolent ties. Furthermore, as Chun Yi Xiang was a leading candidate for their saintess, the possibility of someone wishing to eliminate a prodigy from their sect was highly plausible. With Chun Yi Xiang injured, the He Huan sect could not afford to remain indifferent. Elder Dan Yi, not only her master, but also a prominent figure within the sect, wasted no time in heading to the auction house upon learning of the upcoming sale of the long-awaited Su Shui Tung, a blood-replenishing vine. To his surprise, not only was the vine secured, but the auction house also quietly put up a Huan Tian grass for bidding. Those in the know recognized it as a celestial herb, while others, upon hearing the auctioneer's introduction, were stirred into excitement. Elder Dan Yi's eyes gleamed with fervor. Despite being a single spiritual root, the disparity between him and the supreme spiritual root was not negligible. However, if he were to change his spiritual root, he would have to completely reforge his cultivation method. He pondered whether it was worth it. Nonetheless, he was determined to acquire the celestial herb, convinced that even if not for his own use, it would undoubtedly prove invaluable in the future. The starting bid was set at 100 high-grade spiritual stones, with increments of no less than 10 stones. As soon as the auctioneer concluded, bids erupted in quick succession. 110 high-grade spiritual stones, 120, 150, 200. The high-grade spiritual stones, which rarely circulated in the market, were now being raised as if they were of no consequence, soaring to 900 stones in mere moments. Gritting his teeth, Dan E. boldly declared one precious spiritual stone. The room fell silent. If high-grade spiritual stones were scarce, then precious spiritual stones were almost mythical, rarely seen in public. Such treasures were so rare that even the entire sect might struggle to gather 10. They were so potent that merely inhaling their essence could replenish one's spiritual energy. Thus, precious spiritual stones were often referred to as celestial stones in the realm of cultivation, and Dan E. himself possessed only 3, earned through perilous ventures in his early days of cultivation. Indeed, Dan Yi's bid made others hesitate, not because the Huan Tian grass was unworthy, but because so many could not even produce half a precious spiritual stone. Those unable to muster such wealth were incensed at Dan E., feeling that his audacious bid had elevated the auction to an unattainable level. Among them was the renowned Green Ji, an adept in cultivating spiritual plants. She had brought her own spiritual herbs to the auction, intending to observe the event. However, she was utterly taken aback when the auction house revealed the presence of the Huan Tian grass. Others might have harbored doubts, but Green Ji recognized its authenticity at a glance, having seen it depicted in ancestral texts, and even dispatched individuals in search of it for her daughter. To her astonishment, she found it here at the auction house. Initially, Green Ji had resolved to bid whatever it took for her daughter's sake, but was dismayed when the price escalated to precious spiritual stones. Although her clan possessed some, they were communal property, leaving her unable to act independently. Thus, she could do nothing but watch helplessly as the opportunity slipped away, her frustration directed squarely at Dan E. Many others shared her sentiments, with some even contemplating the audacity to seize the treasure from Dan E. When it became clear that no one would outbid him, the auctioneer finally struck the gavel, exclaiming, "Celestial stone for celestial herb. Congratulations to this esteemed friend. May he achieve enlightenment soon." Dan E. was elated. He had already envisioned utilizing this celestial herb, for the chance to progress further in his cultivation was one he would not squander, even if it meant reworking his cultivation method. Having experienced it once before with a supreme spiritual root, he would surely find his efforts magnified. However, his primary concern now was to return safely to the sect. Just as the atmosphere grew tense and Dan E. contemplated how to escape with the celestial herb, the auction house unexpectedly announced another surprise. Another Huan Tian grass of similar quality will be auctioned at the annual event in 10 days. Please stay tuned. What? There was not just one horn.As grass. The crowd erupted once more, astonished at the sudden availability of celestial herbs. Yet no one doubted the integrity of the world.She auction house, for its reputation had endured within the cultivation realm since time immemorial, seemingly established from the very beginning. Jiyang was equally exhilarated. He understood that the horn.As grass would command a high price, yet he had never anticipated it would reach such astronomical heights. Nevertheless, he remained composed, recognizing that since Meng Leyu chose to sell the horn.As grass, this could not be her first attempt. He must maintain his poise to confront any unforeseen circumstances. As Dan handed over the precious spiritual stones, he felt a mix of excitement and a tinge of reluctance, unable to resist asking, "May I inquire about the identity of the seller? I wish to make their acquaintance." The world.She auction house differed from others. It was merely a facilitator for consigned items, which was why Dan made such a request. He understood that the individual who could produce the horn.As grass was certainly not ordinary. But what if? What if he could overpower them? Wouldn't that allow him to reclaim his precious spiritual stones, obtaining a celestial herb without expenditure? Yet if the seller was a formidable figure of great prowess, he would not dare present himself, fearing that they might seize his precious spiritual stones without a second thought. Chapter 77. The Dark Horse, however, to Dan Yi's disappointment. The world.She auction house did not disclose the seller's information, but instead revealed another astonishing piece of news. "I am sorry, but the seller is a distinguished member of our world.She auction house, and we cannot disclose any information about them." "What member?" Dan was utterly perplexed, having participated in numerous auctions, yet never having heard of any membership. "Apologies, but you do not possess the qualifications for membership. I cannot disclose any further information." The explanation left Dan in profound silence. As an elder of Huan's own, he considered himself among the elite of Beilingzhou. However, here he found himself lacking even the eligibility for membership. Who, then, was this enigmatic seller? Could it possibly be a reclusive powerhouse? Indeed, only a formidable being could present such celestial herbs. Ultimately, Dan chose to relinquish the pursuit, not solely due to the anonymity of the membership system, but primarily because he feared the possibility of the seller retrieving a precious spiritual stone, perhaps even more than one. In the days leading up to the monthly exam, Meng Leyu refrained from gaming aside from her regular check-ins, even postponing her planned visit to her grandmother's house. The grading of this month's exam was notably swift, with teachers simultaneously proctoring and marking the papers, resulting in scores being known almost immediately after the completion of each test. Meng Leyu gained notoriety once again. News of a dark horse emerging from class 2403 spread rapidly, not due to her high scores, but because she exhibited the most significant improvement, raising her score by nearly 200 points compared to the previous month, thus edging into the realm of top-tier students. In fact, when the scores for the first subject were released, there were whispers of Meng Leyu being accused of cheating. However, the exam papers were crafted by the school's own teachers and printed merely 10 minutes before the test, making it impossible to leak questions. Surveillance footage was reviewed and showed no signs of misconduct on Meng Leyu's part. Even during subsequent examinations, proctors paid special attention to her, yet they observed no irregularities. Ultimately, they concluded that Meng Leyu had indeed experienced a breakthrough. Previously, while Meng Leyu's performance had been lacking, the teachers harbored no disdain for her, recognizing her earnest efforts and feeling a twinge of regret for her less-than-ideal foundational skills. Now that her scores had risen, coupled with her recent classroom performance, her teachers felt a sense of relief, knowing that a diligent student was finally reaping the fruits of her labor. Regarding the individual who reported Meng Leyu for cheating, although the teachers did not publicly discuss it, they privately exchanged thoughts, astonished that someone who was once a close companion would resort to such underhanded tactics. On the evening following the monthly exam, the previous post regarding the ugly obsession went viral once again. This time, the dark horse of class 2403, Meng Leyu, had increased her score by 198 points. Oh my, has she been on a roll lately? First she lightened her complexion, then slimmed down, and now her grades are improving as well. There had been accusations of her cheating, But, of course, it was no surprise. How could anyone's scores improve so rapidly? Wake up, everyone! A test result obtained through cheating won't hold up for the college entrance exam. Breaking news. Teachers have reviewed the surveillance and confirmed she did not cheat. In the same exam room, our proctor was particularly strict, constantly monitoring her vicinity and found no evidence of cheating. If they were monitoring her so closely, isn't that just an implicit suspicion? Rumor has it that she was reported after the first subject's results were released, a reasonable suspicion stemming from jealousy. Wow, I'm genuinely curious where you all get your information. Why am I left in the dark? Oh no, I flopped this time. What will my parents say if my midterm scores are still this low? Do you think it would help if I went to pay my respects to the dark horse? Superstitions are not advisable. I only pay homage to Zhu. If it works, I might consider doing it regularly. The conversation started to sway. Meng Leyu herself found it hard to believe her results, as she felt the exam was particularly challenging and time was woefully insufficient. Having not seen the test paper, she nearly questioned her own reality until she received a call from her homeroom teacher, Wang Yan. Meng Leyu, I heard from Teacher Wang that you performed admirably this time. After hanging up, Meng Leyu finally burst into tears, overwhelmed with joy. Everything was genuinely improving, not merely a figment of her imagination. However, during the call, Teacher Wang mentioned something else. I remember you and Chu Xiao Ting got along quite well. It would be wise to keep your distance from her. What's wrong, teacher? Has something happened? Meng Leyu inquired curiously. After a moment of hesitation, in recalling Meng Leyu's past kindness, Teacher Wang finally spoke. This time, she reported you for cheating, but Teacher Wang and the others can vouch for your integrity. And I believe in you. Meng Leyu felt a surge of anger. She had not anticipated that Chu Xiaoting would resort to such petty tactics. But she took a deep breath and responded, Thank you, teacher. However, I have already had a falling out with her. Perhaps that's why she would deliberately report me. Upon hearing this, Teacher Wang sighed in relief, concluding the call with, I am preparing for a divorce. Meng Leyu was taken aback, but quickly responded sincerely. Then I would like to congratulate you, Teacher Wang. I wish you all the best. Meng Leyu felt genuinely happy for Teacher Wang. After hanging up, memories of her previous visit to Teacher Wang's home flooded back, recalling the sight of her heavily pregnant teacher managing household tasks. Thoughts of that week, traditional husband and the selfish, unrepentant mother-in-law came to mind, remembering Teacher Wang lying pale and fragile in the hospital bed. It became clear that this lady would no longer remain silent. She sought to break free from the thorny cage, knowing that her struggles might bring pain. Yet she would still applaud her impending liberation. During the time at home, Meng Leyu did not mention her exam results, while Meng Jiaqi, for reasons unknown, did not bring up the subject of their exam scores as she usually would. It wasn't until they arrived at Meng Nai's house that they were surprised to find Aunt Meng present. Upon seeing Meng Leyu, she cheerfully beckoned her to share some fruit. Oh dear, Xiaoya, you've lost weight again since we last met. Aunt Meng had struggled with weight loss for years, and seeing Meng Leyu's tangible results was undeniably tempting. Hello, Auntie. You look like you've lost some weight too. Your face appears more lifted. Meng Leyu smiled sweetly. Aunt Meng beamed at the compliment. Really? I recently got a gym membership, and I have a personal trainer helping me with back exercises. They say that working on your back can enhance your facial features. As she spoke, she raised her hand to touch her face. Well, it seems the results are indeed promising. Your money has not been wasted. Meng Leyu's words brought a radiant smile to Aunt Meng's face. As middle-aged individuals often seek value for their expenditures, Aunt Meng had one redeeming quality. She reciprocated small favors. With a twinkle in her eye, she said, Mom, look who's here. Pulling Meng Leyu past Meng Jiaqi toward Grandma Meng. During this time, Meng Leyu had lost even more weight, her eyes increasingly resembling those of Grandpa Meng in his youth. Upon seeing her, Grandma Meng's demeanor softened, and anyone could perceive the shift in her treatment of Meng Leyu, causing a palpable tension in Meng Jiaqi. Grandma, I'm going to compete in the provincial competition next month. Please listen and tell me how I perform. Meng Jiaqi said as she prepared to take out her violin. But today, Grandma Meng waved her hand disinterestedly, saying, My musical skills cannot compare to your father's. I can't offer you any guidance and wouldn't want to mislead you. Didn't your mother find you a teacher? Just follow the teacher's instructions and practice well. Grandmother Meng's words were indeed sincere. She genuinely cared for her little granddaughter. However, to Meng Jiaqing, those words seemed to reflect her grandmother's favoritism towards Meng Leyu, prompting her to harbor resentment toward her cousin. Unexpectedly, Grandmother Meng took the initiative to tell Meng Mu that she remembered little Ye's academic performance was rather poor and that she should pay more attention. If necessary, she should consider extra lessons, and, if money was an issue, she would provide it. As she spoke, Grandmother Meng even intended to retrieve money from her box. Regardless of Meng Mu's willingness to allow Meng Leyu to take extra classes, she could not let her mother spend that money, fearing the ridicule that would ensue if word got out that she couldn't afford to raise a child. Her sister-in-law would certainly make a scene about it. Thus, Meng Mu, with a troubled expression, replied, "Mom, it's not that I don't want little Ye to have extra lessons. But throwing money at this situation is akin to throwing it into the sea. You know, little Ye has never been academically inclined." Grandmother Meng paused, recalling her eldest granddaughter's past performances, and ultimately agreed with Meng Mu's sentiments. To Meng Mu's surprise, Meng Leyu suddenly chimed in, "Mom, I received my monthly exam results." Meng Mu was momentarily taken aback, not quite comprehending Meng Leyu's sudden announcement. After all, Meng Leyu had never before volunteered information about her grades. She always hesitated to share disappointing results unless specifically asked. "Oh, how much did little Ye score this time?" Grandmother Meng inquired, showing interest. "I scored 198 points, more than last time," the girl replied with a bright, melodious voice. Meng Jiaqing, standing nearby, was filled with frustration, almost grinding her teeth in anger. She had seen the school's notice and initially believed that Meng Leyu must have cheated. To her astonishment, some foolish people claimed that Meng Leyu, the foolish pig, had not cheated. How could that be possible? Did you submit a blank paper last time? No, wait, did you cheat? However, Meng Mu was the first to express doubt, directly voicing her suspicions. Annie shared a similar sentiment, believing her niece had acted rather boldly, but still offered. Children sometimes stray off course. As long as they correct their mistakes in the future, it's fine. Upon hearing this, Meng Mu's face darkened as she shot a fierce glare at Meng Leyu, feeling utterly embarrassed in front of her relatives. Observing the unfolding situation, Meng Jiaqing gleefully remarked, "Yes, sister, it's fine if your grades are poor, but your character must not be in question." To her surprise, Meng Leyu calmly retorted, "Who told you I cheated? It wasn't you who reported me, was it? But you'll be disappointed. The teachers have confirmed I did not cheat." Meng Leyu had previously learned from teacher Wang that the one who reported her was Chu Xiaoding. Yet she intentionally placed the blame on Meng Jiaqing. Meng Jiaqing immediately protested. "It was someone else who couldn't stand you and reported you. Why do you accuse me? Because you clearly dislike me." In contrast to Meng Jiaqing's wrath, Meng Leyu's tone was light and airy, suggesting that Meng Jiaqing indeed harbored some animosity toward her cousin. Finally, Meng Mu intervened to defend her child, saying, "Enough. What nonsense are you spouting? How can you say such things about your sister? Jiaqing is not that kind of person. You know well who you've offended outside. This is not a place for you to falsely accuse others. So you all know whether I cheated or not. Accusing me without reason is nothing less than slander." As Meng Leyu spoke, tears welled up in her eyes, painting a picture of innocence and grievance. It is often said that a crying child receives milk, and just as Meng Leyu shed a couple of tears, Grandmother Meng stepped in to defend her. "All right, little Ye, don't cry. Grandma believes you." Grandmother Meng gently held Meng Leyu's hand and patted it softly, then shot a disapproving glare at Meng Mu, coldly stating, "And you, as a mother, don't even believe in your own daughter. What kind of mother are you?" Meng Mu felt more wrong than doe and immediately attempted to explain, "Mom, this isn't my fault. This child's grades used to be terrible. How could I not be suspicious when she suddenly scores so much higher?" Grandmother Meng would not listen and continued, "What is there to doubt? I say this child is just like her father. He too struggled to learn when he was young, yet he eventually managed to enter university after repeating his senior year. Little Ye is showing signs of understanding even earlier than her father." With Grandmother Meng's endorsement, Meng Mu found it difficult to argue further. Auntie, however, was left astounded. If others were confused, surely she would not be. There was no question of enlightenment. It was simply that he had not studied properly before. After being disciplined by grandfather Meng's belt during his senior year, he finally exerted effort to get into university. As they were leaving, grandmother Meng secretly slipped Meng Leyu some money, saying, "It's fine if your mother is biased. Grandma loves you. But don't harbor resentment toward her. After all, she gave birth to you." Such cliches were easy to recite, but whether Meng Leyu truly absorbed them was another matter entirely. Her mind was consumed with thoughts of money. So much money, yet it was not merely the few hundred yuan grandmother Meng had given her. In her previous contract with Zai, she had gained access to a universal account, yet Zai had never touched her funds, instead depositing money into it from time to time. Just moments ago, Meng Leyu felt a sudden influx of funds. The universal account had received 1,070,000 yuan, including fixed assets of 10,000. In her mind, the sound of jingling coins echoed. Meng Leyu's heart raced. Where had Zai managed to acquire such a fortune? No, Zai was too well-behaved to engage in any illegal activities. Where could that money have come from? Suddenly, she remembered the 2 Tianqiao plants. Goodness, were those things truly that valuable? Through her recent gaming experiences, Meng Leyu had come to grasp the exchange rates of the cultivation world. Mundane items held the least value, with 1,000 taels of gold equating to 1 low-grade spirit stone. The exchange rates between spirit stones were relatively friendly, 100 low-grade stones for 1 middle grade, and 100 middle grade for 1 high grade. The exchange rate for game credits to middle-grade spirit stones was 110, meaning 1,070,000 yuan was equivalent to 107,000 middle-grade spirit stones. What Meng Leyu did not know was that while this was true in theory, the reality was that spirit stones were not commonly traded, and no one was foolish enough to make such exchanges. Moreover, high-grade spirit stones had completely diverged from the original exchange categories, with market prices at 11,000. 1 high-grade stone equated to 1,000 low-grade stones. This was no longer a matter of whether a fool would exchange them. They were simply unattainable, even by force. However, Meng Leyu was more curious about the meaning of fixed assets and decided to investigate further upon her return. Just as she stepped outside, Meng Jiaqing could no longer contain herself and sarcastically remarked, "Some people always think what they steal is theirs, never fearing that one day they might be caught." Meng Mu wore a stern expression, and only after getting into the car did she extend her hand toward Meng Leyu, demanding, "Hand it over." Meng Leyu remained silent, but Meng Mu, growing impatient, began searching through Meng Leyu's belongings, ultimately seizing the 500 yuan that had barely warmed up in her hands. Meanwhile, Meng Jiaqing gleefully reveled in the unfolding drama as Meng Fu drove like a ghost. Meng Mu clutched the 500 yuan with a twisted expression, as if it were her nemesis. Suddenly, she reached out and viciously pinched the inside of Meng Leyu's arm, the familiar sharp pain causing Meng Leyu to furrow her brow. Yet she remained silent, as was her habit. Before Meng Leyu could speak, Meng Mu scolded in a hushed tone, "Is this family lacking in food? Or in clothing? Why are you so shameless, always asking for money?" Meng Leyu suddenly ceased her anger, even chuckling softly as she replied, "Indeed, I am shameless. Anything is better than starving. You, with your affluent memory lapses, have neglected to provide me with living expenses for nearly 2 months." Meng Mu's expression stiffened, yet her ire only intensified as she retorted, "Are you mute? Do you not have the ability to ask for what you want? Is this your justification for soliciting money from others?" As she hurled these accusations, her mind was flooded with the derisive visage of her sister-in-law. She had never anticipated that her mother-in-law would surreptitiously slip money to Meng Leyu, nor that this wretched girl would actually accept it, especially under the watchful eyes of her sister-in-law. "Did I ask you for anything? Have I only requested once? Did you ever provide? Is Grandma someone else? Grandma's my father's mother, yet you refer to her as if she were a stranger." Meng Mu's voice was restrained, while Meng Leyu's tone grew louder, dragging her father into the fray. Indeed, Meng Fu, who had been feigning silence, finally interjected, "Enough! Is it merely 500 yuan that troubles you? My mother is simply showing affection for her granddaughter. What is so objectionable about that? Furthermore, did I not instruct you to provide living expenses for the child? Why have you yet to do so? Meng Leyu, what is so significant about this 500 yuan? Have you not witnessed your sister's demeanor? Upon seeing her father defend Meng Leyu, Meng Mu's ire swiftly shifted towards him. What does my sister have to do with this? Meng Fu replied impatiently. If this shameless girl had not accepted the money, would your sister have come to me to complain? Meng Mu steadfastly believed she was in the right, attributing all wrongdoing to Meng Leyu. Yes, I am shameless. You are all virtuous individuals. Just a matter of withholding living expenses for 2 months. What noble souls you are. At least I have not starved. Anyone can be sarcastic. Meng Leyu, feeling the heat of the moment, touched her phone in her pocket, wishing to stoke the flames further. After her initial video recording, she had set up a black screen recording function, and to her surprise, it was indeed put to use. Unfortunately, this fire did not ignite, as they were soon involved in a car accident. Just as Meng Mu lunged forward to continue her assault, Meng Fu was distracted and collided with the roadside barrier. Although the accident was not severe, Meng Fu's demeanor darkened, cursing as he stepped out to assess the damage, while Meng Mu finally fell silent. And Meng Jiechi was left frightened. Only Meng Leyu quietly opened the trunk to retrieve the warning triangle and proceeded to call 122. By the time the family returned home, it was nearing midnight, and Meng Leyu suddenly spoke up. Mom, when will you provide me with living expenses? Meng Mu was about to unleash another tirade when Meng Fu interjected. Enough. Are you not satisfied with the day's events? If the child asks for living expenses, just give it to her. There is no need for all this fuss. Under normal circumstances, Meng Mu would have protested vehemently at such words. But due to the guilt stemming from the accident, she reluctantly transferred the funds to Meng Leyu. However, the amount was reduced from the usual 600 to 500, indicating her intent to punish Meng Leyu nonetheless. As for the 500 given by Grandma, Meng Mu did not mention it. But Meng Leyu was confident she would not return it. Once in her room, Meng Leyu glanced at the faint red mark on her inner arm, a remnant of the earlier scuffle. Regrettably, she had not captured the moment on camera, but the mark was barely visible, thanks to the remarkable effects of Jiyang. However, at that moment, Meng Leyu had more pressing matters at hand. She swiftly opened her game to investigate the so-called real estate. Upon discovering a single exquisite spirit stone in their shared virtual storage, accompanied by an extensive description of its properties, Meng Leyu was taken aback. She immediately comprehended why this item could be termed real estate. The exquisite spirit stone functioned similarly to a miniature spiritual vein. Although it could not produce spirit stones like a vein, it could generate spiritual energy autonomously. This meant that as long as the spirit stone was not completely consumed, the energy within could be regenerated. Moreover, during cultivation, if an exquisite spirit stone was present, it could purify the energy within the body. Did this imply that with such a spirit stone, one could continue to cultivate even in a world devoid of spiritual power? Chapter 80. Spirit of the artifact. Meng Leyu did not dwell long on this question, for Zai Zai unexpectedly produced several sets of fairy skirts. Perhaps due to Meng Leyu's protective instincts, she felt each skirt Zai Zai revealed was more beautiful than any she had ever seen. Are these all for me? Meng Leyu inquired uncertainly. She could hardly recall the last time she wore a skirt, perhaps in kindergarten? As a child, she had desired skirts. But her family had always impatiently urged her to be sensible, while they purchased skirts for her younger sister. After numerous pleas, she had even been pulled and struck in them all. Meng Leyu believed her memory was quite sharp, especially regarding the incident of being hit, as she had never asked for a skirt again after that. Eventually, she had resorted to wearing hand-me-downs from her male cousins, making the prospect of skirts entirely out of reach. Yes, Jiyang said while showcasing various skirts to Meng Leyu, the previous skirts were inadequate, unworthy of you. Although these are not of the finest material, they reflect the current trends among female cultivators. Do you find them to your liking? Jiyang would not confess that he was preparing for the divine being's return. His master ought to wear the softest silk of the realm. He perhaps should learn crafting, so he could create the most suitable ceremonial garments for her. They are all lovely, Meng Leyu remarked, gently brushing her fingers over the lake blue skirt. which shimmered like the surface of a lake. Zai, you're truly wonderful. Despite enduring scorn from Meng Mu without shedding a tear, Meng Leyu was now overwhelmed with emotion. Without hesitation, she invested 300 yuan into the game, eager to purchase something for Zai, a full 3,000 game coins. Meng Leyu rushed to the game store, determined to buy clothes for Zai. However, Meng Leyu felt certain her enthusiasm for the game was too loud. The system must have overheard her, for today, a special featured an item costing exactly 3,000 game coins. The game not only recognized her expenditure, but also seemed to understand her frugal nature, placing the item prominently in the day specials. Weapon: Earth Store Dagger Sheath Grade. Earth Grade, Low Tier Function. Complements the Earth Store Dagger, capable of repairing its damage and upgrading it into a higher tier artifact. Huh? What? Who taught you to sell blades and sheaths separately? Earning money twice from a single item? Huh, you are quite the clever one. Meng Leyu gritted her teeth, yet felt compelled to purchase it, not for any other reason, but for the promise of an upgrade. Had it merely been an ordinary sheath, she would have certainly passed, given the low grade of the Earth Store Dagger. However, if it could be upgraded, that changed everything. Thus, before the 3,000 game coins she had just charged could even warm up, she exchanged them for the dagger sheath and promptly handed it to Zai. A sheath? Zai, though puzzled, accepted it. However, the moment he grasped it, he recognized its significance and its compatibility with the Earth Store Dagger. He immediately drew the dagger and inserted it into the sheath. At the moment of their union, a thunderous sound echoed from the heavens, accompanied by Buddhist chants. As a bolt of lightning surged through the clouds and seamlessly merged with the Earth Store Dagger. In an instant, sparks flew as the dagger transformed. Once the tumult subsided, the Earth Store Dagger had evolved into a mid-tier Earth-grade artifact. It now possessed a spirit. Jiyang could hardly believe it. Meng Leyu was equally astonished. Was this truly the legendary spirit of an artifact? She yearned for Zai to show her what the spirit looked like. As if reading her thoughts, Zai spoke. The spirit of the artifact was that bolt of lightning, unlike ordinary spirits. It lacks consciousness and is entirely controlled by my will. As she spoke, the dagger indeed glimmered with a hint of miniature lightning, revealing itself within a safe range. Meng Leyu had a vague understanding. It was an AI that had yet to surpass the Turing test. Although it possessed a degree of autonomy, it ultimately required human guidance. The 300 coins spent were truly worth it. In a moment of impulse, Meng Leyu added another 100, eager to discover what other treasures might be available. Yet, to her disappointment, the special offers of the day were reduced to trivial items. This additional 100 coins seemed wasted, as they could not be retrieved, leaving her to weep silently as they languished in her game balance, accruing no interest. Due to the commotion created by Jiyang, even though the cave was situated in a remote location and the anomaly dissipated quickly, it still attracted quite a number of onlookers, including Brother Haoyun. Junior brother, what has happened? Brother Haoyun exclaimed in astonishment. Surely, with such an anomaly, you must have refined a precious pill. However, a more terrifying revelation soon unfolded. Jiyang unsheathed the dagger in his hand and calmly replied, "It's nothing to worry about. It is merely my life as treasure that has developed a spirit." Oh, that's a relief. What? Brother Haoyun had just nodded, but upon processing the information, he let out a piercing scream, his fingers trembling as he pointed at the dagger in Jiyang's hand. You mean to say, your dagger has actually developed a spirit? Jiyang nodded, having made it clear in his mind that as he ventured further into the realm of cultivation, he could not remain hidden forever. It was better to declare openly that this was his life as treasure, for even if someone harbored intentions of murder for the sake of plunder, they would tread carefully. After all, no one wished to risk their hard-won prize, only to be forced into hiding and unable to use it openly. Indeed, Jiyang affirmed with a nod. Brother Haoyun's words had already drawn the attention of the entire assembly, and Jiyang's acknowledgement sent ripples of astonishment through the crowd. In the realm of cultivation, treasures imbued with spirit were not a rarity, yet they were typically found in the possession of powerful figures within the major sections. Furthermore, apart from ancestral gifts or serendipitous encounters, it was generally required for one to reach the transformation stage for their life as treasure to possibly develop a spirit. But what were they witnessing now? A mere foundation establishment stage alchemist had not only chosen a dagger as his life-esque treasure, but had also enabled it to develop a spirit? Surely, he must have been consumed by madness during his practice today. Otherwise, how could they have heard such words that would drive anyone to madness? This was no trivial matter, and Brother Haoyun promptly reported the event to the sect. Within half an hour, Jiyang found himself once again standing before the esteemed head of Xianyuan, Sudazhuang. Sudazhuang gazed down at his disciples, momentarily lost in thought. He certainly remembered who this disciple was, when Elder Fuguwei had taken him as an apprentice. It was not without the intention of sparring with Sudazhuang. Little did he expect that among this batch of disciples, it would be this oddly gifted one who would stand out the most. Standing beside the sect leader, Luo Tianqi wore a similarly complex expression. He had never anticipated that Jiyang, at such a young age, would have already refined a spirit for his treasure. The previous exchange of a mid-grade alchemical furnace for spiritual herbs now seemed like a jest in retrospect. However, as Luo Tianqi pondered further, he wondered if Jiyang's early attainment of a spirit was due to the effects of the spiritual herb. What kind of spiritual herb could it be? Suddenly, he recalled the recently popular Huangtian grass at the auction house, causing his heart to skip a beat. Finally, the head of Xianyuan spoke. You are quite young, yet have refined a spirit. This speaks volumes of your exceptional talent in the path of cultivation, but you must not become complacent. Such a remarkable treasure will attract envy and greed. However, as a disciple of Beiji Tianzong, the sect will surely protect you. Yet, you must not become arrogant or forget the bonds of brotherhood. The sect leader's address encapsulated both protective sentiments and cautionary undertones. Essentially, it conveyed that should Jiyang remain a devoted disciple of Beiji Tianzong, placing the sect above all, he would undoubtedly receive proper cultivation and protection. He then requested Jiyang to summon the spirit for them to observe. Upon witnessing that Jiyang's spirit was unlike any they had seen before, taking the form of a thunderous apparition, they were all filled with astonishment. Yet, due to the rarity of spirits among existing treasures in the cultivation realm, none could guarantee what a spirit ought to resemble. Ultimately, the sect leader added, Jiyang, Tianqi is my chief disciple and possesses a treasure with a spirit as well. Should you have any uncertainties, feel free to consult him. Yes, disciple obeys. I would appreciate your guidance, senior brother. After bowing to each other, Jiyang and Luo Tianqi exited the grand hall once the sect leader indicated there were no further instructions. As they observed Jiyang's retreating figure, the sect leader suddenly inquired, Tianqi, what are your thoughts? Luo Tianqi paused slightly before respectfully replying, Junior brother Jiyang is indeed a rare talent. The sect leader chuckled softly, shaking his head. Are you not being entirely forthright with me, my young pupil? After careful deliberation, Luo Tianqi finally responded, his luck is indeed remarkable. Oh, pray tell. The sect leader seemed intrigued. It appears he acquired an extraordinary spiritual herb within a secret realm. I had intended to trade him another treasure, but he claimed to have already consumed it. Pausing for a moment, Jiyang continued, I suspect that his ability to refine a spirit may be related to that spiritual herb. It is well known that many treasures in the cultivation realm are forged from rare materials, yet whether they can develop a spirit largely depends on their master. This is why Jiyang's achievement had caused such a stir. It was not merely due to his age, but also tied to his talent and fortune in the path of cultivation. Oh, this is indeed intriguing. He does not strike me as an impatient individual, unless he believes that herb to be far superior to the treasure you offered. The sect leader chuckled lightly and continued. What treasure did you offer him in exchange? Luo Tianqi respectfully replied, I offered a mid-grade alchemical furnace, explaining that if it were matched with an exceptional fire, it could even advance to a heavenly grade treasure. It seems he has no regard for even heavenly grade treasures. What lies beyond the heavenly grade? The sect leader mused aloud, while Luo Tianqi stood by, his heart racing. Beyond the heavenly grade lies the realm of immortals. Could it be that Jiyang obtained an immortal herb within that secret realm? Finally, the sect leader spoke. Regardless of what he consumed, you must attend the annual auction held by the Huangxing auction house. You understand my intent. Yes, I shall dutifully follow your command. I will ensure that I acquire the Huangtian immortal herb for my junior sister. Luo Tianqi immediately clasped his hands in a bow. The head of Xinyuan nodded with satisfaction, stating, I have only one daughter, Wan Yin. In the future, you shall undoubtedly succeed me. Once Wan Yin possesses exceptional spiritual roots and becomes a pure Yin body, she will be able to assist you more effectively. I understand. With this, Luo Tianqi indirectly accepted the engagement, which pleased Su Dazhuang immensely. In the past, he had vied for the position of sect leader against Lu Fugui, but ultimately, he seized the opportunity to marry the former sect leader's daughter, while Lu Fugui was away seeking opportunities, thus securing the leadership for himself. Yet, Lu Fugui had always held a grudge, though he refrained from expressing it out of respect for his former companion, their shared junior sister. Unfortunately, his companion ultimately passed away, leaving only Wan Yin as his daughter. Lu Fugui had grown increasingly arrogant, even daring to publicly humiliate him during the initiation ceremony of new disciples. Filled with resentment, Su Dazhuang pondered, aside from Lu Fugui, who would still remember his name. And as for Jiyang, he was originally a disciple he had not wished to retain. Yet Lu Fugui had swooped in to claim him, and now he had refined his spirit. Was this not a slap in the face to his authority as sect leader? What an embarrassment for him, as the leader of Beiji Tianzong, to have overlooked such a promising talent. Na Jiyang should possess a modicum of intellect and recognize who truly reigns as the master of Beiji Tianzong. Otherwise, he would not hesitate to see another prodigy perish in the realm of cultivation. Upon exiting the palace, Jiyang beheld his fortunate senior brother, who eagerly approached him, exclaiming, Master is currently in seclusion refining pills, and I have yet to inform him of your achievement in manifesting a spirit for your weapon. However, I am certain he would be delighted to hear of your success. This is indeed a momentous occasion, and we must celebrate it properly. Master will soon emerge, and the elixir he is concocting is extraordinary. We can invite other sects to join in the festivities. Fortunate senior brother seemed to have considered every aspect, yet in truth, he was merely upholding the will of the Changsheng Fugui Peak, primarily to save costs and profit. The expenses for hosting a banquet would undoubtedly be substantial, but if both celebrations were held together, it would surely save a considerable sum. However, attendees could not simply offer congratulations to one individual, which meant expenditure. Organizing two events for the price of one, resulting in double the gifts, pure profit, all arranged by the senior brother. Jiyang, however, was indifferent to the matter. His thoughts were consumed by his master, Meng Leyu. Sensing that Meng Leyu had not departed, he yearned to extricate himself from these individuals and return to his dwelling to enjoy a private world with his master. To his dismay, fortunate Jinren continued his incessant chatter. After finally managing to bid him farewell, Jiyang was met at the entrance of his abode by Su Wanyin, causing his brow to furrow momentarily. Jiyang. Upon hearing the commotion, Su Wanyin turned her gaze towards Jiyang and, with a radiant smile, hurried over. Jiyang, I heard you have manifested a spirit for your weapon. Congratulations. Su Wanyin genuinely felt joy for Jiyang. In her eyes, apart from their encounter in the secret realm, he had also saved her during the previous incident in Langyu Town. After these experiences, she believed they had become friends. Jiyang nodded casually, intending to sidestep into his dwelling. To his surprise, Su Wanyin attempted to follow him inside, only to be abruptly halted by the restrictions set upon the entrance. The lowly cultivator Su Wanyin instantaneously felt as though she had sustained internal injuries. Chapter 82. New classmates. Jiyang, feeling helpless yet unable to disregard her, turned and handed her a vial of small recovery pills, the very ones that Lu Tianqi had given him. As for the pills he had refined himself, he would never part with them, especially those gifted by Meng Leyu. Not even a glance could be spared for another. Thank you. Su Wanyin, both pained and aggrieved, felt a surge of gratitude upon receiving the entire vial of recovery pills. Believing Jiyang must feel guilty. Yet, he could not be blamed for this predicament. You're well enough. You should return now. Jiyang spoke promptly, fearful she might insist on entering with him again. To his astonishment, after consuming the pills, Su Wanyin produced a pale yellow cord and proclaimed, This is something I wove myself using the finest silkworm silk. I heard you have manifested a spirit, so I gift it to you. It would be perfect to adorn your dagger. Thank you, but I do not require it. Jiyang declined without hesitation. Not only did he have no use for such an item, but even if he did, he could not allow another's gift to tarnish the dagger bestowed by his master. That would be an affront. Su Wanyan felt wounded, yet forced a smile, saying, "The gift may indeed be somewhat ordinary, if you dislike it. I shall present you with something else next time." With that, she hurried away, her pale yellow skirt fluttering in the air, much like her shattered pride. Even after Su Wanyan's departure, Jiyang's expression remained unchanged, for Meng Leyu had also left. It could not be blamed on Meng Leyu for not waiting longer. She had returned late and, after washing up, succumbed to sleep almost immediately. That night, she found herself dreaming of two hues of energy once more, but unexpectedly. One of the energies bore a collar around its neck and, astonishingly, horns akin to those of the little one. This revelation caused her energy to tremble, and a bold notion emerged in her mind. Could this energy truly be the little one? The thought stimulated Meng Leyu greatly, compelling her to struggle and flee. Yet, it seemed the other had sensed her intent, immediately entangling her with an inexplicable sense of grievance. Meng Leyu's heart softened. However, when she awoke the next day, she ground her teeth in frustration, thinking she ought not to have been so soft-hearted. For in her dream, her energy had been suppressed 3 times. 3 times. Each instance blurred the line of time. Had the alarm not rung, forcing her to awaken, Meng Leyu felt the battle could have persisted indefinitely, and she would have been subjected to relentless suppression. How could he not consider providing her with some nourishment for her essence? On the following day at school, Meng Leyu encountered Lu Yu downstairs, but she had grown numb to the encounter. Unlike his usual gentle demeanor, today Lu Yu's expression appeared particularly complex. Nevertheless, he still kindly greeted her good morning. Morning. Meng Leyu nodded and intended to walk past him as usual. Unexpectedly, Lu Yu called out to her again and remarked, "I heard your performance in the monthly examination improved significantly. Congratulations." "Thank you." Meng Leyu responded with calm composure. Noticing his silence, she prepared to leave. But he spoke once more. "If you require additional tutoring, I am willing to assist you." Upon uttering this, Lu Yu felt a sudden release of tension, accompanied by an inexplicable nervousness, although he could not discern precisely what he was anxious about. Meng Leyu was slightly taken aback. Had this been in the past, she would have been overjoyed. However, she simply shook her head, smiling distantly as she replied, "Thank you, but no need." With that, she turned and departed completely. When one learns to utilize study tools, they become their own best teacher, and she should have looked forward rather than backward. Lu Yu watched Meng Leyu's retreating figure, suddenly feeling a pang of loss, as if he had truly lost something. Yet, was that not what he had wished for all along? Why then did he use the term loss? For a moment, he found himself unable to comprehend. Meng Leyu had not anticipated encountering Wang Qing at the entrance of the classroom in addition to Lu Yu, as if navigating through challenges. Having been preoccupied with the monthly examination, she had nearly forgotten about him, yet he reappeared, accompanied by others. "Good sister, look what your brother has brought for you." Wang Qing continued to play the role of the good brother, lifting a plastic bag containing the same breakfast as before. Nearby, Hu Yangwei watched like a husband betrayed, glaring at the two. "Thank you, but I have already eaten." Meng Leyu casually offered an excuse, though, in reality, since consuming the fasting pills, she had not eaten in quite some time. Yet Wang Qing persisted, saying, "No worries. Keep it for later if you get hungry. Class is starting soon. You should head inside." He pressed the bag into her hands and dashed away, leaving Meng Leyu with the breakfast to carry into the classroom. Before she could even settle in her seat, Hu Yangwei's voice slithered into her ears. "Why does this breakfast resemble the one I had last time?" When Hu Yangwei spoke, he held a glimmer of hope, only to be met with Meng Leyu's blunt response. "Oh, that one was also given by him, but I assumed it was from you, so I handed it to you directly." Hu Yangwei found himself utterly deflated. He had not anticipated that it was merely his own misguided affection. Observing his disheartened expression, Meng Leyu decisively declared, "Hu Yangwei, I cannot possibly harbor feelings for you. You should give up." Unexpectedly, at this moment, his adolescent delusions resurfaced, and he boldly declared, "What does it matter whether you like me or not? My feelings are my own concern, and you have no say in it." Humph. With that, he returned to his seat, turning his head away in a gesture of refusal to engage with Meng Leyu. Seeing this, Meng Leyu found it hardly worth her while to pursue the conversation further. His affections were of no consequence to her as long as he did not disturb her life. However, as she settled down, she caught sight of Xiu Xiaoting in the corner, instantly reminded of the matter that Wang Laosher had mentioned. It was truly surprising that she was resorting to such despicable tactics now, though it seemed entirely expected, given that Xiu Xiaoting had never harbored goodwill towards her from the start. Finally, class commenced, and the teacher arrived with the corrected exam papers. This particular lesson happened to be Chinese, the very subject in which Xiu Xiaoting had previously reported Meng Leyu for cheating. "Wow, Meng Leyu, you actually scored 133. Before Meng Leyu even received her paper, someone exclaimed in astonishment. During the distribution of the exam papers, Wang Laosher spoke up. "All right, everyone, please settle down. We have a new student joining our class. Let us give her a warm welcome." With Wang Laosher's words, a pale and slender girl walked in from outside, her appearance contrasting with the radiant smile that adorned her face. "Hello, everyone. My name is Chen. I am 20 years old, and I hope to receive your kindness in the future." As soon as she finished speaking, the classroom erupted in whispers, as her age seemed to set her apart from the other students. When it came time to arrange seating, since Meng Leyu's former deskmate, Xiu Xiaoting, had moved to the corner, the only vacant spot was beside Meng Leyu. Thus Chen Yi became her new deskmate. "Hi, I'm Chen, with the character for ear and the character for depend." After sitting down, she took the initiative to introduce herself again to Meng Leyu. "Hello, I'm Meng Leyu." At this moment, Meng Leyu realized that Chen Yi's pallor was not solely due to her skin, but rather indicated that she had recently recovered from a serious illness. Chen Yi seemed to notice Meng Leyu's gaze and smiled as she explained, "I was ill for a long time and fell into a coma. I just woke up not long ago. I wanted to experience vitality and energy, so my family transferred me here to study." Hearing her explanation, Meng Leyu felt a pang of guilt for her earlier scrutiny. "It's all right," Chen Yi smiled nonchalantly. "In fact, I preferred the days of my coma." "Huh? Why?" Meng Leyu was puzzled. How could anyone favor being in a coma? Suddenly, Chen Yi leaned closer, her demeanor mysterious, as she asked, "Do you believe there's another world out there?" Meng Leyu awkwardly thought of the world within the game app where Zai Zai resided, her throat constricting slightly as she softly replied, "I believe." Chen Yi beamed to her response, clearly pleased, and responded, "I believe too. And perhaps I lived quite well in another world while I was in a coma." After exchanging just a few words, Chen Yi seemed to tire from her frail body and carelessly laid her head down on the desk to rest. Noticing this, Meng Leyu quietly inquired, "Aren't you going to listen to the class?" In response, Chen Yi straightened slightly, but not to listen. She cheerfully replied, "Little sister, I'm just here to relax and recuperate. I don't need to take it too seriously." As she spoke, she reached out and playfully patted Meng Leyu's cheek. But her expression quickly turned to one of curiosity as she murmured, "Your skin feels just like it did before." Meng Leyu's heart skipped a beat at this remark, but thankfully, Chen Yi seemed to dismiss it without further thought. After class, many students flocked over, yet they hesitated to engage with Chen Yi due to her being a few years older. Chen Yi graciously recounted her previous illness, though she refrained from mentioning her preference for comatose days this time. The youthful innocence of the boys was palpable upon hearing about Chen Yi's health struggles. They expressed a wave of sympathy, thereby drawing closer to their new classmate. At noon, as school let out, everyone rushed to the cafeteria, and Chen Yi lazily got up from her slumber just in time to follow the crowd outside, casually remarking to Meng Leyu, "There are so many people. Eating is such a hassle. If only we had pigudon." Meng Leyu's heart raced at this mention, and she anxiously asked, "What is pigudon?" Chen Yi paused momentarily before chuckling. "Don't you read novels? Pigudon is the kind of elixir that lets you skip meals." Meng Leyu shook her head, replying, "I rarely read novels." And she felt a sigh of relief, realizing it was merely a fictional concept. Due to Chen Yi's constant presence, Meng Leyu could not evade the necessity of eating. Despite knowing that reintroducing food might lead to nausea and diarrhea, she steeled herself and ate. Perhaps due to her prolonged fasting, her taste buds had become acutely sensitive. The cafeteria food, which previously seemed bland, now burst with flavor. Though she struggled to adjust to the rich tastes, despite her efforts to restrain herself, she inadvertently overindulged. Chinny, sitting across from her, remarked, "You're eating so deliciously." Meng Leyu felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment at her own appetite. However, the more delectable the meal was, the more torturous the aftermath would be. Even with ample mental preparation, Meng Leyu never anticipated the adverse reactions of refeeding would be so severe. As they exited the cafeteria, before they could even reach the classroom, Meng Leyu rushed into the restroom, transforming into a projectile of distress. When she finally emerged from the stall, her body weak and fatigued, a singular thought consumed her mind. Until she was able to eat alone again, she would never touch Gu again. Upon returning to the classroom, Meng Leyu found Chin still resting with her head on the desk, and in her own exhaustion, she too succumbed to slumber. No sooner had she fallen asleep than familiar wisps of energy appeared in her dreams, and the one adorned with dragon horns and a collar spoke directly. "Master, what is wrong?" When Zai Zai's familiar voice echoed with concern, Meng Leyu felt an overwhelming urge to retreat and emit a startled cry. Knowing it was Zai Zai was one thing, but the realization that Zai Zai recognized her and could communicate, perhaps even retain memories, ignited a profound sense of embarrassment within Meng Leyu. Seeing her silence, Jiyang appeared increasingly anxious, inching closer to her with concern. "I sense that something is amiss with your body. You can sense it?" Meng Leyu was taken aback, replying in astonishment. Jiyang paused, but ultimately confirmed, "Yes, I can feel it. The storage ring I gifted you contained my protective heart shell, so after the ring recognized its master, I sensed you as well." Meng Leyu fell silent for a moment, and, as Jiyang eagerly sought to explain, she finally spoke. "That's quite wonderful. I wish I could sense you directly as well." For a brief moment, Jiyang was taken aback. He had expected her to be upset, yet instead, she seemed to lament the inability to connect with him intuitively. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that upon receiving such a response, his heart raced, and the blood coursing through him felt like serpents slithering, sending tremors throughout his being. "Please allow me to ponder this. There must be a way. There is no alternative. He must create a solution." The topic once again turned to the condition of Meng Leyu's body. With a hint of embarrassment, Meng Leyu confessed, "I previously consumed the fasting pill you sent, and then I ate something just now, which led to an adverse reaction." Jiyang fell silent for a moment. As cultivators typically disregard earthly desires, if Meng Leyu had not mentioned it, he would have almost forgotten that the fasting pill had such a side effect. "It is my fault. Allow me to experiment with improving the formula of the fasting pill. Oh, actually, that one tea be necessary. I might need to dine with others for a while, so I one tea require the fasting pill for the time being." Although Jiyang acquiesced verbally, he nonetheless prioritized the improvement of the fasting pill. Ultimately unable to restrain his curiosity, he inquired, "With whom does the master intend to dine? Who is worthy of your company?" Knowing full well that consuming food again may result in adverse effects, Meng Leyu felt no need to conceal the matter concerning Chun-Yi and responded, "A new girl named Chun-Yi is transferred to our class. She is currently my desk mate, and I just had a meal with her." There were two terms in her statement that Jiyang did not fully understand but grasped the general meaning. Nevertheless, he pressed further, "Is it not possible for this classmate to dine with others? She may not be well acquainted with others yet. Moreover, her health is rather poor. I heard she has been ill for several years and recently awoke from coma. Dining with her allows me to take care of her." "You are truly kind, master." Unbeknownst to Meng Leyu, Jiyang had already drawn near her, striving to maintain closeness while seemingly casually asking, "When will the master come to the realm of cultivation? What are those dresses from before? Do you not wish to try them on?" Meng Leyu's face flushed crimson as she understood Jiyang was referring to the attire from the Dreamstone, but the previous two instances of public nudity had left her traumatized. Thus, she could only respond ambiguously, "Let us see." Jiyang instantly comprehended Meng Leyu's meaning. Although disappointment lingered in his heart, he dared not press her further and simply stated, "I will await the master's decision." As he spoke, the bells on his collar jingled. And even though he was merely a manifestation of energy, Meng Leyu sensed an alluring aura emanating from him. She could only nod honestly, uncertain of what she had consented to. As class approached, Meng Leyu awakened to find that Chun-Yi had regained consciousness and was conversing with Jiyang, the two sharing laughter and appearing quite congenial. I must say, the regulations surrounding contemporary novels are excessively intricate. One cannot write this or that. If one is to traverse realms, surely one ought to cultivate a harem and conquer the world. Chun-Yi exclaimed, her expression increasingly animated as she spoke from experience. I share your sentiment. Jiyang concurred, inquiring, do you prefer body travel or soul travel? Without hesitation, Chun-Yi replied, given my frail physique, soul travel is undoubtedly preferable. Ideally, I would like to traverse into a novel. Why is that? Jiyang asked curiously, and Meng Leyu listened intently. Because entering a novel equates to possessing foresight. Ideally, I would traverse into a cultivation narrative, allowing me to utilize that foresight to seize treasures ahead of others. And moreover, I must tell you, the beauties in the realm of cultivation are extraordinarily abundant. Establishing a harem would be quite advantageous. Regarding Chun-Yi's other remarks, Meng Leyu refrained from offering an opinion. Yet she found herself in agreement with the notion of numerous beauties in the cultivation realm. Indeed, during her gaming endeavors, she had scarcely encountered an unattractive cultivator. At the very least, they all appeared quite ordinary. Ah, it is evident you desire to establish a harem. Someone nearby jested, eliciting laughter. Chun-Yi boldly admitted, what of it? I am indeed fond of beauty. Is there any fault in that? Upon hearing this, everyone erupted into laughter, with someone jokingly querying, if you wish to establish a harem, what if the other party is unwilling? To which Chun-Yi nonchalantly replied, if one possesses such abilities, why concern oneself with the other's consent? It is said that a forcibly twisted fruit is not sweet, yet once you twist it, you will find it, though not sweet. Is quite refreshing. Laughter ensued once more, and Meng Leyu merely smiled, not particularly invested in their banter. As Meng Leyu retrieved her books in preparation for class, Chun-Yi suddenly prodded her, asking, I just heard that Jiyang likes you. What about you? Taken aback by the sudden inquiry, Meng Leyu calmly shook her head and said, I do not like him. Why not? He appears quite handsome. Chun-Yi inquired with curiosity. Meng Leyu momentarily drifted into thought, glancing back to realize that if Jiyang were to remain silent, he indeed looked quite appealing. At least he appeared quite sunny on the surface. However, she had always harbored feelings for Lu Yu and had paid little attention to others, particularly since Jiyang had bullied her previously. She was not foolish enough to develop feelings for someone who had mistreated her. I do not get along well with him, Meng Leyu replied vaguely, not wishing to dwell on her past experiences of being oppressed. Why? Did he not like you? Actually, he did not like me before. He even bullied me. Meng Leyu spoke calmly, as if narrating someone else's tale. Did he bully you? Is this like elementary school, where the more one likes someone, the more they bully them? Meng Leyu, feeling a sense of helplessness, explained, previously, my appearance was not particularly agreeable. Chun-Yi, slightly surprised, examined Meng Leyu closely and remarked, you look quite beautiful now. How unattractive could you have been before? An eager classmate overheard their conversation and chimed in, you have no idea how impressive Meng Leyu is. She was once not only overweight, but also had numerous blemishes on her face. In just a month, her blemishes have vanished, and she has slimmed down. It's truly enviable. Chun-Yi, astonished, replied, so miraculous? It's as though she has taken an elixir. Indeed, we think so too, haha. The classmates agreed, taking the remark lightly. Little did they know, Meng Leyu's heart raced wildly. Although she understood that Chun-Yi was merely jesting, her guilty conscience made her feel inexplicably tense. After school, Wang Qing deliberately waited for Meng Leyu. Chun-Yi, upon seeing this, shot her a teasing glance and remarked, looks like a romantic encounter is brewing. However, upon noticing Lu Yu behind Wang Qing, her eyes brightened instantly. Thus, the path out of school unexpectedly transformed into a quartet, and it was apparent to any observant observer that Chun-Yi harbored considerable interest in Lu Yu. The usually gentle and composed Leyu blushed several times, clearly struggling to withstand Chun Yi's enthusiasm. Meng Leyu, however, sensed an indescribable oddity yet could not immediately identify its nature. It wasn't until the previously harmonious atmosphere was abruptly disrupted by the arrival of Meng Leyu that Meng Leyu finally pinpointed the source of her discomfort. Leyu had a girlfriend. Why then did he blush like a teapot? Did he lack the courage to speak up? As expected, the moment Meng Leyu appeared, Luyu's expression shifted to one of discomfort, revealing an understanding. Meng Leyu seemed to sense something amiss as well, directly linking her arm with Luyu's. Her eyes sparkling as she said, "Leyu, you made me wait for so long." Her voice was sweet, yet Meng Leyu detected a hint of tension. Her immediate reaction being, "Goodness, this is the school entrance. Are you not afraid of being caught by the disciplinary officer?" A person's heart is not like a durian, where every spike can accommodate someone. A double bed cannot fit three. Although Meng Leyu was unclear about Luyu's thoughts, she was certain that neither girl possessed a disposition for sharing. At the very least, Meng Leyu certainly did not. Meng Leyu, devoid of any inclination to merely spectate, nonetheless whispered a gentle reminder to the new student Chun-Yi. This is his girlfriend. Upon hearing this, Chun-Yi merely raised her eyebrows slightly and graciously greeted Meng Leyu with a smile. "Hello, little sister." To her surprise, the typically sweet Meng Leyu offered no response, instead sizing Chun-Yi up before smilingly retorting, "Annie, who are you?" Clearly, the news of a unique transfer student in class 2403 had spread throughout the grade. The moment those words left her lips, Luyu's expression shifted dramatically, and he immediately objected. "Jiyang." It was unexpected that Meng Leyu suddenly reddened her eyes and tearfully exclaimed, "Leyu, how could you scold me for her? When they sent me the video, I didn't believe it. I never imagined you would truly be this kind of person. I despise you. We are done." With that, she turned and ran away, prompting Leyu to chase after her without a second thought, leaving the three of them standing in the wind. After Chun-Yi was picked up by her family, Meng Leyu, observing Wang Qing, who was waiting for the bus with her, felt that this situation could not continue any longer, thus decisively stated, "Wang Qing, I have already told you that I do not like you." Wang Qing immediately furrowed his brow, yet before he could respond, Meng Leyu continued, "I have no interest in any so-called younger sister or good friend, although I believe it unnecessary to disturb the teachers about this, if it continues to affect my life and studies." Though Meng Leyu's words trailed off, their meaning was understood between them. The boyish expression changed multiple times, and suddenly he slammed his backpack onto the ground, pointing at Meng Leyu as he cursed, "You have guts." Although Meng Leyu felt nervous, her expression remained unchanged. She was betting that Wang Qing would not dare to resort to violence, especially not in front of the school gates where cameras were present and the security guard stood not far away. Indeed, after taking a few deep breaths, Wang Qing, seeing that Meng Leyu showed no signs of backing down, could only pick up his backpack and leave without looking back. Once assured of Wang Qing's departure, Meng Leyu let out a sigh of relief. After all, she was somewhat afraid that Wang Qing might impulsively strike her, and with this clear confrontation, he should not bother her again. Upon returning home, Meng Leyu and Leyu were seated in the living room, seemingly engrossed in discussing problems, while Mother Meng was in the kitchen slicing fruit, completely oblivious to the earlier chase. But wait, had she not just been pursued? Meng Leyu did not linger and went straight to her room, where she began to review her studies while playing games. Just as she was conversing with Zai through her headphones, unexpectedly, her door was suddenly pushed open. However, it was neither Meng Leyu nor Mother Meng who stood outside, but rather Leyu, a guest in their home. Leyu cast a peculiar glance at Meng Leyu's phone, his tone inexplicably inquiring, "Are you in a relationship?" Meng Leyu did not respond to his question, but instead frowned and asked, "Do you not knock?" She was also puzzled, as according to Meng Leyu's character, it was unlikely she would allow Leyu to appear here. "I knocked just now, but you didn't tea here," Leyu explained, yet he continued to press, "Are you in a relationship? What does it matter to you?" Meng Leyu shot him a glare, intending to close the door, but unexpectedly, Leyu swiftly placed his hand against the door to stop her and stated, "Does Annie know about your early romance?" Meng Leyu was instantly both amused and infuriated. Was he threatening her? Was it a case of the officials being allowed to start fires while the common folk were forbidden from lighting lamps? Thus, with a smirk that did not reach her eyes, Meng Leyu asked, "Is kissing under the yulan tree enjoyable?" Leyu momentarily froze, and then his expression shifted. A hint of panic creeping in as he stammered, "You saw that?" "No, we were just—" Meng Leyu did not wait for him to finish. Raising her hand to signal for him to pause, and said, "What do you wish to say? That it's all a misunderstanding and you were merely exchanging saliva in a pure manner?" Observing the discomfort on Leyu's face, Meng Leyu suddenly found a perverse pleasure in being sardonic, and taking advantage of his distraction, she forcefully closed the door. However, glancing at the old lock that had long been broken, she thought it might be prudent to purchase a new one for herself. After sending Leyu away, when Meng Leyu turned back to her phone screen, she realized that the time for today's voice chat had already elapsed. Silently, she raised a middle finger in the direction of the living room. Nonetheless, it was her first time attending an auction in the realm of cultivation, and she felt a surge of curiosity. The first item presented was a massive mushroom, appearing vividly colorful and seemingly quite toxic. This was the Kunlun giant mushroom, ripening once every 500 years, possessing remarkable regenerative abilities, capable of healing broken bones, a legendary healing treasure from mythical beasts. The starting bid was set at 500 mid-grade spirit stones, with increments of 100 mid-grade spirit stones. The name was indeed simple and unadorned, nearly indistinguishable from the Chinese delicacy known as Mei Wai Gu. However, the name seemed oddly familiar to Meng Leyu. After a moment of contemplation, she recalled that this was indeed one of the ingredients listed in Zai Zai's recipe. She immediately poked Zai Zai, who evidently had the same thought, as he promptly declared, 600. Perhaps due to the membership he had purchased, Zai Zai's voice sounded distinctly different here, offering a form of anonymous protection. Many in the realm of cultivation possessed contract beasts, particularly those from the 10,000 Beast sect, so the price of the giant mushroom rapidly soared to 1,000. At this point, the number of bidders had noticeably dwindled. As Zai Zai raised his bid to 1,500, only one other person continued to bid, and it was none other than Luo Tianqi. As Zai Zai raised his bid once more, Luo Tianqi stepped out from his private room, bowed towards Zai Zai's room, and presented a spirit grass, stating, "I am Luo Tianqi from the Beiji sect. My contract beast has a keen interest in this mushroom. I would like to offer this Yumingzi to you and kindly request that you consider my proposal." The moment Luo Tianqi's words echoed through the auction house, excitement ensued. Who was Luo Tianqi? He was the renowned chief disciple of the Beiji sect, regarded as the foremost prodigy in the current cultivation realm, and the first to rise against adversity from the Luo family, boasting the only dragon contract beast in nearly 100 years. If all went as expected, Luo Tianqi was indeed the most likely candidate to ascend to the heavens. Anyone present would naturally grant Luo Tianqi some respect, not only due to the backing of the Beiji sect, but also because of his personal merit. Furthermore, the Yumingzi was not inferior to the Kunlun giant mushroom. It merely catered to cultivators, while the latter was intended for mythical beasts. Most cultivators would undoubtedly choose the Yumingzi for their own advantage. The contract beast was not something easily acquired like the rare dragon species that Luo Tianqi possessed, and they could always trade if necessary. However, just as everyone anticipated that Luo Tianqi's proposition would be accepted, a voice emerged from the private room, announcing, 20 high-grade spirit stones. The crowd collectively gasped, surprised that not only did this person increase the bid, but they also raised it to the high-grade level. This was a blatant rejection of Luo Tianqi's offer, even a slap to his face. Luo Tianqi's expression changed instantaneously. Though he wished to raise his bid, he was on a mission today and could guarantee that over 99% of those present were there for the same purpose, seeking the Tianhua grass. Thus, no matter how he felt, he had to concede. In the absence of further bidding, the giant mushroom was ultimately secured by Zai Zai. Thanks to Meng Leyu's membership, the auction house staff promptly brought the giant mushroom to him, confident that he would not default on payment. Some attempted to peek through the open door to discern the identity of those inside. But unfortunately, the auction house's special restrictions rendered them incapable of seeing anything, even with the door ajar. Curiously, Meng Leyu brushed her fingers over the giant mushroom and immediately noticed a fine layer of powder atop it. Is this spores? Meng Leyu's mind began to ponder the age-old question of which came first, the chicken or the egg. Due to the depletion of her voice for the day, Meng Leyu hastily scribbled on a piece of paper. Scrape some powder off the Kunlun mushroom for me, but be careful not to inhale it. Although the Kunlun mushroom possesses medicinal value, Meng Leyu harbored concerns regarding whether these spores might also easily induce mushroom lung or exogenous hypersensitivity pneumonitis. After a period of adaptation, Jiyang had grown accustomed to the brief exchanges with Meng Leyu every 3 days, followed by a mere image. However, he was more curious about the identity of the boy who had spoken today. Jiyang lowered his gaze slightly and swiftly scraped off a considerable amount of powder as per Meng Leyu's request. Upon receiving the powder, Meng Leyu turned and entered the medicinal guard module, activating the seed recycling option. This time, the system hesitated for a moment before displaying the notification. Countless Kunlun mushroom spores recovered, due to the unique nature of the spores. The player is rewarded with 5 mycelium bags and 1 medicinal currency coin. How stingy as always. However, compared to the previous exchange involving Tian Chao, this was somewhat acceptable. Meng Leyu no longer expected to amass wealth through the medicinal currency gained from seed recycling. Nonetheless, seed recycling was indeed a significant pathway to her financial success, as she had relied on this very function to cultivate her fortune. Now, with these 5 mycelium bags, she would be able to cultivate even more Kunlun mushrooms. The best part was that these mycelium bags came with their own growth medium, requiring no cultivation in the ground. Simply placing them in a corner sufficed, which was incredibly convenient. When Meng Leyu happily switched back to the auction, she was greeted by the sight of a peculiar large block of ice, exuding coolness, with something strange encased within. What was that? A slingshot? Why was the fork so elongated? Meng Leyu found it odd that a slingshot would be placed in ice, and the deep pink slingshot bore pronounced bony protrusions. While she was filled with curiosity and confusion, she failed to notice Jiyang's changing expression as the auctioneer began the formal introduction. Fresh dragon whip, a potent tonic. Not only is it beneficial for vitality, but even a unit can regrow after consuming it. Pay attention, everyone, this is a dragon whip. With further cultivation, one could transform into a dragon. It cannot be compared to ordinary snake whips. The starting bid was set at 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones, with increments of 100. As the auctioneer spoke, the men present erupted in a fervor. Scarcely had the auctioneer's words concluded when the bidding commenced. It seemed that, wherever they went, most men could not escape their desires, and even if not for dual cultivation, the mere mention of vitality enhancement was enough to entice them. The ordinary male cultivators were no exception, and the disciples of Huan's sect, regardless of gender, were soon embroiled in a bidding war for the dragon whip. Although female cultivators could not utilize it themselves, they still had partners. With their strong and aggressive partners, they indirectly benefited as well. Thus, when this item was presented, it was nearly universally desired. Upon realizing what the slingshot truly was, Meng Leyu's face flushed with embarrassment. How could this auction house sell such an item? Just as Meng Leyu felt flustered and couldn't help but steal a glance, Jiyang suddenly remarked, "There's nothing to see here." Huh? Meng Leyu immediately felt as if she had been caught watching something inappropriate, her face turning even redder. However, she belatedly remembered that her companion was a dragon, right? The item above was a dragon, and she had heard that snakes also had 2. If snakes had 2 when transforming into dragons, what about dragons? Cough, cough. While Meng Leyu felt awkward, she couldn't help but curiously slide her phone screen. Attempting to lower her gaze while contemplating, was her companion a naturally born dragon, the same as those cultivated afterwards? Unfortunately, she hadn't examined the situation closely when her companion encountered the illusionary skeleton last time, but it appeared quite substantial. Was it 1 or 2? While Meng Leyu pondered in confusion, she failed to notice the boy's face turning increasingly crimson. Finally, as the bidding reached a fever pitch, Jiyang suddenly spoke. Since you are so curious, why not just ask me directly? Chapter 85. The merman. Is that something one can inquire about? At that moment, even through the screen, or even across time and space, Meng Leyu felt utterly flustered. As she contemplated how to navigate this topic, the boy calmly stated, humanoid, one. Oh, just one. Meng Leyu froze momentarily, aghast. Wait, what does humanoid one mean? Could there be a non-humanoid version? How many would that be? No. Why was she even pondering this? It was all the auction's fault. Ultimately, the dragon whip was sold for a staggering 83 high-grade spirit stones, clearly illustrating humanity's obsession with vitality, which persisted even in the realm of cultivation. Following that, a few more treasures were auctioned off, with prices that were not excessively outrageous. At that moment, the auctioneers suddenly vanished, and a massive water column rose, extinguishing the lights in the venue, leaving only the gentle blue glow within the water. Just as Meng Leyu and the others grew curious, a voice emerged, melodious yet imbued with sorrow, the likes of which they had never heard before. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, Meng Leyu beheld the legendary merman being dragged into the water column by a golden chain. Indeed, some people's hair could resemble seaweed. The merman's visage was ethereal, with dark green hair flowing in the water, and a corresponding enormous fishtail thrashing in vain against the binding chain. The very breaths of those present seemed to be suspended in the face of this spectacle. The auctioneer's voice broke the silence with an introduction. An adult deep-sea merman, yet to undergo differentiation. Merfolk are adept in weaving merman silk, and their tears turn into pearls. The initial introduction sounded somewhat normal to Meng Leyu, but the subsequent information made her pupils dilate. It was said that merman blood was extremely toxic, yet their flesh was a remedy for longevity. A single bite of merman flesh could extend one's life by a century, with a lifetime limit of 3 consumptions. If one were to consume a merman's heart directly, they could extend their life by 500 years in one go. The moment this revelation was made, the crowd erupted in excitement. This was far more enticing than the vitality-enhancing dragon whip. After all, who in the realm of cultivation did not yearn for longevity? Yet how many found themselves trapped at a bottleneck, expiring after exhausting their time? If one possessed this merman, they could gain over a century's opportunity. Perhaps they could finally break through. Eventually, they could even sell the merman or keep it for harvesting flesh, ensuring a profitable venture. Thus, when the merman was put up for auction, the atmosphere became frenzied, with men and women of all ages vying for the opportunity to bid. Even Luo Tianqi, who had intended to participate in the bidding for Tian Shao, could not resist joining in. Meanwhile, Meng Leyu, gazing at the despondent merman who seemed to have surrendered to despair, could not bear the thought of this living being bought to be bled, butchered, or even consumed. No, she was determined to purchase him. In that instant, Meng Leyu made her decision, unaware that her companion's fingertips had slightly twitched. Jiyang was also contemplating whether to participate in the auction, but his motivation was not driven by pity. Rather, it was for the merman's silk and pearls, as only the most exquisite garments would befit his divine essence. Just then, Jiyang felt a gentle nudge on his right hand, and he understood the divine will. Without hesitation, he began to act. Due to the merman's unique nature, the auction commenced at high-grade spirit stones, and within a mere 2 minutes, the price soared to 50 high-grade spirit stones. 100 high-grade spirit stones, Jiyang declared. While high-grade spirit stones were rare, several bidders quickly responded. Although many were drawn to this occasion for the Huan Tian Shao, they were acutely aware that based on the previous transaction price of the Huan Tian Shao, it was highly probable that this time it would also be auctioned for an exorbitant price in precious spirit stones. Such exquisite spirit stones are exceedingly rare, rendering the prospect of acquiring the Huan Tian Shao nearly impossible. However, the opportunity to contend for the yearns was still viable. Thus, even with the bidding having reached 500 superior spirit stones, there remained individuals who persisted in the contest, including Jiyang, while Luo Tianqi had long since turned pale and conceded defeat. Currently, the only bidders left were Danding Men, Wan Shouzong, and Jiyang. The representative from Wanshou zone was an elderly figure with hair like pine needles. It is noteworthy that cultivators typically possess youthful appearances, even if not young. They often choose to reshape their forms upon reaching the golden core stage, resulting in at most a middle-aged visage. Therefore, someone like the representative from Wanshou zone, who exhibited such signs of age, could only imply two possibilities. Either he had aged without achieving the golden core, or his lifespan was nearing its end. With all his spiritual energy devoted to prolonging his life, thus appearing so decrepit. Typically, a representative in a major sect would possess golden core cultivation. Hence, this individual clearly belonged to the latter category. He was nearing death. For a representative to amass 500 superior spirit stones would have depleted his entire life savings. And he might have even borrowed some. Consequently, when Jiyang raised the bid to 510 superior spirit stones, this representative, despite his reluctance, could only retreat in despair, even coughing up blood, which caused a minor commotion. Now, the disciples of Dan Ding Min were hesitating over whether to increase the bid, but the price of 510 superior spirit stones was simply too steep. Finally, he cupped his hands toward Jiyang's private room and proclaimed, "I am Fu Qingxiu, a disciple under the esteemed Yu He Zhenren of Dan Ding Min. I have made some modest achievements in alchemy. Should you be willing to concede, I assure you that I will refine the Jiang's heart into elixirs and share them with you, with no lesser efficacy." Upon hearing Fu Qingxiu's name, the crowd was instantly captivated, for while Luo Qianqi was regarded as the foremost prodigy in comprehensive talents, Fu Qingxiu was recognized as the unrivaled genius in alchemy. Hearing that he could refine the Jiang's heart into elixirs prompted someone to suggest pooling their resources to purchase the Jiang and subsequently divide the elixirs produced. However, Fu Qingxiu resolutely declined, coldly stating that is unfeasible. The Jiang's heart can produce at most 2 elixirs, and any more would diminish their potency. Fu Qingxiu still hoped that the guest in the private room would yield a little. Yet, his response came unexpectedly as Jiyang raised the bid to 520. Fu Qingxiu's countenance changed immediately, and the eyes of Luo Tianqi, seated across, narrowed in intrigue. "Brother, who is the person in that private room?" Su Wanyan inquired, unable to suppress her gaze towards the Jiang within the water column. She whispered, "Brother, can't we bid for this Jiang?" Luo Tianqi shook his head, feeling a similar sense of loss, yet replied, "We have more pressing matters to attend to." Hearing this, Su Wanyan bit her lip and ultimately nodded. She understood her brother's intentions were for her benefit, and she could not exacerbate his burdens due to momentary softness. To everyone's surprise, Fu Qingxiu raised the bid once more, revealing that the previously bloodied representative from Wanshou zone was willing to collaborate with him, offering to contribute half the price, still demanding an equal share of the elixirs. As the price skyrocketed past 1,000 superior spirit stones and continued to rise, the spectators ceased to feel remorse for the spirit stones or regret for the Jiang's flesh. They were solely eager to witness this historical moment, curious about the final auction price of the Jiang. In light of this, Meng Leyu made a bold decision, directly retrieving a Huan Tian Chao seed from her medicinal garden and placing it in the hands of Zai Zai. Jiyang instantly grasped her intention. Here, the Huan Tian Chao not only commanded an absolute price, but also signified an extraordinary status. Although it was merely a seed, anyone capable of presenting a Huan Tian Chao would undoubtedly not be an ordinary person in the eyes of the crowd. Not everyone would dare offend powerful beings for the sake of longevity. Otherwise, the outcome might not be prolonged life, but rather a shortened one. When Dan Ding Min and Wanshou zone jointly raised the price to 100 superior spirit stones, Jiyang spoke up. 1 Huan Tian Chao seed. The room fell silent. The crowd was astonished, questioning whether they had misheard. How could someone offer a seed amidst all the bidding? Given the uniqueness of the Huan Tian Chao, personnel from the auction house promptly came to verify, ultimately confirming it was indeed a Huan Tian Chao seed. However, since it was merely a seed, its price remained undetermined. Upon learning that it was indeed a Huan Tian Chao seed, the crowd was excited, but not nearly as thrilled as they would be for a fully grown Huan Tian Chao. "Brother, That person possesses a horn.As seed. If the auction house accepts it, can we bid for that and then cultivate it ourselves? Su Wanyan exclaimed, both astonished and intrigued. However, Luo Tianqi frowned, expressing skepticism. Cultivating celestial herbs is no easy task. Even if we acquire the seed, there is no guarantee we can grow it. And who knows how long it will take before it can be used medicinally. Clearly, Luo Tianqi's perspective echoed the sentiments of the majority. Yet it did not include Jiyang. Upon the auction house confirming the authenticity of the horn.As seed, an overwhelming joy surged within her. Just as Luo Tianqi had stated, cultivating celestial herbs was indeed difficult. In the realm of cultivation, they required vast amounts of spiritual sap before sprouting, and once sprouted, demanded copious amounts of pure, wood elemental spiritual energy for irrigation daily. Thus, nurturing a celestial herb in the cultivation realm would essentially require the investment of a cultivator with a yuaning level or higher, and a misstep could cost one's life, rendering the effort disproportionate. Consequently, apart from those unaware of the cultivation methods, even those who did were reluctant to invest. Yet, Jiyang was different. Her sole focus was on her daughter, hoping to pave a smooth path for her before her own dissolution. Although she had applied to her family, Jiyang had only secured the right to access one superior spirit stone, leaving her without a fighting chance in the auction for the horn.As. Thus, while everyone awaited developments, Jiyang urgently interjected, "Esteemed guest, I am willing to purchase the Yearns from you, provided you can transfer this horn.As seed to me." Jiyang hesitated momentarily, as the seed did not belong to him. He was merely acting in accordance with divine will. Upon hearing this, Meng Leyu immediately nudged Zai's right hand, prompting Jiyang to hear the celestial sound. Very well, Jiyang was overcome with joy, unhesitatingly casting down a high bid of 500 superior spirit stones in exchange for the horn.As seed, successfully securing the Yearns for Jiyang and his companions. As the auction house staff brought the unsexed Yearns into the private room, Meng Leyu found it hard to believe that she had indeed purchased it. A wave of relief washed over her. At least here, she would not consume it. Upon entering, the Yearns seemed to sense something, pausing momentarily before casting a quizzical glance at Jiyang, then abruptly looking up in Meng Leyu's direction. Is this merely a coincidence? Meng Leyu attempted to set her phone aside, shifting her entire body out of the screen's view, only using her peripheral vision to catch a glimpse of it. To her astonishment, apart from Zai sensing her direction, the Yearns seemed to possess a subtle awareness as well. Jiyang narrowed his eyes in dissatisfaction, coldly remarking, "Do you possess spatial abilities?" However, the Yearns ignored him, merely casting him a similarly cold glance before sinking back to the bottom of the water, resuming its previous lifeless demeanor. At that moment, a new notification suddenly appeared on the phone screen. Acquired one adult unsexed Yearns. Initiating hidden task 1. Guide the Yearns to undergo normal differentiation and obtain Yearns oil. Yearns oil, which never dissolves over millennia, is a natural water repellent material. What does differentiation entail? And what is Yearns oil? Would it be too cruel to ask her to refine oil as one would cook? Absolutely not. Without hesitation, Meng Leyu retracted this hidden task, choosing to ignore it entirely. However, the question lingered. Where should the merman be kept? Should she release him back into the ocean? While Meng Leyu felt a twinge of sympathy for the precious seeds of horn.As, she firmly believed that such a splendid creature should not be confined to suffer in the human world. He deserved to glide freely in his own realm. The young one, Zai, seemingly anticipated Meng Leyu's thoughts and wisely interjected, stating that the merman did not belong to Beiling Zhou. Recklessly releasing him would not break the barriers of Beiling Zhou, but would only lead to his recapture, and next time, fortune may not favor him. What? It could unfold this way. Meng Leyu found herself momentarily perplexed. Where then could she house him? Jiyang suddenly smirked, his expression endearing, and suggested, "I can help the master keep him in the spirit beast pouch. That way, the master can see him whenever she comes." Oh, is that even possible? Would it not be too burdensome for Zai? Moreover, the cost of caring for a merman might be considerable. At this moment, Jiyang, like a caring little cotton-padded jacket, reassured her, "The master is busy, and it would be inconvenient to care for him. Why not entrust him to me? I am currently refining pills and can also check if he has any other injuries that need treatment." Upon hearing this, Meng Leyu glanced at the merman's lifeless form and immediately found Zai's reasoning compelling, thus agreeing to his suggestion. Little did she know, the boy had proposed this merely out of a sense of jealousy. The beauty of the merman has been celebrated since ancient times. Although this particular greenish merman had yet to mature for unknown reasons, he could not allow such a being to linger before his deity day and night. After all, his deity was so kind-hearted that even a dragon horn missing a piece could remain by his side. How could he not be cautious of a merman who transcended species? Better to keep him here, diligently weaving threads and adding value by assisting in the creation of garments for his master, thereby accumulating merit. Once Meng Leyu decided on the merman's fate, the highlight of the auction, horn.As, finally made its appearance. Chapter 86. The battle begins. Compared to the auction of the merman, the auction for horn.As was approached with significantly more caution, though this did not imply lower prices. This time, horn.As began with a bidding price of high-grade spirit stones, yet within just 2 rounds, the price soared to 1 top-grade spirit stone. Despite some curses, bids continued to rise. Throughout this, Luo Tianqi refrained from placing a bid. Beside him, Su Wanyan was on the verge of speaking, but ultimately bit her lip, anxiously observing the auction's progression. Initially, when the guests in the opposite box aggressively raised the bid for the merman, Luo Tianqi felt tense. His first reaction being that horn.As had gained an additional rival. However, when the opponent produced horn.As seeds, Luo Tianqi breathed a slight sigh of relief. This indicated that the other party likely held no interest in this particular horn.As. Moreover, it was very possible that this guest was the true seller of horn.As. Finally, when the bid reached 1 top-grade spirit stone alongside 3,000 high-grade spirit stones, Luo Tianqi spoke up, 2 top-grade spirit stones. Although the market exchange rate between top-grade and high-grade spirit stones is 1,000, the rules are rigidly observed. Everyone knew that top-grade spirit stones were not typically circulated, far exceeding the value of 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. Thus, when Luo Tianqi announced his bid, no one questioned it. After all, such stones are what many spend their lives seeking, and even some smaller sects could not gather a single piece. As anticipated, after Luo Tianqi placed his bid, silence enveloped the room, partly due to his status and partly due to the value of his bid, which far surpassed the previous horn.As. After a while, the auctioneer confirmed that no further bids would be made and finally brought down the hammer, concluding the sale of this horn.As at the exorbitant price of 2 top-grade spirit stones. From the moment the auction for horn.As commenced, Meng Leyu's grin had not wavered. Oh my, this was akin to hoarding gold only to see its value skyrocket. Yet Meng Leyu understood that, although rarity begets value, her own horn.As would inevitably continue to sell. Therefore, after harvesting a wave of profits, the subsequent horn.As would certainly be cheaper than the current price. While it would not plummet to the cost of cabbage, it would undoubtedly be challenging to sell at the present high rate again. Nevertheless, Meng Leyu felt immensely satisfied. After successfully acquiring horn.As, Luo Tianqi did not exhibit great joy. His master had only provided him with 1 top-grade spirit stone for this outing, but demanded he secure horn.As. Everyone knew that this horn.As was worth far more than a single top-grade spirit stone, and they both understood the implication behind it. His master was asking him to pledge loyalty, a promise to his junior sister, as the additional top-grade spirit stone had already been tacitly acknowledged as a gift with no return. Such a gesture was not something everyone could afford. However, this did not diminish Su Wanyan's emotional response, for she knew her father had only given her senior brother 1 top-grade spirit stone. Now, her senior brother was willing to pay such a high price for her. Was it not love? In contrast to their emotional entanglements, Meng Leyu was simply overjoyed. Especially upon receiving the notification that her assets had increased, the exhilarating sensation of sudden wealth was indescribable. It was only after the auction concluded that Meng Leyu realized how late it had become. She had no time to see how Zai Zai had placed the merman into the spirit beast pouch. She hastily patted Zai Zai and exited the game. After Meng Leyu's departure, Jiyang's expression grew devoid of emotion, and the merman in the jar stirred slightly before returning to his previous lifeless state. Jiyang had no interest in whether the merman lived or died. He desired only two things. By the beginning of next month, I want to see a merman's silk, adorned with merman pearls. The merman showed no response to Jiyang's words, which did not anger him. He continued indifferently, if not, I wouldn't mind using your scales for her decoration. At last, the merman raised his eyes, desperately attempting to struggle with his tail. But the golden chains binding him rendered him immobile. The following day, during class, Meng Leyu discovered that her new deskmate was absent, having fallen ill again, prompting a wave of murmurs among her classmates. Meng Leyu had not anticipated that although Chun-Yi appeared weak yesterday, she seemed relatively spirited. She had not expected her health to fail after just one day of class. What surprised her further was the sudden notification from the game that Zai Zai had been ambushed and gravely injured, now in seclusion. How could this happen? Who had harmed Zai Zai? And to what end? The game remained accessible, but Meng Leyu hesitated to disturb Zai Zai. Instead, she spent a considerable sum to purchase a full vial of horn.Dan, hoping it would assist Zai Zai. As for the merman she had previously acquired, she completely forgot about him. Meng Leyu began logging into the game more frequently, yet each time, Zai Zai remained in seclusion. Her longing for Zai permeated every crevice of her life. She endeavored to immerse herself in her studies while also attempting to use AI to assist in editing and creating videos. These videos were not lengthy, containing authentic snippets of Meng Leyu's past, including voice narrations, images, and a few short live-action clips, revealing her in a rather disheveled state. Meng Leyu spent nearly half a month creating almost 100 such videos. She then mixed in previously recorded footage, placing them all in the same folder, aptly named Black History, and saved it to a USB drive. After completing these tasks, Meng Leyu took a deep breath, having contemplated many times over the past month whether she should proceed with this decision. After all, they are family. However, when Meng Leyu collided with Leyu and saw Chun-Yi in an embrace, she stormed into her room and slapped her. Consequently, Meng Leyu hastened her pace in producing these videos. Whether Leyu had been unfaithful was unknown to Meng Leyu, but over the past 2 weeks, she had observed Chun-Yi taking frequent sick leaves, confirming that Chun-Yi's frailty was genuine. The so-called embrace was merely a moment of urgency when Chun-Yi nearly fell down the stairs, and Leyu, who happened to be ascending, caught her. Many witnesses were present at that moment. As for why Leyu held on to her for so long, Meng Leyu could not ascertain. The reason Meng Leyu refrained from confronting Chun-Yi in a fit of rage was due to the common knowledge of Chun-Yi's delicate condition. Meng Leyu feared the consequences and was unwilling to bear the responsibility. Thus, she redirected her ire towards her elder sister, Meng Leyu, whom she had bullied since childhood, fabricating an absurd excuse. If you had pulled her away, how could they have embraced? Even Meng Mu, upon arriving without understanding the situation, furrowed her brow and remarked, "Why do you always provoke your sister?" Today was the day Meng Leyu was to participate in a provincial competition, and Meng Leyu had deliberately timed her departure to coincide with her sister when a small USB drive fell onto the doormat. She relinquished the choice to Meng Leyu. Under the bright sun, just an hour before Meng Leyu's competition commenced, a link appeared on the campus wall, titled Meng Leyu 6. Many intrigued individuals clicked on the link, discovering it led to a cloud drive, which indeed opened upon entering 6. To everyone's astonishment, the drive contained nearly 100 videos, revealing Meng Leyu as the previously unassuming dark horse. In these videos, Meng Leyu recorded her struggles with singing, her lack of progress, persistent acne, ill-fitting school trousers, and the precarious state of her chair, all while harboring the innocent fantasies of a girl who adored a prince. This unexpected revelation provided a source of amusement for those perusing the posts. When classmates approached Meng Leyu with the posts, her face turned pale, and she frantically rummaged through her backpack, tearfully exclaiming, "Where could it be?" The USB drive. What USB drive? Chun-Yi inquired curiously, struggling to reconcile the Meng Leyu in the posts with the girl before her. Eventually, through tears, Meng Leyu confessed, the contents of those videos are true. I intended them solely for self-motivation. I never anticipated the USB would fall and be found by someone who would upload it. Following her admission, the classmates' perceptions began to shift. Indeed, so what if the videos were real? They merely chronicled the path of the dark horse. What was there to mock? With this change in mindset, some classmates began to defend Meng Leyu in the comments. Who wouldn't he wish to improve? However, as time passed and the competition neared its conclusion, when the host was about to announce the results, a wave of individuals flooded the live stream, inundating it with comments. Two-faced Meng Leyu must withdraw from the competition. Meng Leyu's character is questionable. We do not welcome bullies. Biased parents cannot raise well-mannered children. Spoiled children come from spoiled parents. Get lost, 80s. It turned out that among the nearly 100 videos, one featuring Meng Leyu had been discovered, although the school swiftly deleted the posts. Due to the connection between the videos and the ongoing provincial competition, the news had already spread online. People were shocked to learn that the sweet, beautiful, and academically gifted Meng Leyu was, in reality, a bully who mistreated her sister and distorted the truth. The gentle Meng Mu was revealed to be a sharp-tongued and biased violent mother. Even the cultured Meng father was branded as a living corpse by netizens. Following the incident, Meng Leyu, having rarely taken a day off, knew she still had a hard battle ahead. She first purchased a new phone before preparing to return home. On the bus ride back, she kept a close eye on online developments. Meng Leyu had indeed secured third place. Yet, within half an hour of the results being announced, the competition officials issued a statement indicating they would investigate the matter and, if found true, revoke Meng Leyu's ranking. Almost instantly after the announcement, Meng Leyu's phone rang. The first call was from Meng Mu. Meng Leyu initially intended to decline the call, but unfortunately, her damaged phone screen malfunctioned, inadvertently connecting the call and activating the speaker. The moment the call connected, Meng Mu's suppressed roar pierced through the speaker, reverberating across the bus. Meng Leyu, you wretched girl, who permitted you to post such things? Mom, I didn't post anything. My USB drive is lost, the girl attempted to clarify. I don't care whether you posted it or not. You need to go online and clarify that those videos are fake. You were just playing around with your sister. You were slandering her. But I didn't. They're all real. The girl tried to explain once more. So what if they are real? If you don't do as I say, just wait until I get back to deal with you. You wretched girl, I shouldn't have given birth to you. Director Liu, my Jiyang is innocent. Her ranking must not be revoked. Meng Mu seemed to have spotted someone and abruptly changed her tone before hanging up. Meng Mu's harsh words were so jarring that the girl's visible distress was evident to all on the bus, which was filled with people recording their beautiful lives on Douyin. Moments later, those in the know began to unravel the story, and online outrage intensified, with many tagging the competition officials. Consequently, just as Meng Mu personally intervened, the bus arrived at its stop, and the officials quickly released a second statement. Meng Leyu's ranking was rescinded. Just when Meng Leyu thought Meng Mu would call again, unexpectedly, it was Meng Leyu who called first. Meng Leyu hesitated for a moment, but ultimately answered the call. As soon as the call connected, a weary voice came from the other end. Xiaoya, Nai. A brief silence ensued before Meng Nai spoke again. Xiaoya, Nai knows you've been wronged, but Jiyang cannot be left without a ranking. We are family. Let us discuss matters privately and maintain harmony. But Nai, what should I do? Meng Leyu suddenly asked. What do you mean? Meng Nai clearly did not comprehend at once. If I lie and admit that this is my fault, what will happen to me? What will the netizens say? How will my classmates view me? What about the neighbors? Meng Nai paused for a moment, then spoke with a hint of urgency. Those are trivial matters, Jiyang. Nai, words can drown a person. Otherwise, why would the second ant have jumped off the building back then? This remark rendered Meng Nai utterly silent. Long ago, Meng Jia's second aunt was a stunning beauty, renowned for her looks, but upon returning home after years of working away, she faced rumors that tarnished her reputation, suggesting she was involved in illicit affairs. The situation escalated, and even Meng Nai had scolded her a few times for the sake of family honor. Ultimately, The second, Aunt took her own life. Finally, Meng Leyu said, I am old now. I can no longer interfere in the affairs of the young. The call was then taken over by Meng Leyu, and, even through the phone, Meng Leyu could sense her glee. Why bring up your second aunt? You've only made Leyu sad, Meng Leyu remarked casually before exclaiming. I never imagined that Jiyang, who always appeared so amiable, could be so wicked behind the scenes. Xiaoya, you've suffered. Meng Leyu truly does not know who Meng Jiyang is? How could that be? She is merely probing for information and watching the drama unfold. Indeed, she swiftly shifted her tone and continued, Your mother and the others have acted disgracefully. When they return, how do you think they will treat you? To this, Meng Leyu casually replied a couple of sentences before decisively ending the call, fully aware that Meng Mu and the others would not let her off easily. In response, she retrieved her new phone, preparing to transfer the games from her old phone. Chapter 87. Fortunate misfortune. Meng Leyu was acutely aware that her old phone was unlikely to remain secure. Thus, she needed to transfer all vital information to her new phone before they returned. Foremost among her priorities was the game application where Zai resided. Fearing potential oversights, she did not even consider downloading from the App Store. Once she confirmed that the game had indeed been successfully transferred to her new phone, that it was functional, and that her original account, with Zai included, was intact, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. For her, the most significant aspect was, of course, Zai. Moreover, she did not hesitate to invest all her WeChat funds into the game, leaving not a single cent behind. Fortunately, the shared account with Zai was invisible to outsiders. After transferring all relatively important items to her new phone, Meng Leyu promptly formatted the old phone and concealed the new device within her storage ring. She then began collecting other belongings. She understood that remaining in this home was no longer feasible. She was acutely aware that after that incident, there would be no turning back. However, rather than packing visible items, she gathered important books, notes, essential documents, and her school uniform, meticulously checking 3 times for any omissions. After some contemplation, Meng Leyu once again consumed the fasting pill, preparing for the worst. Subsequently, she searched online for the nearest flights from the provincial capital to the city, confirming that Meng Mu and the others would not arrive home until the early hours of the morning. Meng Leyu resolved to conserve her energy. As soon as she lay down, she recalled the dream stone, instantly springing up from her bed, locating the dream stone previously hidden in a corner, and placing it into her storage ring, finally feeling a sense of relief. She then set an alarm according to the flight schedule and peacefully drifted into slumber. However, Meng Leyu never anticipated that even after placing the dream stone into her storage ring, it would still be considered part of her. Thus, as she succumbed to sleep, it marked the beginning of her dream. Drawing from her previous experiences, when Meng Leyu once again found herself in a state of undress, she was already quite adept at recognizing that she had once again changed realms. Moreover, she was still in close proximity to Zai, and so it was that Meng Leyu unguardedly beheld Zai, who was in a state of meditation. Having previously learned of Zai's severe injuries, Meng Leyu had been deeply concerned. Now, witnessing Zai motionless yet seemingly unscathed, even appearing vibrant, she finally felt a measure of relief. It was worth noting that in her recent dreams, one of the 2 energy forms had evidently weakened significantly, remaining completely still and relying solely on her own strength. She had even learned to ride a dragon. Currently, with Zai in meditation, Meng Leyu dared not disturb him. Fortunately, perhaps due to the recognition of the storage ring's owner, it had also accompanied her into the dream. Overwhelmed with joy, Meng Leyu quickly donned the school uniform she had just placed inside. Instantly, she felt a profound sense of security. Once properly attired, Meng Leyu finally had the leisure to examine her surroundings within this cave. Clearly, this was not Zai's dwelling in Beiji Tian Zone. Although the location was unknown, the cave stalactites emitted a soft white glow, and from the depths of the cave, sounds of water echoed. Driven by curiosity and the desire to minimize her presence so as not to disturb Zai, she followed the sound of water. As she ventured deeper, the sound of water became increasingly distinct, accompanied by a dull metallic noise and splashes against the water surface. Goodness, surely there cannot be a water monster imprisoned here? Meng Leyun's courage faltered, and she prepared to retreat, only to be startled by a voice that was neither distinctly male nor female. I know you. What? This entity can speak? My goodness, this is even more terrifying. Meng Leyun immediately quickened her retreat, even breaking into a run. However, unexpectedly, just a few steps in, she collided with someone, causing her to scream in fright. Master, it's me. Upon hearing the familiar voice of the youth, Meng Leyun breathed a sigh of relief, then anxiously exclaimed, "There's a water monster in there. We must leave." A water monster? The youth raised an eyebrow slightly. Yes, that thing can even speak human language. It's utterly terrifying. Meng Leyun recounted, still shaken. That is indeed quite frightening, the youth replied, gently wrapping his arm around the girl's waist, subtly guiding her forward, his dark golden eyes concealing a hint of amusement. Let's depart swiftly, Meng Leyun said, glancing back, as if fearing the water monster might pursue them. That may be a challenge, as I cannot leave this place just yet. The youth seemed rather apologetic. Meng Leyun's heart softened instantly. She sensed it was likely due to Zai's injuries. Though fearful of the water monster, her concern for Zai overshadowed her fear. Do not worry, master. I will strive to protect you. When Jiyang spoke these words, he discreetly cast a glance toward the depths of the cave. Merely a creature disguised in human skin, attempting to entice his master. Once Jiyang had led Meng Leyu back to their original location to sit down, she finally found an opportunity to inquire how Zai had sustained his injuries. Just a few ill-intentioned ruffians, Jiyang replied casually, as if it were not a significant matter. However, Meng Leyu was not convinced by such dismissive remarks. If it were truly as trivial as he suggested, how could Zai have sustained such severe injuries? It was important to note that it had been over 20 days since the last auction, which, when converted to the time in the cultivation realm, amounted to more than 2 months. Yet Zai was unwilling to divulge the truth, certainly to spare her worry. While Meng Leyu understood, it did not alleviate her feelings of concern. Perceiving her thoughts, Jiyang gently lifted her soft hand and pressed it against his face, speaking with a hint of relaxation. Do you remember our first encounter? Meng Leyu nodded, completely unaware that Zai had gradually moved closer to her, their postures becoming increasingly intimate. With a reminiscence in his tone, Jiyang recounted, at that time, those cultivators had detected my dragon lineage, and thus sought to hunt me. Pausing for a moment, he smiled pleasantly. It was that very incident that led me to meet you. Meng Leyu bit her lip, realizing that had Zai not faced that calamity, she might never have met him in this lifetime. Yet, she still softly murmured, if possible, I would prefer that you remain unscathed. The youth's hand trembled slightly as he turned to gently kiss the palm of her hand, then spoke with lingering affection, Master, you are truly kind. But even if I am kind, you still refuse to tell me how you were injured. The girl's tone held a hint of playful reproach, though she was genuinely concerned. Jiyang chuckled lightly, fully aware of her intentions. He continued, you may be misjudging me. What I was about to say pertains precisely to that. Meng Leyu was momentarily taken aback, then quickly grasped the implication, horrified as she exclaimed, Are you suggesting that your injury this time was also due to being discovered as a dragon? Jiyang nodded slightly, speaking with ease, although dragons are rare. Their lifespans are long, which is why there are specialized dragon hunters in the cultivation realm. A single dragon can ensure the prosperity of an entire family for a century. Meng Leyu felt a chill run down her spine at Zai's words. She was not naive enough to believe that those hunters intended to capture Jiyang for nurturing. Just like the previous Jiao Bian and the merman, who knows what these crazed cultivators might do to the more cherished dragons. Meng Leyu's palm trembled as she wished to examine the current state of her little one, yet she feared inadvertently touching an unhealed wound. Jiyang directly took Meng Leyu's hand and placed it over his chest, saying, Although I was injured in the chest, I have fully recovered now. At this point, Jiyang smiled gently and leaned closer to Meng Leyu, whispering, I must thank my master for granting me the opportunity to cultivate together with my spiritual body. What he refrained from mentioning was that the so-called chest injury actually meant that his entire chest had been pierced, with only the collar around his neck preventing a fatal blow, allowing him a chance to escape with his life. During his healing period, Jiyang could always sense Meng Leyu's presence, yet he dared not reveal himself, fearing it would cause her distress. Moreover, he was thoroughly enraged by the dragon hunters, not only for their intent to kill him, but also for destroying the collar gifted to him by his master. How infuriating! While Meng Leyu suspected the dangers her little one faced, her cheeks flushed upon hearing his words. As she finally understood what the two orbs of energy she had seen in her dreams represented. The physical cultivation aside, the spiritual cultivation and the communion of spiritual consciousness were not the same. It resembled a soul unencapsulated, intertwining through the medium of spiritual energy, mutually entangled in the realms of yin and yang. In truth, she wanted to express her desire to meet her little one further. But Meng Leyu raised her hand to silence him, forcing herself to maintain a serious demeanor as she stated, "No, you do not wish for that." If her face were not so flushed, she would indeed appear quite stern. Finally, Jiyang obediently nodded, and once Meng Leyu confirmed that he wouldn't speak recklessly, he released her hand and curiously inquired, "Since you have already recovered, why remain in this cave? Moreover, there's an unknown water creature here." Jiyang had no intention of concealing the truth, replying, "It is a case of fortune arising from misfortune. While evading pursuers, I discovered this natural spiritual spring, abundant in spiritual energy, which greatly benefits my healing." At this point, Jiyang paused slightly before continuing. "Furthermore, that merman is also injured, and it would be perfect to toss it into the spiritual spring for some recuperation." "Huh? What does that mean?" Meng Leyu questioned uncertainly. "So, the entity speaking in the water earlier might be him, the merman?" Jiyang nodded slightly, a smile on his face as he remarked, "If nothing unexpected occurs." "It indeed is, but could you tell me what it spoke to you?" Jiyang suppressed the glint of darkness in his eyes, not wanting the deity to perceive the murderous intent within. "It said it recognized me." Meng Leyu replied with a peculiar expression. She recalled that, during the auction, the merman had sensed her presence, noting that Jiyang had only sensed her after their rapport had significantly improved. Jiyang paused upon hearing this and casually remarked, "That is merely his innate talent." "Innate talent?" Meng Leyu responded, a hint of confusion evident. "Indeed, some mermen are born with innate abilities. If I am not mistaken, the talent of that merman enables him to sense spatial dimensions. However, it is not the kind related to storage space, but rather the ability to perceive unknown realms. Perhaps upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, he could master the laws of space." Jiyang did not care about the talents of that creature. In his eyes, mermen merely needed to provide Jiao and Jiao. Crossing over? Upon hearing about the laws of space, Meng Leyu's first reaction was crossing over. What? Jiyang was momentarily perplexed. It essentially means transitioning from one world to another, perhaps even transcending time and space, Meng Leyu endeavored to explain in simple terms, as she herself was just an ordinary high school student and did not fully comprehend more complex concepts. Jiyang's eyes flickered slightly, seemingly casually asking, "For example, from here to your place?" Meng Leyu clapped her hands, not overthinking it, and cheerfully replied, "That is indeed the case. It seems the spatial talent is quite remarkable." Jiyang narrowed his eyes slightly, beginning to feel a tinge of jealousy towards that merman. "Indeed, it is truly wondrous. Even the items you give me are, in fact, traversed from elsewhere." Meng Leyu inadvertently revealed an astonishing piece of information. Jiyang's heart stirred. It appeared his thoughts had been overly simplistic. He initially believed his deity hailed from a higher realm, and as long as he diligently cultivated, there would always be a possibility of ascending to her side. Yet, it now seemed that the situation was far more complex. They existed in different worlds, potentially even in different timelines. And he would not only need to cultivate, but also acquire the ability to traverse the void. Time always passes swiftly, and just as Jiyang prepared to converse further with Meng Leyu, she abruptly vanished. It turned out her alarm had awakened her. Jiyang quietly gazed at the spot where the deity had disappeared before finally rising and moving deeper into the cave. Perhaps that merman held some other utility. After Meng Leyu awoke, she re-examined all her belongings, ensuring nothing was amiss, before quietly awaiting her fate. She was fully prepared to confront the challenges ahead, ready to embrace her new life. However, before that, Meng Leyu made a phone call to Teacher Wang, only to be unexpectedly met with the realization that Teacher Wang seemed to have been waiting for her. The moment the call connected, Teacher Wang urgently inquired, "How are things on your end? Why not come stay at my place for a while?" Meng Leyu instantly understood that Teacher Wang was already aware of her situation and had been quite worried about her. Tears welled in Meng Leyu's eyes, but she suppressed the urge to cry, articulating her thoughts clearly. "Teacher, I do not wish to hide. I seek a true reason to leave." Teacher Wang had always been an astute woman, and as soon as Meng Leyu said this, she quickly interjected, "Do not worry. I have been waiting just outside your neighborhood." Chapter 88. Freedom. What is meant to come will inevitably arrive. Around 2 a.m., familiar voices echoed in the hallway. Meng Leyu took a deep breath. Although she had adequately prepared herself, she remained anxious as the moment approached. Bang! Accompanying the sound of the security door being forcefully pushed open and crashing against the wall was the furious voice of Meng's mother, who shouted, "Meng Leyu, you worthless piece of trash! You shameless wretch! Come out here!" To their surprise, Meng Leyu was already waiting in the living room. Upon seeing her, Meng's family's anger did not diminish. Instead, it ignited like a raging inferno. Meng's mother was the first to charge at Meng Leyu, seizing her hair and pulling it fiercely while hitting and scolding her in a frenzy. "I'll make you pay for your recklessness. I'll make you apologize. Why don't you just go die?" Just as Meng's mother was fiercely attacking, she suddenly let out a scream. It turned out that while Meng Leyu protected her head from severe blows, she had learned from Meng's mother's past actions, fiercely pinching her in sensitive spots. "How dare you pinch me?" Meng's mother gasped in disbelief, her fury intensifying as she lashed out even more violently, while Meng Leyu remained silent, desperately shielding her head. Meng's father stood by, frowning and occasionally chiming in. "If you had just admitted your mistakes from the start, acknowledging that all of this was false, it wouldn't have escalated to this point. You've ruined your sister." The previously silent Meng Leyu suddenly lifted her head, stating, "The video wasn't sent by me. She destroyed herself." Meng Leyu's expression suddenly caused Meng's father to take a step back, for he realized that at that moment, his eldest daughter was actually smiling. "She's insane." Just then, Meng Leyu let out a cry of pain, for Meng Jiechi had unexpectedly raised a chair and struck it down upon her. For a moment, Meng Leyu was dazed with pain, but endured it, kicking Meng Jiechi, who was preparing to strike again, while Meng's father rushed over in a panic to assist Meng Jiechi. Meng Leyu forcefully broke free from her mother, delivering a sharp blow to her lower body with her knee. While it may not have caused the same excruciating pain as it would to a man, it was sufficient to inflict considerable discomfort upon her mother for a time. Subsequently, Meng Leyu charged forward, shoving her father aside, and before Meng Jiaqin could react, she seized her little finger and twisted it backward, simultaneously thrusting her hand into her opponent's clothing, gripping fiercely at a sensitive spot, almost tearing flesh. Within mere seconds, Meng Jiaqin was wailing in agony, tears streaming down her face. Meng's father finally reacted, attempting to restrain Meng Leyu, but she seized the opportunity to thrust a vase from the coffee table into his hands, leading him to strike her forehead with it. The vase shattered upon impact, plunging the room into silence. Meng's father stood in disbelief, staring at Meng Leyu, whose forehead was now bleeding, his lips quivering but failing to utter a word. Meng's mother, having somewhat recovered from her pain, was also taken aback, although she hadn't witnessed the specific events. The blood on her eldest daughter's forehead and the vase in her husband's hand painted a clear picture. It seemed as though her husband had struck Meng Leyu with the vase. "What are you doing? Don't move." Unexpectedly, at that moment, police officers burst into the scene. In a panic, Meng's father discarded the vase and, trembling, exclaimed, "It wasn't me." Then who was it? Teacher Wang Yan, who had entered alongside the officers, was immediately alarmed and agitated upon seeing Meng Leyu's injuries. Nearly moved to tears. "Teacher, I didn't post that message. My head hurts so much," Meng Leyu weakly stated. The bruises on her body were evident, with many areas scraped and blood visibly oozing from her forehead, making it clear to any observer the extent of her abuse. "Don't be afraid. I'll take you to the hospital." The teacher promptly moved to support Meng Leyu, intending to lead her away. "No, we didn't hit her. She ran into it herself," was Meng's mother's immediate instinct, deflecting blame onto Meng Leyu. However, before Meng Leyu could defend herself, Teacher Wang, like a protective hen, shielded Meng Leyu completely and asserted vehemently, "I have recorded evidence proving you assaulted the child." "What recording?" Meng's mother was momentarily taken aback. "Officer, I was on the phone with my student when his parents returned and, without explanation, started beating him. That's why I called the police in a panic." Teacher Wang articulated her case logically. The Meng family felt as though the ground had crumbled beneath them. Meng's mother once again attempted to justify. "The child made a mistake. We merely gave her a light tap, just once." Meng's father chimed in. "The vase was put in my hand by her. She smashed it herself." Yet before they could finish their defense, Meng Leyu collapsed to the ground with a thud, causing chaos to ensue. Only Teacher Wang maintained a semblance of calm, as Meng Leyu had gently scratched her palm before losing consciousness. Fortunately, Meng Leyu regained consciousness just before the ambulance arrived. But the police could not afford any delays and promptly assisted her into the ambulance. Meanwhile, the remaining individuals were taken to the police station. Throughout the journey, Meng's mother continued to argue that they had merely brushed against Meng Leyu, never intending to harm her. "Indeed, I never laid a hand on her. It was she who—" However, Meng's father's words were cut off impatiently by a young officer. "Yes, you didn't hit her. She placed a vase in your hand and struck herself with it." "Yes, that is correct." Meng's father nodded repeatedly, his voice dwindling as he recalled the injuries on his eldest daughter and the scene at hand, which was decidedly unfavorable for them. "Clearly, she hit me too." Meng Jiaqin interjected, discontent. The young officer, observing Meng Jiaqin's face, suddenly remarked, "Aren't you the one who assaulted your sister online?" Upon hearing this, another officer in the vehicle also recalled the incident, leading them to doubt the family's narrative entirely. Meng Jiaqin, upon realizing that her notorious act had been recognized, turned pale and fell silent. Meng's mother felt a sense of helplessness, though she was merely a minor music teacher at school. She had cultivated an image of gentility and elegance outside. How could she explain to others that her daughter had clawed her breast and kicked her lower body? At that moment, Meng's mother entirely forgot that, in her pursuit of propriety, she had often treated her eldest daughter in a similar manner, twisting her flesh countless times throughout her childhood. Now, it seemed the apple didn't fall far from the tree. The case progressed smoothly, confirming instances of domestic abuse, not only due to Teacher Wang's recorded evidence, but also corroborated by the hospital's injury report, which detailed multiple soft tissue bruises and clear signs of blunt force trauma on her back, alongside 3 stitches on her forehead. Meanwhile, Meng's mother and Meng Jiaqin claimed they had also been assaulted, but had no evidence to substantiate their claims. Perhaps this was the harsh reality of prioritizing appearances over well-being. Was it worth it? Watching Meng Leyu, freshly bandaged in the hospital, Teacher Wang felt a pang of sorrow. Yet Meng Leyu managed to smile with the slightest upturn at the corner of her mouth, declaring, "It's definitely worth it." She could only blame her own frailty. It compelled her to fight fiercely for her freedom in such a manner. Meng Leyu felt fortunate to have encountered Zai Zai, whose supportive gifts of medicinal pills had bolstered her courage to take such drastic measures. From the beginning, Meng Leyu had understood that the Meng family would not face criminal charges, nor would she be deprived of custody. Thus, when the police verbally reprimanded her mother and the others, and after signing a guarantee, they prepared to return her home, Meng Leyu did not feel anger, but instead seized the opportunity to voice her request. "I want to live on campus. I can no longer study or live normally in that environment, and no one can assure me they won't assault me again, or worse." Meng's father and mother attempted to argue, but Meng Jiaqin suddenly interjected, "Mom, I don't want to live with her." Meng Jiaqin felt nothing but joy at the prospect of Meng Leyu's departure. She had never wanted a sister, and from childhood, she had found Meng Leyu utterly repulsive. Always clumsy and overweight, Meng Leyu had even dared to call her little sister when she was younger. Who was she to be called little sister? Who would want to share a bond with a pig? How could they share family resources with a pig? Upon hearing Meng Jiaqin's words, Meng's parents hesitated and, ultimately, under Meng Jiaqin's strong insistence, Meng Leyu signed the campus residence agreement right there with teacher Wang's assistance. After receiving the agreement, Meng Leyu suddenly addressed the police officer. My parents have consistently slandered me, claiming that I posted the video. May I request that you investigate the details? The moment she spoke, Meng Jiaqin's face drained of color. Yet teacher Wang interjected, there's no need for such trouble. The campus network can directly reveal who logged into post. As she spoke, teacher Wang seemed ready to call the supervising teacher. No, Meng Jiaqin exclaimed involuntarily. What's wrong? Meng's mother was momentarily confused. I mean, there's no need for such trouble. The matter has already passed. Meng Jiaqin feigned nonchalance, attempting to placate them. Why not? Could it be that you posted the message? Meng Leyu suddenly challenged. It wasn't me. This time, Meng Jiaqin's agitation caused her to rise from her seat. Meng's mother, observing Meng Jiaqin's nervous fidgeting, suddenly stood as well, declaring, no need for you to investigate. It's not necessary. Saying this, she hurriedly exited, as if pursued by an unseen force. Meng Jiaqin could only follow, while their usually composed father cast a lingering glance at Meng Leyu before departing silently, his hurried steps betraying a sense of disarray. As Meng Leyu followed teacher Wang out of the police station, daylight had already broken. Basking in the radiant sunlight, teacher Wang finally noticed that the less injured areas on Meng Leyu's body bore no trace of scars. She immediately recalled the pill she had once ingested. It seemed that the girl harbored many secrets, yet she felt no curiosity, only a desire for the girl before her to carve out her own expansive realm. Let's go. There are numerous essentials to procure for your boarding life. I shall accompany you, teacher Wang said with a smile, deliberately omitting any mention of the fact that Meng Mu and the others had not provided for her accommodation or living expenses. Teacher, I have my own funds, Meng Leyu asserted, not speaking idly, for there remained a considerable sum in the universal account bestowed upon her by Zai Zai. I am aware you possess money. Consider a way for me to set your sails, teacher Wang replied. Thus, on the very next day after the eruption of the violent incident, Meng Leyu finally moved out of the Meng household and became a full-fledged boarder. After assisting her in settling into her dormitory and ensuring she lacked nothing essential, teacher Wang said, during the holidays, should you prefer not to return home, you may stay with me. I have already moved out, and you can keep me company. Meng Leyu recognized the kindness in teacher Wang's offer, but resolutely shook her head in refusal, saying, thank you for your goodwill, teacher, but it is not feasible at present. I fear they may find an excuse to harm you. Teacher Wang wished to persuade her further, but upon witnessing Meng Leyu's determined gaze, she refrained from saying more. As for Meng Leyu's boarding situation, while her classmates were surprised, they unexpectedly refrained from mentioning the stitches on her forehead. This was likely due to their prior understanding of Meng Leyu's circumstances at home from the videos, coupled with the fact that some classmates had utilized their connections to uncover a bit more information. It turned out that the post concerning Meng Leyu had been issued by a minor account, yet they traced the IP address back to Meng Jiaqi. In other words, it was highly probable that the post had been published by Meng Jiaqi herself. Some might wonder why Meng Jiaqi would post something so detrimental to herself. However, those who had seen the post surely had their thoughts. Not everyone had the patience to watch each of the 100 videos in their entirety. Meng Leyu had mentioned that her USB drive was lost, and it was evident that upon discovering the drive, Meng Jiaqi had found Meng Leyu's dirty laundry and decided to share it online. The students were indeed astute, yet none could have anticipated that the USB drive had been intentionally dropped by Meng Leyu for Meng Jiaqi to find. Living under the same roof, Meng Leyu knew her sister far too well, selfish, cunning, yet lacking in patience and prone to impulsiveness. Thus, from the moment Meng Leyu deliberately created countless videos, she had calculated her sister's temperament. Had Meng Jiaqi possessed even a modicum of patience, she might have watched the videos to uncover the inconsistencies. Or perhaps, Had Meng Leyu not been so maliciously inclined to witness Meng Leyu's embarrassment, those videos might never have found their way online. What a pity that the pig is not as foolish as one might think. What a pity that one wonders whether this forehead will bear a scar. If only there were a Jiyang Dan to remedy it. Chun-Yi lamented wistfully. What? Meng Leyu, engrossed in her studies, momentarily failed to catch her words. It is nothing. I merely wish there were a miraculous elixir to improve one's complexion. Chun-Yi reminisced with a nostalgic expression. Meng Leyu felt a twinge of guilt, for she indeed possessed such an elixir and had consumed it. The Jiyang Dan primarily addressed scars, thus the stitched area had not healed completely. It was recovering at a significantly faster rate than before. I truly wish I could traverse time. Chapter 89. Delayed Reaction. When Chun-Yi expressed her desire to traverse time, her eyes sparkled not only with nostalgia, but also with a fervent willingness to sacrifice everything, sending a shiver down Meng Leyu's spine. She even sensed a peculiar intuition that Chun-Yi's obsession with time travel surpassed mere fantasy. It had morphed into a fervent compulsion. Meng Leyu, Leyu is looking for you. At that moment, a classmate's voice interrupted Chun-Yi's introspection, and Meng Leyu promptly stood to head outside, grateful for Lu Yu's timely appearance. What do you need from me? Meng Leyu inquired casually, noting that Lu Yu's demeanor remained gentle, albeit tinged with sorrow and an odd condescension. I am sorry. I was unaware of the previous events. Upon hearing this, Meng Leyu immediately understood the source of his inexplicable pity. It stemmed from the matter concerning Meng Leyu. There is no need for you to apologize to me. Meng Leyu replied calmly. Reflecting on her past, she likened the Meng household to a gladiatorial arena, where her failures were attributable not only to her parents' favoritism, but also her own inadequacies and timidity. Upon hearing Meng Leyu's dismissal, Lu Yu appeared to be in distress. Yet she could not comprehend his anguish, as their relationship was merely that of childhood companions. And even the title of childhood friend was more fitting for Meng Leyu than for her. Xiaya, can we return to the past? Lu Yu asked, torn between pain and hope. The past? Meng Leyu looked at him quizzically. What past do we have to discuss? Lu Yu paused, then with a face that conveyed understanding. He said, indeed, the past was too painful. We should look forward. Therefore, we will have opportunities in the future, will we not? What opportunities? Meng Leyu's question was blunt. The gentle school prince seemed to blush at her words, then gazed at the increasingly beautiful girl before him with determination and hope, asking, Meng Leyu, let us be together. Meng Leyu acknowledged that while she had sensed this outcome, she could not suppress her frown of disdain upon hearing those words. Are you unwell? In that moment, Meng Leyu found the situation somewhat laughable. As soon as the words left her mouth, the gentle facade of the school prince shattered, and he faltered, unsure of his hearing. Stuttering, what? Meng Leyu scrutinized Lu Yu with a penetrating gaze, inquiring, on what basis do you believe I would be willing to be your girlfriend? At this, Lu Yu quickly regained his confidence, replying with a gentle, yet somewhat condescending tone. You once liked me. Meng Leyu nodded graciously in acknowledgement, saying, you said once. I no longer harbor any feelings for you. Lu Yu struggled to suppress his discomfort. He had sensed the shift in Meng Leyu's attitude and had surmised the change in her affections. Yet he remained confident, believing himself to be unique in her eyes. However, upon hearing her state it outright, he found it unbearable. I can give you time to think it over, Lu Yu offered, maintaining an air of gentleness, as if everything remained under his control, though his retreat was undeniably awkward. Indeed, such matters should be discarded. Unbeknownst to them, Chun-Yi had appeared in the shadows, overhearing everything. Meanwhile, further away, someone stealthily recorded the entire encounter. What are you doing here? Did you not previously like him? Meng Leyu asked curiously, recalling Chun-Yi's earlier declarations about her interest in Lu Yu. Like him? No. Chun-Yi laughed, waving her finger at Meng Leyu. Little sister, you are mistaken. I do not like him. I merely appreciate his outer shell, or rather, his status as the school prince. So, purely lustful? Meng Leyu inquired. Chun-Yi nodded with a smile. One could say that. I thought perhaps you refrained from pursuing him because you knew he had a girlfriend. Meng Leyu remarked casually. Chun-E's demeanor was consistently peculiar, lacking in morals, yet adhering to her own principles, or perhaps her principles were simply her own brand of morality. Indeed, as soon as Meng Liyin's words faded, Chun-E smiled and remarked, "What is a girlfriend? As long as I desire, he must belong to me." Upon hearing this, Meng Leyu furrowed her brows, relieved that she did not intend to form a deeper connection with Chun-E. They were merely transient classmates, passing acquaintances in the journey of life. What? Unable to accept it? Do you believe my role as a mistress is immoral? Chun-E laughed, stepping closer to drape an arm around Meng Liyin's shoulders. Meng Leyu nodded, then shook her head, replying, "That is merely your way of living. I cannot accept it. At most, I will condemn you morally and distance myself from you in life." Chun-E chuckled, her laughter radiant enough to make Meng Leyu momentarily perceive the frail essence of her life, striving to blossom vibrantly. "Oh dear, what should I do? You truly evoke both love and hatred in me." Yet, it seemed that with just a few words, Chun-E had once again become weak. Her gaze drifted into the void, and with a hint of fear in her recollection, she asked, "Have you heard the story of the fisherman and the devil? I have been ill for many years, afflicted by a genetic disease. The hospital has issued several critical condition notices, and I have also attended moral education classes. Initially, I thought if I could recover, I would do many good deeds. Then, in my pursuit of recovery, I performed numerous charitable acts. But as my condition worsened, leading to prolonged comas, I thought, since I am destined to die, I want to live for myself. I do not care for any slander or morality. But are you not awake now?" Meng Liyin's moral compass was still in conflict. "Awake?" Chun-E let out a light laugh, unfazed as she lifted her shirt to reveal a labyrinth of tubes and circuits beneath, a sight that sent shivers down the spine. "Do you see the small box? Once the medication inside runs out, I will perish in less than a minute." As she tapped the box, she gingerly lowered her shirt again. Though she appeared indifferent to life and death, there was an undeniable yearning to survive. "I am merely counting the days, each use of the medication inflicting irreversible damage on my body. Until the day it ceases to work, I Chun-E sighed softly, I might just transcend. Perhaps that could happen." Meng Leyu pursed her lips, momentarily overwhelmed by the fragility of life, but the impulse dissipated as quickly as it came. Wang Laosher's words echoed in her mind, reminding her of the risks she was unwilling to take. "By the way, you haven't mentioned why you dislike Leyu?" Meng Leyu sought to divert the somber and awkward topic. "Him? He is merely a cowardly frog," Chun-E replied with disdain. "Oh," Meng Leyu inquired curiously. "When I invited him to bed, he fled in fright while undressing me." Chun-E rolled her eyes as she spoke. Meng Leyu instinctively fell silent. "All right, sister. You have truly won. I knew you lacked a moral compass, but I didn't expect it to be so extreme. To be honest, with all those tubes and apparatus attached to you, even a renowned doctor would hesitate to experiment." Yet, Chun-E laughed cheerfully, patting Meng Liyin's shoulder. "But rest assured, if it were your boyfriend, I wouldn't make a move, because I actually quite like you. Ah, speaking of which, I have never been in a same-sex relationship. Would you care to try?" "No, thank you." Meng Leyu quickly shook her head, wishing to express that there was no need for her to be so fond of Chun-E. "Well, if you ever wish to try, I can be your first." Chun-E managed to convey indifference with a tone of longing. Meng Leyu had assumed that after moving out of the Meng household, news of it would become a relic of the past. Yet she was surprised to discover that tales of the Meng family continued to reach her in the form of gossip. Initially, it came from Meng Jiechi's classmates, who gathered in small groups, eagerly inquiring, "I heard Meng Jiechi is transferring schools. Is it true? Meng Jiechi is transferring?" Meng Leyu was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. In their locality, transferring schools was no trivial matter. It required substantial financial investment for enrollment and often necessitated navigating intricate social connections, sometimes even costing more than the purchase of a school record. However, upon reflection, it seemed that given the Meng family's indulgent attitude towards Meng Jiechi, any amount of money they could afford would be insignificant. As for Meng Jiechi's reasons for transferring, it could only stem from her sense of lost face at school, prompting her to abandon her studies and life there. "I'm sorry, I don't know. I've moved into the school dormitory." Meng Leyu shook her head. Those who came to inquire felt a sense of pity, but still offered consolation. It's all right. It's our fault for not remembering this. Actually, moving out can be a good thing. If only you had done so sooner. I always thought Meng Leyu was rather fake. So it doesn't surprise me at all that she's in this situation. Although the group was still filled with gossip. Their interest waned when they saw Meng Leyu had no intention to engage, leading them to leave reluctantly. Although she had grown accustomed to the Meng family's favoritism towards Meng Leyu over the years, Meng Leyu sat back down, lost in thought for quite some time. Her arduous upbringing had conditioned her to believe that where money flowed, love would follow. Now, with her mother willing to invest generously to change Meng Leyu's environment, did it not imply they still loved her? Yet, she had yet to receive a single penny from her mother, not even a text message, nor any support for living or accommodation expenses. Meng Leyu felt she ought to cry, but the tears would not come. Perhaps she had long since grown numb to the pain. What Meng Leyu did not expect was that someone from the Meng family would reach out to her. And it was none other than her Aunt Meng. "Xiaoya, let us have lunch together." Aunt Meng's mysterious demeanor immediately prompted Meng Leyu to refuse, apprehensive of potential traps. However, sensing her reluctance, Aunt Meng quickly reassured, "Do not worry. I am simply here to chat with you, just the two of us." Ultimately, Meng Leyu acquiesced to her aunt's invitation. Upon arriving at a quaint restaurant to meet Aunt Meng, she was greeted by a vibrant and spirited woman, as if celebrating some joyous occasion. "You silly child, why didn't you inform us before moving out? It must be hard living alone." Aunt Meng chided playfully as she saw Meng Leyu approach. Meng Leyu remained silent, but Aunt Meng bore no offense, instead excitedly adding, "But it's a good thing you moved out. Otherwise, the chaos in the third household would have led them to vent their frustrations on you." Chaos? Meng Leyu could not help but feel intrigued by Aunt Meng's words. What happened? Aunt Meng was instantly pleased, eagerly recounting. Meng Leyu has become so embarrassed by her own actions that she refuses to go to school and is now clamoring to transfer. However, while your father and the others agreed to the transfer, sometimes plans just cannot keep up with changes. But they have only themselves to blame. Who can they complain to? Aunt Meng spoke with a glee that seemed more akin to a rival than a sister, perhaps reflecting her own history of being oppressed. Yet, she had learned to maintain her composure and unite with her second sister against external challenges, ensuring that despite the presence of the illustrious Meng father, their lives were not too harsh. At this moment, Aunt Meng no longer required Meng Leyu to play the role of a supportive audience, as she continued to spill the beans like a bamboo tube overflowing with beans. "I always thought your mother was truly gentle, but it turns out she could be far more terrifying behind closed doors than a ghost. Just the other day, she was still fretting over her professional title. Now that this matter has come to light, the parents of the students are understandably upset, flocking to the school in an uproar. They fear that their own children may have been secretly mistreated by her. The school finds itself in a predicament, having no choice but to dismiss your mother." At this point, Aunt Meng took a large gulp of the plain water on the table and, seeing that Meng Leyu was not angry, continued, "As for your father? TSK. The old lady is nearly driven to her wit's end." Aunt Meng shook her head with a feigned seriousness. "What happened to Grandma?" Meng Leyu asked. Hearing this, Aunt Meng chuckled and replied, "It's touching that you still worry about her. However, she won't be in any mortal danger. It's just that her pride is utterly shattered." Meng Leyu responded curiously. "This incident has affected your father as well. He was originally set to be dismissed, but he couldn't withstand the pressure and went to plead before the old lady. At her age, she sacrificed her dignity to run around, begging for mercy on his behalf. Fortunately, he managed to keep his job, but it's under close scrutiny. Once this storm passes and he returns to school, it is likely he won't be able to continue teaching." Chapter 90. The darkening value at present. The careers of your parents are completely ruined. They have no idea what to do next. How could they possibly afford to transfer your sister at this critical juncture? It is important to note that your father managed to keep his position through considerable financial maneuvering. Aunt Meng's words left Meng Leyu momentarily dazed. Over the past decade, living in the Meng household, she understood how proud her parents were of their jobs. Although the pay was not substantial, it provided a semblance of dignity, allowing them to engage in the arts and present themselves as rare intellectuals, somewhat aloof from the mundane world. Now, having lost the very dignity they cherished, it dawned on her that they too were subject to the basic needs of life, just like everyone else. While Aunt Meng seemed to relish in the gossip, it was apparent that her visit served a deeper purpose. She shifted her tone, her expression turning earnest as she said, "Xiaoya, as a girl, living on campus is one thing, but what will you do during the holidays? Surely you can't remain at the school?" It must be said that Meng Leyu found Aunt Meng's expression somewhat familiar. It was reminiscent of when she had coaxed Meng grandma into using her pension to purchase health product from her microbusiness. Simply put, it was like a weasel wishing a hen a happy new year, with ulterior motives lurking beneath. Indeed, before Meng Leyu could respond, Aunt Meng continued, "Auntie is genuinely concerned for you. How about this? I'll help you find a place to stay. And all you need to do is be diligent and assist with household chores." On the surface, this appeared to be an exchange of labor for shelter. But Meng Leyu did not follow Aunt Meng's lead. Instead, she inquired, "What kind of people live there? What is your relationship to them?" Aunt Meng paused, then laughed awkwardly. "Oh, there is no significant connection. I simply know his mother. Their family is quite simple, just 3 people. His mother? Since you clearly know her, why mention him? Is it because he is the most important one in this matter? So this isn't merely about doing household chores, is it?" Meng Liyu's words caused Aunt Meng's expression to become increasingly uneasy, yet she maintained her composure and replied, "You child, it's not as complicated as you think. I'm only looking out for your best interests." Meng Leyu smiled faintly, though her eyes did not reflect the same warmth. "All right then, please tell me about them. Their genders, ages, occupations, and any criminal records." Under the relentless scrutiny of Meng Liyu's gaze, Aunt Meng averted her eyes, swallowed hard, and waved her hand dismissively. "Rest assured, there will absolutely be no criminal records. You are my dear niece. How could I harm you?" Meng Leyu remained undeterred, pressing on. "Then what about their genders and ages?" "Well, their family is indeed simple. They are not a couple, but 3 generations living together. An elderly gentleman, his mother, who is also my colleague, and him." "So this colleague is your superior?" Meng Leyu suddenly interjected. Aunt Meng was taken aback, not expecting Meng Leyu to be so astute. Yet, she feigned nonchalance, saying, "What superior? We've known each other for over a decade. Indeed, it seems Aunt has not been promoted in many years." Meng Leyu remarked casually, but Aunt Meng's expression instantly darkened. To her surprise, Meng Leyu continued, "So he is male, and you wish to offer me as a favor to this middle-aged man in order to curry favor with your superior?" Aunt Meng abruptly stood up, knocking over the water cup on the table. She didn't even bother to wipe it up, shouting defensively, "What nonsense are you spouting, you little rascal? If you don't want it, then don't. Such good intentions wasted on ungratefulness. No wonder your parents abandoned you." With that, Aunt Meng hurriedly left, having only poured a glass of free water since sitting down. However, Meng Leyu had no desire to engage in such trivial games any longer. She rose and called out to Aunt Meng, who was already at the door, "You want to offer me a young girl? To a half-paralyzed, middle-aged man to please your superior. Only you know whether your intentions are truly good." This time, Aunt Meng's resolve crumbled. She had not anticipated that Meng Leyu would grasp this as well, causing her to stumble and fall. Yet, she was too preoccupied to feel pain. Hastily scrambling to her feet and rushing out, one could only blame the smallness of their surroundings. Many people were acquaintances, and Meng Liyu's loud voice made her fearful of being recognized. If someone were to expose this matter to her superior, it would not only be a failed endeavor, but also a source of embarrassment for her superior. At that point, she could forget about any promotion, and her year-end bonus would likely vanish, not to mention the possibility of being subjected to petty grievances in the future. In that moment, she truly detested Meng Leyu, regretting her impulsive decision. In truth, Meng Leyu had only intended to bluff Aunt Meng, not expecting to hit the mark. However, her insight was not entirely unfounded. It stemmed from remembering when Aunt Meng had persuaded Grandma Meng to purchase health products, claiming that the son of one of her superiors had suffered from paralysis for over a decade, but had significantly improved after using her products. On her way back to school, Meng Leyu felt a chilling coldness enveloping her, a coldness that seeped from within. She had seen relatives and friends introduce girls for matchmaking, treating them like bargaining chips. Yet, she had never imagined such a thing would happen to her. And not even in the guise of matchmaking. She was treated as a mere gift or tool for climbing the social ladder. Meng Leyu let out a soft sigh. It was all right. She still had herself, her beloved Zai Zai, and a long road ahead to traverse. Thinking of Zai Zai, Meng Leyu felt a twinge of discomfort in her back and legs, but it was not due to riding a dragon. Let us return to the first night when Meng Leyu stayed in the school, since the Dreamstone remained in her storage ring. Even after exhausting her 3 complimentary trial uses, she still managed to enter the dream world once a week. Once again, she began her journey in a state of vulnerability. However, this time, when Jiyang saw Meng Leyu, there was no joy in his expression, only profound heartache and anger. How'd you get hurt? Jiyang raised his hand, wanted to touch her, but Meng Leyu instinctively recoiled. All she wanted was to put on some clothes. Fortunately, Zai Zai did not intervene. When she was dressed, she struggled to suppress her pain and rage as she asked, "What happened? Why are you hurt? Who bullied you? Please tell me." Meng Leyu gazed at the youth before her, biting her lip. Initially, she intended to reassure him that all was well. But the genuine concern reflected in his eyes rendered her speechless, and her eyes began to well with tears. The boy remained silent, leaning in to embrace the girl gently, wishing to offer her the purest warmth, even as the flames of anger blazed fiercely within him. The value of Jiyang's corruption began at 10, subsequently rising by another 10, bringing the total to 20. The game system quietly reported something, unnoticed by anyone present. As the boy held her, Meng Leyu's eyes grew hotter, and tears began to fall like beads as she finally cried out, "They bully me, Jiyang. They have bullied me since I was little." Jiyang tightened his embrace around the girl, repeatedly stroking her hair in a manner reminiscent of a deity, comforting him, gritting his teeth as he said, "Then I shall kill them." Warning: the corruption value increased again by 10, bringing the total to 30. Upon hearing Jiyang's words, Meng Leyu shook her head, tears still unheeded, and replied, "No, killing is against the law." Jiyang frowned in confusion, for in the realm of cultivation, the weak were devoured by the strong. Even righteous cultivators had blood on their hands. As long as one did not harm their own sect, who would care? Killing excessively might earn one the label of a wicked cultivator, and one's name could become notorious. The pursuit of exterminating demons was primarily about safeguarding the path, focused on cultivation. Even the monks of the Fanine Temple, while reciting scriptures, could be ruthless when it came to slaying. Of course, it was not to say there were no truly just individuals, but they were exceedingly rare, akin to phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. For those who were too rigid often found themselves broken, and even prodigies had scant opportunities for growth. Seeing Jiyang's expression, Meng Leyu understood that he had not fully grasped the situation, so she explained, "In our world, there are laws. Killing is against the law. Is it akin to the laws of the mortal realm?" Jiyang inquired. Meng Leyu nodded calmly, stating, "In truth, our world is also mortal. It merely exists in a different realm than yours." However, Jiyang's immediate response was, "What is the lifespan of mortals in your world?" Meng Leyu replied uncertainly, "About 100 years? Generally even less." Jiyang furrowed his brow, having previously discerned that Meng Leyu was of mortal flesh, but he thought to himself, "Master, may I teach you how to cultivate?" Jiyang spoke with an effort to remain calm. "Huh, can I?" Meng Leyu asked hesitantly. She recalled that when disciples were recruited at the Beiji Tianzong, they had to test their spiritual roots, and since they were from completely different worlds, did she even possess a spiritual root? Given the astonishing nature of the game app, Meng Leyu could not guarantee that her world was entirely devoid of cultivation potential. Evidently, Jiyang had developed a blind trust in Meng Leyu, as he spoke with a hint of pride. "Master, since you can engage in dual cultivation with my spirit form, it clearly indicates that you are capable of cultivating." Upon hearing Jiyang's words, Meng Leyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Oh my, this is cultivation. Can I truly do it?" Jiyang, observing the exhilaration on Meng Leyu's face, could not help but smile, concealing the shadows in his gaze as he said, "Once you cultivate, You need not fear being bullied anymore. Yet, Jiyang knew that this was far from sufficient. The lifespan of humans was exceedingly brief. How could a century suffice? He desired her to become his true master. Jiyang smiled, leaning close to Meng Leyu's ear, and said, "Master, may I heal your wounds?" Later, as Meng Leyu reclined, her clothes strewn about, she regretfully covered her face with her hand, lamenting that she should not have been swayed by beauty, leading her to trust in his dragon saliva for healing. Nevertheless, the boy's kiss was profoundly sincere, rendering Meng Leyu, who had already acquiesced, unable to utter a single reproach. However, when Jiyang attempted to kiss the wound on her forehead, Meng Leyu immediately reached out to stop him. "No, not here," she exclaimed urgently. "Why?" Jiyang asked in confusion, for this was the most severe of her injuries, and he could not comprehend why she would not consume the small healing pill. Meng Leyu recognized Jiyang's good intentions and earnestly explained, "I am immortal, and a mortal's wounds cannot heal so swiftly. If they discover something amiss, I will be captured and dissected for research." Jiyang endeavored to comprehend Meng Leyu's words and, under the earnest gaze of her eyes, gently touched the wound, which to him seemed hardly more than a scrape, and quietly murmured, "If I had allowed you to cultivate earlier, would you not have been injured?" Meng Leyu grasped the boy's fingertips and gently shook her head, saying, "This is not your fault. Meeting you has been the greatest fortune of my life." In response, the boy embraced her tightly once more, accompanied by the slight tremor of his dragon horn. Jiyang had a plan. He first taught Meng Leyu a simple breathing technique to help her become familiar with it. Meng Leyu truly did not disappoint. As in the realm of cultivation, the dense spiritual energy allowed her to sense the so-called spiritual energy under Jiyang's guidance, even though she had yet to directly draw it into her body. This development filled Meng Leyu with joy, so when she awoke the next day, her first task was to revisit the technique. However, a sudden and jarring reality struck her back to the ground. The reality was that there was no spiritual energy in her world. Meng Leyu felt utterly deflated, an unforeseen revelation that left her lacking energy even as she arrived at the classroom. Yet, shortly after she sat down, Chun-Yi suddenly leaned in and sniffed her, expressing a hint of confusion. "The scent on you seems somewhat familiar." "Do I have a scent?" Meng Leyu questioned, raising her hand to sniff herself, wondering if it was the scent of laundry detergent. It was well known that laundry powder was far cheaper than liquid detergent at the supermarket, and Meng Leyu had opted for it to save money. However, Chun-Yi frowned and said, "It's not the scent of those chemicals, it's something else. I feel like I've smelled it before. Where could it have been?" Chun-Yi racked her brain, but felt that something was missing. As the teacher entered, Meng Leyu decided to let her ponder, unaware that dragon saliva, aside from its healing properties, also served as a fragrance. However, dragon saliva was exceedingly precious, and thus, tales of its aroma merely circulated in the realm of cultivation, with few able to utilize it. Moreover, each dragon saliva had a distinct scent, akin to the fragrance emitted during their mating season, particularly the liquid produced at that time being the most potent. The last time Jiyang's scent was released was when he had fallen victim to the illusionary skeleton flower pollen in the secret realm. Poor boy. He had enjoyed himself time and again. No matter how thoroughly he cleansed himself, he inevitably bore the lingering and well-known exotic fragrance. Chapter 91. The Pearl Merman. Throughout that entire day, Chun-Yi frequently leaned toward Meng Leyu to sniff her, attempting to recall where she had previously encountered this familiar scent. Unfortunately for Chun-Yi, she could not pinpoint where she had smelled it before, indicating that her thoughts were not sufficiently whimsical. As Meng Leyu was preoccupied with thoughts of cultivation, that evening, she resolutely decided to spend money to buy a chance to use the Dreamstone. However, she did not expect that although she once again found herself in the cave, she did not see Jiyang. This was the first time this had happened, as she had always believed her respawn point was centered around him. Meng Leyu searched the cave, but could not find Jiyang. Just then, a familiar voice echoed from the depths of the cave. "Are you looking for him? He is not here." The sudden sound that emerged was truly frightening. Even though Meng Leyu knew it was the voice of the Jiaorun, she still jumped in surprise. Driven by an overwhelming desire to discover the whereabouts of the little one, she pressed on deeper into the cave, undeterred by her fright. As the sound of water grew clearer, the clinking of metal chains became increasingly pronounced. At last, illuminated by the radiant glow of stalactites, Meng Leyu beheld once more the Jiyang with its deep green fishtail. Bathed in the tranquil blue light of the pool, its visage resembled that of a deity, compassionate, indifferent, and untouchable. Bound by golden chains, it lay in the spiritual spring, yet freedom was a distant notion. "Where is Jiyang?" Meng Leyu asked anxiously. "Jiyang? The name of that crippled dragon?" The Jiyang's abrupt words were rather irksome. Meng Leyu's expression soured instantly, although she did not wish to be indebted. The creature was indeed something she had acquired with a seed of Huantian grass. Why was it pulling her strings? Just as she prepared to question it further, the Jiyang spoke again. "What about my name? How am I to know your name?" Meng Leyu thought the Jiyang must have sustained a blow to the head when captured, rendering it unable to recall its name, which she could not possibly know. However, to her surprise, the Jiyang's next words made her realize her initial misunderstanding. "I have no name. If you bestow one upon me, I shall tell you where the crippled dragon is." Jiyang is not at all crippled. He merely has a temporary injury to his horn. As for your name, let us call you Pearl. So, can you now tell me where Jiyang is? Pearl, why have you chosen this name for me? Do you have a fondness for pearls? The Jiyang murmured softly, attempting to grasp the underlying significance of the name Meng Leyu had given. "It means something precious," she replied casually, not revealing that she had simply thought of the Jiyang's tears turning into pearls. "Precious?" The Jiyang mused, lowering its gaze. Finally, as Meng Leyu impatiently pressed again, it lifted its head and said, "Then I shall accept the name Pearl." Meng Leyu sighed in relief and, forcing a smile, asked, "Can you now tell me where Jiyang is gone?" He merely stepped out to avoid detection. The Jiyang replied nonchalantly, "Avoid detection? What does that mean?" In truth, Meng Leyu was more concerned about why she could not reach the little one. That group of dragon hunters has located this vicinity. To conceal this place, he borrowed a scale from me to mask his presence and divert those outside. As the Jiyang spoke, it raised its massive fishtail, gently swaying the golden chains before Meng Leyu, enticingly suggesting, "Do you desire my scales as well?" "What would I want your scales for?" Meng Leyu found the notion perplexing. The Jiyang paused and inquired, "Do you not find them beautiful?" Meng Leyu, distracted, cast a glance at its tail and had to admit that the deep green hue, rippling in the water, exuded an alluring jade-like warmth. "Yes, it is beautiful, but when will Jiyang return?" Throughout, Meng Leyu's primary concern remained Jiyang's safety. The Jiyang appeared satisfied yet somewhat displeased, its large tail flicking impatiently, the chains clinking as it suppressed its annoyance, stating, "As long as he is not foolish enough to lose my scale, those hunters will not detect his presence." Hearing this, Meng Leyu felt a measure of reassurance and curiously asked, "Are your scales truly that powerful?" "Naturally, I possess spatial abilities that can nullify all traces of presence." The Jiyang replied, a hint of pride in its voice. "Then how were you captured?" Meng Leyu bit her lip, not intending to strike a sore spot, but driven by genuine curiosity. At this, the Jiyang's expression darkened abruptly, and after a moment, it coolly recounted, "I was in a weak, dormant state just after reaching maturity when an underwater earthquake struck, and I was swept onto a cultivator's merchant ship by the tsunami." That indeed sounded unfortunate, and Meng Leyu found herself feeling a rare sense of sympathy for the creature. "Did they not consider consuming you?" Meng Leyu recalled the frenzied manner of those cultivators at the auction and struggled to comprehend why this Jiyang had been so easily delivered to them and sent to the auction house. At this mention, the Jiyang's countenance darkened further, tinged with an odd expression as it scrutinized Meng Leyu. "It seems you are quite unfamiliar with the world of cultivation." "Oh, have I exposed myself?" Meng Leyu felt like an utterly helpless muggle. The previously stern Jiyang suddenly smiled enchantingly, raising its gaze to Meng Leyu and explaining, "Under normal circumstances, a Jiyang will differentiate its gender on the day of maturity, thus avoiding a weak dormant phase and proceeding directly to mating. Why did you not differentiate? Meng Leyu found herself evading the Jiyang-'s smile, recalling its earlier mention of entering a weak dormant state at maturity, as well as the auction house's description of it as an adult Jiaoran that had not differentiated. Noticing her averted gaze, the Jiaoran showed no sign of anger. Rather, its tail swayed gently, as if more pleased. A Jiaoran only differentiates when it desires to mate, Pearl said, fixing a direct gaze upon Meng Leyu. What vulgar words! Meng Leyu exclaimed, slightly embarrassed. I meant biological knowledge. Meng Leyu felt a tinge of awkwardness. She certainly could not inquire why it had no desire to mate. Yet, there were things she wished to remain ignorant of, yet the Jiao Ren voluntarily continued. I was born in the deep sea and did not lead a communal life like other Jiao Ren. Thus, I never felt the urge to mate even upon reaching adulthood. The so-called weak dormant phase means that a Jiao Ren that has not undergone proper differentiation temporarily grows legs, but lacks any gender characteristics. When the cultivators aboard the merchant ship encountered me, I was in that weak phase with legs, but no discernible gender, and out of sheer curiosity, they sold me to the auction house. However, the auction house folks clearly understood Jiao Ren. The unspoken implication hung in the air, allowing Meng Leyu to grasp why she had encountered it at the auction house. But since you did not differentiate at your previous maturity, will you differentiate in the future? Meng Leyu inquired curiously, hoping it was not something that required mating, for she had no means to procure another Jiao Ren for it. I am uncertain. The Jiao Ren chuckled lightly, appearing entirely indifferent. Very well, Meng Leyu decided not to dwell on it, having never intended to accept that hidden task requiring Jiao Ren oil. At that moment, the Jiao Ren suddenly brought its tail closer to Meng Leyu, saying, "Could you help me remove the chains from my tail? They bind me uncomfortably." Huh? Just as Meng Leyu turned her gaze toward the Jiao Ren's tail, a cold voice emerged from behind her. "You must not." Overjoyed, Meng Leyu spun around and ran toward the appearing youth. "Jiyang, you're back." The youth, Jiyang, securely embraced Meng Leyu, his gaze coldly warning the Jiao Ren in the spiritual spring. The Jiao Ren returned the look, equally impassive. "Yes, I have returned. I apologize for making you wait," the youth said, his demeanor softening as he looked at Meng Leyu, completely shedding the earlier chill. "Are you hurt?" Meng Leyu, hurriedly stepping back from Jiyang's embrace, sought to check for any injuries on him. Jiyang shook his head, and before he could speak, the merman in the spring had already declared, "As long as he is not foolish, with my scales, it is impossible for anyone to discover him." Jiyang cast a cold glance at the merman, evidently disdaining his lack of tact, which had intruded upon the intimate world he shared with Meng Leyu. However, when he met Meng Leyu's inquiring gaze, he obediently nodded and said, "Indeed, he has not been discovered." After speaking, he flicked a piece of dark green scale into the pool, accompanied by a drop of dark golden blood. Upon entering the water, the scale neither floated nor sank, but returned to the merman's tail, restoring its former appearance. The dark golden blood was absorbed by the merman before Jiyang and Meng Leyu, who watched as his previously pale skin instantly regained a healthy glow. Observing this transformation, Meng Leyu finally understood that the merman's pallor was not innate, but rather a sign of previous severe injury and extreme weakness. Jiyang further elucidated, "What he absorbed is my blood. Dragon blood is potent and contains immense vitality, capable of rapidly rejuvenating him. I had previously agreed with him that a drop of blood would be the price for borrowing scales. However, after utilizing Jiyang's dragon blood, the merman showed no sign of gratitude, instead snorting disdainfully, 'If you hadn't refused to remove the Xian binding lock, how could my recovery have been so slow?' Meng Leyu, upon hearing this, turned to Zai, and inquired, 'Is there no way for us to unlock the chains on him?' Jiyang's expression darkened slightly as he glanced at the merman, but still explained to Meng Leyu, 'Of course, it can be unlocked. I merely worry that he might harm you. However, with me here, I will certainly protect you.' When Jiyang spoke these words, both he and the merman expected Meng Leyu to request that Jiyang release the merman from his Xian binding lock. To their surprise, Meng Leyu did not hesitate and shook her head, saying, 'Let's not. That would be too risky.' Jiyang's eyes instantly brightened with a smile. while the merman's expression soured, and he sank completely into the water. Before departing, Meng Leyu confided in Jiyang about her lack of spiritual energy in the real world. Jiyang's gaze deepened, as he had not anticipated that Meng Leyu's location was a realm devoid of spiritual energy, where cultivation was impossible. However, there was a silver lining. In such a place, one would not be troubled by heavenly tribulations. Alternatively, it could also signify that Meng Leyu's surroundings were in an era of waning magic, where spiritual energy was exceedingly sparse. Since Meng Leyu had yet to succeed in drawing energy into her body, she could not sense its existence. Those capable of cultivating in such an environment were either well-connected with wise mentors or had fortuitously stumbled upon enlightenment. Cultivation, there was still met with heavenly tribulations. Yet, Jiyang had only heard of the waning magic era and was uncertain how its tribulations compared to their realm of cultivation. Nevertheless, Jiyang would not frighten Meng Leyu. Instead, he retrieved a top-tier spiritual stone from his spatial realm and handed it to her, saying, "This premium spiritual stone constantly emits spiritual energy. Carry it with you, and in due time, you will gradually sense the presence of spiritual energy." He then lifted Meng Leyu's left hand, revealing the storage ring he had previously gifted her, stating, "This storage ring is crafted from the shell of my protective heart egg and is connected to my spatial realm. Should you find the spiritual stone insufficient, you may draw directly from my space." Meng Leyu nodded, initially marveling at the wonders of the storage ring, then suddenly realizing something. She turned to Zai and asked uncertainly, "When you say the spaces are connected, is it a one-sided connection from me to you, or are they fully interlinked?" Upon hearing Meng Leyu's question, Jiyang understood that she had deduced the truth. He momentarily averted his gaze, while his dragon horns obediently turned a shade of pink. Without words, everything was understood between them. Meng Leyu's face flushed, yet she clung to a glimmer of hope and asked, "You didn't see everything, did you?" The young man, with an air of cautious yet slightly aggrieved sincerity, replied, "Actually, I didn't mean to look. I can sense whenever you play something." This was why he had recognized the two familiar triangular cloth pieces the first time he met Meng Leyu. Chapter 92. Wolf Shock. When Meng Leyu awoke once again, her first reaction was to retrieve all her undergarments from the storage ring. However, after a moment's thought, she returned them, this time placing them in individual bags. She had to admit that the storage ring was indeed the most convenient portable safe. As for the premium spiritual stone, Meng Leyu examined it briefly before returning it to the storage ring. Recalling Zai's advice to keep it on her person and gradually sense the spiritual energy. Thus, she planned to take some time over the weekend to visit a jewelry store and see if she could have it set. While Meng Leyu was changing into her school uniform after her morning routine, a curious dorm mate suddenly asked, "Meng Leyu, don't you use skincare products?" "No," Meng Leyu replied, shaking her head. Skincare products required money, and when she had acne before, she found them unnecessary. Now, after taking the Yu-Rong-Dan provided by Zai, she no longer needed them. "Wow, we thought your skin improved suddenly due to peeling, and you must be using some skincare products. We didn't realize you don't even apply any." The other girls expressed envy. As every teenager faces the troubles of acne, and with Meng Leyu as a living example, how could they not be intrigued? They only hoped that Meng Leyu would truly impart some secret that could help them rid themselves of their troublesome teenage blemishes. However, her roommate's words made Meng Leyu wary. Living under the same roof, she could not afford to appear too different. For instance, the matter of the fasting pills was absolutely unacceptable. Previously, when she did not live on campus, if she skipped meals, classmates would merely think she had missed a meal or two. But now, with everyone coming and going together, they would inevitably notice her lack of meals. The day she resumed taking the fasting pills was due to her fear that her parents would confine her, or that if she took too long, she would lack the strength to endure. Therefore, she needed to start eating again. Realizing this, Meng Leyu accompanied her roommates to the cafeteria for breakfast while also inquiring, "I wonder if it's the change of seasons, but my face feels so dry. What skincare products do you all use?" The girls spoke knowledgeably about skincare, although most came from ordinary families, so they used inexpensive products. However, Meng Leyu had always been reluctant to spend on such things. Now, with Zai's shared account, where they occasionally sold elixirs and spiritual herbs, her account balance was sufficient for her living expenses. While she wasn't suddenly wealthy, it was certainly a significant improvement compared to her previous life at the Meng family. Today, Chun-Yi had taken another day off, and Meng Leyu couldn't help but think of the numerous tubes of medicine and the small box filled with liquid. Given Chun-Yi's personality, if she were healthy, she would likely be a particularly bright and exuberant girl. Setting aside her current moral perspective. As Meng Leyu submitted her homework, Yang suddenly poked her back, saying, "This weekend is my birthday." Though Meng Leyu was puzzled, she casually replied, "Then I wish you a happy birthday in advance." Yang's expression momentarily shifted to one of amusement, as if he were both amused and exasperated. He spoke, "I merely invited you to dine with me." Fearing a potential refusal from Meng Leyu, he quickly added, "Many of our classmates will also be attending. I've invited everyone from your dorm, including Chun-Yi." In truth, only Yang was aware that he had yet to extend an invitation to Chun-Yi. He merely uttered this to encourage Meng Leyu to join. Meng Leyu furrowed her brow and inquired, "Are you certain it is just a meal?" Yang nodded earnestly, clarifying, "Indeed, it is merely dinner at the Hanyu Food City near the Wealth Center." At this, Meng Leyu finally relented, nodding in agreement. "Very well, I will come." "Okay, I shall come to fetch you," Yang immediately responded. However, this time Meng Leyu declined, saying, "There's no need. Just send me the address. I will take a taxi." Yang did not dwell on this minor detail. After all, Meng Leyu's agreement to attend was a victory in itself. During the brief 5-minute break after morning study, Meng Leyu hesitated for a moment before finally retrieving the mantu she had purchased from the cafeteria. Yet, recalling her previous experience of overeating, she only took a small bite, then, concerned that it was insufficient, took another diminutive nibble. It turned out that the adage failure is the mother of success held true, as Meng Leyu transformed once more into a jetting warrior, albeit with significantly less intensity than before, leaving her quite satisfied. "Who is crying?" Meng Leyu murmured softly. Earlier, when she entered the restroom, it had been conspicuously empty. Yet now, as she regained her composure, she could faintly hear sobbing from the adjacent stall. Meng Leyu hesitated, but ultimately approached and knocked gently on the stall door. Asking quietly, "Are you all right?" The sobbing ceased abruptly, and the door swung open to reveal the pale and red-eyed Meng Leyu. "Meng Leyu, what are you doing here?" Meng Leyu immediately questioned, having recognized her voice instantly. Upon seeing Meng Leyu suppressed her curiosity and sympathy, chastising herself for meddling. When Meng Leyu noticed Meng Leyu silently attempting to leave, she reverted to her habitual haughty demeanor. "Hey, are you ignoring me?" Meng Leyu retorted, reaching out to grab Meng Leyu. However, Meng Leyu, sensing the impending contact, swiftly sidestepped and sharply commanded, "Don't touch me." Startled, Meng Leyu quickly regained her composure and pressed on, "What did you hear just now?" In truth, Meng Leyu had been preoccupied with her transformation and had heard nothing. Yet observing Meng Leyu's forced calmness awakened a mischievous side within her. She regarded Meng Leyu with the same disdainful gaze she had once received, scoffing as she said, "Guess if I heard anything. I have no interest in your sordid affairs." Meng Leyu's face paled instantly, yet she stubbornly replied, "If you dare to speak of this, I will tear your mouth apart." "Oh, I look forward to that," Meng Leyu retorted before turning to leave after washing her hands. Meng Leyu, intending to pursue her, found herself halted by the arrival of another girl entering the restroom, forcing her to stand still, lowering her head to avoid recognition. However, following the bullying incident, Meng Leyu had become a well-known figure at school, easily recognizable to anyone, regardless of her efforts to conceal her identity. Thus, even with her head down, she was recognized by several students who noted her tear-stained visage. Coupled with the fact that they had just encountered Meng Leyu, an outrageous rumor began to circulate throughout the campus. The former victim, Meng Leyu, had physically confronted her bully, Meng Leyu, leading to the latter's new moniker, Vengeful Sister, also known as Nukulu Leyu. Oblivious to this gossip, Meng Leyu, upon exiting the restroom, found herself intrigued by the events that might have transpired to render Meng Leyu so distressed as to weep in seclusion. Clearly, this matter must be of great significance to provoke such anxiety in her. It was well known that Meng Leyu's character would never allow her to be bullied. After the online exposure, her transfer was merely a matter of preserving her pride, not out of fear of victimization. Thus, what could have caused her such unease? Upon returning to the classroom, still unable to ascertain the situation, Meng Leyu decided to cast her thoughts aside, recognizing that her studies remained paramount. After her meal, she quickly felt the effects of mental fatigue. As soon as school dismissed for lunch, Meng Leyu rushed to join the throngs entering the cafeteria. However, she was unprepared for the unfortunate collision that occurred while she was in line, causing a significant spill of soup onto herself, though it did not fall to the ground. The person responsible was an exceedingly tall boy who fervently apologized. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. Let me buy you another meal." While Meng Leyu dealt with the annoyance of cleaning herself with napkins, he noticed her predicament and suggested, "I truly apologize. Do you live on campus? You should go change. I'll buy your meal and bring it to you, and I can wash your soiled clothes for you." Meng Leyu nodded, replying, "I live on campus. Just getting me another meal will suffice. No need for the clothes." After exchanging phone numbers, she returned to her dorm to handle her stained clothing. She applied dish soap to the soiled areas, hoping this simple remedy would prove effective, as the stains were quite extensive. If unsuccessful, she would have to purchase a new uniform, which, while available for individual purchase, was rather expensive for her, costing several hundred yuan for a complete set. At that moment, her phone rang. The boy had already procured the meal and was waiting outside her dormitory. Hurriedly, she descended the stairs, only to find that he had not only bought her meal, but also an assortment of desserts and beverages. "I am truly sorry for what happened. Please accept these as my apology," he said earnestly, his demeanor reminiscent of a loyal dog rather than a clumsy bear. Dismissing her earlier odd thoughts, Meng Leyu accepted his generous offering, saying, "It's all right, but do be more careful next time, or you might end up incurring further expenses." With a slight smile, Meng Leyu turned to leave, only for the boy to call out, "By the way, I'm Langjun from class 2501. May I ask your name?" Surprised that someone so tall was actually a grade below her, Meng Leyu replied casually, "I'm Meng Leyu. I'm heading back now." She waved goodbye as she returned to her dormitory. Upon her arrival, she found several dorm mates already present. Upon seeing the food in her hands, they could not help but tease, "Wow, who bought all this?" They were well aware of Meng Leyu's usual frugality, making it evident she was not one to splurge on such an abundance of sweets and drinks. Meng Leyu smiled helplessly and said, "Oh, don't mention it. I just bought lunch at noon, and someone bumped into me, staining my clothes." This is the other party's apology. Upon hearing this, the girls ceased their teasing and responded with a sigh. "That's quite unfortunate. I wonder if the clothes can be cleaned. Indeed, if it doesn't work, perhaps soaking it in bleach might help." Others echoed in agreement, as everyone was well aware of their school uniform's oil-absorbing properties. Every time oil accidentally dripped onto them, washing became a significant endeavor. Meng Leyu pondered this for a moment before taking out the desserts and drinks from her bag to share with everyone, then finally sat down to enjoy her belated lunch. However, she never anticipated that upon opening the container, she would find such an abundance of dishes. There were 3 different types of meat, along with 2 side dishes and a bowl of soup. This was clearly not the subsidized 3 yuan school lunch, but rather something purchased from a fast food restaurant near the school, which must have cost significantly more. Although Meng Leyu was surprised, she thought little of it, merely considering the other party's sincerity. At that moment, her WeChat notification chimed unexpectedly. She initially assumed it was a message, only to find it was a friend request. "I am Langjun." Upon seeing the note, Meng Leyu's first reaction was surprise at this surname. It was her first encounter with such a name. Although she was curious about why the other party wanted to add her, she accepted the friend request. Immediately after, Langjun sent a new message. "Are you accustomed to the food? I bought a variety because I wasn't sure of your taste. Was this considered after-sales service?" The other party was quite thoughtful. Meng Leyu mused, and without further thought, she casually replied, "It's fine. I'm not picky, and it tastes quite good." She noticed that the other party was typing for an extended period, only to receive a rather terse response. Not picky is good. Little did Meng Leyu know that at that moment, Lang Jun, who could only rest in a classroom as a day student, was nearly tearing the table apart in frustration. What should I do? Chatting with girls is really difficult. Can anyone tell me what else I can say? Could such a dilemma be discussed with the elders of his clan? Chapter 93. Rival unbeknownst to Meng Leyu. After she left the cave, the merman who had been submerged underwater suddenly emerged and addressed Jiyang, who was refining pills, saying, "My name is Pearl. She named me." As soon as the words left his mouth, the small pill that Jiyang had never failed to refine since he began suddenly exploded. Unlike Meng Leyu, Jiyang was acutely aware that in the merman's world, names did not exist until adulthood, at which point partners would give each other nicknames. Now that this seafood had a name, given by his deity, what did it signify? At this moment, a murderous intent appeared on the boy's face, one that Meng Leyu had never witnessed before. Just as the merman was on guard, anticipating a strike, Jiyang resumed his alchemical work as if nothing had happened. However, the merman's heart remained tense, growing even more so. Finally, the boy coldly glanced at the detestable seafood and said, "She is unaware of your clan's rules. This name is meaningless. The so-called name is merely a means to provoke me. I will not act against you." Upon hearing this, the merman's expression darkened. For the boy's words were entirely accurate. The binding spell was designed to be particularly cunning, relying on others to unlock it. If it were Meng Leyu, she might have been able to entice him with words. As for Jiyang, the merman could only plan to provoke him, using his strength to destroy the binding spell through Jiyang's attack. Now that Jiyang was not falling for the trap, the merman returned to his previous sullen demeanor, preparing to sink back into the depths. However, just before he submerged, Jiyang spoke. Rather than thinking about escaping, you should contemplate the matter of weaving merman silk. To Jiyang's surprise, as soon as he finished speaking, the usually indifferent merman suddenly lost his composure, forcefully slamming his tail against the water surface, exclaiming, "Weaving? You must be joking. I can't weave merman silk without undergoing differentiation." After cursing, the merman took a breath and looked at Jiyang with suspicion, asking, "You do know that mermen can only weave merman silk after differentiation, right?" Jiyang's silence was his only response. Seeing this, the merman smirked as if victorious, waving his tail before joyfully sinking back into the depths. Meanwhile, Jiyang's mind was consumed with one thought: useless seafood. Meanwhile, since Meng Leyu was living on campus, her voice chat time with Zai had shifted to between classes, and she would find a secluded spot to talk. Over the past few days, she had discovered a secret base behind the sports equipment warehouse. Those familiar with the small areas of physical education understood that it was essentially a mere decoration, a backup space for various teachers, making it quite deserted. Today, as Meng Leyu logged into the game, she found that Zai had returned to Beijitian Zone, where everything was adorned with lights and festive decorations, indicating a celebration was underway. Upon closer inspection, Meng Leyu noticed that Zai was dressed unusually today. Typically clad in simple sect clothing or casual wear, Zai was now adorned in a black patterned white robe and wearing a jade crown, appearing exceedingly formal and handsome. Perhaps due to the robe's severe elegance, it somewhat masked Zai's youthful charm, hinting at the extraordinary figure he would become in adulthood. "Zai, you look splendid," Meng Leyu remarked, instinctively reaching to ruffle Zai's hair. Unfortunately, today he wore a crown, making it inconvenient. "Do you like it?" Jiyang asked, glancing up from adjusting his waist sash. "I love it, absolutely adore it," Meng Leyu exclaimed, nodding vigorously. Realizing Zai couldn't see her, she promptly poked his right hand repeatedly to express her strong affirmation. Jiyang, who had maintained a serious demeanor all day, broke into a smile and explained, "Today, my master has emerged from seclusion. His transformation pill has been successfully refined. So my senior brother plans to host a banquet for all the major sects to celebrate the emergence of a spirit artifact." "That sounds delightful. It must be lively," Meng Leyu eagerly inquired, as this would be her first experience of a banquet in the cultivation world. Jiyang paused momentarily, uncertain, and replied, "It should be relatively lively." Just as he finished speaking, a young acolyte outside the cave, transmitted a message. Honorable Jiyang, Master says the guests have arrived and has sent me to invite you. It turned out this young acolyte was a disciple of the fortunate senior brother. Upon exiting the cave, a massive celestial crane awaited at the entrance, evidently for Jiyang to ride. With numerous guests at Beiji Tian Zone today, Meng Leyu found everything astonishing along the way, even catching a glimpse of the legendary nine-tailed fox. In the final moments of their voice chat, Meng Leyu exclaimed in awe, "Wow, a nine-tailed fox. So beautiful." Jiyang's brow furrowed slightly as he turned to glance at the flamboyant fox. That creature was the contracted beast of an elder from the Wan Beast sect, now possessing the cultivation of Yuan, capable of transforming into its true form. Jiyang's expression tightened, for he noticed the unmistakable large bell hanging from the fox's rear, a clear indication of its gender. How shameless! A certain dragon glared in disdain. The fox's rear wiggled. Why do I feel a hint of murderous intent? Yet what Jiyang did not know was that while he was feeling jealous over the nine-tailed fox, Meng Leyu, who had no resistance to fluffy creatures, was already drooling over the black and white panda not far away. Oh my, a national treasure. Surely, it was hard for anyone to resist the allure of a national treasure like the panda. However, the panda on the screen was quite different from the ones usually seen at the panda base, Fei Yun and Meng Lan. The panda on screen was clad in armor, its mouth fitted with a massive bite guard, a fierce iron-eating beast, and a mount of Qiyu. Due to the amicable relationship between Wanshou Zone and Beiji Tian Zone, along with their relatively close proximity, many individuals from Wanshou Zone attended today. Consequently, a diverse array of contracted beasts appeared within sight. With each new beast, Jiyang's expression grew colder, scoffing at the shameless creatures that merely flaunted their cuteness. A certain dragon proudly lifted its horns in its heart, declaring itself unique, as it would only allow its master to touch it. Although Meng Leyu yearned to spend more time with the little one, she regrettably had to return to class in just 2 minutes. Without hesitation, she stowed her phone and dashed back. Unexpectedly, she collided with a boy around the corner of the warehouse. Ouch, that hurts. Meng Leyu covered her nose, feeling a sharp pain and warmth radiating from it. I'm so sorry, Meng Leyu. Are you all right? Longjin was equally surprised to encounter Meng Leyu again, having bumped into her once more. As tears welled in her eyes from the pain, Meng Leyu finally recognized the person before her. It was indeed Longjin, the same boy she had previously collided with in the cafeteria. What a bizarre fate. Do our destinies clash? Why do we always meet with a collision? You're bleeding. Let me take you to the infirmary, Longjin said, his brow furrowing in concern. Goodness, this is a calamity of blood, Meng Leyu thought, while helplessly pinching her nose. There's no need for the infirmary. Could you please buy me some ice instead? Sure, wait here, I'll be right back. The boy hurried away. Watching his swift departure, Meng Leyu couldn't help but marvel at his speed. If he participated in the school sports meet this year, he would surely break records. Indeed, it was long before Longjin returned with chilled mineral water. After receiving it, Meng Leyu placed it against the back of her neck. During her childhood, she often suffered from nosebleeds, but her parents were preoccupied with caring for her younger sister. Each time she bled, she had to figure out how to handle it herself. Initially, she would stuff tissue into her nose or tilt her head back, each time feeling as if blood was trickling down her throat. Eventually, it was Luyu's mother who took pity on her and taught her how to manage it. And soon she became adept, experiencing fewer nosebleeds over time. Sure enough, after resting the ice pack for a while, the bleeding ceased completely. Longjin, feeling embarrassed, said, I truly apologize for bumping into you twice. Allow me to treat you to a meal as an apology. However, Meng Leyu shook her head, gently replying, Thank you, but it's unnecessary. You've already apologized last time, and my clothes are clean now. This time, I was running as well, and you brought me ice. Let us consider it even. Seeing Longjin about to protest, she waved her hand dismissively. I genuinely appreciate your kindness, but it's really not needed. Perhaps we can discuss it next time. In Meng Leyu's view, it was merely Longjin's upbringing that led him to consider offering a meal as compensation. Unbeknownst to her, once she departed, the tall boy raked his fingers through his hair in frustration, muttering, What must I do to ask her out? On her way back to the classroom, Perhaps due to her exertion, Meng Leyu experienced a slight resurgence of a nosebleed, staining not only her face but also her clothes. In her haste to return to class, she could not afford to go back to her dormitory to change, and instead entered the classroom with bloodstains on her body, hands, and face, calling out report. The English teacher, initially angry at the tardiness of students, was taken aback upon seeing Meng Leyu's bloodstains, immediately inquiring, "What happened?" "Nosebleed," Meng Leyu replied. "Oh, would you like to visit the infirmary or clean up in the restroom?" the English teacher suggested. Meng Leyu, however, dismissed the concern, walking in casually while saying, "It's nothing, just a little blood. I can wipe it off." Unbeknownst to her, Meng Leyu's nonchalance prompted a flurry of speculation among her classmates, especially given the recent rumors of her transformation into a vengeful goddess. As she strode in, bloodied, many imagined her as the one who had beaten Meng Leyu. As for her explanation of a mere nosebleed, they were skeptical. Today, Chinyi was still absent. According to the teacher, she had apparently fallen into a coma again, leaving Meng Leyu with mixed feelings. Unbeknownst to her, her bloodied appearance had been stealthily captured by someone lurking in the corner. In the realm of cultivation, Jiyang's expression darkened entirely upon sensing Meng Leyu's departure, appearing less like someone at a festive occasion and more like someone who had been wronged. As the banquet commenced, the sect leader delivered a series of grandiloquent remarks before the formalities began. From the moment the formalities started, Elder Figue's smile never faltered, knowing that all these items would eventually be deposited into the private vault of Chongqing Fugue Peak. When the formalities reached Ha Huan Zone, Elder Donnie, accompanied by a young woman, stepped forward. To everyone's surprise, the woman was none other than Jiyang, who had recently suffered from a lightning strike that damaged her soul and left her in a coma. At this moment, she appeared vibrant and enchanting, showing no signs of her previous injuries. After Elder Don expressed his joy, Jiyang stepped forward to say, "I am Jiyang. Congratulations to Elder Fugue on successfully refining the divine elixir, and congratulations to fellow Taoist Jiyang for cultivating a spirit tool." As she spoke, Jiyang discreetly scrutinized Jiyang, having believed she would never return. However, upon her return, she found that the realm of cultivation had undergone significant changes, with many events deviating from the original narrative. For instance, this banquet was indeed part of the original plot. Yet Elder Fugue's divine elixir had ultimately ended up in the hero's mouth due to the sect leader's intervention, and there was no mention of Jiyang cultivating a spirit tool. After all, as a villain, Jiyang should have been struggling in the demon realm, gradually evolving into its supreme ruler, only to be ultimately suppressed by the hero, serving as the latter's stepping stone to ascend. During her last transmigration, Jiyang had longed to establish a harem, even waiting in the villain's injured forest to scavenge, but she had found nothing. Fortunately, despite the subsequent plot's inconsistencies, all the essential treasures made their appearances. Jiyang had capitalized on her familiarity with the original narrative to secure numerous advantages. However, she couldn't seize everything. Later, when she was suddenly struck by lightning and returned to the modern world, she discerned it as a warning against her reckless behavior, prompting her to revisit the original text. To her surprise, many plot points had changed. It turned out that everything was subject to change. Contemplating this, Jiyang felt both nervous and exhilarated. Did this imply that no one was eternally the protagonist, including herself, who had crossed over? Because of her previous encounter with lightning, she was cautious not to exploit her foreknowledge of the plot recklessly, but perhaps brushing against it wouldn't hurt. Thus, even though she was aware of the treasures, Jiyang decided to remain an observer this time, refraining from her previous tendencies to seize them. Simultaneously, she was curious whether Jiyang's transformation stemmed from her butterfly effect or some other reason. "Xianger, what are you looking at?" At that moment, Don E, her confidant, suddenly transmitted his thoughts, his gaze fixated on Jiyang, the host of the banquet. One couldn't deny that this rising star was indeed captivating. It was no wonder he had drawn her attention. Was this the so-called scenario where one admired the scenery from the bridge while the scenery admired them from above? As Jiyang found the various contracted beasts particularly annoying and overly adorable, he too became a rival in the eyes of others. Chapter 94. Return of the belongings. Meng Leyu had assumed that after a day of study, she would certainly miss the banquet with her little one. Yet she was surprised to find that the cultivators, owing to their stamina, extended the duration of the banquet significantly. When she logged into the game once more, to her surprise, the banquet was still in full swing, though it was nearing its conclusion. Jiyang, who had been growing increasingly impatient, immediately brightened upon noticing Meng Leyu's arrival, a subtle smile gracing his lips. This did not escape the keen eyes of Su Wanyan, who felt her heart race, recalling a similar expression she had seen previously. At that time, Jiyang had appeared to be engaged in conversation with someone, but when her senior, Luo Tianqi, had inquired about it, she had dismissed it as a product of her imagination, attributing it to the protective mountain formation in place. But now, uncertainty gnawed at her, prompting her to turn to Luo Tianqi and ask, "Senior brother, do you think anyone might have infiltrated today?" Luo Tianqi scanned the surroundings and questioned, "What's wrong? Is there something amiss?" He sensed that his junior sister would not raise such a concern without reason. Su Wanyan bit her lip, ultimately shaking her head. She could not cast unfounded suspicions upon others. Observing her hesitation, Luo Tianqi refrained from pressing further. He understood his junior sister's stubborn nature. Once she set her mind on something, words would be futile. He decided to keep a watchful eye, hoping to uncover the truth. Consequently, Su Wanyan's gaze frequently drifted towards Jiyang. Luo Tianqi, who was also attentive to Su Wanyan, quickly discerned the direction of her gaze. Jiyang? Connecting this to what his junior sister had just mentioned, could it be that she suspected Jiyang of allowing someone to infiltrate? Just then, the scene before Luo Tianqi nearly led him to doubt his own eyes. He distinctly saw Jiyang's cheek slightly indent as though someone had poked him. The moment was fleeting, quick enough to incite disbelief. Yet, when he instinctively glanced at his junior sister, he found her wearing a similarly shocked expression. He had not misjudged. Jiyang indeed bore some hidden issue. While Su Wanyan placed her faith in the protective mountain formation, Luo Tianqi, as a transmigrator, leaned more towards trusting his instincts. He recognized that this world was vast and filled with unknowns. After all, the protective formation was crafted by humans, and humans inherently possess weaknesses. Nevertheless, Luo Tianqi chose not to voice his concerns. With a gathering of formidable experts at Beijitian's sect, including the sect leader, it was odd that only he and his junior sister had noticed anything amiss. Did this imply that the infiltrator's prowess exceeded theirs? The identity of this individual and Jiyang's connection to them remained a mystery. Meng Leyu had not anticipated that her intention of merely patting the little creature's head would lead her to poke its cheek due to the inconvenience of her jade crown. This fleeting action, however, was witnessed by others. It is often said that affection cannot be concealed. Even when one attempts to mask it, it is revealed through their eyes. Jiyang's demeanor exemplified this sentiment. Despite his impassive expression, joy sparkled in his eyes, seemingly causing the surrounding spiritual energy to dance. Thus, the clandestine affection between the master and servant was inadvertently exposed, leading to the suspicion of something untoward. At that moment, a suggestion arose for Elder Fu Gue to showcase the transformation pill for everyone's enlightenment. It is noteworthy that the highest cultivation level openly traversing the major sects at present was only at the late stage of Yuaning. This does not imply the absence of transformation stage cultivators. Rather, it has simply been ages since a new one emerged, while the existing elders mostly secluded themselves, striving to break through to the void refinement stage. Above the void refinement stage lies the unity stage, and in the cultivation world, it is said that those who reach the unity stage are half a step towards ascension. Even in the event of failed ascension, they would transform into earth immortals, avoiding dissolution. The only ascension that has occurred in Beilingzhou was by the founding ancestor of Beijitian's sect, while no earth immortals have yet emerged, as the highest achievement has only reached the void refinement stage. This dominance is precisely why Beijitian's sect reigns supreme in Beilingzhou. They have genuine backing. At this juncture, Elder Fu Gue, who is among the most promising candidates to break through to the transformation stage, had successfully refined the transformation pill. This signifies that Lu Fu Gui is preparing to challenge the transformation stage. It is crucial to note that the transformation pill is not comparable to the foundation establishment pill available in the market. It is invaluable and has never been sold by the Danding sect. Rumors suggest that the transformation pill auctioned at Rongxing Auction House was leaked from Danding sect, but these remain unverified. The rarity of individuals able to utilize such a pill is immense, as it differs significantly from the foundation establishment pill. One can only use it once in a lifetime. If employed, success is imperative. Failure would confine one's cultivation at the yuan-ing stage indefinitely. Thus, only two types of individuals typically resort to the transformation pill: those who have lingered too long at the late yuan-ing stage with dwindling lifespans and are willing to take desperate risks, or those who are exceedingly confident in their success. Most others prefer to cultivate diligently through personal breakthroughs. Given that individuals can achieve breakthroughs on their own, why would they opt for the transformation pill? The answer lies in its unparalleled advantage. Using it allows for a breakthrough to the transformation stage without the burden of inner demons and grants an automatic boost of 2 cultivation levels. Setting aside cultivation levels, it is well known that a cultivator encounters countless tribulations over centuries. Who can escape the grasp of inner demons? Many cultivators have succumbed to them. Hence, the transformation pill is both revered and feared, serving as a precautionary measure. At that moment, being on the territory of Beiji Tian sect, Lu Fu Gui felt untroubled by the fear of theft, and thus proudly retrieved his prized transformation pill from his storage ring. However, in an instant, an unexpected event unfolded. The demonic creatures that had long been imprisoned within Beiji Tian sect suddenly broke free. Drawn by the rich spiritual energy of the transformation pill, they surged towards it. Chaos erupted on sight, and Elder Fu Gui, intending to reclaim the pill, found himself a moment too late. The transformation pill rolled and tumbled amidst the demonic swarm like a ball in a game of kuju. Here it comes. The plot has truly begun. Chen Yixing, aware of the unfolding story, felt a mix of anxiety and excitement as she tightly gripped her sleeves. Meanwhile, Dan Yi remained vigilant, ready to slay any demonic creature that charged towards them. The Dizong dagger is particularly effective against demonic beings, so when the creatures rushed in, Jiyang fought them without hesitation. He was driven not by anything else but the fact that his divine beings had yet to properly witness this banquet before it was marred by these wretched fools. Thus, while various sects observed the spectacle and occasionally assisted in battling the demons, Jiyang, wielding the Dizong, emerged as a striking figure on the scene, not only due to his fierce combat style, but also because of the dazzling nature of his weapon. The dagger shimmered like lightning. It was evident that the spirit of a good person would indeed embody a flash of lightning, even before defeating his foes. He was likely to blind them with its brilliance. In that moment, Luo Tianqi, who was also engaged in combat with the demons, found his movements slowing. Yet, in a fleeting moment of distraction, a demon that had been flying towards him with the transformation pill was suddenly struck in the back by Jiyang's dagger, and the coveted pill landed in Jiyang's grasp. As the dust settled, Elder Fu Gui finally freed himself from the unseen force that had been subtly impeding him. Good disciple. Elder Fu Gui teleported to Jiyang's side, swiftly retrieving the transformation pill and safely storing it in his ring, his heart finally at ease. Observing the pill's return to its rightful owner, Luo Tianqi was unexpectedly engulfed by a sense of loss, reminiscent of a similar feeling he had experienced back in Langya Town. Luo Tianqi has always possessed an unwavering belief in his instincts. Gazing at the master-disciple duo before him, he suddenly felt an ominous premonition. He and Jiyang were fated adversaries, perhaps even destined never to coexist within the same sect. To his astonishment, the coveted Hua Shindan had returned to its rightful owner. Chen Yixing stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before her. In the narrative, the male protagonist, Luo Tianqi, was supposed to be devoured by the demonic creature along with the Hua Shindan, and in a moment of desperation, to prevent the creature from absorbing the Dan, he would consume it himself. Yet, the reason why Luo Tianqi did not simply store the Dan for safekeeping remained a mystery to Chen Yixing, as the original story dictated otherwise. Now, however, The Huashan Dan had inexplicably passed through the villain's hands and returned to Lu Fugui, and even the demon had been slain by Jiyang. Chen Yixiang's gaze lingered on Jiyang for a moment. Could it be that this villain was the greatest variable? Could he also have crossed over? Perhaps it was worth testing the waters. What do you mean by return to its rightful owner? Dan inquired. Chen Yixiang snapped back to reality and replied, I had thought that the Huashan Dan would be devoured and corrupted by the demon. Dan chuckled softly and remarked, Some indeed wished to taint the Huashan Dan, but alas, fate did not favor them. Lu Fugui has a commendable disciple. As a fellow Yuanian cultivator, he naturally discerned Lu Fugui's repeated attempts to reclaim his Huashan Dan, only to be thwarted by some unseen force. Many present had likely noticed the same, yet none were willing to intervene, choosing instead to adopt a spectator's stance, hoping to witness the demise of the precious Dan. After all, who would desire another rival in the realm of cultivation? This explained why, despite the presence of numerous powerful cultivators, those demons were allowed to wreak havoc. In my opinion, it is likely that these creatures were intentionally released. How curious. Otherwise, why would they appear at this precise moment? And why target this location specifically? Chen Yixiang could not help but applaud her companion for being astutely correct, for it was indeed the sect leader, Su Dazhuang, who had orchestrated the release of these demons. Unable to tolerate Lu Fugui gaining an advantage in the quest for the Huashan stage. Thus, he sought to destroy the Dan. However, in the original tale, the Dan ultimately found its way into the male protagonist's mouth, while in reality, it returned to Lu Fugui's possession due to Jiyang's slaying of the demon. With this turn of events, the banquet had been completely ruined. Upon returning to the cave dwelling, Jiyang unexpectedly spoke up, I apologize, master, the banquet has been ruined. Meanwhile, Meng Leyu, who had been anxiously worrying for her companion, immediately got up from her bed, turning on the night light and hastily writing on a piece of paper. Once finished, she shared the message with her companion. Do not apologize. This is not your fault. You have done exceptionally well. If possible, I hope you can take care of yourself. Meng Leyu was not naive. She noticed that during the banquet, many had adopted a passive attitude towards the demons, only acting when the creatures charged directly at them. Yet, her companion had genuinely exerted every effort to slay those demons, leaving her both furious and heartbroken. Jiyang felt a warmth in his heart upon seeing the familiar handwriting in the shared image. Indeed, she was the only one who cared for him. Master, I will take care of myself, Jiyang replied obediently, not for his own sake, but for the sake of his deity. After confirming that his companion was unharmed, Meng Leyu finally logged off the game. Before leaving, she ventured into the herb garden module, gathering most of the spiritual herbs for her companion before replanting them. Reluctantly, she stroked her companion's cheek, aware that for the next 2 days, she would be preoccupied with midterm exams, having significantly less time for gaming. She could only hope that her companion would listen and take good care of himself. What Meng Leyu failed to notice was that now, aside from her studies, her entire focus was on the game, or rather, on her companion. The frequency of her logging into the game had increased dramatically, reaching an almost obsessive level. Ironically, the more frequently she appeared, the happier Jiyang became, seemingly unbothered by her presence. If he could, he would have wagged his tail in joy, surpassing even the contracted beasts of the Wanshou sect in his enthusiasm. However, as soon as Meng Leyu left, Jiyang's expression darkened, for he was well aware of the implications of the situation. The Huashan Dan had returned to Lu Fugui due to his actions, and he feared he had inadvertently thwarted the plans of certain individuals who would undoubtedly harbor a deep-seated animosity towards him. It appeared he truly had to heed his master's advice and safeguard himself. Just as Jiyang suspected, sect leader Su was indeed seething with rage. At that moment, Luo Tianqi suddenly appeared to inform him of a troubling matter. Are you suggesting that you suspect Jiyang has someone backing him? Su Dazhuang's expression was inscrutable as he spoke. In response, Luo Tianqi cautiously replied, Disciple dares not make baseless claims, yet I have indeed observed something unusual about that person. If master does not believe me, we can summon junior sister to inquire together. When Su Wanyin was summoned and heard their questions, her brow furrowed with concern. After much hesitation, she finally said, I do not know what you are talking about. Jiyang had saved her. She could not repay kindness with malice. Junior sister. Luo Tianqi's brow furrowed deeply. Even Su Dazhuang's expression turned serious as he interjected, Yinner, do not lie. However, Su Wanyin remained steadfast in her denial, insisting that she knew nothing. Nevertheless, the irate Su Dazhuang was unwilling to let the matter rest. Employing both emotional appeal and logical reasoning, he ultimately persuaded Su Wanyin under the pretense of the sect's safety and the well-being of the world at large. Su Wanyin recounted her observations of the anomalies she had witnessed, but she concluded with, Father, I believe Jiyang is not that kind of person. Having acquired the information he sought, Su Dazhuang no longer cared about notions of good or evil. He simply wished to eliminate Jiyang. After dismissing his daughter, he promptly dispatched individuals to capture Jiyang. However, to their surprise, Lu Fugue accompanied them. Su Dazhuang narrowed his eyes, given Lu Fugue's long-standing opposition to him. The situation had suddenly become complicated. Nevertheless, as the sect leader, Su Dazhuang was not intimidated by Lu Fugue, and since Lu Fugue had chosen to come, he was unafraid of escalating the matter. He was curious to see how Lu Fugue would navigate this predicament. Thus, Su Dazhuang summoned all the elders from the various peaks of the sect. Upon entering, Lu Fugue did not wait for Su Dazhuang to speak and directly took a seat beside Jiyang, stating, Su Dazhuang, what business do you have with my disciple? Confident that he had a solid lead, Su Dazhuang was undeterred by his rival's momentary bravado and replied with an affable demeanor. I need to ask your young disciple a few questions, and I expect him to answer truthfully. Lu Fugue remained silent, merely snorting in disdain. Did Su Dazhuang truly believe he was unaware that the spiritual energy that had thwarted him when the demons appeared had originated from him? Now, his young disciple had merely assisted him, yet others were seeking to confront him. How absurd! Jiyang stood silently behind Lu Fugue, assuming the matter revolved around the Huashandan. Yet, he was unprepared for the moment when the sect leader addressed him directly. Jiyang, with whom have you conspired in secret? Who have you brought into the sect? Do not hesitate. Confess now. However, before Jiyang could deny the accusations, Lu Fugue was the first to leap to his feet, exclaiming, You black-hearted old man! Do not unjustly accuse him. Had Lu Fugue pointed a finger at Su Zhangmin and scolded him in the past, the latter would have surely furrowed his brows in displeasure. Yet today, he bore no intent to quarrel with Elder Fugue. Instead, he merely lifted his eyelids slightly and remarked, Elder Fugue, do not be agitated. Perhaps we should first inquire of your esteemed disciple. What say you? As soon as the words left his lips, Jiyang stepped forward and clasped his hands in denial, saying, Disciple is unaware of why the Zhangmin harbors such suspicion. Lu Fugue, in turn, slammed his palm upon the table and retorted, Indeed, Su, if you speak thus of my disciple, what evidence do you possess? Su Dazhuang remained unfazed, offering a calm smile as he replied, There are those who have observed you conversing secretly with another. While their identity remains unknown, it is certain they do not belong to our Beiji Tianzong. Jiyang's heart sank at once, for he realized someone had witnessed his conversation with Meng Leyu. The first person who came to mind was Su Wanyin, as he and Meng Leyu had always been cautious not to communicate in the presence of others, or when they did, it was Meng Leyu who spoke while he listened. The only exception was when he sought someone to refine this storage ring, an occurrence that Su Wanyin had inadvertently witnessed. Yet even if she had seen, what of it? Jiyang solemnly denied. Disciple has never committed acts of treachery against the sect, nor do I know who would unjustly accuse me. Just then, Luo Tianqi stepped forward and stated, During the banquet, I noticed someone seemingly touched your face. Jiyang immediately recalled the soft sensation upon his visage, but he replied, Brother, you said seemingly. Perhaps your eyes deceived you. As the lapdog of the Zhangmin and an ardent supporter of Luo Tianqi, Qi Xiao Zhenren immediately interjected. This pertains to the safety of our sect. I assert that Jiyang's words are untrustworthy. Since he denies it, let us directly probe his soul. A soul search will reveal whether he is human or specter. Lu Fugue was infuriated yet amused, coldly scoffing, Qi Xiao, you worthless fool. Do not think I am unaware of your insidious intentions. You wish to search my disciple as soul, Everyone knows that if an ordinary person undergoes such a search, they may not die, but will certainly become a fool. As for cultivators, even if they are fortunate enough not to become fools, their path of cultivation would be utterly ruined. Qi Xiao Jinren retorted with a mocking laugh, given the current circumstances concerning the sect's safety. Do you intend to shield him, Elder Fugui? Lu Fugui, unfazed, replied, You need not label me. The safety of the sect is indeed paramount. However, those who make claims must provide evidence. If we are to search souls, let us begin with the chief disciple of the Zhongmen, Luo Tianqi. The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically as Lu Fugui showed no signs of retreating. However, they understood the implications well. Jiyang was the direct disciple of Lu Fugui. They say a crooked beam leads to a crooked roof, and, conversely, if Jiyang were suspected, it would reflect poorly upon Lu Fugui's ability to maintain discipline within the sect. Moreover, Jiyang had recently safeguarded the Huashandan for Lu Fugui. If Lu Fugui did not stand up for his own merit, the disciples of Changshan Fugui Peak would surely feel disheartened. Amidst the standoff, someone finally spoke up. In my travels years ago, I obtained 2 Jinyindan. Upon consumption, one would speak the truth for half an hour. If everyone trusts me, we may give a try. Upon hearing this, the crowd felt a sudden tension. The elder from the law enforcement hall claimed to possess 2. Yet who could ascertain how many he had hidden away? They silently resolved to be cautious henceforth and to avoid revealing any secrets. Luo Tianqi, upon hearing this, felt a sudden seriousness wash over him. Previously, he had attached the truth-seeking charm to pills for use, but he never fathomed that such a thing as Jinyin Dan truly existed. Just as Lu Fugui frowned, preparing to refuse, Su Zhongmin did not even glance at Luo Tianqi and stated, Very well. Luo Tianqi glanced at the elder from the law enforcement hall who suggested using the Jinyin Dan. He appeared solemn and took on a facade of righteousness. Luo Tianqi lowered his eyes, untroubled by the elder's potential deceit, for he planned to personally inscribe a truth-seeking charm onto the pills. With the Zhongmen's approval, Lu Fugui and Jiyang exchanged glances, and seeing Jiyang unperturbed, Lu Fugui boldly declared, Excellent. If this matter is indeed true, I shall accept it without question. But if not, what shall the Zhongmen say? Su Dezhuang and Jiyang exchanged a look, with the former seemingly gently suggesting, Elder Fugui is being too severe. We are all merely concerned for the safety of the sect. Lu Fugui scoffed at this, no longer wishing to argue with the old rogue. Subsequently, the elder from the law enforcement hall personally presented the 2 Jinyin Dan, first offering one to Luo Tianqi. As Luo Tianqi appeared to hesitate in his selection, he secretly inscribed a truth-seeking charm onto the remaining pill. When the second pill was handed to Jiyang, Lu Fugui intercepted it, inspecting it thoroughly. Luo Tianqi's heart raced, fearing the elder might notice the anomaly. Fortunately, the truth-seeking charm was no ordinary spell and went unnoticed by Lu Fugui. Thus the 2 pills, both inscribed with the charm, were ultimately placed in Jiyang's hands, and the elder from the law enforcement hall watched as he consumed it. However, no one anticipated that within Jiyang's abdomen lay a hidden space. The seemingly ingested Jinyin Dan was directly transferred into this space, rendering its efficacy moot. Just as the crowd pondered what question to pose to test the effectiveness of the Jinyin Dan, Lu Fugui unexpectedly directed a question at Luo Tianqi. Luo Tianqi, are you still a virgin? With whom have you shared a night? The expressions of the crowd shifted at once. Even the previously calm Su Dezhuang rose to rebuke. Lu Fugui, cease this nonsense. To which Elder Fugui replied with brazen audacity, without inquiring about scandalous matters. How can one discern truth from falsehood? Luo Tianqi, being a modern individual, felt no fear. Even without consuming the pill, he confidently stated, No, I have only spent time with my junior sister. Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyebrows shot up, for who was unaware that Su Wanyin, appearing as a junior sister, was actually Su Dezhuang's biological daughter? Glancing at Su Dezhuang, he displayed no signs of anger and seemed rather pleased with Luo Tianqi's restraint. The crowd understood. After all the commotion, Luo Tianqi had indeed inherited the true teachings of the Zhangmen, following the path laid before him to become the next leader of Beiji Tianzong. Although Luo Tianqi was undeniably capable, regarded as the foremost talent of the contemporary northern Lingzhou, the glaring implication that the position of the next Zhangmen was already secured left a strange feeling in everyone's hearts. Indeed, Elder Fugui sneered, sarcastically commenting, "I wonder when one might partake in the joyous feast of the Su family." Su Dezhuang disregarded his mockery, instead suggesting, since Elder Fugui has already inquired about Tianqi, why not also ask about your disciple Jiyang? As soon as he spoke, Qi Shao directly inquired about Jiyang's measurements. The moment these words were uttered, the expressions of those present became increasingly peculiar. They had thought Lu Fugui's inquiry was already brazen enough, yet Qi Shao's question surpassed even that. Nevertheless, they were also curious about how Jiyang, having consumed the Jinyan Dan, would respond to such a query. When they finally heard his answer, the crowd's reactions varied dramatically. The female elders couldn't help but blush slightly. Although it was a clear autumn day, and the cultivators were unafraid of the scorching heat, some of them still took out handkerchiefs to wipe their foreheads, while others fanned themselves vigorously to summon a cool breeze. One might wonder why it suddenly felt so warm. As for the male cultivators, most of them wore sullen expressions, silently chiding Qi Shao for asking such questions, particularly about trivial matters that they found unappealing. Surprisingly, the normally composed Qi Shao Jinren lost his composure and exclaimed, "Impossible!" The once slightly bruised pride of the wealthy elder, Fugui, was suddenly lifted, and he chuckled. "Qi Shao, if you truly need it, I could concoct a few pills to enhance your vitality." Observing that his watchdog had been struck, Su Zhangmin finally spoke up, "Enough. Our concern is the safety of the sect. Why are we discussing irrelevant matters?" Subsequently, the elder from the law enforcement hall began to question Luo Tianqi, who had consumed the Jinyan Dan, and Jiyang. "Luo Tianqi, are you certain you saw someone touch Jiyang's face?" "I am certain," Luo Tianqi replied with neither humility nor arrogance. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately directed their skeptical gazes toward Jiyang. Even Lu Fugui clenched the armrest of his chair, contemplating how to protect Jiyang if he were to cause a scene. However, to everyone's astonishment, when the elder from the law enforcement hall inquired, "Jiyang, have you colluded with outsiders? Have you assisted anyone in infiltrating the sect? Did anyone touch you at the banquet? Do you harbor any ill intentions toward the sect?" Jiyang shook his head in response to each question, saying, "In reply to the elder, I have done none of these." "How can this be?" Qi Shao was the first to jump up in disbelief. Even Luo Tianqi widened his eyes in shock, looking incredulously at Jiyang and urgently pressing, "I clearly saw someone touch your face at the banquet. Why do you deny it?" Your expression at that moment was clearly unusual. Jiyang gazed at Luo Tianqi in surprise, saying, "I do not know from where my senior brother derives this statement. Could it be that you have misperceived?" Luo Tianqi was about to retort when Lu Fugui interrupted him directly. "What? Both of them consumed the Jinyan Dan. Are you saying that Luo Tianqi's words are credible while my disciples are not? Are you doubting my disciple, or Elder Mo?" Elder Mo referred to the elder from the law enforcement hall. With the conversation reaching this point, Luo Tianqi naturally hesitated to continue. Su Zhangmin, who had initially felt confident, also darkened his expression, looking at the smug Lu Fugui and then at the remarkably composed Jiyang, finally taking a deep breath and saying, "It seems today this incident indeed involved a misunderstanding." With that, he had someone bring forth a plate of spiritual fruits and presented it to Jiyang, saying, "This spiritual fruit is named Jinxiu. It has an exquisite flavor and serves to replenish spiritual energy. Consider it a token to ease your mind." Thus, the matter of Jiyang's supposed collusion was dismissed with a loud bang, but little rain. On the way back, Elder Fugui spoke with a mix of pride and dissatisfaction. After all these years, Su Dezhuang still cannot hold his ground. He only offers this paltry gift as an apology. It was not that the spiritual fruit was of poor quality, but rather that Lu Fugui and Su Zhangmin had a long-standing grudge, each looking down upon the other. As for the plate of spiritual fruits, Jiyang had already devised a splendid plan in his heart. Chapter 96, Longband Daji. Initially, Jiyang gifted a portion of the spiritual fruits to Elder Fu Gui as a gesture of filial respect. He then presented two to the auspicious Zhenren, keeping the majority for himself to offer to his deity. Meanwhile, Meng Leyu had been preoccupied with midterm exams. As the homeroom teacher announced that seating would be determined by the order of grades, she wished to sit at the front. The results of the midterm exams were not released as quickly as those of the monthly tests, and until the last subject was completed, grades were still pending, leaving the students both anxious and expectant. The first thing Meng Leyu did upon exiting the exam room was to log into the game. She had been so busy with the exams these past few days that she hadn't even checked in, unsure if Zai had missed her. Although her nightly spirit cultivation had never ceased, that fellow had only become more excessive without uttering a word, leaving her puzzled as to his antics. As soon as Meng Leyu logged into the game, Jiyang, who had been fiddling with the collar, immediately looked up at her, a grin playing at the corners of his mouth, as if he could balance a weight without faltering. "Master, you have arrived." She was met with the familiar sensation of being caressed from above, and Jiyang's first action was to retrieve the plate of spiritual fruits from his spatial storage, saying to Meng Leyu, "This is Zhenxiu spiritual fruit. Due to its unique and delectable flavor, it is called Zhenxiu, and consuming it has the effect of replenishing spiritual energy." The fruits in the plate were translucent, resembling jade cherries. As Meng Leyu's fingertip touched one, a message popped up. Name, Zhenxiu, ripe effects, can mature in 100 years. Consuming it replenishes spiritual energy, can fully ripen in 200 years. Consuming it nourishes consciousness. Wow, how marvelous! Meng Leyu's first thought was whether this fruit had seeds. If it did, she could initiate the chicken and egg cycle. Curiously, she placed one Zhenxiu spiritual fruit into the seed recovery section of the herb garden module. Fortunately, it could indeed be recycled, and the price was quite generous, yielding 50 herbal currency coins, yet it did not return any seeds. Upon checking the seed purchase section, Meng Leyu discovered that a single seed of this fruit cost a full 100 herbal currency coins. That seemed a little expensive. What should she do? Who runs a business like this? But before she could finish her complaints, she noticed a note nearby stating that Zhenxiu fruit was divided into male and female fruits, with only one female fruit possibly appearing among every 100 Zhenxiu fruits, and only the female fruit could be planted. That indeed seemed to indicate a low probability. I apologize for my earlier outburst, she thought. Thus, Meng Leyu decided to simply purchase a Zhenxiu fruit seed with her herbal currency coins. However, upon acquisition, it revealed that she could not plant it directly and would need to cultivate it first before transplanting it to the orchard. An orchard? Did she possess such a thing? An ominous premonition suddenly arose within Meng Leyu. Sure enough, the game system promptly popped up, asking, "Would you like to spend 5,000 game coins to open orchard?" What? This is utterly outrageous. Meng Leyu initially believed that after recharging all her funds into the game, it would last her a considerable time. Little did she expect that opening an orchard would require a full 5,000 game coins. Why not just rob a bank instead? It was known that after sharing an account with Zai, although Zai's funds could be used in reality, they could not be recharged into the game. Currently, she was considered a nonentity within the Meng family and completely cut off from her living expenses, meaning that every coin spent was one less for future emergencies. Meng Leyu found herself in a quandary, but after much deliberation, she ultimately chose to proceed. With the Zhenxiu fruit in hand, there might be other fruits in the future, and the orchard needed to be established sooner or later, even if it was a painful decision. Once the orchard was opened, Meng Leyu immediately placed the Zhenxiu fruit seed into the seedling tray, which displayed a countdown of 235,959. This meant that after 24 hours, the cultivation would succeed, allowing for transplantation. Upon entering the herb garden module, Jiyang resumed his previous activities with practiced ease. Although he did not know what she was up to each time, he could sense that while she was present, she was in a different state, seemingly quite busy. During these moments, he refrained from disturbing her. Once Meng Leyu returned to her usual state, Jiyang lifted his head once more, continuing the topic that had been interrupted earlier. The divine fruits had long been stored within the confines of my spatial realm. Your storage ring is connected to it, allowing you to access them at your leisure, along with other items from my space. Upon hearing this, Meng Leyu paused momentarily, first poking the right hand of her companion to indicate her understanding, then jabbing the left hand to signify her refusal. Though touched by her companion's willingness to share everything with her, she still wished for him to maintain his own independent space. In that moment, she thought of the faulty lock on her bedroom door that could never be secured. Parents who understand the importance of knocking cannot raise children who lock their doors. Everyone requires a degree of privacy, even if they were to coexist in a shared space. She still wished to respect her companion's boundaries. Just then, Meng Leyu arrived at her secret base, donned her headphones, and initiated a voice conversation with him. I am grateful that you are willing to share your space with me, but I hope you remain an independent individual. However, before she could finish her statement, the youth immediately replied, I do not wish for independence. Master, I do not want to be independent. I only desire you. The blasphemous thoughts of Jiyang remained unspoken, for he feared disturbing the divine presence. Yet, he truly wished for Meng Leyu, yearning for her deeply. He imagined ensnaring her in his embrace, intertwining their bodies so that they could feel every inch of each other's skin, their breaths entwined in a shared rhythm. Meng Leyu's unfinished words were swallowed as she noticed the multitude of emotions hidden within her companion's stubborn gaze, akin to intertwining vines. Her heart raced with a sudden nervousness, and instinctively seeking self-preservation, she awkwardly changed the subject. Are you working on a collar? Jiyang understood the divine's thoughts and knew he could not press her too hard. He responded, the collar you gifted me was damaged during an encounter with the dragon hunters. I am attempting to repair it. This collar is my practice piece. Meng Leyu was aware of her companion's perilous situation, but had not realized the gravity of it. The collar awarded by the system was capable of withstanding a full-force strike from Yuanying's stage cultivator. Yet such a protective artifact had been destroyed by those so-called dragon hunters. How severe must his injuries have been? No wonder he had been in seclusion for so long. A wave of compassion washed over Meng Leyu as she gently stroked her companion's head, just as she prepared to caress his face. The youth suddenly revealed his dragon horns and rubbed them against her fingertips, looking up at her with a pleading expression. Master, please cherish me. I do not want to be independent. Such an expression was one Meng Leyu had never encountered before, and she suddenly understood why King Zhou of Shang was so obedient to Deji. With a face like that, combined with his entirely submissive demeanor, who could possibly resist? Give him everything. Whatever he desires shall be granted. The notion of independence is irrelevant. There is no distinction between us. At that moment, Meng Leyu was immensely relieved that the voice chat time in the game had ended. Otherwise, she feared her companion would hear her lascivious laughter, which would utterly ruin her image. Meng Leyu, is that really you? Just then, a somewhat familiar voice rang out, laced with evident surprise. Curiously, she turned to see the boy named Lang Zhun reappearing, causing her heart to race. Surely, they would not collide again? The tall boy jogged over, his face alight with joy as he exclaimed, I didn't expect to run into you here. In contrast to his excitement, Meng Leyu awkwardly nodded, replying, it seems quite coincidental. The boy's subsequent words provided the best explanation for his presence. There's a small path behind the warehouse that leads closer to my home, so I often take this way. Meng Leyu couldn't help but marvel at the coincidence. Her so-called secret base was merely a shortcut for someone else. Are you heading home now? I won't disturb you any longer. As she spoke, she prepared to leave, realizing she needed to find another place. However, the boy stopped her and, after hesitating, asked, could you help me with my studies? Me? Meng Leyu questioned, pointing at herself with skepticism. Yes. After that initial hesitation, the boy's words flowed more smoothly. Actually, it's not really tutoring. I just need someone to do homework with me. I find it hard to concentrate when studying alone. I've seen posts about you and thought you take your studies seriously. They say proximity to excellence fosters excellence. So I want to see if studying alongside you will help me focus better. Just as Meng Leyu was about to respond, he quickly added, you don't need to rush to decline. We can just try it out at the school library for an hour during lunch or in the afternoon. No, half an hour would suffice. We can give it a 2-day trial, and if it doesn't work, that's fine. The boy's expression was exceedingly earnest, and Meng Leyu was quite willing to assist him, not merely because he was handsome, but because he was eager to find ways to learn. Furthermore, if this method proved effective, she might even earn some extra money to continue her in-game investments. All right, let's try it for 2 days, Meng Leyu agreed with a nod. The boy's face broke into a broad smile, resembling a goofy, eager dog, as if an invisible tail was wagging with excitement. What about the price? Meng Leyu asked, suddenly feeling nervous. The boy appeared momentarily taken aback, clearly too caught up in his excitement to consider how much to offer, having never engaged in tutoring before. How about 100 per session? If that is not enough, I can increase it. How does 300 sound? Lang Jun said this without any hint of discomfort, as if he were ready to offer even more if necessary. That is plenty, Meng Leyu replied, surprised by his generous offer. Unlike Lang Jun, she was aware of the typical tutoring rates in their area. Quality tutoring usually cost around 200 per session, and ordinary hourly rates hovered around 60. She had expected him to suggest a mere 5 or 10, but he started high. 100 is sufficient, she said, nearly biting her tongue, feeling guilty about the easy money for merely doing homework together. So, should we start now? The boy's excitement suggested he was eager to dive into studying. Aren't you heading home? Meng Leyu inquired. It's fine. Your studies are more important. Lang Jun almost slipped up, nearly saying the wrong thing. It's truly delightful to converse with you. It feels so comfortable. Meng Leyu shared his enthusiasm for earning money and proposed, in that case. How about we have a meal first? Studying on an empty stomach won't help with focus, and since I'd be earning from you, I should cover the cost of our meal. Lang Jun's eyes lit up at this suggestion. Are we going on a date? He exclaimed eagerly. Sure, I know a fantastic place on Namwon North Road. Upon hearing this, Meng Leyu frowned slightly and suggested, Namwon North Road is too far. Aren't we supposed to be studying? Let's just find somewhere nearby. Clearly, their thought processes were not aligned. He viewed it as a date, while she saw it as a study session. Lang Jun didn't feel disappointed. To him, spending time with Meng Leyu, even if it meant sitting idly, was more than enough. Such sentiments would be lost on the naive youths of his clan, who lacked the wisdom to appreciate such moments. Thus, the two individuals dined at a fast food establishment near the school gate, where Meng Leyu enjoyed the 3 types of meat she had relished during her previous visit, clearly indicating that Lang Jun had purchased them from this very eatery last time. When it came time to settle the bill, Lang Jun was eager to pay, but was halted by Meng Leyu's remark, if you pay, I won't accompany you for study. Upon hearing this, the boy swiftly stowed away his phone, almost as if performing a magic trick. After putting away his phone, his eyes blinked eagerly, reminiscent of a large dog awaiting praise from its owner. Meng Leyu couldn't help but chuckle. He truly resembled a dog. However, what they did not anticipate was that upon returning to school, they discovered that the library was unexpectedly closed. They examined the schedule posted on the door and realized that the library remained closed from Friday afternoon until Sunday, as the supervising teacher also deserved a break. It seemed that they would not be able to catch up on their studies today. Thus, they agreed to meet again on Monday. Meng Leyu felt a tinge of regret. All right then, see you on Monday. The tall boy wore a woeful expression akin to that of a forlorn puppy. Little did he know at that moment, he was contemplating having his clan donate funds to the school, urging them to keep the library open on weekends, for students also require time to study. He silently expressed his gratitude to the duty teachers, lamenting the evils of capitalism. The following day, Meng Leyu awoke with a smile, remembering that last night, the spirit of her pet had spoken to her. Reflecting on the events of the past 2 days, she concluded that the creature was merely sulking because she had not played games with it. However, she never expected that her usually obedient pet would exhibit such a tsundere demeanor. It refrained from voicing its feelings, instead choosing to vex her in her dreams. If this continued, she might have to resort to taking some Luwei Di Huang Wan or Jinkui Shinchi Wan. As it was Saturday, with her classmates having returned home, Meng Leyu found herself alone in the dormitory, which allowed her to relax considerably. After freshening up, she did not rush to leave, but instead retrieve a rare spirit fruit from her storage ring. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to consume it directly. The instant the fruit touched her taste buds, it unleashed a culinary explosion, encompassing all the delectable flavors she had ever experienced. At that moment, Meng Leyu finally understood the origin of the fruit's name. It was not due to its unique taste, but rather its ability to evoke all the delightful flavors from her memories. This overwhelming sensation almost brought her to tears, and she suddenly comprehended why nursery rhymes could capture spirits. At that moment, she was no longer the wicked woman as teased by netizens. Simultaneously, Meng Leyu did not directly perceive the so-called spiritual energy. She merely felt her body becoming lighter, filled with vitality. Unbeknownst to her, the nourishing spiritual energy of the rare fruit depended on her ability to absorb spiritual energy. At that moment, she resembled a ceramic cup without a mouth, incapable of receiving any nourishment. As for her usual spiritual dual cultivation with her pet, it was thanks to the formidable yin-yang technique. Even a ceramic cup, lacking an opening, still possesses pores. The dual cultivation with her pet allowed the spiritual energy of Jiyang to permeate through those pores. This also explained why Meng Leyu initially only saw 2 wisps of energy, which later gradually developed into horns. It was purely because Jiyang's cultivation level was initially too low, and Meng Leyu had not even reached the stage of channeling energy into her body. Strictly speaking, it amounted to both of them toiling for so long, with Jiyang trying every possible means to sneak in, while Meng Leyu remained in a state of pure enjoyment. Moreover, Jiyang had wholeheartedly offered all the rare spirit fruits to Meng Leyu, which delighted him. Yet for Meng Leyu, it was akin to a cow chewing on peonies. To experience a surge of vitality was merely a testament to Jiyang's vigorous young body tilling the fertile land. Otherwise, it would have simply been a matter of savoring flavors. If the fortunate senior brother knew that those 2 rare spirit fruits, which he had nearly cultivated himself, were consumed by a mere mortal like Meng Leyu, he would likely weep with his abacus for 3 days and nights. After consuming 1 fruit, Meng Leyu initially contemplated eating another, but worried that her body might not absorb the nourishment. After some deliberation, she decided to limit herself to 1 fruit per day. For Meng Leyu, aside from attending Hu Yangwei's birthday party today, the most important task was to have her exquisite spirit stone set into a necklace for personal adornment. Since she was not well-versed in the setting process, she directly sought out a gold shop near the wealth center. Concealing her actions with her backpack, she retrieved a deep purple spirit stone, measuring a diameter of 80 millimeters and a thickness of 10 millimeters, from her storage ring and inquired with the attendant. How long would it take to have this set into a necklace? The attendant, upon glancing at the stone, immediately perceived it as artificially dyed quartz and replied, "Little girl, this stone is not worth setting. It is merely dyed quartz and not even considered B-grade. Wearing it would be detrimental to your health." To the attendant, while the craftsmanship appeared commendable and the stone exuded a lustrous quality, its artificial nature was evident. Such a deep purple hue could not possibly exist in nature. A stone of such depth and color would be worthy of auction or even a national museum, a true world-class treasure. However, they failed to notice that as the spirit stone remained exposed for an extended period, the once wilted fresh-cut flowers in the shop miraculously revived. Undeterred by the attendant's words, Meng Leyu slightly frowned and continued, "That's all right. I simply wish to know how long it would take for a very secure setting." The attendant, initially inclined to persuade her further, noticed Meng Leyu's stubborn demeanor and decided against it, recognizing the business opportunity before them. Recently, gold prices have surged. Why not just use gold instead? The attendant elaborated extensively, yet Meng Leyu never received the critical information she sought. "I just want to know the quickest time frame." The attendant paused, glancing again at the faux stone in Meng Leyu's hand, and replied, "If you want to drill a hole, we have semi-finished designs. You could have it ready in a day." Meng Leyu immediately shook her head and asked, "What if no hole is drilled? With such a large main stone, it would require a custom design, taking at least half a month." Meng Leyu frowned at this, deeming the timeline excessively long. There was no way she could trust leaving her exquisite spirit stone with them for half a month. "Then never mind," Meng Leyu said, preparing to stow the spirit stone away, intending to reconsider her options. Just then, a man with a slight limp approached and inquired, "What kind of style is this customer looking for?" The attendant quickly interjected, "Boss, she wishes to set this stone, but finds the wait too long." The attendant had never believed this sale would succeed, as Meng Leyu's attire was far too humble. Though clean, her clothing was merely discounted merchandise from a supermarket. And even the stone she sought to set was counterfeit. Therefore, she had approached the introduction with little enthusiasm, merely going through the motions to dissuade the customer. "Oh, what stone is this?" The kind-faced shop owner, embodying the adage that good manners bring fortune, made it difficult for anyone to refuse him. "It's this." Meng Leyu held the spirit stone in her hand for him to see, without any intention of handing it over. The shop owner, upon first glance, shared the same impression as his attendant. The stone appeared too artificial. Yet, he then sensed that something was amiss with the stone's quality, as it lacked any fluorescence, which was atypical for common fakes. Could it be that a new technology had emerged? Embracing the essence of broadening one's horizons, the proprietor of the jewelry store inquired, "May I take a closer look?" After a moment's hesitation, Meng Leyu nodded, and the two of them cautiously exchanged the stone over the counter, one fearing it might break, and the other worried about being deceived. The instant the stone was in his possession, the jeweler was convinced it was indeed a piece of jade. However, the specifics of its authenticity would require further examination. Yet, upon scrutinizing it with his naked eye, he found no signs of forgery. Undeterred, he produced his trusty flashlight and magnifying glass. The more he examined the stone, the more astonished he became, as it appeared undeniably genuine. "But such quality! My dear young lady, are you willing to sell this jade?" he asked. He contemplated taking a gamble, for should he succeed, it would transform his fortunes and elevate his status in the industry. Even if he lost, he reasoned that a young woman like her wouldn't dare to demand an exorbitant price. Although she was quite beautiful, one could hardly judge wealth by appearances. She hardly seemed like someone of means, perhaps even unaware of the true value of her possession. The jeweler grew increasingly excited, nearly wishing to answer on Meng Leyu's behalf, envisioning the heights of success awaiting him. However, to his astonishment, Meng Leyu swiftly reclaimed her precious stone from his grasp, declaring, "I am not selling," before hastily departing. Realizing what had transpired, the jeweler sprang up to pursue her, but by the time he exited, she had vanished from sight. The employees trailing behind cautiously inquired, "Boss, was that stone truly exceptional?" The man, filled with regret, nodded and replied, "There can be no doubt. I have never encountered such exquisite clarity or such deep hues in purple jade. The purple jadeite bracelet auctioned by Christie's this year fetched over 10 million. If that stone were genuine, its worth would surpass even that." As he spoke, his breath quickened with excitement, and he slapped his thigh in frustration, lamenting why he hadn't stopped her. "What is meant to be will come, and what is not meant to be cannot be forced," he sighed, shaking his head as he made his way back. Suddenly, one of the employees exclaimed, "Boss, is your foot all right?" "What?" Initially taken aback, the jeweler took a few more steps, only to realize that the foot he had injured days prior, which had been painful and ineffective, was now functioning normally. How peculiar, he mused, testing his steps further and confirming that indeed his foot had healed. This morning, he had still been in pain, and even yesterday's x-ray had shown no signs of improvement. How could it suddenly feel fine? A sudden thought struck him. While examining that piece of purple jade, he had felt an unusual warmth in his foot. Could that have been when it healed? The more he pondered, the more mysterious it seemed, and he could no longer remain in the shop, eager to verify his hypothesis. He hastily left to hail a cab to the hospital, desperate for another x-ray. The employees watched their boss's fervent departure, murmuring among themselves, surprised they had misjudged the situation. Who would have thought that such a seemingly ordinary young woman could possess such a treasure? At that moment, the flower shop delivered this week's fresh-cut flowers. The staff prepared to replace the old ones, but noticed something odd. "Why do these flowers appear to be thriving? I thought they were wilting just yesterday," another employee remarked. "How can that be? These flowers have been here for a week." The flower shop owner interjected while assisting her staff in replacing the blooms. Yet when she examined the fresh-cut flowers she had arranged the previous week, she too began to wonder, why do they seem to be revitalizing? Did you add any preservatives? The flower shop owner inquired, secretly hoping to learn what they had used, thinking that if it were inexpensive, she could use it to save on costs in the future. No, they are exactly as you delivered them, perhaps just a bit of water added. The jewelry store staff replied, dismissing her inquiry. The flower shop owner assumed they were reluctant to share their secrets, for she knew her own materials well enough to realize they couldn't last this long. Meanwhile, after leaving the jewelry store, Meng Leyu carefully concealed her exquisite spirit stone, only relaxing once she had distanced herself enough to ensure she was not being followed. This incident clarified for her that pursuing the path of adornment was no longer feasible. Indeed, she should refrain from wearing it openly. After all, encountering someone knowledgeable who might attempt to extort or even rob her was a real possibility. Thus, she resolved to keep the spirit stone hidden, only placing it beneath her pillow at night or taking it out when she was alone, hoping that over time, a qualitative transformation might occur, allowing her to sense its spiritual energy. As she prepared to attend Yang birthday party, she realized she could not arrive empty-handed and decided to purchase a gift. Spotting a nearby Sanfu store, she resolved to buy something there. In truth, while selecting the gift, her thoughts were on Zai. She pondered when Zai's birthday was due and realized it had been quite a while since she had given a present. Zai's collar had broken, so did he possess any defensive talismans now? Should she consider acquiring another? With her mind preoccupied with thoughts of Zai, Meng Leyu was somewhat distracted while choosing a gift for Yang, ultimately settling on a pair of men's gloves. Simply following the lead of a girl in front of her. Just as she was about to check out, her phone rang. Yang was calling. Meng Leyu, where are you? The voice on the other end was noisy, suggesting many guests had already arrived. I'm at the Fortune Center. Please send me your address, she replied. After receiving the address and confirming it was not far from her current location, she decided to walk over. Upon reaching the entrance of the private room, she prepared to call Yang, but before she could dial, the door swung open. Inside, the noise was overwhelming, indicating a large gathering, prompting Meng Leyu to frown. Meng Leyu, you've arrived. Come in. The person opening the door was also a classmate, who ushered her inside before heading off to the bathroom. Once inside, Meng Leyu was immediately inclined to retreat, for she discovered not only was there an abundance of alcohol, but most attendees were unfamiliar young men. However, before she could escape, Yang spotted her and quickly approached, exclaiming, Meng Leyu, you're here? Meng Leyu nodded and scanned the room. Noting that while Chun-Yi had missed the gathering due to illness, she was puzzled as to why none of the girls from their dormitory had attended. Among the classmates from their class, only a few boys were present, most of whom she had hardly spoken to before. Resolving to leave, she extended the bag in her hand toward Yang, saying, Happy birthday, Yang, but I have other matters to attend to. The smile on Yang's face vanished instantly. He did not take the bag, but instead frowned and asked, Why are you leaving so soon? The room fell silent. I have some other things to take care of, Meng Leyu replied, pushing the bag slightly closer to him. However, the other party did not respond, and instead, a nearby blonde boy took the bag and opened it directly. Oh, gloves. Away, this girl is quite thoughtful, knowing it's cold in winter and even buying you gloves. Yang said nothing, continuing to look at Meng Leyu, and added, If there's anything, we can deal with it when we get back. The blonde boy chimed in, Exactly. Today is Wei's birthday. Since we are here, let's not be such a downer. As he spoke, he even attempted to put his arm around Meng Leyu. Instinctively, Meng Leyu stepped back defensively and asked nervously, What are you doing? On the surface, the boy appeared unfazed. He smirked and said to Yang, Away. Your little classmate seems a bit anxious. Help her relax. We are not bad people. With that, he patted Yang on the shoulder and returned to his seat, though his gaze kept drifting back to them. Yang, I really need to leave, Meng Leyu said, taking steps back while keeping a wary eye on everyone present. Just as her hand was about to grasp the doorknob, Yang suddenly spoke up, Hey, I didn't say you couldn't leave. At that moment, a classmate who had just returned from the restroom entered, surprised to see Meng Leyu still standing there, exclaiming, Why are you still here? Go sit down. Meng Leyu shook her head and replied, No, I have something urgent to attend to. I need to go. With that, she prepared to turn and leave. But Yang spoke again, Since it's my birthday, why not have a drink before you leave? Meng Leyu shook her head again, saying, I'm allergic to alcohol. The blonde boy piped up again, then let S drink soda. Soda can substitute for alcohol. After all, it's a Wei's birthday, and you can't just come and leave. Others echoed in agreement, including a few unfamiliar girls. Jiyang leaned in and quietly said to Meng Leyu, This is my new big brother. Just do me a favor for being classmates, and have a drink before you go. Meng Leyu frowned, remaining rooted in place. But someone approached with a glass of pink soda. This is really delicious. The girl smiled at Meng Leyu, her eyes shimmering with heavy makeup and false lashes, making it difficult to discern her expression. After carefully sniffing the drink and confirming it had no alcoholic scent, Meng Leyu took a small sip. See, I told you it was delicious, the girl remarked with another smile. Meng Leyu nodded slightly. The liquid was peach-flavored and, indeed, not unpleasant. Then finish it, someone nearby urged. Once Meng Leyu assured herself that the beverage was free of the sharpness associated with alcohol, her initial wariness diminished, and she genuinely finished the drink. However, just as the cup emptied, someone exclaimed loudly, Isn't she supposed to be allergic to alcohol? Away, she is not giving you face. What? Meng Leyu stared in shock at the empty cup. Wasn't this supposed to be soda? Why was it no taste of alcohol? The girl who had handed her the drink chimed in. The non-alcoholic sparkling cocktail is quite tasty, right? Meng Leyu's expression shifted, and she instinctively prepared to gag and spit the drink out. Yet, the blonde boy stepped forward and grabbed Meng Leyu's hand, saying, What are you acting for? We're just here to have fun. Do you really think you're a good student? Let go of me. Meng Leyu forcefully broke free from his grip, beginning to feel a strange itch coursing through her body. Nearby, someone remarked, her face is really red. Could it be a real alcohol allergy? Some people do flush when they drink. Maybe she's one of them, another person uncertainly suggested. I need to go to the hospital. Meng Leyu could clearly sense something was wrong. It was just the itch, but her head was also throbbing and spinning. The group that had encouraged her to drink fell silent, exchanging worried glances, lacking even the courage to call for help. Jiyang seemed startled by the situation, fear evident in his voice as he asked, Meng Leyu, are you really allergic? Within just 2 minutes, Meng Leyu realized these people were unreliable. She had to escape, for only then would she have a chance to call for help. Seeing her distress, no one dared to stop her. Meng Leyu gritted her teeth against the pain in her head and pulled the door open, stepping outside while dialing emergency services on her phone. Yet in those few steps, the ground became increasingly unclear to her. Behind her, voices erupted in accusations. Didn't she say she was allergic to alcohol? Why did you give her a drink? How was I supposed to know it was real? I thought she was just making excuses. Is it really just an alcohol allergy? Why does it look so serious? Damn it, bring her back. A voice, presumably the blonde boy's, broke through the noise. What do you mean by bringing her back? Jiyang exclaimed, shocked. Didn't you say you liked her? You brought her out here, so why not help her out? It's for your own good. Damn, how was I supposed to know she's really allergic? The blonde boy's nonchalant attitude suggested he had engaged in such antics before. We need to get her to the hospital. What if something happens? Jiyang, clearly flustered, spoke with a tremor in his voice. Classmates began to rally around him, fearing the consequences. Unexpectedly, the blonde boy uttered something even more shocking. If this blows up, none of you can escape. I'll put something addictive in the alcohol you drank. An eerie silence fell over the group. The few boys, still students, realized the gravity of the situation, and one of them burst into tears. It's just an allergy. We can buy some medicine for her. The blonde boy ultimately decided, instructing others to prepare to drag Meng Leyu back inside. At that moment, Meng Leyu felt dizzy and her head throbbed painfully. Though she and T fully understood what they were saying, her instinct urged her to push away their grasp. However, the boys were strong, and she felt unable to escape. A wave of despair washing over her. A fierce will to survive surged within her, and for the first time, she felt a rush of spiritual energy coursing through her body. Just as the boys lunged forward to seize her again, Meng Leyu instinctively pushed out with both hands. Amidst the chaos of collisions and cries of pain, an astonishing scene unfolded. The boys attempting to pull her were sent flying 10 meters away by her single push. Unbeknownst to Meng Leyu, at that moment of despair, far away in the realm of cultivation, Jiyang also sensed her plight. As Jiyang grappled with anger and concern, uncertain how to assist Meng Leyu, she unexpectedly drew in spiritual energy at a critical moment. In that instant, the might of the yin-yang technique manifested once more. Under normal circumstances, a newcomer like Meng Leyu, who had just begun to harness energy, would possess little spiritual power. Yet, due to the unique connection forged through the dual cultivation of the yin-yang technique, Jiyang sacrificed a drop of her heart's blood, channeling her spiritual energy to Meng Leyu. Thus, the newly awakened Meng Leyu, with a seemingly ordinary push, sent all those trying to drag her away sprawling. These individuals ought to be grateful that Meng Leyu has only recently entered the novice village. Otherwise, with Jiyang's venomous and singular nature, employing her heart's blood to channel spiritual energy would have rendered any examination of the scene unnecessary for anyone capable of functioning normally. The onlookers were clearly startled by the unfolding drama, and even the merchants who had feigned unconsciousness in acquaintance with the yellow-haired individual now cautiously emerged, though they dared only to observe from a distance. Yet, Meng Leyu remained in distress, although her spiritual energy alleviated some symptoms of her allergy. She felt an odd, yet familiar craving. In a reflexive whisper, she murmured, "Zai Zai, I feel unwell." No one could discern her words. Yet none dared approach the formidable Meng Leyu, who could effortlessly push someone 10 meters away with a mere palm strike. Unbeknownst to Meng Leyu, as she used her spiritual energy to execute that push, the surrounding fluctuations in spiritual energy alerted those within a 100-meter radius. When Lang Zhun, alert yet curious, arrived, he could not have anticipated encountering Meng Leyu in such a state. "Meng Leyu, what is wrong?" Lang Zhun rushed over immediately. "I feel terribly unwell," Meng Leyu replied, her brow furrowed tightly, her body trembling in waves. It seems she may have a reaction to alcohol, perhaps due to Lang Zhun's striking appearance. A few daring girls among the onlookers approached him, emboldened by their reckless nature. Upon hearing their words and assessing the situation, Lang Zhun swiftly deduced what had transpired, and his latent anger prompted his canine teeth to protrude slightly. However, he understood that Meng Leyu's well-being was of utmost importance. Thus, he swiftly lifted her and dashed outside, neglecting to wait for the elevator. Coincidentally, as he reached the ground floor, an ambulance arrived just in time, and Meng Leyu's phone rang. After their rendezvous, she was promptly assisted onto the ambulance, with Lang Zhun accompanying her to the hospital. En route, the doctor administered an emergency injection of antihistamines. Although Meng Leyu's allergic symptoms mitigated, her flushed complexion remained abnormal. Meanwhile, Lang Zhun, with his acute sense of smell, detected something peculiar. His physiological memory triggered a jolt within him. He shot a strange glance at Meng Leyu, and a surge of anger engulfed him as he calmly informed the medical staff. "She has been drugged, likely with an aphrodisiac." The medical personnel instantly grasped the implications and began communicating with the emergency department. Throughout this ordeal, Meng Leyu, feeling increasingly uncomfortable, intermittently murmured, "Zai Zai, Jiyang, I feel unwell." The ever-perceptive Lang Zhun furrowed his brow, pondering, what is Zai Zai? Who is Jiyang? Yet unbeknownst to them, each of Meng Leyu's calls echoed in response. The youth, connected to Meng Leyu's spirit, knelt within the realm of cultivation, responding in agony and urgency. "I am here. Master, I am here. I am present." The darkening value surged to 10, 15, 20, reaching a current level of 50. Attention! Attention! The darkening value is about to exceed the critical threshold. Jiyang will undergo a complete transformation. At that moment, the merman within the spirit pouch spoke. "If you unbind the Shinshin lock, I shall allow you to see her." Almost as soon as the words left his mouth, the merman with a dark green, glassy fishtail materialized before them. Without hesitation, Jiyang released the merman from the binding lock that had troubled him for so long. "Ah, it is clear she holds great significance for you," the merman scoffed. "Enough with the chatter. Let me see her." The typically composed youth now displayed evident urgency and fluster. The merman, adhering to his word, stated the requirements for his assistance, Very well, but I need something of hers as a medium. Without hesitation, Jiyang retrieved Meng Leyu's student ID from their shared space. The merman examined the peculiar card, noting the girl's likeness and some strange inscriptions. City no. One high school student ID. What is this? The merman inquired with curiosity. Enough with the questions. This is her belonging. The anxious youth urged the loquacious sea creature once more. The prodded merman huffed in annoyance and ceased his rambling, biting his finger to draw dark red blood, which he used to inscribe an enigmatic symbol upon Meng Leyu's student ID, chanting an incomprehensible incantation. As the incantation was uttered, the air's spiritual energy began to fluctuate and distort. As the intensity of the energy's oscillation increased, a scene previously unseen in the realm of cultivation materialized before the two. The scene depicted rapid movements, with roads marked by various lines and exceptionally tall buildings lining either side. The people traversing the streets donned peculiar attire, and various shaped magical artifacts raced along the pavement. The scene then focused on a four-wheeled magical artifact, predominantly white and glowing with blue light, which came to a halt. A few individuals hurriedly disembarked, and they soon extricated a young girl from within. Jiyang held his breath, inching closer to the vision. Though the temporally transcendent image maintained clarity only through spiritual energy, he immediately recognized that it was Meng Leyu, his master, his deity. Jiyang's gaze remained unwavering, captivated. Although he could not hear the sound from the scene, he understood through lip movements and spiritual connection that she was calling for him. With each of Meng Leyu's calls, the youth, separated by time and space, responded in kind. Although Jiyang could not comprehend the actions of those within the scene, he could surmise they were attempting to rescue her. However, before he could witness Meng Leyu's complete rescue, the air's spiritual energy surged violently, causing the vision to vanish entirely. Jiyang turned sharply, questioning the pale-faced merman beside him. What are you doing? Why did the vision disappear? The merman, disinterested, did not even spare him a glance. Taking a moment before retorting, do you think such a secret technique can be wielded casually? I can only sustain it for so long. Jiyang inhaled deeply, suppressing the urge to transform the merman into seafood, and coldly inquired, when will the next opportunity arise? The merman, once resplendent with divine grace, now bore a look of exasperation as he replied, what next opportunity? You unbound the Xinshan lock. I helped you see her. Our transaction is complete. Observing Jiyang prepare to speak again, the merman added, I already mentioned I am not a shapeshifter. I cannot weave merman threads. However, Jiyang remained indifferent, his voice icy as he declared, I will not allow you to leave. Before the merman could protest, Jiyang continued, you're bought by her. I will not permit your departure. The merman's lips twitched for some time before he finally managed to utter, you are remarkably loyal, akin to a dog. To this, the youth, without raising his eyelids, retorted, no dog is as loyal as I. His faith surpassed his very life, and within that faith, there existed only the divine. In that moment, the merman's mouth opened and closed, yet no words escaped, though he appeared to be cursing vehemently. It was not that the merman did not wish to escape. Rather, his very identity constrained him. As a merman, he was regarded as a renowned elixir among cultivators. Should he dare step outside alone, he might find himself on the dinner plate of some practitioner. Thus, even though he had achieved the golden core stage, as long as he remained within human territory, he would have to remain subdued, unless he attained the divine transformation stage, at which point those practitioners would need to weigh their own capabilities before considering him as prey. Encountering such an eccentric master-servant pair as Jiyang and Meng Leyu was, in fact, a stroke of fortune for him. They're always insistent on having him weave some mermaid silk. Although this is my gifted secret method, my current cultivation level is only at Jindan, allowing me to activate it merely once a month. In this regard, the merman is surprisingly candid. He shows no fear of Jiyang. It is not due to Jiyang's inferior cultivation, but rather because he perceives, as Jiyang himself admits, that Jiyang is far more loyal to his otherworldly master than a mere dog. The peculiar girl from that strange realm clearly has no intention of harming him, and thus Jiyang will not harm him, at least for the time being. Upon hearing the merman's claim of his secret method being usable only once a month, Jiyang feels that this seafood is utterly useless. However, with no alternatives available, he has no choice but to comply for now, with no other avenues open. The merman can only continue his cultivation here in peace, and he subsequently makes a request to Jiyang. The previous spiritual spring water was quite good. Please fetch me some, but it will be best to mix it with seawater. If that is not possible, a bit of salt will suffice, as the spiritual spring water alone lacks flavor. However, before he could finish his words, the useless seafood was directly retracted by Jiyang into his spirit beast pouch. Not providing him with a lump of salt to turn him into dried fish, Jiyang felt he was already being quite magnanimous. Were it not for Meng Leyu, he would not have given the merman a second glance, even if he were to be beaten into fish paste on the spot. At this moment, Meng Leyu, after undergoing systematic blood tests and receiving sedatives at the hospital, has noticeably improved, although her mind still feels hazy and her reaction sluggish. Meng Leyu lifts her gaze to the tall boy sitting by the hospital bed and, with a puzzled expression, asks Wolfshin, "What are you doing here?" "I happened to be nearby, and sensing something was amiss, I rushed over." "How are you feeling now? Are you better?" Wolfshin inquires with genuine concern. Meng Leyu nods slightly and replies wearily, "Much better, but I feel so tired now and just want to sleep for a while." Wolfshin immediately nods and says, "Then rest well. Don't worry, I will take care of things over there." Meng Leyu gives a slight nod, thinking that Wolfshin's assurance to take care of things means he will call the police, not realizing the situation's extensive implications. Once he confirms Meng Leyu is asleep, Wolfshin gazes at her for a long time before stepping outside to make a phone call. "How are those guys doing?" "Don't worry. The old man has taken matters into his own hands. They will be completely forgotten." "What about the surveillance footage?" Wolfshin asks. "The surveillance hasn't been tampered with. The higher-ups will definitely want to review it," comes the reply. Wolfshin acknowledges this, but seems somewhat discontent. Who on earth let this happen? Don't they know the rules? Creating a ruckus out there. She just started gathering energy into her body. She doesn't fully understand yet. She must have been self-taught through various posts around campus. Wolfshin deduces that Meng Leyu is not from a cultivation family and likely learned on her own. After a long silence, the voice on the other end suddenly murmurs, "Wow, in this day and age, there are still geniuses?" Wolfshin remains silent. In today's world, with the spiritual energy being so thin, even the greatest talents typically need guidance from their predecessors to embark on the path of cultivation. Someone like Meng Leyu, who can independently gather energy, is indeed a true genius. After another moment of silence, the voice cautiously asks, "So, is she human or a demon?" Wolfshin contemplates for a while before responding, "Human." Upon hearing this, the voice falls silent for a moment before saying, "That's it then. Those guys definitely won't let her off." Then, realizing something, they cautiously reassure her. "But it's okay. Didn't you say she has no family? Those guys probably won't be too strict. Maybe the old man can negotiate with them." Wolfshin responds gruffly and ends the call. He initially believed Meng Leyu to be an ordinary person. Even though he was instantly drawn to her scent during their first encounter, he thought it was merely a physiological attraction, a surge of hormones, assuming everyone feels this way towards others. Yet, he had no idea Meng Leyu was a cultivator. Although it seemed they were stepping into the same world, the distance between them felt even greater. This is because cultivators and demons cannot intermarry. This rule was established by human cultivators, while unions between demons and ordinary humans are not uncommon. Given the current scarcity of spiritual energy, even demons do not have significantly longer lifespans than humans. Moreover, due to the same lack of spiritual energy, the reproduction of demons has become increasingly difficult, leading many demons to encourage their offspring to marry humans. As long as a child is born, regardless of whether they can awaken their demonic heritage, at least the genes are passed on. Even if this generation does not inherit, perhaps the next one will, and there might even be some recessive traits. Additionally, demons are often beautiful and deeply affectionate, with infidelity being rare, which is a considerable advantage for humans. Furthermore, after marrying a demon, most demons will care for their human partners, thereby significantly improving the health and longevity of those who have married into the demon clan. All things considered, it could be seen as a win-win situation. Thus, even though Wolf Zhen was aware that Meng Leyu belonged to a different race, he did not let that deter his enthusiasm. Although there had been few unions between his family and humans, dating back to the last century, there had been some, so he believed his clan would accept it. Of course, not all demons are willing to marry humans. For instance, the more traditional snake clan is resistant. They have always believed that they carry the blood of dragons within them and cannot possibly intermarry with the filthy human race, as that would be a desecration of their dragon blood. Wolf Zhen scoffs at this. In his eyes, those gloomy beings are trapped in their family legends. It is said that a dragon-like creature was once cultivated within the snake clan. Indeed, it was merely a dragon-like creature, far removed from a true dragon. Yet, the snake clan firmly believes they possess the bloodline of dragons and has consistently refused to intermarry with outsiders, fearing that it would tarnish their dragon blood heritage. However, the snake clan should be thankful that they lay dozens upon dozens of eggs each time they reproduce. Otherwise, given the current spiritual energy levels, those proud snakes would have gone extinct long ago. As for whether this legend holds any truth, Wolf Zhen remains skeptical. After hanging up the phone, Wolf Zhen stands at the door for a moment before returning to the hospital room. Looking at Meng Leyu, who is sound asleep, he silently resolves in his heart that he will not give up. When Meng Leyu awakens again, the sun outside is rising steadily, indicating that Saturday has already passed, and there is no sign of Wolf Zhen in the room. Meng Leyu immediately reaches for her phone to check the specific date and time. But just as she picks it up, the door to the room swings open. A stern-looking headmaster enters, clad in Taoist robes. "You're awake? Come with me to handle some paperwork," the middle-aged female Taoist says as she strides out. However, Meng Leyu does not get out of bed. Instead, she looks bewildered and asks, "Where to?" The female Taoist glances at her sternly and impatiently replies, "Didn't your family tell you anything? Stop playing dumb here." Meng Leyu is instantly furious, casting aside any notions of respecting her elders and retorting, "Are you out of your mind? Who let you out of the mental hospital?" As she utters the last part, Meng Leyu's expression tightens. She wonders if this person truly escaped from a psychiatric ward. Oh no, if a lunatic kills someone, it's not a crime. What if they get agitated? Meng Leyu swiftly flips out of bed, disregarding the dizziness caused by the medication still in her system, and warily watches the Taoist, prepared to resist and make a break for it at any moment. In a desperate bid to locate the distress signal, she sought the sound with her peripheral vision, hoping that the medical staff would discover her before her noble sacrifice. At that moment, the director of education, incensed by her words, unexpectedly produced a talisman and aimed it directly at Meng Leyu. Before she could react, the talisman seemed to encounter an unseen force, plummeting to the ground where it struggled momentarily before disintegrating into ashes. "Enough, Lingu. Don't frighten the young lady. You may leave now." Just then, an elderly gentleman clad in a Zhongshan suit entered, accompanied by a pair of youthful companions. Meng Leyu was utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. She could not shake the feeling that the female Taoist across from her was not merely delusional, but rather a practitioner of the mystical arts. In disbelief, she murmured to herself, could it be that she had encountered a true cultivator? The girl seemed to have some knowledge of cultivators. The elder, whose visage exuded kindness, smiled approvingly and remarked, "It is commendable that you have already begun to draw energy into your body." The young woman behind him curiously scrutinized Meng Leyu, and upon meeting her gaze, offered a warm smile, introducing herself, "Hello, I am Bai Xuanji, and this is my brother, Bai Healy." She gestured towards a young man beside her, who was similarly attired in white and sported a Taoist bun. "Greetings," Meng Leyu tentatively nodded, her heart racing with anxiety. Who could possibly elucidate the bizarre circumstances she found herself in? As if in response to her silent plea, the door to the room swung open once more, revealing Lang Zhen, who appeared breathless and anxious as he stood at the threshold, his eyes fixed on Meng Leyu. "Meng Leyu, are you all right?" he asked, disregarding the presence of others as he approached her. Meng Leyu nodded lightly, uncertain whether her current predicament was fortunate or otherwise. "You must be the offspring of the Lang family," Lang Zhen, the elder, interjected. Lang Zhun instinctively positioned himself protectively in front of Meng Leyu and replied, "I am Lang Zhun." The elder acknowledged his prowess, yet cautioned, "Some matters are not for your kind to know." Meng Leyu was left in a daze, overwhelmed by the revelation of the existence of a demon clan. What on earth was happening? An hour later, Meng Leyu found herself in a setting reminiscent of a government office, exchanging glances with several individuals. Moments ago, they had appeared in her hospital room, declaring themselves officials of the Cultivators Association. The elder, surnamed Bai and named Liang Sheng, hailed from a prestigious family of cultivators in Yungue and Sichuan, speaking with a distinct accent, and was currently at the foundational stage of cultivation. Bai Xuanji and Bai Healy, his grandchildren, were fraternal twins in their second year of university, both at the second layer of Qi cultivation, showcasing considerable talent among their peers. To prevent the entrenchment of local power, it had become customary for governing bodies to operate from different regions, hence Liang Sheng's presence here. As for Lang Zhun, he was a native spirit, unmistakably a wolf demon, and had chosen the path of physical cultivation, demonstrating commendable aptitude as well, currently at the second layer of Qi. Lin Gu, who had previously frightened Meng Leyu, was also a local. Bai Xuanji poured Meng Leyu a cup of tea and continued, "Originally, it was not permitted, but she has lingered at the fifth layer of Qi for many years, and with her lifespan waning, permission was granted." She paused, a smirk crossing her face as she added, "As for her animosity towards you, it stems from jealousy. She sees you as a budding talent while she is now withering. And let us not forget, her son is nearing 50, yet has yet to grasp the basics of cultivation. It's unlikely that even if her ancestral grave were to emit smoke, it would be anything more than a distant dream." Bai Xuanji then regarded Meng Leyu with a tender expression, noting, despite her stern demeanor, she is quite susceptible to intimidation. Her bravado in addressing you is merely an act of bullying someone without a strong family background. Indeed, within moments, this so-called Cultivators Association had thoroughly investigated Meng Leyu, uncovering every detail about her life. They could even trace her bathroom visits through the surveillance cameras in the corridors. Meng Leyu felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. The world was indeed rife with intrigue, and the realm of cultivators was no exception. Just then, Bai Xuanji leaned closer with palpable excitement, suggesting, "Why not join our Bai family? It would provide you with a reliable lineage." At this, even Bai Healy, who had been quietly observing, turned his attention towards them. "She will not join your Bai family." At that moment, Lang Zhun returned, having spoken with the elder outside, and the elder handed Meng Leyu a small booklet, declaring, "This is your identification. You are now officially a member of the Cultivators Association. However, given your lack of a distinguished background, you will be regarded as the founding ancestor of your Meng family." Meng Leyu accepted the navy blue booklet, opening it to find her recent photograph, appearing unremarkable, akin to any ordinary identification. The only distinguishing feature was the embossed seal of the Cultivators Association. Had she stumbled upon such a document on the street, her first instinct would have been to dismiss it as counterfeit. Flipping through the pages, she discovered a line of text. Meng family, first generation, Meng Leyu. Was this what they referred to as an independent family tree? Did it begin with her? Struggling to suppress a smile, she endeavored to maintain a serious expression, fully aware of how difficult it was for someone from Huagua to refuse such an enticing proposition. "Grandfather, poor Xiaoya is all alone. What if she is bullied?" Bai Xuanji implored the elder. "Enough of this nonsense." The elder interjected, while Lang Zhun snorted derisively. Living under someone else's roof is no match for being the founder of one's own lineage. Besides, Meng Leyu will not be bullied. Though he could not explicitly state that his family would serve as her protection, his demeanor made it abundantly clear. Consequently, Bai Xuanji reluctantly pulled Meng Leyu aside, whispering, "Those not of our kind harbor different intentions. You may not yet understand, but in time, as you cultivate further, you will grasp the truth of my words." Despite her quiet tone, everyone present was acutely aware of her statement. Yet, Lang Zhun was unable to retort, lest it reveal his own insecurities. Aside from Bai Healy, who remained taciturn, the elder feigned ignorance, clearly in agreement with his granddaughter's sentiments. Meng Leyu could not endorse by Xuanji's words. While she remained uncertain of Lang Zhen's true character, she had her own dear companion to consider. Though not human, her companion was exceptionally kind-hearted. Nevertheless, Meng Leyu refrained from questioning by Xuanji's intentions at that moment. After all, this was their domain, and there was no need to provoke discord. Thus, she offered vague affirmations, which by Xuanji interpreted as agreement, leaving her satisfied, while Lang Zhen silently endured his frustration. Before departing, the elder presented Meng Leyu with a cloth bag. It was merely a simple bag, akin to those distributed during promotional events, yet it bore the inscription of the Cultivators Association. However, who would take such a bag seriously? Onlookers would likely dismiss it as mere abstract art. Meng Leyu opened it to discover a small booklet and a thermos, both emblazoned with the same insignia. There was also a diminutive ceramic vial, and upon opening it, several small black pills, resembling the size of Su Xiao Jiu Xn1, were discovered inside. The elderly gentleman explained, "Due to your lack of familial background, the manual contains the contemporary cultivation methods commonly practiced today. As for the pills in the vial, they're called Bu Ling Dan, and the association distributes 5 each month. To use them sparingly." "Are all pills this small?" Meng Leyu inquired, her curiosity piqued. After all, the pills given to her by her little companion were each the size of a 15mm pearl, and their luster had only improved, indicating a significant advancement in her companion's alchemical skills. In contrast, the pills in this small ceramic vial were not only diminutive but also dark and unappealing, reminiscent of miniature mouse droppings. Was it appropriate to say such a thing? Upon hearing Meng Leyu's remarks, the elderly gentleman cast a surprised glance her way. After realizing that she lacked a scholarly background, he began to elucidate. In these times of scarce spiritual energy, spiritual herbs are exceedingly difficult to procure. The fact that the Cultivation Association can still distribute such pills is the result of generations of effort to improve and cultivate spiritual herbs. Meng Leyu understood now. The scarcity of resources was indeed the crux of the matter. Reflecting on it, the current realm of cultivation seemed rather pitiable. However, upon further contemplation, it struck her that this situation was akin to a challenging examination. Everyone faced the same difficulties, and aside from the academic prodigies, others would find it hard to distinguish themselves significantly. This could perhaps be considered a form of indirect fairness. As they departed, they exchanged WeChat contacts, a testament to how contemporary cultivation practices had indeed evolved with the times. After exiting the office, Lang Zhen hesitated to speak until he had escorted Meng Leyu to the entrance of her dormitory, at which point he finally voiced, "Meng Leyu, I will not harm you." Meng Leyu momentarily failed to comprehend, prompting Lang Zhen to reiterate, "Though we belong to different races, please believe me, I will not bring you any harm." At last, Meng Leyu grasped his intent. It appeared he had overheard by Xuanji's comments and was rather concerned about them. She smiled gently and replied, "I understand." Lang Zhen opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from urging her to trust him, for he was confident that his actions would eventually earn her belief. As Meng Leyu returned to her dormitory, her phone erupted with a flurry of notifications. Upon checking, she discovered that Xuanji had added her to a group chat, welcoming her with, "Welcome to our new member from the south." No sooner had he finished speaking than numerous responses flooded in. "Tomorrow we lay our foundation. Welcome, welcome. Which sect do you belong to? Wind blows cool breezes. Is the new member male or female? How old are you this year? Sister, what have you fed me? CPDD. Passionate big monkey. Ignore the previous comments. Dear friend, I can be either male or female. I have an appointment with the immortal. Everyone, please tone it down a bit. Don't scare the newcomer." Just then, someone interjected, "New friend, ignore them. They are merely misled by cultivation novels, truly believing that dual cultivation can enhance one's prowess." At this moment, Xuanji sent her a private message, stating the group mainly consists of cultivators from various families under 50 years old in the South. Young people tend to have more in common. 50? That is indeed quite young, she mused, though perhaps it was genuinely perceived as youthful in the realm of cultivation. Xuanji continued, "You may introduce yourself if you wish. If not, simply alter your group nickname. However, I recommend familiarizing yourself with everyone, as you may need to interact with them in the future. Meng Leyu found his advice reasonable and promptly typed her first message in the group chat. Hello everyone. My name is Meng Leyu, and I am 18 years old. Upon her announcement, the group fell silent for a moment before the previous commenter, wind blows cool breezes, remarked, your surname is Meng? Is there anyone in the South with the surname Meng? Clearly, they had not yet recalled which family bore that name. Meng Leyu was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Should she truly claim to be from a standalone genealogy? However, while she hesitated, the group erupted once more. Passionate big monkey, no way. You can't be the one who self-guides the chi into their body, right? I have an appointment with the immortal. What do you mean by self-guiding chi? What are you talking about that I don't understand? Passionate big monkey. How could you not have seen Xiao Bai's message in the group yesterday? It mentioned that someone had self-guided chi into their body, and they were without a proper lineage. At this juncture, I have an appointment with the immortal fell silent, possibly retreating to a private chat. Yet the group did not quiet down. Sister, what have you fed me? Chimed in again. Meng Leyu, petite, I am male 26 this year. Tomorrow we lay our foundation. Meng Leyu, don't mind him. He.S. just an old bull chasing after tender grass. How about my cousin? He.S. only 2 years older than you. Shameless wretch. Does Bahili know you're here? Try and set him up? Let us not even mention that lad as perpetual indifference. Tomorrow we lay our foundation. The Jiyang family is nothing significant. Do they truly believe that a golden core is impressive? If I recall correctly, that old fellow is nearing the end of his lifespan. Wind blows cool breezes. Details. Passionate big monkey. 6. I have an appointment with the immortal. Courage. Meng Leyu stared at the lively chatter in the group, momentarily taken aback. Yet she managed to extract a few fragments of information, such as tomorrow we lay our foundation, likely being a relative of the Bai family. Besides the South, there appeared to be a North, and she wondered if there were also an East or West. In this age of dwindling spiritual energy, attaining the golden core was already considered a remarkable level of cultivation. Adhering to her principle of speaking less to avoid mistakes, Meng Leyu decided against further participation, observing their exchanges for a while longer before exiting the chat interface. Just then, her roommates returned from their weekend excursions, and one noticed the bag on Meng Leyu's desk. Oh, the Cultivator Association? Meng Leyu, your bag slogan is quite abstract. Her roommate teased, and Meng Leyu chuckled in response. Indeed, such a bag would hardly be taken seriously outside of our circle. I would be better off carrying a psychiatric hospital bag. That would seem far more imposing. After a brief conversation with her roommates, Meng Leyu opened her game interface, having not seen her little companion for 2 days. As soon as Jiyang sensed Meng Leyu's presence, he turned his gaze towards her, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. It had been 5 days for him without news of her. The only reassurance he had was the awareness of her temporary safety through the existence of her storage ring. For if the host were to perish, the ring would become an item without an owner. Master, you have returned? Meng Leyu couldn't shake the feeling that Jiyang's voice seemed slightly choked today. She gently touched his rare, exposed dragon horn as a response to him. The young man affectionately nudged her fingertip with his horn and asked once more, Are you all right? Has your body recovered? Meng Leyu was taken aback. Why would Jiyang inquire about this? Did he somehow know that she had encountered trouble? Jiyang immediately sensed her confusion and replied, I have always heard your calls. I can feel that you seem unwell. He refrained from mentioning the assistance provided by the Jiao people in allowing him to see Meng Leyu, as he was uncertain whether she would be receptive to it. He feared that revealing it might provoke her aversion, a consequence he could not bear. If that were the case, he would rather she remain oblivious. Chapter 101. The unusual master and servant Meng Leyu never anticipated that her unconscious call would be sensed by Jiyang, and an overwhelming sense of grievance surged within her. It is often said that a crying child receives candy, but this is contingent upon the child being aware that crying will indeed yield such a reward. In the past, Meng Leyu did not dare cry. Even her tears fell silently, devoid of the so-called sense of grievance, accompanied instead by a numbing indifference. However, the Meng Leyu of today is markedly different. She can feel a pang of injustice due to the concern shown by Jiyang, for she is now cherished and cared for. On this occasion, while in her dormitory, Meng Leyu still refrained from voicing her sorrow. Yet, as silent tears streamed down her face, warmth blossomed in her heart. Not wishing to speak verbally, she promptly leaned over her small desk to pen a note for her beloved. I am fine. I just miss you dearly. Furthermore, I consider this misfortune a blessing in disguise, as I have absorbed spiritual energy and joined the local cultivation association. Since our family had no cultivators before, I am now essentially the founding ancestor of the Meng clan, starting the family tree anew from my lineage. By the way, as you mentioned, the aura here is indeed sparse. I've heard that spiritual plants are scarce, and even the pills distributed by the association are no larger than a grain of rice. Meng Leyu wished to write more, yet she did not want her beloved to wait too long. After finishing her note, she immediately took a photograph and sent it to him. Upon reading the text in the image, Jiyang's curiosity deepened. When he discovered that Meng Leyu was merely a mortal, he had been intrigued by how she could produce such high-grade spiritual herbs and a variety of pills and magical artifacts. He initially presumed that although she was an ordinary human, her environment was extraordinary. However, during her training, she was unable to sense spiritual energy, despite clearly possessing a spiritual body, indicating that she had spiritual roots. This left only two possibilities. Either she resided in an era of dwindling spiritual energy or in a realm devoid of it entirely, both of which contradicted the items she had previously produced. Now that she had indeed begun her cultivation journey, it became evident that she inhabited an era of diminishing spiritual energy. Thus, the question returned to its origin. From whence did her possessions originate? Jiyang felt ensnared in a colossal enigma. He speculated that Meng Leyu might possess a special microcosm capable of altering the flow of time, which explained the spiritual plants. Yet, were the artifacts and pills, were they derived from that same microcosm? Jiyang was perplexed, yet he had a stirring intuition that perhaps, when he unraveled the mysteries surrounding her, he would truly be able to stand by her side. With Meng Leyu embarking on her path of cultivation and given the scarcity of spiritual materials in her world, Jiyang found a new purpose: to support his beloved. Without hesitation, he drew forth the spiritual pills from his spatial realm and presented them before Meng Leyu, stating, "Now that you have begun your cultivation, you are in dire need of these. These are the pills I have recently refined. Please accept them." However, Meng Leyu, upon observing the game prompt, declined the offer. She still had many pills that Jiyang had previously given her, and she could not bear to deplete his reserves. Noticing her reluctance, Jiyang furrowed his brow slightly, but then smiled understandingly, saying, "Very well, I shall store the pills within my spatial realm. Should you require them, feel free to take them at your convenience." Meng Leyu nodded, gently poking Jiyang's right hand and caressing his dragon horn, indicating her understanding and promise to remember. Yet, what Meng Leyu did not anticipate was that Jiyang, after retracting the pills, boldly loosened his garment. As Meng Leyu, taken aback, attempted to avert her gaze but found herself stealing glances, the young man's hand unexpectedly transformed into a dragon's claw. He suddenly clawed at his own chest, forcefully removing a piece of pure black scale. He then extended the scale towards Meng Leyu, declaring, "This is my heart-protecting scale. It can withstand a full-force attack from a golden core cultivator, and it carries my essence, growing stronger with my cultivation. Please accept it as a means for me to protect you even from afar, allowing me to rest easy." Meng Leyu, gazing at the scale in his hand, was haunted by the image of Jiyang painfully clawing it from his body, and she felt a pang of empathy. If it hurt her to scratch herself, how much more painful must it have been for him? Her eyes grew red again as her fingertips trembled, reaching out to touch Jiyang's chest, hoping to inspect his wound. To her surprise, despite having removed such a substantial scale, his chest remained smooth and unblemished, as if nothing had occurred. Jiyang reassured her, "Rest assured, it is merely a scale. It does not hurt." Sensing her hesitation, he added, "Once the scale is removed, it cannot grow back. If you do not want it, I shall have no choice but to discard it." Almost as soon as Jiyang's words fell, the scale was accepted into Meng Leyu's hands, prompting a satisfied smile from the young man. Unbeknownst to him, the merman within the spirit beast pouch was rolling his eyes at him, silently mimicking Jiyang's words with a sarcastic twist. It doesn't hurt. And once it's pulled off, it won't grow back. If you don't want it, I'll have to throw it away. Huh. Then go ahead and toss it. The merman flicked his tail, recalling how he had once exchanged a scale for a drop of dragon blood. How could he not know that dragon scales do not regrow? Humans are indeed easily deceived, believing every word from that black-hearted dragon pup. Moreover, how dare that dragon be so reckless as to give away his heart-protecting scale? He truly lives up to his introduction, more loyal than a dog. Meng Leyu remained oblivious to the convoluted dynamics at play surrounding Jiyang's gift of the scale. All she felt was profound gratitude and an overwhelming sense of heartache. She recalled the Kunlun mushrooms, a sacred healing herb from the demon realm that she had planted in the medicinal garden, and promptly harvested the largest specimens, presenting them all to Jiyang. Jiyang, observing the stack of Kunlun mushrooms, could not help but smile as he looked down, knowing their mutual affection was reciprocated. And that was sufficient. Meng Leyu gently touched Jiyang's broken white dragon horn. She had seen the recipe for healing dragon horns, but many of the required materials were rare treasures, making them exceedingly difficult to procure. Although 2 items were available in the marketplace, their prices were exorbitant, totaling nearly 30,000 and not in game currency. Thus, she could only gaze at them from afar. It was not that she lacked the desire to buy them, but her current capabilities did not permit it. Nevertheless, she vowed to work hard to earn money for Jiyang. As Jiyang felt the gentle touch upon his horn, he lovingly raised his head to nuzzle against her, reminiscent of a cat seeking affection. Coupled with his striking features, Meng Leyu's heart melted. She recalled how, when she first touched his dragon horn, he would instinctively shy away, occasionally shivering, but now he was becoming increasingly docile. The merman in the spirit pouch rolled his eyes again, coldly muttering, "This flamboyant dragon pup is utterly shameless. How could he rub his courting horn against her? Truly, a pair of perverse master and servant." The merman, while scolding, couldn't help but fantasize about someone caressing his fin, causing him to shiver involuntarily, his face betraying a hint of blush. What Meng Leyu did not realize was that, although she had not accepted the merman's differentiation task, the progress bar for that task had subtly advanced. Before logging off, she visited the medicinal garden module once more, harvesting and sowing some spiritual herbs, and planted the successfully sprouted delicacy saplings in the orchard. After signing in, she entered the marketplace again, checking the daily specials, but finding nothing of use. She turned her attention to the lottery. It must be said that after a long hiatus, she felt a twinge of excitement. 3 minutes later, Meng Leyu returned with 30 small pills. She should not have indulged her impulses. After all this time, did she not understand the nature of this game? However, what she did not anticipate was that, at that moment, the lottery unexpectedly upgraded. With the cumulative number of draws reaching 500, the lottery transformed into a game of baccarat. New rewards included customizable medicinal herb seeds and upgraded auction house membership cards for 1 month, 3 months, and 1 year, along with an additional dream entry. Meng Leyu suddenly grasped why people online claim that everyone is susceptible to deception. It is not that you're vigilant, but rather that you have yet to encounter a game suited to you. At this moment, she felt precisely that, for she genuinely wished to draw from this upgraded baccarat. Just moments ago, she had been contemplating the medicinal materials needed to repair Longjiao for her pet, and now there appeared customizable herb seeds among the baccarat prizes. This was not merely a coincidence. It was as if a carrot had been dangled before a grinding donkey. Furthermore, the auction house memberships were indeed enticing. As for the dream entries, well, that could be temporarily overlooked. However, upon closer inspection, it was evident that with the upgrade to baccarat, not only had the prizes improved, but the prices had also surged significantly. Previously, the lottery cost 1 yuan per draw, with a discount for 10 draws. Yet, this baccarat began at an astonishing 5 yuan. The same discount applied for 10 draws, totaling 45 yuan for 10 attempts. Once more, she opened the marketplace to peruse the myriad of herbs, and this time, Meng Leyu didn't hesitate. She dove straight into the draws. After a while, she exited the lottery interface with a pale countenance, on the verge of tears. The good news was that she had won. The bad news was that all she had won were dream entries. The worst news was that these dream entries had a time limit. Each must be used within 7 days. Having drawn 6 dream entries meant what? It meant that out of the 7 days in a week, she would have to go without clothes for 6 of them. She thanked the officials for granting her a day of rest. Although Jiyang was unaware of the circumstances, he could clearly sense that Meng Leyu left with a palpable resentment. After exiting the game, Meng Leyu composed herself and joined her roommates for a meal at the cafeteria, as they had evening study sessions to attend. As she met up with other classmates in the cafeteria, a particularly well-informed student approached her with an air of mystery and said, "Have you heard? Several students have transferred from our school." "Huh? What is going on?" Meng Leyu perked up, ready to share in the gossip. "I'm not sure of the specifics, but I know that everyone who transferred, including Wei, attended his birthday party." "Hiss, could something have happened at the birthday party?" One of her roommates could not help but whisper. Others nodded in agreement. Meng Leyu, however, was taken aback. Her chewing slowed significantly. While others were unaware, she knew that quite a bit had transpired at that so-called birthday party. As Meng Leyu pondered, someone suddenly called her name and asked, "Hey, Meng Leyu, I heard you were invited to Wei's birthday party too. Why didn't you attend? Do you know what happened?" The underlying implication was clear. If you attended, why were you unharmed? Meng Leyu shook her head and replied, "I don't know. I went to deliver a gift, but had to leave due to an allergic reaction to alcohol. I'm not aware of what exactly happened." Her words were a mix of truth and deception, and no one could ascertain whether her account was entirely accurate. However, recalling the incident, Meng Leyu suddenly remembered something. "By the way, didn't Wei invite you all?" She inquired of her roommates, as Wei had specifically told her he had extended invitations. "No, he didn't. We're not close to him," her roommates replied in unison, which caused Meng Leyu's complexion to pale. It is often said that one does not teach others, but rather learns from experience, and Wei had imparted 2 lessons to her. First, never to take one person's word at face value. Whenever possible, it is best to verify from multiple sources. Second, food that has left one's sight must never be touched. Had it not been for her timely intervention yesterday, who knows what might have transpired? The others expressed concern about her health for a moment before the conversation shifted back to Wei and the others. Meng Leyu could not help but wonder if these transfers were related to Lang Zhan. She recalled that he had mentioned he was handling this matter. Is this the outcome of his intervention? The still youthful Meng Leyu could scarcely fathom the energy required for such actions. Yet Lang Zhan's image in her mind now bore 2 new labels. Wolf Clan, a clan of considerable influence. Meng Leyu could not help but sigh. Compared to a family like Lang Zhan's, it seemed that her own Meng lineage had a long journey ahead. Just as she thought of Lang Zhan, the tall young man from the Wolf Clan appeared in the cafeteria, striding directly toward Meng Leyu. "Hi, Meng Leyu," he greeted, holding a large plastic bag that emitted an enticing aroma. "Hello, classmate, may I sit here? I brought plenty of food for everyone to share," Lang Zhan said, gesturing with the bag to the crowd. Indeed, Lang Zhan had brought a substantial amount of food, and given his amiable demeanor, it wasn't long before he mingled comfortably with the others. Yet, even while engaging with them, he did not neglect Meng Leyu, maintaining a balanced warmth that avoided awkwardness. Unbeknownst to her, Meng Leyu thought to herself, what a genuinely kind person. As he prepared to leave, Lang Zhan lingered by Meng Leyu's side, retrieving a small vial from his pocket. Nonchalantly, he said, "This contains 10 replenishing pills. Consider it a congratulatory gift for your successful entry into the realm of energy cultivation." Fearing she might refuse, he added, "We have plenty of these at home." Had he not added that last line, Meng Leyu would have accepted the gift. But his words instead carried an air of desperation that made her even more resolute in her refusal. "Thank you for your kindness, but I truly don't need it." The tall boy became anxious, quickly reiterating, "You're still new and may not understand. Due to the thinness of spiritual energy, if you exhaust your energy without timely replenishment, it can be quite painful." He extended the small vial towards her once more. Meng Leyu remained steadfast, looking up at the towering boy and stating, "I genuinely appreciate your offer, but I really do not require it." Lang Zhan seemed increasingly worried, urging in just a few days. There will be an end-of-year energy assessment to determine next year's resource allocation. If your energy is insufficient, it will affect your cultivation next year. Energy assessment? Meng Leyu asked, puzzled. Lang Zhun furrowed his brow, equally bewildered, and retorted, "Didn't anyone from the association inform you?" Meng Leyu shook her head, and Lang Zhun's expression soured, but he promptly explained, "Currently, resources for cultivation are scarce, so to ensure fairness, a competition is held every year at the end of the year to allocate resources based on cultivation qualifications. Since you've just entered the realm, the assessment should be relatively simple, focusing on the speed of energy absorption." After a pause, he continued, "The replenishing pills provided by your association can supplement energy, but due to their inferior quality, they will also affect your absorption rate. Consequently, this could significantly impact your resource allocation for the coming year. However, the supplementary elixir I am offering you is unlike any other. It is far superior to that distributed by the association. Utilizing this will significantly enhance your capacity to absorb spiritual energy, thereby allowing you to allocate greater resources for your cultivation in the coming year." After Wolf Zhun finished speaking, he extended the porcelain vial toward Meng Leyu once more. She hesitated for a moment, but ultimately accepted it, prompting a sigh of relief from Wolf Zhun. Meng Leyu pondered for a while before asking, "Are the resources allocated publicly different from those distributed privately?" Wolf Zhun instinctively shook his ears and replied, "A lean camel is still larger than a horse. After years of operation, every family has accumulated some private assets." Meng Leyu understood. This likely explained why Wolf Zhun could present her with a potion superior to that of the association. "Thank you. I will repay you in the future," she indicated, gesturing toward the small porcelain vial in her hand. She intended to return and compare the elixir given by her friend to these newly acquired potions. The boy before her furrowed his brow and said, "You need not repay me." Realizing his tone was somewhat brusque, he quickly clarified, "Are we not friends?" Meng Leyu paused briefly, a smile blossoming on her lips as she nodded vigorously. "Yes, indeed, we are friends." Seeing her smile, Wolf Zhun also broke into a silly grin. Observing the goofy smile of Wolf Zhun, Meng Leyu could not help but think, no wonder it is said that dogs are descended from wolves. When he smiles, he truly resembles a big, lovable dog. Through Wolf Zhun, Meng Leyu learned that the annual spiritual power assessment would take place next Saturday. This was quite considerate, as it maximized the chances of avoiding conflicts with work and school schedules. Given the rarity of spiritual herbs, aside from those in the foundation establishment stage who can fast on their own, few would indulge in concocting fasting potions. In this era, cultivators also need to eat. Without financial means, one cannot afford meals. Thus, even though many individuals have begun their cultivation journeys, they could not escape their roles as societal laborers. Furthermore, due to the nature of cultivation, aside from those with family backgrounds specifically engaged in such practices, very few took up metaphysical work, fearing the entanglement of cause and effect. After all, the so-called secrets of heaven must not be disclosed. However, with established families, those who have managed their affairs over generations generally do not fare poorly. As for the tales of individuals amassing fortunes through miraculous elixirs that cure all ailments and bestow eternal youth, alas, such notions are futile, as there are not enough resources for one's own kin. Moreover, contemporary cultivators, due to their relatively low cultivation levels, are mere flesh and blood. Can they withstand the might of modern weaponry? Therefore, discretion is paramount, and it is rare for anyone to openly disclose their status as cultivators to outsiders, lest they encounter someone formidable who might resort to dissection for research purposes. In such a case, even a grand celestial being would struggle to provide rescue. A novice like Meng Leyu felt akin to a neophyte in this post-epoch of cultivation. After Wolf Zhun's enlightening discourse, she could finally be considered a semi-literate individual. Yet many matters cannot be succinctly explained in just a few sentences, so Meng Leyu resolved to take things step by step and address them as they arise. Wolf Zhun then suggested, "Why don't we have dinner together tomorrow? I can elaborate further then." Meng Leyu eagerly nodded in agreement, her face radiating gratitude as she exclaimed, "Wolf Zhun, You are truly wonderful. Thank you so much. The naive Wolf Jun, receiving such praise from the girl he admired, grinned broadly in delight. As was the case during dinner, students during evening study sessions were quietly discussing the transfer of Yang Wei and his companions. Many approached Meng Leyu to inquire about the situation, and upon learning that she had missed internal news due to an alcohol allergy, they remained skeptical. They were more inclined to believe that Meng Leyu was aware of the events, but had been silenced due to their magnitude. In truth, Meng Leyu felt wronged. However, she could not possibly explain to her classmates that she had been drugged, for if she were to disclose such a thing, who would believe that nothing had occurred after being drugged? Little did she know that her concerns were entirely unwarranted, due to a certain wolf cub. The elders of the Southern Wolf clan had personally intervened that night to erase the memories of those involved. They retained no recollection of any association with Meng Leyu. Nonetheless, students can be remarkably well informed, and during a break in their evening study, one rushed into the classroom, excitedly sharing Yang Wei and the others transferred schools because they were caught using that stuff. The classmates expressed shock and disbelief. How could they have been using it and still transfer? The student shook his head, a smug and mysterious smile on his face. If it was voluntary, that would be impossible. However, they were coerced. I heard someone slip something into their drinks that day. The room fell silent as students gasped in astonishment. Meng Leyu was equally taken aback. Could this be true? She immediately texted Wolf Jun, hoping for clarification, only to find his account aligned with what her classmates had said. More precisely, the blonde boy had laced everyone's drinks with an addictive substance, motivated by his position as a small-time dealer of contraband. His intent was purely financial. Once addicted, they would become his future clientele. Meng Leyu felt a wave of panic wash over her as she asked, "What about me?" You were unaffected. They were concerned that using both drugs would interfere with their properties, so they did not administer the same substance to you. Meng Leyu sighed in relief, uncertain whether to consider herself fortunate or unfortunate. Ultimately, she reiterated to Wolf Jun, "Thank you very much for yesterday's events." After he responded with a smile, communication ceased, and Meng Leyu returned to her assignments, unaware that Wolf Jun was currently on a phone call with his elder brother during their evening study. Elder Wang said you have a crush on someone? Why do they share everything with you? Wolf Jun's voice carried a hint of discontent. What? Do you think you can keep it a secret? Came the authoritative response from the other end of the line. I never intended to hide it, Wolf Jun huffed. Laughter echoed from the other side, followed by the question, which girl is it? Didn't they tell you everything? Why are you asking me? They don't share everything with me, but the more they hide, the more suspicious it becomes. If you liked a girl from a demon clan, or even an ordinary human, they wouldn't go to such lengths to conceal it from me. So tell me, which family does she belong to? With his brother's inquiry hanging in the air, Wolf Jun fell into a contemplative silence for a long while before finally responding. She is indeed a human cultivator. Moreover, she has just begun to draw in spiritual energy on her own, and she lacks any family background in this regard. Additionally, she is genuinely kind and has not changed her attitude towards me, because I am a demon. Upon hearing his brother's eager explanations, Wolf fell silent for a considerable time before uttering, Jun, people can change. No, she won tea. The boy insisted stubbornly, hanging up the phone before his brother could respond. In truth, he shared a close bond with his elder brother. Their father had died during a family conflict over resources when he was young, making his brother not just a sibling, but a father figure. Furthermore, his brother was the most talented and hardworking among their family lineages, having achieved great heights at just 32 years of age, reaching the pinnacle of Chi training. In this age of scarce spiritual energy, aside from ancient prominent families, this was nothing short of astonishing. Additionally, he managed a large company, embodying the archetype of a domineering CEO in contemporary online narratives. Wolf Jun occasionally envied his brother, more often viewing him as a role model to aspire to. Regrettably, the elder brother sustained an injury during his cultivation, and the lingering effects have yet to heal, leaving him hesitant to hastily establish his foundation. If only he could acquire the legendary solitary Shao Huandan. Although there are currently some Shao Huandan available, their efficacy is diminished due to the insufficient age of the spiritual herbs, rendering them capable only of treating minor injuries, while more severe ailments necessitate a visit to the hospital. Such elixirs are scarce, found only among ancient noble families, who guard their limited stock jealously, unwilling to part with even a single pill. Wolf sighed, lamenting the struggles faced by cultivators from established families. How then could newcomers like Meng Leyu fare? He vowed to do everything in his power to look after her. Far away in the realm of cultivation, Jiyang was oblivious to the fact that even across the barriers of time and space, there were others vying for his position. After her evening study session, Meng Leyu did not return to her dormitory, but instead ventured to a semi-secret base to experiment with the consumption of spiritual energy. However, the initial cultivation methods taught to her by Zai required no such consumption, leading Meng Leyu to fumble for hours without any significant results. Her spiritual power only becoming more refined. Realizing that she would not uncover the differences among the various replenishing pills through this method, she decided to retreat for the time being, intending to engage in a more fruitful discussion with Zai upon returning to her dreams. To ensure she could bring the other two types of elixirs into her dreams, she stored them in her spatial ring. Yet, as the items entered the ring, Jiyang sensed something amiss. How could he detect the scent of a wolf demon, specifically that of a male wolf demon in its mating season? Following the previous incident of an exploded furnace, the young dragon, in a fit of jealousy, once again caused an eruption of elixirs, startling even the merfolk who were busy polishing their scales within their spirit beast pouch. What is happening? Who's attacking? The merfolk anxiously inquired, having not engaged in combat since being captured by humans and feeling a twinge of longing for a fight. Jiyang remained silent for a moment before asking, "Do wolf demons experience constant arousal?" "What wolf demon?" The merfolk did not wait for Jiyang's response. Musing aloud, "I don't know much about land demons. But isn't there a term among human cultivators called sex wolf? Presumably, they must often be in heat." His reasoning was so sound that even he began to believe it. Just as Jiyang was lost in thought, the merfolk continued, "By the way, there's another term among human cultivators. Dragon nature is inherently lustful. That sounds even more intense than sex wolf." Before the merfolk could finish, the spirit beast pouch entirely severed its connection to the outside world, a feature of the pouch that generally lasted about an hour, after which they would decide whether to continue. Gazing at the suddenly darkened space, the merfolk cursed inwardly. Their insight is even smaller than a lobster's eyes. Dragon nature is inherently lustful. Did I say something wrong? Just because you keep me locked in this spirit beast pouch doesn't mean I'm unaware of the skirts you've been taking out each day. And you still expect me to weave mermaid silk? How ridiculous. Chapter 103. Jealousy. The young dragon's jealousy overflowed, while Meng Leyu remained blissfully unaware, puzzled only by the sounds of Zai sharpening his weapons during gameplay. Sensing Meng Leyu's presence, Jiyang, for once, did not look up but continued to hone the Xidagarba dagger until he felt a gentle touch on his head. "Master, what do you think about using this dagger to slay demons?" The boy's tone was calm, yet Meng Leyu felt an undercurrent of suppressed frustration, wondering if it was merely her imagination. Why was Zai suddenly discussing killing demons? Was he being bullied by one? She promptly poked Zai's right hand, affirming that he must protect himself. The boy's demeanor brightened instantly, yet he queried, "Master, what do you think of creatures with fur?" "Creatures with fur? Do you mean fluffy little animals? They are quite delightful and adorable." Thus, oblivious to the underlying tension, Meng Leyu continued to stroke the boy's right hand. "Oh, it seems it's going to rain heavily." However, the boy lowered his gaze to conceal the shadows and murderous intent in his eyes, and when he raised it again, a sweet smile graced his face as he replied, "I think they are quite lovely. Once skinned, their pelts would make a fine footrest for you. Should be good. Don't frighten her." Meng Leyu, unperturbed, continued to caress Zai's dragon horn, questioning whether it had grown a bit larger since their last encounter. Was it her imagination, or had Zai indeed grown taller? Meanwhile, the pair was blissfully unaware that the cultivation realm was on the verge of chaos. Elder Dan of the He Huan sect had been ambushed, and the whereabouts of the previously purchased Huan Tianchao were unknown. along with the disappearance of the sect's pre-selected saintess, Chun Yi-xiang. Rumors circulated that Chun Yi-xiang had plotted against Dan Yi and stolen the Huan Tianqiao. Many in the cultivation world were stirred into action, as they believed they could handle Chun Yi-xiang, even if they could not contend with Dan Yi. The Huan Tianqiao, now in Chun Yi-xiang's possession, was coveted, with many eager to seize it first without regard for her. As for Meng Leyu, diligently working in the herb garden module, she pondered, which plant should I sell next? After exiting the herb garden module, she clicked on the taskbar in the corner of the screen. Ever since she had opted out of the hidden task, the game seemed to have stalled. No new quests had been issued, and her experience points had barely increased. Was it possible that this task was essential? Meng Leyu reopened the hidden task to see if there were any game prompts, only to discover that the progress bar was rising. Fearing she had misread, she examined it closely and confirmed that it had indeed increased. Reflecting on her recent activities, she realized she had not engaged in anything related to mermaids. Could it be that this was a bonus question? Engrossed in her thoughts, Meng Leyu considered that perhaps the hidden task, lacking any stated rewards, was indeed an easy one. With excitement coursing through her veins and her hands trembling, she ultimately decided to accept the task. The moment she did, the game displayed a new notification. This hidden task has no time limit. However, no new tasks will be issued until it is completed. Just as she suspected, this system truly was troublesome. But did it mean she needed to find a date for the merfolk? And what was merfolk oil? She would need to inquire further about that. Before logging off, Meng Leyu gently stroked Zai's dragon horn once more, her heart whispering, "Wait for me tonight." Unbeknownst to her, Zai, who had been quietly enduring the horn stroking, suddenly lifted his face, his eyes shining brightly as he gazed at Meng Leyu, clearly having heard her. Flushed with embarrassment, Meng Leyu hastily exited the game. Due to the time difference between the cultivation realm and the world where Meng Leyu resided, when a merfolk once again saw the young dragon pulling out various skirts to meticulously compare which looked best, he could no longer suppress his irritation. "Look at this. Why are you still looking? It's her wearing them, not you. What makes you think they'll all look good on you?" Surprisingly, the normally aloof boy did not frown this time. Instead, he asked earnestly, "Which one do you think she would like?" The merfolk paused, genuinely contemplating, and after a moment's reflection, perhaps for reasons unknown, pointed to the emerald green skirt at the edge, stating, "I think she would look lovely in that one." Jiyang's gaze followed, and just as he was about to agree that it was indeed beautiful, he inadvertently caught sight of the merfolk's greenish tail and coldly remarked, "Nothing special." Without a moment's hesitation, she cast the exquisitely crafted skirt into the alchemical furnace, intending to refine it directly. "What madness! You have your own ideas, and yet still seek my counsel." Just as the Jiyang finished her lament, she found herself once again confined. Could it be that this dragon has truly lost its mind? Why on earth would he impose such confinement again? After much contemplation, Jiyang resolved to let Meng Leyu personally choose what she wished to wear, with the exception of anything associated with the color green. At that moment, the young dragon resembled a favored concubine awaiting a royal visit, a blend of anxiety and anticipation coursing through him. He yearned to engage in some activity to pass the time, yet he feared that Meng Leyu might arrive unexpectedly, leaving him unprepared. As Jiyang's nervousness manifested, the dragon horns flickered in and out of visibility. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. Perhaps a bath would be in order? Though he typically employed cleansing spells, nothing could compare to the sensation of water. Thus, he promptly prepared a bucket of water and swiftly stripped off his garments, immersing himself within. Little did anyone anticipate that Meng Leyu would appear at such an inopportune moment. Unlike her previous dream visits, this time she manifested with remarkable swiftness, perhaps due to her recent mastery of Qi. In an instant, she stood before Jiyang. Thus, the two, both entirely unclothed, found themselves in an undeniably awkward encounter. Initially, Meng Leyu believed she was mentally prepared for such a scenario, yet upon laying eyes on the naked Jiyang, she realized her readiness was insufficient. Congratulations. The dragon horns had turned crimson. Both turned abruptly, avoiding each other's gaze. Meng Leyu hastily retrieved a previously prepared nightgown from her spatial realm and donned it. while listening to the sound of water behind her, too embarrassed to turn around. "Master, I am ready." The young man's voice emerged, slightly husky, betraying his evident shyness. When Meng Leyu turned to face him, she found that he had indeed clothed himself. Strangely, despite having just bathed, he appeared completely dry. Not a single droplet remaining on him. Could this perhaps be the benefit of magic? At that moment, Meng Leyu's mind shifted from thoughts of beauty to a desire for knowledge. She wished to learn. Observing that Meng Leyu was now dressed, Jiyang felt a tinge of disappointment. However, the events that had transpired left him hesitant to suggest a change of attire, so he feigned nonchalance and inquired, "Master, would you like to try some ginseng fruit drink?" The female cultivators have recently taken a liking to it, claiming it possesses beautifying properties. As he spoke, he placed the prepared fruit drink on the table, filling a cup to the brim for Meng Leyu. Though still somewhat awkward, she approached the table and took a seat, gingerly sipping from the cup. Upon tasting the unique fruit fragrance, her eyes lit up, and she exclaimed, "It's so delicious," before indulging in a hearty gulp. Unbeknownst to her, Jiyang watched her every move, his heart softening at the sight, convinced that acquiring this limited edition drink at a high price was entirely worthwhile. After Meng Leyu consumed 3 large cups of the ginseng fruit drink, she proactively asked, Kai, could you teach me magic?" Jiyang promptly nodded, "Of course. But you must be at least level 2 in Qi cultivation." "Why?" Meng Leyu inquired. "Because cultivation is akin to building a house. One must first dig the foundation before erecting a structure. Magic requires the consumption of spiritual energy, and in the absence of sufficient Qi, recklessly using spells will only harm the spiritual field." "What should I do then?" Meng Leyu expressed her helplessness. "What troubles you?" Jiyang could not bear to see his master wear a worried expression. She then recounted her potential participation in the year-end spiritual energy assessment, mentioning the replenishing pills provided by the Cultivators Association, as well as those gifted by Lang Zhan. "So, that wolf demon is your new friend?" Jiyang asked casually, though a flicker of darkness danced in his eyes, as if he wished to tear something apart. Unperturbed, Meng Leyu nodded cheerfully yes. "Lang Zhan is really a good person. A good demon." She chuckled lightly. "Huh, that's wonderful." Jiyang responded with a scoff, though the mirth did not reach his eyes. "Lang Zhan? Wolf demon? Good demon? Huh, what nonsense." Yet, Jiyang would not outright dismiss his master's new friend, as such a response would only incite her ire. Instead, he feigned concern. "Master, have you known him for long? After all, humans and demons are different. I hope you can protect yourself and always carry my scales with you." Meng Leyu took this as genuine concern from Jiyang and playfully teased, "You say humans and demons are different. Are you not one?" The young man's expression shifted instantly. He grasped Meng Leyu's hand tightly, his tone urgent and unwavering. "I am certainly different, though I'm a dragon. I belong to you." Meng Leyu smiled gently, placing a finger on his lips, meeting his gaze with equal determination. "I know you are different. You are my Jiyang, the best Jiyang." In that moment, the young man's heart settled, and all his anxieties seemed to dissipate with her words. With his unease quelled, Jiyang calmly continued, "To deplete spiritual energy, one need not solely rely on magic. One can also utilize containers to channel and release Qi." "What sort of containers?" Meng Leyu inquired with curiosity. Jiyang pondered for a moment before responding. "Novice disciples often practice controlling magical tools, which serve as vessels for spiritual energy. Unfortunately, I currently lack a suitable beginner's magical tool for you. I will prepare one tomorrow and place it in the spatial realm for your convenience." "All right." Meng Leyu nodded in agreement, showing no reluctance in front of others. For her, Jiyang was indeed exceptional. Believing this to be the extent of Jiyang's plan, she was taken aback when he continued, "However, to facilitate your assessment of the quality of those pills, you could try using Qi on me right now." "On you? How would that work?" Meng Leyu asked, perplexed. The yin-yang technique may appear incomplete, but in truth, it is automatically supplemented due to our dual cultivation. In the He-Huan technique, the two partners serve as each other's optimal vessels, allowing you to experiment freely with me and discern the differences among the pills. This last statement was deliberately added by Jiyang, carrying an air of suppressed urgency. Had it not been for the occasional blush of the dragon horns, the situation would have been considerably less intense. However, who was Meng Leyu? The bond between the two was one of unwavering trust. Thus, upon hearing Jiyang's suggestion, she immediately placed her hand atop his, attempting to summon the ethereal, spiritual energy. The moment Meng Leyu's hand touched his, Jiyang's throat tightened. He felt his entire being tense. His heart raced as he struggled against the impulse to grip her hand tightly and pull her into his embrace. Perhaps due to the nature of their technique, as Meng Leyu's she coursed into him, she instinctively tapped into the scant spiritual energy within her, trembling yet resolute as it flowed toward Jiyang. As her chi entered his body, the young man could no longer contain a soft groan. When Meng Leyu, startled by the sound, attempted to withdraw her hand, his grip tightened uncontrollably, drawing her closer and enveloping her fully in his embrace. The exorbitantly priced Shanghua beverage lay spilled on the ground, unnoticed amidst the actions of the two. Meng Leyu, embraced by the young man, felt her breath quicken. She opened her mouth, yet words eluded her, leaving her to remain in his hold. Inhaling the familiar fragrance of the girl nestled in his arms, Jiyang finally allowed a satisfied smile to grace his lips, his dark golden eyes shimmering with light. However, he did not relinquish their intertwined hands. Instead, he tightened his grip and guided the spiritual energy within him to actively penetrate Meng Leyu's dantian, again and again, until their energies were completely intertwined. Only then did the young man let out a contented sigh, remarking, "Master, does this not signify that you exist within me, and I within you?"